It's inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. Our final morning here at Virginia International Raceway.
I'm Daryl.
And I'm Larry, and he's my other brother, Daryl.
You're right.
Larry, Daryl, and Daryl here. Brian Belansky and Greg Ginsberg are here at the 60th SCCA Runoffs, and it is our final day of racing action. I think we've got, 8 more races today?
8 races for this morning, which we'll be talking about.
7 races today.
Oh, that's right.
7 races today, and we're going to talk about the 4 this morning, which are B-Spec, Formula 600, GT Lite, and Formula F, and we'll get all that in today. And then we're going to come back at noon and do it again during lunchtime. Whenever that lunch break hits, we'll have another show there. Talk about our afternoon races, STU, H Production, and T2. And also we have a special guest in that last in our show this afternoon. Talk about some big news in our first class of the day, B-Spec.
Right.
I can't share it now, officially. But unofficially, I'll share it officially in the next show. Does that make any sense at all? Made perfect sense to me.
To you, it's still. I have an idea what it is, but of course, it's
you know what it is.
Still a mystery to me.
Yeah. So, anyway, yes, there we go.
Yeah.
Subliminal messaging.
Yes.
All good. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. But B-Spec is upon us.
Yes.
These guys are the 4th largest class here this weekend, and it's turned into one of the more fun classes to watch.
Yes.
No question about it. So.
Yeah, and an amazing race last year, looking to follow up on the momentum. I think that momentum actually started just a couple of years ago at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where we had somewhere north of 50 drivers start that race, and things have just been growing from there in a class that is really, I think, one of our, in order to prepare the cars, I think one of our less expensive runoffs classes for production-based vehicles.
Right.
And
I mean, let's not kid anybody. None of the races are cheap.
No,
this is not an inexpensive hobby for folks.
Right, but we're not looking
on the spectrum.
Right, we're not looking at Corvettes and BMWs. We're looking at Honda Fits and
Mazda 2s,
and naturally aspirated Mini Coopers and
Correct.
Mazda 2s and Ford Fiestas and cars of that ilk that are very prepared to the same spec, more or less. The advisory committee has done, I think, an admirable job of trying to balance the performance of these different cars. Although I did see a great photo this week of how the Mini Coopers have brake pads now that are about this large to deal with all the additional weight that's been put on their chassis in the last year. It has promoted some amazing racing, and what you're starting to see, much like in Spec Miata, much like in Spec Racer Ford, you're starting to see teams of cars and drivers having to work together with drivers that they are comfortable with in order to draft and set fast laps in qualifying and move up the grid.
And this started really last year in earnest.
Yes.
Rich Roman and Stephen Trone basically worked together all the last half of last season to kind of learn how each driver did things. And then they came to the runoffs with a plan to work together all through qualifying. They ended up first and second on the grid last year. And then at the end, they ended up first and second in the final in the Runoffs Championship, with Steve Introne taking the win and Rich Roman coming in second. So they kind of started this Batman and Robin kind of situation, the dynamic duos, and now you're seeing a whole bunch of dynamic duos come up.
Yeah.
And this year the dynamic between that dynamic duo is, if you come to the last lap and Steve Introne's and Rich Roman are right there, does Steve let Rich get his national championship this year? I'm pretty certain he will, but unless Rich makes a mistake, and then you go for it.
Well, I mean, we saw in the last lap last year, Rich Roman tried to find a way around Steve Introne on the run to the checkered flag, couldn't get it done.
Right. But we'll see what happens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I think there are 2 drivers that might say that we're being a little presumptuous at this point, and those are 2 teammates out of the Houston region of the SCCA. One of them is the 2020 national champion in B-Spec, Riley Salyer. He took the win at Road America in a Honda Fit. He is now back into a Mazda chassis, which he had been running some of the years prior to that. And both he and Connor Kelleher, who interestingly enough is not in a matching chassis, is in a Mini Cooper, have been working together all week long as well.
And that's interesting to me because a lot of the teams that team up are like chassis.
Yes.
Minis and minis, Mazdas and Mazdas, that kind of thing. To have two cars, and I don't even think their profiles are a whole lot alike.
No.
The Mazda 2 and the Mini Cooper, to get together and have success, as we are about to talk about now, is really an interesting element to this. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this all plays out once we throw the green flag today. Later on today.
Agreed.
So we've kind of spilled the beans. Riley Salyer was our pole winner, and that was a late on Thursday lap during qualifying.
And almost every single driver in B-Spec set their fastest laps of the week on that final day of qualifying. As a matter of fact, I'm looking, and there are only two drivers that didn't. Over the course of the week. One of them being Joe McClugan, who is a former national champion in his own right back in the SSC days. So it has been a while, and been a while since he has picked up a national championship. He's kind of on the back foot. He's going to be starting towards the tail end of the pack. And he needed to put in that time early in the week because he did not get his Mazda 2 onto the track for the final day of qualifying.
Right, so that was good for him to have those opportunities. That's also one of the good parts about having 3 opportunities to qualify at the runoffs.
Yes.
If you have a bad day or if you have a moment where you don't get the car out, you got 2 other shots to at least put a time in, so that you can be on the track for the race. And so you've got those 2 up front, Salyer and Kelleher, and then of course we've got last year's national champion and his dance partner, Rich Roman. That's Steve Introne and Rich Roman. They will be in the second row, and they gave it everything they could on Thursday, but just didn't have enough for those 2 guys up front.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, as we were talking about Kelleher and Salyer with the 2 different chassis, to some extent that is the case with Introne and Roman this year as well, as Rich Roman is driving one of the Mini Cooper coupes.
Right.
Or is it a Mini Coupe? Cooper, something like that. But as Introne and Roman were trying to figure out how it is faster, I think they determined having the boxier
up front,
the boxier Mini Cooper of Introne up front is the better option there. That it's much more difficult to draft off of the receding roof line of the coupe.
Probably didn't take him too long to figure that out.
No, I think that came pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And and I think you cannot look past our 5th fastest driver in qualifying. He did not get any qualifying laps in on the very first day. David Daugherty, who is looking for his 12th national championship. Last one in B-Spec at Indianapolis Motor Speedway just 2 years ago. And it's been a trying week for David. His son, Chris, was in an incident, a single car incident in the first day of qualifying, did not get a qualifying lap in on that day, but he has worked his way back up through the field, and it's going to be very interesting to see, because David, he works very hard over the course of the season to not only figure out who he's going to work with, but also what chassis is going to be best for the race course. And he will, and many times over the course of a season, work many different types of cars. This year he's coming to the runoffs with a Ford Fiesta, and I believe it's the very first time that he has raced a Ford Fiesta at the runoffs. And the Fiesta has not been the fastest chassis over the last couple of years, but obviously Daugherty, with many national championships, multiple B-Spec championships, thinks that's the chassis to win with.
Sure. And right behind him, Frank Schwartz, one of the folks highly responsible for the resurgence of this class.
Yes.
Before Indianapolis, before that 50-car field, which was, of course, helped by it was Indianapolis, and everybody wanted to race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But before that, there were some really low and lean years for B-Spec. Almost to the point where I think it was possibly even might not have been a national class. That was how low it was. But Frank's worked really hard to promote the class and to find cars that weren't being raced and get them back on the racetrack. And a lot lot of the cars, I think even here this weekend, are his cars that are with rental drivers. So, but he's a pretty darn good race car driver. He put on a performance this year at Sebring, where
we thought he jumped the start because he had about 20 seconds on the rest of the B-Spec field a couple of laps in, which is absolutely unheard of in this class. And no, Frank did not jump the field.
He did not.
But Frank did have some issues this week. He had some technical issues on the first day of qualifying on Tuesday, had his qualifying times removed, which creates two issues. One, you now have no qualifying times going in the day two of qualifying, but it also means you start from the very rear of the pack and you are having to find your way through your field, maybe hooking up with drafting partners that don't necessarily have your pace, and it creates some difficulty. But as you mentioned, he's moved up into the top 10, and he also is in a very interesting chassis. He is racing a Mini Clubman. That is the station wagon version of the Mini Cooper with a much, much longer wheelbase and also a longer roof line. I don't know how much of a difference that's going to make for drivers trying to draft up behind him, but it's certainly going to change the dynamic a little bit.
I'd almost rather start at the back in a qualifying field like that than mired in the middle, because in the back you can at least hold back until the lead pack gets to you. And that then puts you back with the drivers who you think you should be with. If you were to start halfway through this field to hold back, you get in the way of people, it becomes a big deal. Also spoke a little bit with Blair Deffenbaugh. He's had a pretty good season, but he's starting way back in 13th.
He's not
That's
happy.
a tough spot.
He's not happy with his qualifying position. We also talked to him during qualifying week. He finished, I believe, just outside of the top 10 last year. He thought that he was going to have a little bit better run of it. He took the wins here for the Super Tour in the spring, and this is his local track. He's been racing here for many years, but again, it's a stacked field with many national champions.
Well, but a couple of caution, a little bit of attrition, and 13th becomes 5th really fast.
And what we've seen in B-Spec, much like we saw in yesterday's amazing Spec Miata race, is qualifying pace does not always dictate race pace.
Should also give a shout out to Chris Taylor in 9th. He's also one of those guys who's prepared a lot of these cars and has been really important helping people get ready and get this class promoted. And a 9th place start for him out of Elroy, Texas. Not bad at all.
And working with Clay Keel in a similar Mazda 2, the number 34 car is going to be starting 8th today. One driver that I think we should be looking for when we talk about the differences between qualifying pace and race pace, it is also just outside of the top 10, starting 16th today. It's Peter Zeckert in the Who Gives a Crap Steve Dino Honda Fit, and so Zeckert has for years been a GT Lite driver, and he's performed many of the same functions in GT Lite as Frank Schwartz has for B-Spec to really promote the class, try to grow the numbers. And we've seen in the past couple of years where GT Lite has been a very strong national class. Well, he moves into B-Spec this year, and it is, as far as I know, this is one of the first weekends with him driving that car. So we'll see how things play out for him.
All right, here's your starting grid right from the top here. Sawyer, Kelleher, Entrone, Roman. That's your first 2 rows. Then you've got Dowdery, Schwartz, Schmidt, Keel, Taylor, and Kramer. That's how they're going to start the B-Spec race here. 8:15 this morning, coming right up. Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. We're here at the 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs here at Virginia International Raceway. I'm Brian Polanski. He is Greg Ginsburg, and we are having a great time. Now on to our second race of the day, Formula 600.
All right, let's talk about Formula 600, where we had 9 drivers set qualifying times over the course of the week. And I think where we've talked yesterday about the importance of that second day of qualifying when we had damp air, whether we had dry air, no drivers in Formula 600 had to rely on their Wednesday qualifying session in order to set their fast laps. And they all either came on day 1 or they came on day 3.
Correct.
And a big absence here this year at the runoffs in Formulas, what is now Formula 600, renamed previously Formula 500, as we had.
And before that, Formula 440,
where we had most recently 500cc the Rotax motors for the most part, and then the 600cc motorcycle motors. We've got those slightly larger Rotaxes now, and also the 600 motorcycles. But big absence. Sven de Vries, our defending national champion, not here racing this weekend, and so that has, I think, changed the equation just a little bit. Calvin Stewart, who was fast right out of the gate, put in a 157.4 on the opening day of qualifying, and he was almost a second and a half clear of the rest of the field. And so Calvin, one of the things that we saw this very much last year, and I think this kind of owes to going back to his only national championship back in 2015 at Daytona. He focuses quite a bit on aerodynamics. And Formula 600, it appears, we're always seeing the drivers with the bodies off on their cars, doing some tinkering, trying to remove drag, trying to work these cars so that they have ultimate speed. But he seems to spend quite a bit more cycles working on whether it's the nose of the car, whether it's the shape of the airbox, in order to get top speed. And here at Virginia International Raceway, where we do have a very long back straight, it showed. He had a couple miles an hour on every other chassis here. And so James Wita, who finished second here last year, is certainly looking to move up. Wita, his last national championship, his only national championship, was in 2013 at the Road America. So about 10 years since his last championship, and he's looking to move up back to that top step. And he came out of the box, like I said, almost a second and a half off of Calvin Stewart. He finally put things together on the final day of qualifying, moved within a tenth of a second of Stewart. And our top three drivers, which also includes Jason Martin. Jason Martin only about 2.5 tenths off of Wita. So very, very tight in the top three. I
was saying, what really is surprising to me is the gap between our top three drivers and then basically everyone else. It is chasm. 5 seconds,
it's huge.
Pretty much between second and third and fourth place here, and I'm not exactly sure what to account for on that. But it's going to be very interesting to see if those drivers from fourth down have been able to tinker their way into 4 or 5 seconds for speed.
But one of the things in Formula 500, Formula 600 is that from time to time there is a question about reliability and longevity, and attrition sometimes becomes a major part of the race. And so those drivers that are 5 seconds off the pace, that might be a heck of a race for a podium position. So we always have to couch our thoughts about that huge gap with something like that. And this field, there is a very nice split right now between the motorcycle motors, the four-stroke Suzukis, and then those Rotax motors as well. The majority of the chassis in the field are all in the Nova cars with the Suzukis, but we've got Scorpions, we've got Red Devils running the Rotaxes as well, and I think that might also be a question as we come to a day where we'll have to see when this class goes out, but the last couple of days we've seen that mist hanging in the air, with the exception of Thursday, of that final day of qualifying, where there wasn't a cloud in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, if we think about the weather that we had on Friday, we started with that, like exactly what you said, that mist, and then in the afternoon, the sun came out and it was warm and it looked like a glorious day.
But it made for a very slick track also.
It did. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. We have we have one super sweep, I think, possibility here.
Yeah, indeed we do. In order to win a super sweep, you must win your Majors Conference Championship. You must win your class's Super Tour point standings, as well as win at least one Super Tour race over the course of the season, and also win a national championship. And in Formula 600, James Wita, starting on the outside of the front row, if he takes the win today, he will also win that very prestigious Super Tour championship.
Definitely.
Or a Super Tour award, please.
Super Tour award, definitely. All right, so let's do this. I had a chance to catch up with Cal Stewart here in the paddock earlier on, so let's listen to hear how he thinks his qualifying went, and of course what he's thinking about this morning's race. All right, we're here at the 2023 Runoffs. I'm with the Formula 600 pole sitter, Calvin Stewart. How are you?
I am great, actually.
I bet you are.
Yes.
I bet you are. Talk to me about qualifying. How did it go?
Qualifying went great. Tuesday was super. We had a really good lap, turned 57.4, and we were feeling really good about that, so we parked it after that lap because Weta went off, so we said, well, we might as well just come in. Then we made some changes to the car, and the car wasn't as fast in the last qualifying. Weta got a little closer, but redemption was last year Weta got us by 1/10 of a second. This year we got him by 1/10 of a second for the pole, so should be a good race. Jason Martin's right there. He had all the sectors in the last quali. Weta's right there. Should be an interesting race.
So this has been a week of just nutty changing conditions. Last year we had just rain, a lot of it. This year it's been kind of off and on, a little here, a little there. What kind of weather conditions are good for race day for you?
Well, I like dry. Last year we qualified on the outside pole. Then it rained, and Sven had the setup and just walked off and walked us. We improved our rain setup over the season, but I still would prefer dry. I like dry.
So what's your key to success on race day?
Well, race day, we've got to just make sure we stay in contact. And it's going to be some swapping back and forth between Weta, Martin, and myself. And I think it's going to be the person that puts himself in the right position on the last lap. You just got to stay in contact. If we're in contact, we have a good shot at it.
And I'm not even going to ask you what the right position on the last lap is, because I know you're not going to tell me, right?
Well, the right position on the last lap would be first as you cross the checker line.
That's the best answer out there. That's why he is your pole sitter in Formula 600. Calvin Stewart, we're at the SCCA 2023 Runoffs. All right, so here's one thing I learned in that interview. I am the proper height to drive a Formula 600, but I'm not the proper width to drive a Formula 600.
Cast no aspersions.
Anyway, great conversation. I love him.
Yeah,
his answer to where the best place is to be on the last lap is probably one of the classic answers of all time there. So really fun talking with him, and he did pretty well here in the spring.
He did. He took the win here on the Super Tour here in the spring under some very difficult weather conditions, and actually he took the win on Sunday. Calvin typically does not race due to religious beliefs on the Sabbath on Saturday, so just raced a single day, took the win.
Absolutely. And so one other driver I want to just give a shout out to is David Lapham. He is been running in this class for at least since the early 2000s, and maybe even longer than that. He is a New York region member. Now I guess he resides out of Michigan, but he and his family have been in this class a very long time, and that's a pretty common thing in this class, is for drivers to do it for a very
long time, and sometimes with the family members. This will be his 22nd start. He has finished on the podium 6 different times. He's he's finished second 3 times, finished third 3 times.
Yeah, so don't be surprised if he's able to work his way right up to the front of maybe that second pack. And if any of our top 3 drivers have any kind of problems, it will put him right in line for another step on that podium.
Well, I mean, you look at it, we only have 9 cars in the field, and Byron, why don't we bring up the starting order here? Because we only have 9 starters in the field here. So even though he's starting and that's towards the front of that second pack, he's still on row number 3. So he's not very far out here.
Right.
So as we mentioned, Cal Stewart and James Weta, a Suzuki powered machine on the pole, one of the Rotex powered machines on the outside of the front row. And then when we switch over to row number 2, with Jason Martin and Keith Jocelyn, it's exactly the same story. We've got the Suzuki-powered Nova car on the inside of row number 2, and then we've got the Scorpion chassis, the Rotax motor, on the outside of row number 2. And so we've got, in the first 2 rows, Suzuki's to the inside, Rotax's to the out.
Right. And then we go through and you talk about, you've got in your row 3, you've got H. Corey McLeod and David Lapham. And then row 4 is George Bugg and Robert Gray. And then, of course, bringing up the back of the pack will be Jack Walbron. You know, one of the things we talked about is attrition. This is also one of those classes that you don't expect to have a big amount of full course yellows. No. These are cars that don't touch themselves. The cars that don't touch each other very often. Open wheels, don't like to collide very much. And so you don't have to worry about that so much. Anything's possible. But this is a class that traditionally goes 15 laps without any kind of full course yellows. And you not only have to worry about attrition in the cars, you kind of have to worry about attrition of the brain. These are precise cars. They want to be in the right spot at the right time. And you really want to hit your marks. And to do that without any kind of a little break to let your brain reprocess itself, sometimes drivers make mental mistakes as well.
And these are very small but very physical cars to drive. There's not a lot of wheel travel on them. They are inches off the ground. They have in those cockpits, you don't have big cushy padded seats. Most race seats, even in tin tops, are not cushy. It's not like driving a Cadillac, John Heinrich.
Unless you're John Heinrich.
Yeah, unless you're John Heinrich. But they will hurt your body, and it's very little difference than racing a go-kart. And you've got rib protectors to make sure that you get through the weekend. But certainly, as you mentioned, this is a class where these drivers, they're not going to be necessarily on one another, but it should be a race where I think still some strategy, very much like we see with some of our other races here with the tin tops, that if you're on the pole, if you're Calvin Stewart, you want to run away and hide early on. It takes a little bit of time to get the heat in the tires. These chassis not very heavy, but the tire is not very large either. Is James Weida or Jason Martin, are they going to be fighting one another through the horseshoe on lap 1?
Right.
Are they going to be going side by side through Snake on lap 1 to allow a Cal Stewart to open up even a couple car lengths of a gap and make it more difficult as the race wears on to be in a position to battle for gold.
Yeah, definitely things to look out for. These are also fun cars to watch. They sound like little bumblebees out there zipping around, and it's a lot of fun.
And I'm always just astounded how fast these cars are, and the driver is so close to the ground. It's harrowing. I wouldn't have the guts for it. I need a roll cage.
There you go. All right, Formula 600, it's going to start at approximately 9:15 a.m. Eastern Time. You're not going to want to miss it. Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. Next up on our schedule, GT Lights, and this was a lot of fun. This is going to be one of my fun classes.
It is, of course. GT Light, the smallest of our GT cars, usually silhouette bodies on a tube frame, engines smaller than 2 liters with an inlet restrictor, basically an air inlet restrictor to knock down the power of what these cars can make, so that they are very, very closely matched.
Sometimes we hate to use the word restrictor plate, because then we think everybody thinks NASCAR.
This one, it's not a restrictor plate. It's it's a horn.
But the same concept.
Yes. It
Same
controls
concept.
how much air makes it into the motor.
Right. For the old school folks, this is where the GT4, GT5 cars all got brought together into GT Lights, 2 classes that were kind of puttering along. They were able to kind of breathe some new life into by bringing together in GT Lights, and always one of the more fun classes to watch out here for the weekend.
And I think one of the reasons is, they don't have the ultimate speed of obviously the larger GT classes, but the handling, these things just seem to stick to the ground like glue. They've got no body roll, and the cars are narrow enough that you see a lot of side-by-side racing. Right. Amazing group to watch.
And when it comes down to qualifying for this group, it was one of those situations where the qualifying leader, the pole sitter.
Your pole sitter.
I'll get it out.
That's what we call him.
We call him the pole sitter. Was basically the class of the field all week.
Yes, and not only that, it is our defending national champion. It's Peter Shadowin, who came right out of the gate with a full second on the field on Tuesday. Most of our qualifying this week in GT Lite, where we've seen some classes, all the fastest times were set on day one. Some of the classes, all the times were set on day two. We had some where all the times were set on the middle or on the third day. Here, it's kind of spread across the spectrum. Right. Day one, day two, day three. On day number one, none of our drivers at the top of the field set their fastest lap on Tuesday, on the first day of qualifying. But the gaps, the differences between the drivers stayed relatively constant over the 3 days of qualifying. Peter Shadowin, he came into the week with about a second advantage, a second in hand over Graham Fuller. And we'll talk about Graham Fuller's chassis choices here in just a moment. But left the week with about a second between our pole sitter and our driver who's going to be starting on the outside of the front row, Graham Fuller. Now, Peter Shadowin in a very unique Honda CRX, a rear-wheel drive Honda CRX, and he is looking for championship number 6. Right. As I mentioned, he's your defending champion right now. Graham Fuller, who's finished on the podium multiple times now in the very few years that he has been racing. Fuller, this is his 6th start at the runoffs, and I believe he's been racing with SCCA for about 8 years now. He has finished on the podium once, finished second a number of years ago, but he has made a very interesting choice. For the last number of years, he has raced a Honda CRX, a front-wheel drive Honda CRX. His very first year in SCCA GT Lite Racing, he was in a British Leyland Mini Cooper, and then very quickly moved to that CRX. Right. Just a few weeks ago, Labor Day weekend, so only a month ago, he brought out a new-to-him Toyota Tercel. And it was his first time behind the wheel. It was at the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series Labor Day event, so it gave him 3 days to get a handle on that machine. But as far as I know, it is the only time that he has been behind the wheel of that car before this week. And so he put some time in on testing Sunday and Monday, and then he goes out for qualifying in a car that he really hasn't had a lot of seat time with.
Well, it certainly doesn't look like he's needed a lot of seat time in it, because he took it and put it right on the outside of the front row here. And, sometimes you get into a race car and it just fits. It just works. And maybe it was that it does the one thing that your car before you didn't do. And you're like, oh, it's like Nirvana. Yeah. And maybe that's the type of situation that he's had. He's just found the car that works for his driving style.
And this is, as you said, it is a new car to him. It is not a new chassis, not a new car. It does have some provenance. It does have podium finishes at the runoffs, and again, very, very strong in qualifying this week. But both are,
and he might have bought a horse for a course too.
That is true.
Knowing what was coming up, he may have said, "This is my best shot to win at the runoffs. Let's go give this thing a try."
Exactly, and so both Shadowin as well as Fuller, they're going to have to look over their shoulder a little bit, though.
Why is that?
Why is that? Because they have a 10-time national champion, Michael Lewis, who is starting third in the field in his second-generation Mazda RX-7. This is the same car that he races in GT3, with some changes in drivetrain. But he qualified that car very well. He came out on actually, he didn't come out on day number 1 because he was qualifying the car in GT3 trim on Tuesday.
Yeah, because when you have to change a motor to go from race to race, you don't want to do it too many times.
Exactly.
So you make some sacrifices for one of the classes. I'm guessing he put down the good time in the other class
on day 2 on Wednesday, and he was only about 25 thousandths of a second or so off of Fuller's times. Now, Fuller and Shadowin, again, they set their fastest lap times on the final day of qualifying on Thursday. And we came into day number 3 looking like Michael Lewis might be your pole sitter. So Lewis didn't have that same pace on the final day of qualifying, though. He was over a second back from both Shadowin and Fuller, and so he's going to probably have to do some tweaking, find some time for today's race. He's got another Mazda RX-7 driver in very close proximity. But whereas we were talking a little just a few moments ago in Formula 600, that big chasm between the,
Yep.
the first couple of rows and the back rows.
Not here.
You don't see that in GT Lite.
Right.
This field in very close proximity. Of course, sitting and starting maybe a little bit further back in the field than he would have wanted. Jonathan Goodale, who was challenging with Michael Lewis and Graham Fuller for a podium at Road America just a few years ago, who finished third here last year. He's your bronze medal finisher. He's starting sixth. But, you think about it, sixth is only the third row. So
Yes.
he's not that far back.
Absolutely, absolutely. We had a chance to catch up with Peter in the paddock, and he had some interesting thoughts on the competition he's going to have to look out for. So let's listen to him and find out what he had to say. All right, I'm here with this year's 2023 GT Lite pole sitter here at the Runoffs. Peter, what was qualifying like in GT Lite?
It was a decent qualifying week. The second day we had some mist in the morning, which I think left a little bit on the table. But by the end of the week, everyone started to show their true colors.
So what's better, having varying conditions during qualifying so that if there's whatever comes in the race, you're ready for it? Or would you rather have consistent conditions all through qualifying? Because we didn't get that this week.
Yeah, no, I think consistent conditions during qualifying would be better. It just helps everybody with setup and testing and get their act together. And, whatever the race is, it is. Everyone's going to have to deal with the same condition. But I would say, consistent conditions during qualifying would make for a more relaxing week.
All right, so races today. What are your thoughts going into the race? Who do you think is going to be the folks you're going to have to really look out for?
Well, there's a couple of people I got to look out for. Graham Fuller has gotten himself a new car that I have run against in the past. And I've beaten the car, but it has also out-qualified me. So I know the car can do it, and he's getting quicker with every session. Michael Lewis running his RX-7. He's in the picture as well. I'm not quite sure what his best times are yet. I don't think he had everything, showing in qualifying, but those are the two that I'm going to be looking for.
And your plan, of course, is to be at the top step of that podium when it's all said and done, right?
I sure hope so. I just want to go run away and hide.
There you go. All right, that's Peter Shadowin, your GTL pole sitter here at the 2023 Runoffs. All right, we're back. One of the things we probably should mention is as Peter walked over to us to do the interview, he is moving a little slow.
Yes.
He also drives in P2.
Right.
Took a big shunt during an earlier qualifying session. Car is not unfixable, but unfixable this weekend.
Right. He was not able to race it yesterday during
Right.
the P2 race yesterday afternoon, and it was pretty clear he was
Really sore.
still very, very sore. So this is not going to be an easy race for him. He's going to have to get up on the wheel, and again, he's got challenges with Fuller and Michael Lewis, and this might be one of the more difficult GT Lite National Championships that he has raced in a long time.
Yeah, that's right. So we also have some Super Sweep folks.
We do. And again, Super Sweep, we went over the criteria earlier. There is one driver in GT Lite that is eligible. Probably two. No, there are two drivers that are eligible. My mistake. I'm sorry. Graham Fuller.
Right.
If he takes the win here, he will win the Super Sweep award. David Blaine, and this is going to be a little bit more difficult for David.
Much
more difficult. David is starting 9th on the field. If he takes the win, and if Graham Fuller finishes 11th.
11th. It's got to be 11th.
It's got to be 11th because we only have 11 starters. So you can see there. If Graham Fuller finishes 11th, David Blaine takes the win. He will be a Super Sweep award winner.
All right, before we get to our top 10 rundown here for the starting order, let's talk about the awards that we're doing. These are the inside the SCCA awards here at the Runoffs, not official SCCA awards. We're just doing this as our little show here. Just like last year, we've got 4 awards every day. We've got the award for the 25 and under driver of the day, and these aren't necessarily for like the best drive of the day, but something that catches our eye, something that someone does that was really impressive. Could be a great run from the back, could be anything. And that's the case for all of our awards. So that's going to be an under 25 award. Then we've got our Women on Track. This is sponsored by the SCCA Foundation's Women on Track initiative. We're honoring one lady every day for something they've done that has caught our eye. We've also got our Veterans Awards, same concept. Racing for Heroes and Cruise Associates are sponsoring this award for us, and this will be for a veteran driver who has a good drive or catches our eye. And then finally, finally our award of perseverance.
Right.
And I've already found my award of perseverance for the Friday races. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but I will tell you we love his kids, and that'll maybe give you an idea who this might be.
Because there are so few parents racing this year.
Anyway, so there's a perseverance, and that's someone who has either had a rough week and a decent run on race day, or maybe someone who has been here many years and then finally won a national championship.
And I don't want to jinx anything, but can you have a repeat perseverance award?
Well, let's hope we don't have to do that. But yes, you can absolutely have a repeat award.
Okay.
So, and then at the end of the week, the 12 winners of those awards will all be eligible for our G.W. Henderson Award of Excellence, and that will go to one driver, again, who we have chosen out of those 12 to win that award. And, of course, that's named for a good friend of all of ours, G.W. Henderson, who was a big part of this club and left us a couple years ago. So, all right, let's get right to it. We've got our final top 10 here for our starting lineup for GT Lights.
Lite.
We'll throw it up here on the screen.
All right, and let's make the rundown. As we mentioned, Peter Shadowin in his Honda CRX and Graham Fuller in his Toyota Tercel on the front row. Michael Lewis and James Gregorius both in Mazda RX-7s. Lewis in a second-gen, Gregorius in a first-gen. Then we've got another Mazda, and this is a very interesting chassis to see. First one I've seen in GT Lite, Eric Vickerman driving a Mazda MX-3 hatchback. That's going to be a very difficult car to draft off of, I'm sure. And then Jonathan Goodale, as we mentioned, trying to move up on the podium from third last year. He's going to start sixth in a Mazda MX-5. Then we've got Roy Lopshire in our second Toyota Tercel of the event, and Chris Copley in a British Leyland Mini Cooper. So, I call them Mini Coopers. They are one of the originals. David Blaine, who's up for that Super Sweep Award in a Mazda Miata, starts ninth, with Ken Burdine in an MG Midget starting to his left on the outside of row number 5, and then rounding out the field. He's had a bit of a difficult week. Car's been off pace just a little bit this week. It's Roger Welling in a Nissan 200 SX.
All right, there's your starting lineup for GT Lights. That race starts at 10:15 Eastern. We're back here at the 60th SCCA Runoffs inside the SCCA. We are presented by Goodyear Racing Tires, and we are getting ready to talk about our last race before lunch here, Formula F. And this one will prove to be a fast and furious run to the checkered flag.
Yes, it is. I mean, Formula F is, we've seen over the years, has been the class for the up-and-coming racers, open-wheel racers, maybe just coming out of go-karts, looking to move up that ladder to head to
wherever.
Maybe Indy Lights, right, or wherever it may be. And certainly what we saw in qualifying this week, and a little bit we saw some greatness last year here as well from Formula F. I think this race, once again, should not disappoint. Let's take a look here. Our pole sitter, just right out of the bat, and he's really had the measure of the rest of the field, and more importantly, the measure of our defending national champion, Nolan Aller, who took the Formula Continental championship last year here at VIR, and I believe we already had an interview with with Nolan to talk about the Formula Continental race, which happened yesterday. We have Jonathan Kotick, who's the defending or reigning national champion, and Kotick was able to get within about half a second of Aller, but it took 3 days of trying, or actually 2 days of trying to do it. These drivers didn't, Aller, Kotick, William Ferguson, Zach Rivard, they didn't see any time in the track during the middle day of qualifying, didn't even bother putting in a full lap, just did an installation lap, brought the cars back to the pit lane, and that was it. But these drivers also in varied chassis. We've got Nolan Aller, who is driving a Ford-powered Van Diemen. We've got Jonathan Kotick, once again, in a Honda-powered Magali. We've got William Ferguson, also with Honda Power, but in a Piper chassis. And then Zach Rivard in a slightly older, older than Nolan's car, a 99 RF99 chassis Van Diemen, but with Honda power, not Ford power. So a lot of variation through the field there, just in the top 4, and then you start to hit almost all of the rest of the field. Piper chassis with
Sorry, keep
Piper,
going. Yep.
Piper chassis.
Hit the wrong button, folks. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
With Honda power.
I hit the wrong button because I was going to cough, and I didn't want to cough on the air to everybody. So one of the things we might mention here is because we call it Formula F now.
Yes.
And for the old schoolers, this is why it's no longer called Formula Ford.
Right.
Because there are some Honda Fit motors that are now allowable in the class. Part of the reason for that is it was getting harder and harder to source parts for those Formula Ford Cortina motors that they use, and now, oddly enough, the L Series motor that has been used in the Honda Fit and in Formula F, no longer being placed in new Honda Fits, and some of the race parts that Honda had been producing have now production has moved to a third party. Right.
So they're still available, but it's very interesting that we've had some changes there in the last couple of years.
But there's still a whole bunch of those Honda motors out there that they can be pulled out of cars in junkyards.
Right.
So
and when we talk about Formula F versus Formula Ford, Nolan Aller has spent a good portion of the summer off in the UK racing Formula Ford.
Correct.
And a little bit of a difference in the UK. They use a slightly more what we would consider to be almost like vintage tires in Formula Ford in the UK versus the full-on slicks and modern slicks that we use here in Formula F. But he has been getting tons and tons of seat time in these chassis, and I think it shows, where Kotek has had multiple national championships. He is looking for national championship number 5 in Formula F.
Right.
And, again, this week in qualifying, Aller had the measure of him.
Right. So let's hear from him. Let's hear from our Formula F pole sitter, find out how his qualifying went, and get some very, very cagey thoughts about how he thinks the race is going to play out. We're here at the 2023 runoffs here with your Formula F pole sitter, Nolan Aller. How are we doing today? How is qualifying?
Qualifying has been really great. Yeah, we started the week very strong in Formula F. I'm very happy with what the team has provided me on the car. We're looking forward to the race.
What was your key to qualifying? Because we had so many different track conditions across the week.
It was pretty unpredictable weather. Nobody really knows what's going to happen here in Virginia. The second session was rained out, but the first session we just put our head down, got a good lap, got a hint of a draft from Rob Perona, and we're really happy with the lap that we were able to put together.
All right, let's talk about the race. What are your thoughts going into the race? Any plan going in?
We have a lot of plans, but I don't know if I want to necessarily say it on the air. But I know that the car that they've given me is really strong. I just need to put my head down and use everything we've learned from the past few years, and I know Jonathan Quiddick will be very hard to beat. William Ferguson, Team USA scholarship winner. The field's very, very strong, even though the numbers are slim. It's never going to be a given. We just need to work hard. And
So you do have that strong field. Does that make your you don't have to tell me the plan, but does that make your plan different than what you might do otherwise?
Not necessarily. No, I mean, there's just different things we think about for each of the drivers. I've raced against some of these drivers before, so I kind of know what to expect. But the plan's going to necessarily be the same. It's not going to really change. Just need to do what we are known to be able to do. And just, it's hard to say. Again, not as much I want to say in there.
All right, there's your Formula F pole sitter here at the 2023 Runoffs. All right, so one thing that young man has already perfected is the art of dodging my questions.
Yes.
I tried to pull out of him both in the interview we did with him yesterday for Formula Continental and today with Formula Ford, just a tiny nugget of and he was not giving it up. Not giving it up at all. So we're going to talk about strategy.
Okay.
This is a lot like the Formula 600 that we talked about earlier, where I don't expect that we're going to have any long full course yellows for the most part. These are cars that don't come together very often because the consequences can be pretty dire. And they like to go back and forth. What is Nolan going to need to do to keep that multiple national champion behind him in this race?
So one of the major factors in a Formula F race here, at least here in the SCCA over the past number of years, has been the very close running and many passes. Really. a lot of equality across the field.
Right.
And I look back actually to the Formula F race in 2017 at Indianapolis, where I think there were somewhere along the lines about 30 passes for the lead.
Right.
I mean, it really, drivers in many cases, because of, again, being kind of a ladder class and something where kids are just getting out of go-karts and they run, maybe they're not necessarily thinking about overall race strategy, and they're thinking about the here and now.
Right.
We've got with racers like Kotick, like Aller, there's a big difference between a Jonathan Kotick today versus a Jonathan Kotick back in 2017.
Sure.
We've got a Zach Rivard and a Bob Perona, drivers that have had lots of race miles under their belts, and we may see a little bit different race today in that regard. And so much like we talked about with Formula 600, and we've talked even with the tin tops, I think longevity, keeping the tires underneath them for an entire race, not burning the tires off, trying to muscle your way ahead early on in a race, and thinking about that entire 15 laps versus 3 laps at a time or 2 laps at a time is going to be key.
Right, and I think the key for the front 4 drivers, because they're the ones who are kind of mostly packed together time-wise here, Allaire, Kotick, Ferguson, and Rivard, they're going to try to want to pull away.
Yes.
They're going to want to drive away from the rest of the field, and then the last 5 laps they can go have fun and fight amongst themselves for a national championship. The goal for the 4 drivers behind them is to not let that happen. And it'll be very interesting to see how it plays out.
And that's going to be the key for those drivers towards the rear of the field, not to start fighting, not to start battling on lap number 1 or even lap number 5.
Which, of course, is not your instinct.
No.
All right, here is our top starters here in Formula F. Only 8 cars in this class, but they're good cars, and it will be fun to watch. Your race pole sitter is Nolan Allaire, and then you've got Jonathan Kotick next to him. William Ferguson is in the inside of row number 2, and next to him will be Zachary Rivard. Then we've got Calvin Kautz and Robert Perona. Next to him will be, and I can never pronounce Matt's name properly.
It's Boyan.
Matt Boyan and Robert Gross.
And again, interesting to note, our pole sitter, Nolan Aller, only driver with a Ford motor. Everything else is a Honda.
There you go. All right, so this race will get underway coming up a little later this morning. Start time is scheduled for 11:15 a.m., so be there for that. Don't want to forget that during lunchtime, you and I are coming back to do our last show here from the runoffs, and looking forward to that. We're going to talk about our afternoon races.
I might get teary-eyed.
Well, you might. STU, H Production, Touring 2, and then we'll briefly chat about the Spec MX5. We're also going to have Jay Chapman from Goodyear Tires going to join us on that show, and he's going to help us with a little bit of an announcement that we're going to make regarding,
regarding something that isn't Spec MX5.
Exactly, regarding an announcement about something that's not something else. Before we get out of here, though, I want to take a few minutes here to thank the folks who helped us get here. I'm going to do it in reverse order this time. I want to thank the folks at Racing for Heroes and Cruise Associates. They are sponsors of our Veterans Award here at the Runoffs this year. And then, of course, the Women on Track initiative from the SCCA Foundation. They've done such a great job over the years promoting women racing, both on the track and behind the scenes, and all of the different disciplines of SCCA, not just road racing. They put together a huge luncheon at the runoff or at the Solo Nationals. There must have been 80 lady drivers that showed up for that, and just really, really cool doing that. And for what they do. Also want to take an opportunity, and I will bring this full screen down so you can see our lovely faces, or maybe you don't want to, but that's okay.
Can you hide just me?
Also want to thank Racekeeper. They are the official in-car camera of Inside the SCCA. If you saw my video from the runoffs, from the Solo Nationals, that was a Racekeeper system, and they're doing a great contingency here at the runoffs. Any driver with the stickers on the car, I believe they're paying contingency for first, second, and third place.
Yes.
So what a wonderful partner of the SCCA they
and
are.
with special discounts for SCCA members as well.
And there's that as well. So, and then finally, I want to thank Goodyear Racing Tires. They are our presenting sponsor. They are, without their help, Greg and I would not be sitting here doing these shows. They are a proud sponsor of our show, as well as they do a lot for club racers here. So, a big thank you to them and Jay Chapman and all his crew for helping us and being on board 2 years in a row now. And I am hoping that we can continue that wonderful relationship and be back at Road America next year.
If only so I get another hat.
Exactly. They do have the best hats. So that is going to do it for our morning racing here from Virginia International Raceway. 4 races up this morning. We've got B-Spec, we've got Formula 600, GT Lights, Formula Ford, Formula F. That's all this morning. 3 more races this afternoon to talk about, and we'll do that during our noon show. He's Greg Ginsburg. I'm Brian Polanski. We'll see you at lunchtime.
Good morning and welcome, everybody. What a glorious morning here at Virginia International Raceway as we are set for our 3rd and final day of the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Absolutely wonderful to be here. And after last year, a morning like this is absolutely wonderful to be experiencing and to officially kick off this 3rd and final Hagerty Race Days at the Runoffs. Please welcome, rise, and remove your cover as Eric Prill sings our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Wonderful job, Eric. Thank you so very much. Again, what a morning. The sun is low in the sky. It is rich in color, and hopefully that portends for a day of racing that lives up to a morning like this at any racetrack, but above all, heaven on earth, according to Paul Newman. This weekend, Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combined to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes will do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs, the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth, for the historic 60th annual SCCA Runoffs. An absolutely beautiful morning has dawned here at one of the most beautiful racetracks in North America, Virginia International Raceway, as it is time for our third and final Hagerty Race Day of the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs here at VIR. Hi, everybody. I'm Greg Creamer, and welcome. I am joined by Tom O'Gorman, and down in the pits is Hayward Wagner. And as we kick this race off today, it will be for the B-Spec, Run to the Gold, the SCCA National Championship. And to kick off our coverage here, presented by Mazda, let's get right down to Hayward.
Good morning, guys. Sunday morning at the runoffs is an even mix of I hope this can last forever, and it absolutely has to end at some point in time, and I hope it's soon. B-Spec is going to kick us off this morning. The story is going to be the temperature, the tires, and the fact that these guys have not been on track since Thursday. They've been sitting for 2 days watching and waiting for their moment. And what I'm seeing this morning on the B-Spec grid, look, these cars are pretty straightforward, right? More or less stock engines, a lot of stock components. These aren't high-strung Formula cars. They don't require assistance to get them started. But this is still one of the fullest grids that we have of any of the races, and that is because this has become a family. This was a class that maybe 5-6 years ago, 8-9 cars on the grid. Now you can see the variety of cars. You can see the number of people here supporting. They're not here because the cars need support. They're here to support their drivers. These are families. These are friends. These are kids and parents driving and supporting each other. We've got a youngster on the pole, and what I am told by these guys is that the front row is going to work together, the second row is going to work together, maybe one car from the third row and the fourth row are going to work together, and then after that, everybody's trying to pair up based on what happens on the first lap. You guys have seen this in other forms of racing, in stock car racing, where cars are faster as pairs than singles. Absolutely true here in B-Spec. Everyone's going to be looking for a dance partner, and this race will come down to who can dance with somebody without losing momentum and build speed down the straightaways.
All right, thank you very much, Hayward. And yeah, absolutely spot on. Tomo, you've won 2 Pirelli World Challenge Championships, one of them in this category. You're very familiar with it. And before we get in too much further into that story, let's bring up our Mazda track map because exactly what Hayward was talking about, Tomo, on these long straights and you know some of these runs, these cars absolutely have to work together.
Yeah, this track is probably 80% flat out in the B-Spec cars, making just over 100 horsepower on average, so that those long straightaways become so critical, and that's why teamwork is more important. But yes, good morning, Greg. Down into turn 1 on our track map, that's a great passing opportunity, and you'll see some choreography there, and then you just got to get through 3, 4, 5, 6 without any mistakes. They're flat out from turn 4 to turn 11 nearly down at Oak Tree, so all of those little wiggles just flat out and steer in the B-Spec cars, but a critical exit at the Oak Tree corner at turn 12 onto another very long straightaway where we're looking in the background up into a really kind of super late braking zone in the B-Spec car at 13, 14 for roller coaster, down the hill at 15, through hog pen at 16 and 17, and the cars again flat out from 16 to 1. That's a very long pull in a B-Spec car.
Yeah, and there you see that final sequence of corners down the roller coaster. This last turn is what they call the hog pen, and you got to get a great run out of there. And the interesting thing, you might think, okay, I can draft in these cars all the way up through those climbing S's, make a big move up into Oak Tree, but then you're going to definitely be slow coming out, maybe lose the draft. And if you lose touch with a couple of guys that are working well together, it's really going to be problematic, isn't it?
Yeah, this class has become it's become a fan favorite a bit, and it's definitely been rallied around and grown amongst the competitors, but it's been proven at VIR that it does take a teammate to work together and be successful, at least the last couple of years. Other tracks we visited, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Road America, not even Road America, really not quite as extreme an example as VIR.
And that says a lot, doesn't it? All right, we got a big field, 25 cars anticipated to take the green. Let's take you through it here. Starting on the 13th row in the 25th spot, making his 12th runoffs start, the 36 of Joe McLuhan. McLuhan. We know he's fast. For some reason, he's back in that field just a little bit. Starting in the 12th row, it'll be starting 24th, the rookie, the 51 of Richard Osborne. Then starting in the 23rd spot, making his second runoff start, the number 86 of Anthony Ruddy. Starting in the 22nd spot, his fourth runoff start for the number 3 of J.B. Swan. Starting in the 21st spot, his third runoff start for the 07 of George Badger. Starting in the 20th spot, his 8th runoff start, the 05 of Steve Strickland. Starting in the 19th spot, his 4th runoff start for the number 7 of Matt Wolf. Starting in the 18th spot, his 10th runoff start for the 28 of Jared Lendrum, has already run here once this weekend. Starting in the 17th spot, making his second runoff start, the number 10, the son of one of the all-time great drivers in runoffs competition, Chris Doherty. Starting in the 16th spot, making his 29th runoff start, the number 85 is Peter Zeckett, our former gold medalist in GT Lite category. Starting in the 15th spot, a rookie, the 38 of Clayton Condrey. Starting in the 14th spot, his second runoff start for the number 8 of Luke Russell. Starting in the 13th spot, the number 87, making his second runoff start, Blair Diffenbach. Starting in the 12th spot, a rookie to the runoffs, the 79 of Brandon Lewis. Starting in the 11th spot, fourth runoff start for the number 40, Stuart Black. Starting in the 10th spot, a rookie, the 24 of Trenton Kramer. Starting in the 9th spot, the number 46, making his fourth runoff start, Chris Taylor. Starting in the 8th spot and the 7th spot, a pair of rookies. In the 8th spot, the number 34 of Clay Keel. In the 7th spot, the 19 of Josh Schmidt. In that 6th starting spot, outside of row 3, the number 16 of Frank Schwartz. We're going to talk about him in just a minute. And starting inside of that third row, his 26th runoff start, an 11-time gold medalist across all classes, the 01 of David Daugherty. We'll chat about him as well. Front 2 rows, starting in the 4th spot on the outside, the number 2 of Richard Roman. And starting on the inside, last year's champion, the defending champion, the number 12 of Steve Introne. He was also on pole last year. But your front row will be the number 14, making his fourth runoff start, Connor Kelleher out of Angleton, Texas. And on the pole, very talented young driver, making his 8th runoff start, the number 22 of Riley Salyer out of Longview, Texas. And that is your starting lineup. And just to put a little period on how intense and close this racing is, the margin of victory, folks, last year in not great conditions was 78 one-thousandths of a second. That's how cool this class is. And we heard, Tomo, Hayward talking about maybe one person in that third row. Well, it's going to be interesting there because you were telling me before we got going that one of the guys in that row, he has no interest in having friends. He's here to race, and if that means messing things up, he's fine with it. And the other guy doesn't think he needs any friends. He said, car's fast enough.
Yeah, I don't know which one Hayward was talking about. So
Yeah.
Daugherty does not have a plan to find somebody. He believes his car can run by itself, but he knows how to race it. He knows where he needs to be as far as pace goes, but he doesn't have a plan for a teammate. Frank Schwartz, on the other hand, doesn't believe in doing a teammate. He's like, if they want to push me, that's great, but I came to the runoffs to race. I'm going to race them. I don't want to do this whole choreography thing. So that is the Mini Clubman. It's a wagon. It's apparently a number of the drivers joked that it's kind of like Spaceballs, you know, the ship that takes forever to pass. That's the problem with that car. So yeah, I don't know which in the third row, but again, it's the front row, the second row, planning on working together. This will be interesting.
All right, here we go. Leading him to the green is the guy who got his first ever Tire Rack Pole Award, that white Mini, Riley Salyer, and this field, 15 laps, the run for the gold in B-Spec, and we are waiting to set this one off. We're green! And looks like it is actually Connor Kelleher that got a little bit better jump and moves up and rounds things up here, and that's going to be interesting to see what unfolds here. And here comes this pack down into turn one, and actually it looks like Salyer was the one opted for that outside spot, and it is going to be Connor Kelleher, though. No, off at the very start. That is the number 12. That is your defending champion, Tomo.
I thought it was. That is disaster. Steve Introne drops off the track, and a big spin for Stuart Black. I was going to say it's a very dewy morning coming across the field, and there looks like they're mostly going to avoid.
Oh, boy,
wow.
boy.
Very, very well done, everybody.
Yeah, some amazing evasive driving. If there was any contact, it was a slight graze. And so this continues here. And you said it, you know, it's a beautiful sun-drenched morning, but it's dewy. The track has that little bit of dampness to it. And these guys are going to have to deal with this here as we hop on board one of the cars here. And just love this run here through the snake. And that would be the 85 Peter Zeckert on the Cameron Performance Engineering driving that machine here. And Zeckert, a former gold medalist long time ago in GTL, but he's got experience.
So these cars not modified very much, which means you have to do some creative engineering to make them turn, make them handle something like 50 PSI in the rear at some points. Looks like Stuart Black thinks either there's an issue with the car or decided to pull off. That's driver's right coming into turn 4 as that car is just stationary off up against the tires. Jump on board with Peter Zeckert for this start and see what this field evading Stuart Black's spin looks like.
Well, this should be interesting because the evasive that was going on, you can see right there. So many. It was amazing how they managed to sneak through there. And obviously, whatever, maybe something caused that spin, maybe something broke. But now, here comes Richard Roman coming up, that number 11 that you're talking about kind of a cool-looking little car, isn't it? As he comes up, it's sort of roadster-looking in a way, and splits now the guys who started on the front row. Kelleher, then Roman, then pole sitter Riley Salyer.
What's the quote in boxing? It's you can have a plan until you get punched in the face. Well, Roman got punched in the face a little. He had a plan to work with Steve Introne, and now he lost his teammate. So he's got to just kind of adapt to the situation. We knew that Salyer and in the red Mazda 2 and Kelleher in the white Mini in the lead were planning on working together. It looks like Roman is going to try to break them apart and push Kelleher away from Salyer. Keep an eye on David Daugherty in the blue Ford Fiesta behind. Lastly, I believe I misidentified the Sonic that spun. That probably is Josh Schmidt in the Sonic, not Stuart Black.
All right, and yeah, Daugherty up from 5th to 4th. Another car running wide down in there. May have been, looked like it was maybe back in the 7th, 8th range. Chris Taylor, maybe Blair Diffenbach, one of those guys. Whoa, big wiggle for your leader, Connor Kelleher. Cars behind scattering as well, the 34 of Clay Keel. And big off there. Wow, that car went a long ways in that damp, dewy grass.
Yeah.
And, boy, I'm kind of curious as to what's unfolding there, Tomo.
Well, and that corner is under stationary yellow, so that's not going to fly very well with the stewards and the flaggers. They really should have been a little more checked up there. Potentially some fluid on track maybe interfering with that because that was a little more chaotic than we'd expect these top-level drivers coming into a corner of the car.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And, even though this class, is one of the, and I use this very advisedly in lower-level introductory classes, it's also a destination for a lot of people who just love driving B-Spec cars, and there's some real talent in this field to be sure. And they just generally tend to run in packs. But obviously, we were talking about it up front. You can see, Roman with that intent. If he could just get somebody to go with a break, and I was waiting for it, and we do have a full course caution. You can see the double yellows out there. You can see the flag stations trying to give the drivers a little bit of instruction, slow it down here, and we are under a full course yellow. And look here, kind of deep in the field right there for the 07 of George Badger, trying to bring his car around. But yeah, really intriguing as to what may have happened in that incident over there, because that car went off at a significant pace, and as you said, in a yellow zone.
And the only reason I speculate maybe some surface issues is because we do have that Sonic of Josh Schmidt, we believe, the 19 car, having pulled off. He lost control and pulled off. There's clearly a mechanical with that car. So a bit of mystery in B-Spec, but we're going to go to full course for a little bit, hopefully just a quick tow. But a hard impact for Clay Keel at turn 4, just in front of where that car was stranded.
And you rarely in this category see any mechanical issues because these aren't highly stressed cars and they just run. But it happens, and I almost wonder if maybe he didn't, have a lunch a motor or something and drop some stuff on the track, because it's in that same area where all this. And we saw your leader at the time, Connor Kelleher, in the number 14, have that, just suddenly the car snapped on him, and so there well might be something down on that surface.
So before the yellow came out, we did have a swap for the lead. Rich Roman, who I owe a formal apology to. I called him Ronan all last year on the broadcast. Rich Roman went to the lead, I wasn't that surprised to see the 14 of Kelleher have that big rotation. If we rewind back to Hogpen, that car also looks, it looked really, really loose, which means it's probably going to race really great in about 5 or 6 laps, but it's a bit of a handful right now. So to have other cars have an issue in the same corner, though, that's where we get the indication there's something up.
Absolutely. So that's all going to be sussed out here. And so we are under an early caution here in the run for the gold in B-Spec. So we're going to take this opportunity to give you a little bit of information about some of the fabulous partners that you absolutely have to have an event of the stature of the 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Welcome back, everybody. Caution continues here after the off by Clay Keel. And we continue to proceed underneath the control of one of the beautiful pace cars here. We have a few of them here, and they have been provided by both Mazda and Sport Durst Mazda in Durham, North Carolina. We very much appreciate that. And a couple of guys here early in this one, Tomo, we have an award called the Sunoco Hard Charger Award that have had great opening 2 laps. One of them is David Daugherty's son, Chris. We were talking about Chris, who started in the 17th spot. He's up into 11th, but better still, the guy who started with Chris Daugherty on that road, Jared Lendrum, started at 18th. He's up into 10th. So in only 2 laps has made up 8 spots. And you hate to see any kind of caution, especially when it involves an incident. However, for those guys, now this field gets bunched up, and suddenly what looked like maybe a really long day here becomes a much more enticing and competitive one for them.
Yeah, another car I'll shout out to is Blair Deffenbaugh. Started 13th up to 8th. and he was, sorry, 7th. He was at the front of a pack that had definitely been broken free from. That was going to be just a long day in 7th, as you mentioned, until this caution comes out. B-Spec, the slowest cars here at the runoffs, which means that they're up against a time limit almost in a perfect scenario. They were going to take about 36 or 37 minutes to complete this 40-minute time-limited race. With a caution, we're going to immediately go probably to the time limit. Right now we have 31 minutes of racing left, but I do not believe we're going to get 15 laps.
Yeah, it doesn't appear it. And you were talking about Blair Diffenbach. He was last year's Sunoco Hard Charger, so he has shown a real ability to be able to work his way through the field. And I just want to point out, folks, make no mistake here that just because this is, and it's a fact, one of the slower classes that's here, it doesn't mean they're not driving at an absolutely 11/10 level, maybe even more so because it's all momentum in these cars. And I've said, I don't care where your goal is to end up, to hop in and jump into a big high horsepower car for first thing, big mistake. You want to be in one of these. You want to be in a spec racer. You want to be in a class that has low power for its weight and learn to drive momentum, because that is a major tool in your toolbox for the rest of your career.
And it's not only momentum, but it's really about what the car accommodates. And a B-Spec car doesn't accommodate a whole lot. It's an open differential. They're tall. They're very mildly modified. They don't do a whole lot for the driver.
Yep.
Meaning the driver has to do everything. And I came from this category very early on in my road racing career. I think I learned a lot that I would never have learned in any other class, not only about momentum and racecraft, but about understanding the chances and the risks that I could take, because this car, and all these drivers understand this, these cars don't, not only do they not accommodate the driver a whole lot if you make a mistake, but they also don't recover very quickly from those mistakes.
Exactly.
Which means you have these massive consequences for low risk and small choices that you make, which means the details become very, very, very important.
Yeah, and when you've got a low horsepower car and you lose that momentum, you carry that deficit all the way to the next braking zone. So it's so crucial to be super smooth and just have tons of mid-corner roll speed. As I said, under caution for an incident. We get a report that the driver is out and okay. That's so good to hear. But let's take a look at it once again. You're watching the background.
And that really started at turn 3 before. We're speculating there was some surface issue at turn 3 as a number of cars indicated there's low grip. Maybe just in the shade, maybe just cold, we're not sure yet. But that car off on the outside of turn 3 in the dewy grass, there was no deceleration at all as he just took a ride all the way to the outside wall at turn 4. So that is, we're hearing again the driver out of the car and hopefully cleaned up, potentially green this lap. Hopefully, I'm fingers crossed.
Yeah, this it's a long lap here, some 3.25 miles. So hopefully they'll be able to get everything taken care of there, and we can get back to racing. And as you said, very much so at this point going to be a timed event. But we still, if they can get us to green here, we'll have 26 minutes or so of racing. So let's hope that's what plays out.
Yeah, a lot of time left to race for sure, and it's going to be an interesting one because again, Rich Roman in the lead, but lost his teammate in turn 1. Steve Introne, however, is that teammate he was hoping to work with. Now back with the field under this full course condition. Then we have the 2 drivers who plan to work together, the 14 right there and the 22, the white and red cars in second and third, Kelleher Salyer, Daugherty, and Schwartz. This thing is kind of turned left from what they hoped.
Yeah, it really, really has here. And it's going to make it an absolutely fascinating run. Here's another angle on that incident. There you see that big moment there. And then there he goes. And he just cannot seem to get it woed down and just straight off. And it's because the grass here is damp. And we do get clarification. We're going green this time, so good. We're going to get plenty of racing to go. And what's really got me intrigued here is Frank Schwartz won that. It's such a different-looking Mini, kind of like the exact opposite of Roman's, that Clubman. And he's the one who was feisty and said, "I'm gonna race whoever I'm around. I'm not playing any of these partnering games. I'm here to race." And he sits in 5th, right behind the winningest driver ever in an awful lot of categories here, David Daugherty.
Roman kind of saying that car is a bit of a draft monster. It's hard to draft from behind, but it drafts everything really well. On the flip side, Frank Schwartz with that wagon, everything drafts off that car super well, but it does seem to race really well as well.
You can see there's just not much of a footprint of any kind with that little number 11 Mini Cooper up front, and that is Richard Roman, and he is leading us now back to racing here and getting us going again about 26 and a half minutes as we're green, and Roman gets a nice go. But look at Daugherty, fabulous restart out to the outside. Remember, as soon as it goes green, the track is green. Is Daugherty going to make it into the lead from his 4th place spot? You know, he knows that this track's still a little damp, and I think right there he said, yep, not quite going to be able to do it. Oh, in a big moment there, cars spinning everywhere. I think that was the 87 at Diffenbach, got caught out by it, and that was Frank Schwartz as well. And looks like some pretty good damage there to Diffenbach's car.
Yeah, bent rear axle on the 87. That's heartbreaking for one of the locals. But Schwartz got loose somehow.
Yeah.
Ended up kind of tank slapping back across the field. As you can still see, the rear grip on these cars very, very low. But if you go back and look in turn 1, David Daugherty pointed to say, I'm not going to take this. Slot in line. I'm going to get into second. He knew what he was doing with that, but he basically kind of gave Roman a little bit of a gap with trying to get slotted back in front of Kelleher and Salyer.
And I also think, I mean, he's got so much experience, Tomo, that he realized grip's not there to try and do this complete outside move, and so got himself back in line. And so it was pretty crazy here. Let's take another look at it and watch the inside of that blue car. Look for that point that Tomo was alluding to. He comes up there and goes, yep, it's not really going to play here. There it is.
And with a marked restart zone, everybody knows where the restart's going to happen for the most part, but we can't really see where Schwartz got sideways, but he was already tank slapped the other direction, and unfortunately Diffenbach had no indication anything was going wrong. He was just on the outside trying to work together with the cars behind. Very, very tight stuff, rubbing doors for a Fiesta and a Fit. That's the number 8 at least.
Working his way up the field, yeah, Luke Russell. And and that's the thing I love about this class is, you could be, dueling it out for 20, and it is absolutely fierce, intense racing that's going on as we hop on board with Peter Zeckert, and he is on that blue Honda Fit, the Cameron Performance car right now. And again, a lot of experience over the runoffs. Ooh, a little bang there as they're getting after it. This is his 29th runoff start, so that kind of experience, especially in these sort of little misty, damp conditions, is invaluable.
Yeah, Zeckert wins the game of chicken there, but they're going to lose touch with Brandon Lewis, who's in that Gulf liveried Ford Fiesta just ahead, and that's where we talk about the choices you make are critical in B-Spec. Do you want to go side by side down the roller coaster? Well, you're going to lose the car in front. For that, as the number 3 comes up behind to now bump draft, that's JB Swan. Give those Zeckert's Fit a little bit of a push.
Yep, just everywhere you go. I mean, you got to play that game here, don't you? That's the only thing you can do. Is you see the 12 of Steve Introne, who at the restart was back in, I think it was 22nd at his recovery. He's trying to work his way up to the front now, but a long way to go through a very big field here, as now he's coming up and trying to work his way through on Clayton Condrey, the number 38 there of the North State Synthetics B&D Automotive machine here. And there's Schwartz now trying to recover as he makes the turn in here as these guys continue to go at it. It's Roman, Daugherty, and Kelleher right now in the medal positions. And you can see that Roman and Daugherty, they have eked away. It's not a lot, but in this class, anything is huge.
So rewinding to qualifying, Salyer pushed Kelleher the entire week, but Salyer ended up with the pole just a little bit quicker in the Mazda 2. Daugherty is going to be savvy enough to know if he just kind of helps Roman get away, they're going to make it a 2-horse race, and then it's mano-y-mano. The hard part, though, is that Mini Coupe of Roman in the lead is very difficult to draft. And you can see the Fiesta does not seem very strong through Oak Tree. It comes alive on the straightaway.
Yeah, and it was interesting, too, to watch, Daugherty's line there. He was a much tighter turn-in, and then sort of diamonded the corner just a little bit. But boy, look at it. He just drove away from Keller and Salyer there, and now catches a minimal little draft, but just pulls up alongside, and he's going to lead Roman And Roman now fights back and has position. And Roman was just not going to let that happen. And Roman, little slide there and hangs on to it.
Wow, yeah, he really wants to be in the front of this race. Daugherty doesn't seem to want it too bad. He's willing to take it. He clearly pulled out, but then backed her down and let Roman get through there. Also, Trenton Kramer in the background. If these guys shuffle enough, he's going to get brought into this, up from 10th into 5th, out of the same camp as Frank Schwartz.
And you can see that Daugherty went for it, but he did not really fight at all. And it was pretty clear that Daugherty's pretty confident with the straight line speed of that car. Here he just sort of feints over to dissuade the number 14 of Kelleher from trying anything. And Roman using a big wide arc through turn 1 here and actually finds himself with a couple of car lengths here as they start to set up for turn number 3 here. And just a great fight through this corner. And Daugherty happened to be our Hawk Performance Breakthrough winner. And that is anybody, it's awarded on Wednesday, and the first day of qualifying is Tuesday. And anybody who makes the biggest gain from Tuesday times to Wednesday times gets that Hawk Performance Breakthrough winner. And it's a nice contingency, some funds, and some product from the folks at Hawk Break. And that went to Daugherty. All right, here we go. Love watching these cars up through these climbing S's. They're the speed. Look at Daugherty showing the nose, trying to get into Roman's mirrors and then maybe into his head. And Roman at this point having absolutely none of it. Here's that treacherous turn 10. And you've got to get all the way to that exit curb. And one of the reasons these 4 are up where they are right now is they use. But watch this. Let's see if Daugherty does that earlier. Little bit tighter, doesn't he? Which to me means he doesn't roll maybe quite as much exit speed.
Yeah, I'm trying to get into the head of these drivers. I can tell Roman wants to be in front. Daugherty seems to be kind of stalling. He just doesn't seem to be maximizing the full potential of that car just yet. And we see him adding distance to the S's. We see him shortening the distance in Oak Tree, the places where you'd usually make different choices than Daugherty is doing. I think, again, that driver is, for lack of a better term, stalling in second place. Kelleher Sallier just seem to be pushing as best they can to cling on. As we take a look back a little further in the field, Seckert running 12th behind that should be Brandon Lewis's Ford Fiesta, who's going to pull alongside Chris Daugherty in the newer fit.
And then you can see the braking and heading down in to this roller coaster. Gives you an idea a little bit here, right there, that elevation drop, and you are falling off the face of the hill here, and this run down through the roller coaster. And we're going to get now, and look at that, driving through a couple of windshields. Here's that turn, and you've got to get that compression right and get that those tires loaded up to get max grip and be able to really flow through there. Another guy who's having a great race is Matt Wolf, started in the 19th spot, now up into the 8th as we go back to this battle. And I was going to ask you, were talking about David Daugherty maybe stalling a little bit. Is it right now he's purposely driving lines that maybe aren't the fastest because he doesn't want to show everything he's got yet?
That's all I can figure. I think he knows he doesn't necessarily need the lead just yet, but I can't figure out if he's trying to drop Kelleher and Sallier back by pushing them behind by driving a little bit slower than he could, or if he's just killing time there. But there's a look at Matt Wolf in the number 7. Had a pretty heavy off in qualifying, had to do a lot of repairs. You see that car with a different hood on it, et cetera, et cetera. And was able to make it back out. And overall, B-Spec had a pretty disjointed week of qualifying with an incident in every session throughout the week. So Matt Wolf, one of those incidents, of course, is now another impact into the outside of turn 3.
That's the 0-5, I think. That is Steve Strickland, and I didn't catch the number of the other car there. But that was a pretty significant hit. And while we were watching that, Daugherty has gone to the lead. And boy, this could be precipitous and fortuitous timing for him to have grabbed the lead. If we get a caution again, that is going to be absolutely huge for Daugherty. And a couple more cars off and in the damp, misty grass here. It looks like maybe the 79 of Brandon Lewis there in that sort of Gulf livery, old Wire Automotive colors car. And we were watching too, behind Trenton Kramer, we saw Stuart Black on this last lap that we just started thinking about a move into left hook on Chris Taylor with Matt Wolf watching here. And good news to see that Steve Strickland able to get that car moved on his own. And you can see the dejection there for Brandon Lewis in that Proton Group Maximum Attack Ford Fiesta. And we go back to some of this battling. And here's that battle I was talking about. Chris Taylor managing to keep Stuart Black behind him here.
Look at that, the Sonic just jacked the rear tire on turn in. It's very soft up front. But yeah, the other car involved with that turn 3 incident was the 51, the Nissan Versa of Rich Osborne. But great to see that those cars can seemingly pull out of harm's way. And then it also looked like the 79 with a mechanical issue, just kind of pulling off far right in the S's. I don't know how else he would have ended up there.
Let's see what happens here. There's the first off, and it looked like he did it all on his own. And got up there, and we were able to see him. You can see the 51 you were talking about of Osborne drive off, and it looked like the 05, even if he couldn't continue, he could at least back it into somewhere safe. So maybe we get to continue this one. And I'm sure Daugherty would like to win it under green, but boy, did he find the right time to make a move. And at this stage now, he's looking like he's fairly comfortable up front, but Roman's certainly not letting him get away.
Fastest car the previous lap was Trenton Kramer from 5th, but David Daugherty just reset the fast lap of the race from the lead. But I'll remind you, Rich Roman said that car's a draft monster. If I have anybody in front of me, I can stay with them.
Yeah, like I said, it's such a little profile there. You know, it's tough to get a toe off it, but it's going to be able to tow beautifully. But I'm really interested here in this guy, Trenton Kramer, seeing what kind of deficit he can make up at this stage with, what, 15, almost 16 minutes to go. He's certainly putting in some solid laps here, but they're going to have to see whether it's enough to actually make this a 5-car battle for the lead.
No, this driver did comp school this year. It's only his 8th race weekend or 9th race weekend. And it's newer to, Trenton is newer to on-track competition, but I was talking to him over this week, and he basically said, I got this travel job, and I didn't know what to do with my time. I was getting paid pretty well, so I went to the kart track. I would kart, and I would kart, and I would kart dozens of times a week. I get my seat time, a sim racer, and then, again, comp school this year with Frank Schwartz. Kind of helps him out with the cars, and he's here running top 5 at the runoffs. It's a pretty good performance.
That's amazing. Yeah, certainly a rookie here, and qualified 10th and has worked his way up into 5th and had to get through some pretty significant carnage to do it. So obviously he's got some pretty good track awareness here. And now Daugherty down that straight opens up a little margin, but look how much ground Roman makes up. And that's not just brake accordion stuff. That was actually going in really deep.
Yeah, he kind of missed the apex a bit. He's going to pay the consequences of going down the hill. That's where those B-Spec cars, they don't recover exactly how you'd want them to. Roman is kind of clinging on to Daugherty for dear life, but that Fiesta looks to have the straight line handling of this pack.
Yeah, as our friend Dorsey Schrader used to say, that thing's handling real well on the straights right now. And, that's what you want, especially when you've got this long, long run to the checkered flag out of Hogpen. Having a car that's got pace to outrun them if you're in the lead and maybe be able to make that pass move if you're not. And Roman looking outside, looking inside. That car looks really, really good here in the twisty bits and trying to do something here. And, Daugherty is so savvy, Tomo. He just doesn't leave many openings.
Yeah, a common theme here at VIR, if you have the straight line speed, you're very, very difficult to beat. We've seen that many classes so far this runoffs. So Roman's in a very difficult position where he is the faster car anytime they're turning the steering wheel, except for this dig off of the snake. Daugherty is definitely with the upper hand here as they continue to run just nose to tail 4 in a row.
And here's the number 8. That is Luke Russell. We've seen him out there and in the wars a few times here, currently running in the 13th spot. And he is our Sunoco 260 Tuesday winner. And it's another fun sort of promotion for Sunoco and its 260 fuel. On Tuesday, whichever driver in Tuesday qualifying in each class, after the dot in their time, if it was the closest to 260, you got a nice little contingency package and some fuel from Sunoco, and that went to the number 8 of Luke Russell. And hear those spinning them up here as they jump on the throttle trying to get out of there. And now we go back to this battle. Chris Taylor is finally, for him, been able to open up just a little bit of breathing room back to Stuart Black.
In the 46, we're taking a look at that throwback. That's Days of Thunder, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Sure looked like it.
And Chris runs a bunch of cars out of Texas. He's just one of the prep shop guys that a lot of drivers go to. Happy to see that he's out competing for himself. And B-Spec has had a spec tire, actually, for the last couple of years. Hankook supplying that spec tire. This is the last year for that. The contract is up, and all the drivers have really enjoyed the tire. So they're a little sad to see it go, but they're also happy that Goodyear's been announced as the new spec tire for B-Spec.
Okay.
just kind of wanted to do a little shout out, thanks to Hankook for supplying what has been a very accepted and very compelling Spec tire.
Oh yeah, it's been racy, and that's been really fun. I was about to say when you mentioned the Days of Thunder livery that go fast. You've got special tires. You can do it, but it's a Spec class. They're all on the same tire, so we can't play that.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to commit career suicide here and say I haven't seen Days of Thunder, so I appreciate the insight.
Oh yeah, no problem. Look at that little bit of communication from Peter Zeckert. Trying to figure out a way. And the guy who's come up behind him, remember I said at the restart after that caution was 22nd, is the number 12 of your defending champion. And look at this. Roman, beautiful run to the inside. Let's see if he's able to make it work. Daugherty is going to square up and thought about going straight line. Still thinking about it, but really couldn't get it done. And that may have been almost more of a defense on Kelleher trying to do something. But Introne, what a move by Roman through those S's, Tomo.
Yeah, and Kelleher and Salyer made a bid for that second place, and I think it's still enough. They're still in contact with Roman, but it was almost disaster for the three starting racing for the wrong position. They're not ready to race for second. They want to race for first, as we do still have 11 minutes on the clock. It's going to be right up against the time limit, but we may still get all of the laps.
Absolutely, this would be really exceptional. And once they've now got the line in. The sun has been able to work on this track a little bit. It's drying up. Boy, I'll tell you, right through there, it didn't look like Kelleher carried as much speed as he should have down through turn 10. And we have a new driver in the 6th spot, Stuart Black. After Taylor had opened up that little margin, Stuart Black has found a way through and now jumps up into 6th. That puts Taylor into 7th. Taylor under attack from Matt Wolf. Behind Wolf is the 10 of Chris Daugherty, and behind him is Peter Zeckert. Behind them, the defending champ Introne. So this is a great little battle about to become a 6-car scrap here for that 6th spot.
Yeah, this is awesome. I love these little packs where they don't necessarily have the plan. They're just drivers that ended up having to race together, and that's my favorite part. Yeah. But I think if we have a couple of laps left, Steve Introne may be able to glom onto this pack here and race his way all the way back to 6th. That would be okay. Not where he wanted to be. But Stuart Black, again, leading Chris Taylor, made that move. And Matt Wolf with a great redemption drive in the number 7 in the middle of that pack. Another driver with a great redemption drive, Chris Daugherty in the blue Fit, had a really scary incident, ended up actually rolling over in qualifying, wrote off the car that he was intending to compete in, got this backup Fit, and he's having a pretty good drive right now.
Yeah, he's doing a really, really nice job out there. Man, is it fun to watch Stuart Black in that red Chevy Sonic turning into the roller coaster and that inside unloaded rear tire. Oftentimes they're off the ground a little bit. That's got to be a foot in the air when he cranks it in there. He softened that setup pretty good, thinking that this morning might be a little dewy and damp, and it's paying off for him.
Reminds me of the old showroom stock C days with the neons. As a kid, I'd watch, and they're all
exactly
barely on 2 wheels or 3 wheels.
Oh, look at this, side by side. And that was interesting there as watching that outside move, and he might make it work here, but he was so close to having that car just sort of ease him off the track. And 46 Chris Taylor stayed with it, and Stuart Black gave him just enough room. But look at Matt Wolf now diving down the inside into left hook, and just not going to be enough, and had to back out of it. And that might actually give Stuart Black and that red number 40 that little bit of a gap here, and that's exactly how it played out.
Yeah, Chris Daugherty is going to give him a good shove from behind as Wolf goes. Knifes under in turn 3, but it doesn't end up paying off. Still Roman at the point. Daugherty not going by on the front straight up at the front, so we're going to continue watching this 6th place battle that's burning hot here.
And it is that, and now with Chris Taylor back out front, then the 40 of Stuart Black, Wolf, Daugherty, and there's Zeckert. And look at that, all of that little bit of exchanging has indeed brought Introne right to this. So we now have a 6-car train here going for that 6th spot. And the problem is, in front of the 6th spot, it's 10 seconds up the road to Trenton Kramer. So these guys, this is just, right now, they're in their own personal little race. And they're going to absolutely race incredibly hard here. It doesn't matter at this stage. You just want to get to the front of this train.
And Steve Introne latching onto the back is properly a 6-car train. Matt Wolf dropping back with that attack in turns 3 and 4 has finally recovered from it, and it's now putting the pressure, literally putting pressure on the back bumper of Stuart Black, pushes him by, and they both are going to go through on Chris Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Stuart Black just made that really aggressive move, and somehow Matt Wolf sensed that was going to be the opportunity, and just immediately juked out behind him, and down through the roller coaster we go. And look at the pivot. Oh, little flat slide there for the 40 of Stuart Black. We'll see if that hurt his momentum onto this front straight. And keep an eye here on Matt Wolf. If there was that little slide, Wolf might be able to try and do something here. And it's kind of interesting at this stage. Do you go outside? Do you stay inside? And Wolf decides I'm gonna graze his bumper and then pop to the outside.
Oh, and he's deep on the brakes.
Oh,
This
look at
reminds
Intron
me-
in the back too. Didn't get that done. Sorry, Tomo.
No, you're good. This reminds me of the strategy that Roman, Decker off on the outside, gonna go for a bit of a ride. To do, should be okay eventually. Wait for the front end to hook up. This reminds me, the strategy between, that was Wolf and Black, reminds me exactly what Roman and Intron did last year. They would break out, go side by side through turn 1, and then slot back in. This thing is still going strong, though, as Taylor is slotting in front of Daughtery. Intron is now on the back of Daughtery in the blue Fit and the red Mini.
We'll see how that's going to play out here. Intron, obviously, great speed, winning last year in the wet conditions, but was fast here in qualifying. Oh, but in the 86 of Anthony Ruddy, the ALM Racing Progressive Auto Works Sonic has had an off. I couldn't spot really quickly where that was, so not sure if it's a danger zone or not.
Yeah, thought it was the outside of 3, and that's an awkward spin.
Yeah,
but,
it was.
I think what's going on in turn 3 is the entry is in the shade, and the track is colder on entry. Then all of a sudden you have it in the sun, and
That makes sense,
I think that
yeah.
shade is catching drivers off.
That's a great point. Look at Intron now up inside Chris Daughtery, and that's one spot picked off. And now it's a matter of, does he still get the exit speed, or does Daughtery get a little bit better roll and come out of there? And look like Daughtery really got a great exit there. We'll see how this plays out. And maybe those two right now will just say, well, let's see what we can do and get around on Chris Taylor if they get an opportunity to double that draft up as they climb this hill. And in these cars, that climb is pretty significant in terms of the toll it takes, in terms of speed here. And oh, look at this Intron showing the nose. He's not close enough, but just trying to look at any opportunities here.
I'll never forget driving one of these at Laguna Seca and losing RPM up to the corkscrew. It was just a unique experience in these cars on track, no matter what track it is. But 2 laps remaining. We're actually working lap 14 already for the lead pack as Roman resets the fast lap of the race from the front. And the risk here is if we do have one of those spins, we saw everybody's kind of gotten away with it so far, but that full course could come out if somebody has an issue. If David Daughtery is stalling or somebody has something that they're not showing yet, it could come up shorter than they think.
Yeah, and I would think we've seen incidents. Unfortunately, most of them have happened where cars were able to back themselves out of trouble or the like. But it's always risky to play that waiting game, because if there's a caution near the end of a race, it's problematic. But right now, Roman looks like he just has some outright pace. He's driving away from Daughtery a little bit.
Yeah, and Daughtery kind of told me, like, I think this car can win on its own. Roman also said, I think this car's just got pace. These two are kind of finally showing their cards, pulling away, setting their fastest laps of the race last time through. And it looks like Daughtery is still going to give a little bit of a push to Roman. Seems to be waiting for his moment. And it's going to be coming soon because we only have a lap and a half left.
Absolutely. I mean, they've been able to gap now, Kelleher and Sawyer, and it's turning into a mano-a-mano battle here unless one of these guys up front makes a little mistake. And look at that, Daughtery now is opening the angle through that corner. So I think you were exactly right. He just wasn't showing his cards.
Yeah, and we haven't seen a Ford Fiesta on the top steps since Sonoma. Whoa, big punt from the back. Chris Taylor on the back of Stuart Black into South Bend. That's not really a braking zone, so maybe got surprised, but that's going to bring Intron into the fray here.
Oh, and Chris Daughtery thinking about it. He dives to the inside. He's got position, but it's going to slow them both up coming out of the corner. Actually, it looked that Intron actually was able to, he had better roll speed through there, but Daughtery's car pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised at what just happened there. I was expecting Daughtery to have no drive off the corner, but Intron seemed to be potentially in the wrong gear. It's just the car didn't go anywhere on the exit of that corner. Should have been able to carry the momentum.
All right, here we go. Coming up to the white flag, and Kelleher and Sawyer have been able to close back in just a little bit. And Daughtery comes out of this last turn to get that white flag with, again, a bit of a deficit after being all over the back of Roman. But the white flag comes out, 1 lap to go, in the run for the gold here in B-Spec. Daugherty pops to the outside, down into turn 1. Is he going to try and round him up, or is he going to tuck right back in? And he opts to tuck right back in behind Roman here. Roman running that long arc, knowing that that corner, the radius increases as soon as you get past turn-in point, and just roll some nice speed through there.
I don't know what's going to play out on the back straight. We've seen and speculated Daugherty kind of stalling. We've seen Roman just have a lot of pace in that mini. I don't know who's got more. I don't know who feels more in control of this race. This is going to be very, very interesting in about 45 seconds down that back straightaway.
And interesting here, look at this battle as Matt Wolf has gone around on Stuart Black, and now Black trying to fight through, has got position on the inside through turn 3. Should have position. Oh, and look at this again, Matt Wolf, big dive to the apex and just wasn't quite there. You can see him dynamite the brakes, and how he actually got through that without losing some speed to Stuart Black is beyond me, because I thought he was just parking there.
Yeah, the two with a pretty long gear ratio. It's going to be okay off the snake there, and I have to say Matt Wolf has got to be one of the drivers in for the Sunoco Hard Charger, up from outside of the top 20 into this battle for 7th.
Yeah, no question there. Look at Kelleher, a little shallow turn in, but behind him it's actually Salyer that runs wide. And here we go, the snake, as they call it, trying to lose the draft. And Roman got out of turn number 12, the Oak Tree turn, really, really well. And Daugherty, we know he's got straight line speed, but does he have enough to make up that gap, Tomo?
Man, I tell you, Roman did everything he could. That was the furthest up he's been. It still is going to evaporate by the time they get to the roller coaster. And Daugherty's going to knife to the outside.
And is he this time going to stay there? No, he can't. Roman comes across, misses that apex a little bit, skates again. Daugherty right there, but Daugherty has to be all over the back of him to be able to do anything to the line. The top 4 cars covered by the blanket, the proverbial blanket here. Daugherty misses the apex, gets wide, and gets tapped by Kelleher. Roman has got the gift and scoots away. Now Daugherty trying everything he can as Roman trying to not give him anything to draft off of. Daugherty still coming after it, but it's Roman with the gold. Daugherty with 2nd, Kelleher with 3rd, and Riley Salyer with 4th. And the top 4 across the line covered by 1.2 seconds. Here we go for that 6th spot behind Trent Kramer. Matt Wolf has done just enough. He's coming to the line. Is Wolf going to be able to hang on, as it is now Chris Taylor has gone through on Black as well, and to the line, a fist pump for Matt Wolf, as you pointed out, coming from 19th on the grid to 6th. An absolutely superb run for Wolf and everybody behind him. That was just an incredibly entertaining battle, but Wolf, Taylor, Black, Intron, Chris Daugherty as well. And here comes the rest of the field, and another great run too by Joe Lendrum, as he, as I said, back in the order and moved up smartly as well. Pretty good recovery drive by Intron after being back as far as 22nd up to 9th. But the Sunoco Hard Charger Award is where you start, not where you end up after an incident of some sort. And so I think you're right. I think Wolf might be looking at that award. But everybody loving this drive, but nobody quite as much as this guy.
Yeah, props to Rich Roman. Last year, I would argue, kind of took his teammate, was instrumental, if not required, to bring Steve Intron to the win last year, taking it for himself this year and just driving it absolutely to perfection. He did everything he needed to race that car to the front, and it was guaranteed right at the very end. When you saw at the very low point in that compression at Oak Tree, the Fiesta just kind of flopped over right down to a flat push, and he got a little bit of help from behind. Connor Kelleher loosened him up, and Roman drives off to the win.
Yeah, but he didn't put a wheel wrong in that race, as you said. Was patient, did what he had to do, and I'll tell you what, all the spectators here absolutely loving watching this race, and these guys deserved it for sure. David Daugherty, again, to give you something here, that's going to be his 18th runoff medal in total, so just a great drive. Trenton Kramer, he did that whole race by himself and continued to throw down pretty decent laps and had a nice margin, some 10 seconds back to that great battle with Wolf. But for this guy, Richard Roman, absolutely superb run. A guy out of Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C. region, in that RP Performance and VCF Mini Coupe, as they call it, Mini Cooper Coupe. And there you see it, the unofficial results. And again, that look at the margin for those top 4 officially at the line. A second after 15 laps of racing, Tomo.
So close, and that's what a draft will do. You see 14 seconds all the way back to Kramer, kind of stuck in no man's land. Matt Wolff racing up to the 6th position with that epic battle between Taylor, Black, Introne, and Daugherty.
Yeah, just and again, a great drive by Chris Daugherty as well, 17th to 10th. Lots of great charges through the field here, to be sure. None, I think, better than Matt Wolff, so we'll see what happens here. But your gold medalist, Richard Roman, comes down and parks in the Victory Circle interview staging area. And you can see one of the great SCCA members down there going to be draping that beautiful gold medal around this guy's neck. And he earned it. In these cars, you know, picture perfect is how you drive the fastest race. And he was absolutely stellar. And Hayward, man, this guy deserved this one, and he nailed it.
Absolutely, guys. Richard climbing out of the car, a big grin on the face. The medal goes on, the hat. The guys in the booth were just talking about, they said last year you were essential for Steve's championship. This year you did it all by yourself.
No, this guy here, right here, he helped me out a lot. He helped me out a lot. Thank you, Daugherty. Yeah, when we lost Steve right away, I was like, oh man, this is just a one-man show, and I knew I was going to be in trouble. And but it was a fight. I knew the other 2 guys were going to be an issue, but we were able to keep them back.
Last lap of the race, coming out of Oak Tree. You nailed Oak Tree. You were perfect in Oak Tree. Coming to the top of a roller coaster, everybody in the media room took a big, deep breath because it looked like you'd gone too deep. Did you think you'd gone too deep? Did you know you could hold on to it?
No, I knew I knew I could hold on to it, but I had to go deep. That was the only weakness of this car here. He couldn't go as deep as I actually almost hit him in one when I got back in front of him, but he kind of dodged out of the way for that. So, yeah, that wasn't the way I normally race. Woo! Oh, man. Way to win, man. Thank you, buddy. Good job. Thank you. Hey, I got to thank a lot of people here. Get over here. Come here. My #1 supporter right here. She keeps me pumped up all the time.
Couldn't happen to a better guy. To both of them. Congratulations.
I got to thank RP Performance, Performance Auto Works, all the friends back home. Big shout out to Alex Ratcliffe. He's the reason why I'm here. He's the guy that everyone can now go yell at. Ryan Moran, it's his engine in the car. I lost an engine just before we came down here. I mean, there's a lot of other. Brian Hornkel, who kind of got me involved in SCCA in the first place. I know he's watching in Arizona. And mom, dad, the kids at home, they got games. Pulled it off. I'm forgetting something. Mini USA, G-Lock brakes. Thank you. And get Rob, my best friend from 5th grade, is here with his wife, my crew chief. He's in training, but I'm glad he's here. You know, it's great to have help. There's so many other, Chip Herr, Shane, they were on the radio with me. They kept me, going and telling me what was going on out there on the track.
Well, best I can tell, the only disadvantage to the coupe is you're going to have to be pretty choosy about who you take on this victory lap. You can't pack quite as many in, but good.
We're going to have to sit on their lap. Yeah,
get it as full as you can and enjoy this one.
Thank you. We're going to pack it up. Thank you very much.
Well, I'll tell you what. 1, you can see the enthusiasm. 2, you can hear the emotion. This means a lot. And for, particularly a class that for a while was kind of on the wane, and it has come back with a vengeance. And what you saw there, too, with Daugherty coming up and these other guys, this is a community here in B-Spec. They are all loving what they're doing and loving doing it together. And, Hayward, you've got the rest of our podium standing by.
I sure do, David. Not a national championship this year, but like a couple of years ago, it seems like you're just as satisfied with the silver as you would have been with the gold.
I am. The stories that this event makes are amazing. And for Rich to win, I congratulate him, his team. Steve Introne for, we touched on the first lap. He went off. I apologize to him. Just was a racing deal. And I knew Rich was strong. I knew I was strong. I didn't think I could lead. I'm just a little weak through the short stuff. But the car was great. I want to thank the guys from G-Lock Brakes, Danny and Chris, right off the bat, because I forgot them before. So anyway, back to you.
Congratulations on the silver. You look very satisfied with this.
Thank you. I'm thrilled.
While we're here, we're going to go ahead and grab Connor, our third place finisher. Connor, it looked like you and Riley were trying to team up. We're trying to run these guys down, and just wouldn't come back to you?
Yeah, we had a plan all week just to try and stay together. That's the only way we can hang with these cars. So didn't come through today. I wish Riley was going to be standing on the podium with me, but I'm glad he's right behind me. I can't thank him enough.
Talk just real quick about what this race was like. If you guys had that 4-car pack, was this a fun race? Was this a frustrating race? Were you beating on the steering wheel all the time? How did it feel?
Towards the middle, it was pretty fun. Early on, it was really slick, just trying to keep the car under myself. But it was pretty fun through the middle, and the last couple of laps were pretty scary.
Well, congratulations on the bronze here at the Runoffs.
Thank you.
And you heard it, pretty scary. And that's what we're talking about. These cars may not be the fastest in a straight line, but in many ways, they're some of the most challenging and fun to drive for that very reason, because you got to let it fly through the corners here. And we saw a lot of that here. Here's the original start, and you can see Daugherty right there gets up kind of underneath everybody. And I'm trying to see where that touch might have been. There you can see the number 12, last year's champion. Oh, right there. Daugherty just floated out a little bit and just nabbed him. And then a big moment here, and we think right there, it looks like maybe he, a bunch of grass on the track, and there was some steam coming out of the top.
Yeah, and the next lap through, things got even more exciting as a slight off for a car further back in the pack, but things were really, really tight. A big wiggle for Kelleher, and then this is where Clay ends up off and into the wall.
And a fair amount of speed, but was able to get out of the car. And on the restart, you can see David Daugherty right there. Thought about going around on Roman, and then said, that's not going to work, and if I do that, everybody's going to lose track position. But then one of our front runners, Schwartz, having it off and taking somebody else with him, and then this 4-car battle started up.
And Roman just did it. He picked his risks and he picked his time to attack beautifully. This was that big push and wiggle from Daugherty that guaranteed the win for Roman, and he's able to hold on to second, Kelleher third.
Yeah, Daugherty just a little wide, missed the apex down there, and when he had to check up, got tapped by Kelleher. And that's how that one unfolded. And once again for Richard Roman, remember he started in 4th too. He did a great job to get to the front in only his second runoff start. He is a champion and has won the Run to the Gold here in B-Spec. So congratulations to Richard Roman, Daugherty and Kelleher on the podium, but everybody in this B-Spec class. It is such fun racing, such fun to watch wherever you look in these large fields. It is a great show and always fun to be able to call it here for all of you watching at the SCCA Runoffs. For, again, Tom O'Gorman and for Hayward Wagner down in the pits, I'm Greg Creamer. Thanks for tuning in for the Run to the Gold in B-Spec here as we kick off the third and final of our Hagerty Race Days at the 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
This weekend, Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combined to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes will do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs, the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth, for the historic 60th annual SCCA Runoffs. Welcome, everybody, to an absolutely glorious morning here at the beautiful Virginia International Raceway as we are in our third and final Hagerty Race Day for the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Today, it is the Run for the Gold in Formula 600. Hi, everybody. I'm Greg Creamer, and I'm joined by Larry McLeod. And we are joined down in the pit lane by Hayward Wagner. And Hayward, this track and these cars always makes for something interesting. I like to call these Formula 600 cars the pocket rockets. They are small cars, but they are wickedly fast. And Hayward, they are always immensely entertaining.
Absolutely, Greg. We've got 9 of them on the grid this year. Even mix more or less between the cars that have the bike motor, the 600cc bike motor and a 6-speed transmission. Those cars are going to make a really familiar sound for people that know what bikes sound like and whatnot. The other cars have the more historic power plant, the snowmobile engines, belt-driven, centrifugal clutch. They tend to hold a solid RPM, staying right in that power band the whole time. You'll notice that this year, every car on the grid has the big wide nose on it. A couple of years ago, it was a mix of cars that ran the point nose. Now everybody's running the more aero package nose. Here's your stat of the class. You ready, guys? There are 9 cars in this class. The minimum weights are 900 for the bike motor and 875 for the snowmobile motor. That means that there is 8,000 pounds of car in this race, which is slightly less than the average weight of the trucks that got them here.
That's a really good point. When you think about the weight of these cars, that number would make up maybe 3 or 4 of our tin top cars. And these guys it's such a show because you drive these cars a bit differently than you do a regular car for a variety of reasons, especially the cars with that centrifugal clutch in it. And it makes it interesting. So, Larry, let's take a look here at our Mazda track map. And you've got a lot of experience in karting and cars similar to this. How are they going to have to deal with this long track?
Yeah, the cars handle very differently than a lot of things you'll see out here. And as they go down through turn 1, you're going to see them kind of tracking a little bit of a crab walk almost, because they got to get that little bit of slide through that horseshoe, coming around through NASCAR and then into turn 4. They may not be using as much curb as some of the other classes because the suspension they do have when it just doesn't move very much as they run through the snake and then down underneath the bridge through the climbing S's. They'll use a little curb there. They are going to be so fast around turn 10 South Bend, but they're going to have to woe this down, and it's a treacherous breaking point down into 11 and then ultimately 12 where they come off of Oak Tree. Down this back straight, approaching 140 miles an hour, about a half an inch off the ground, all the way up to the top of the roller coaster, turn 14. And again, they're going to try and avoid those curbs down the roller coaster and around Hog Pen, and then they'll be screaming down that front straight again, closing in on mid to 130 mile an hour. It is fast.
Really quick, and the other thing is they're very short wheelbase, obviously. So like through a turn 10, where you might want that little longer wheelbase here, when these cars let go, they just spin like tops. Yeah. And so they are on top of the wheel all the time in these cars because they are so quick.
And this morning, I tell you, there's a good heavy dew in the grass this morning. These cars do not want to see any sort of grass. No foliage for these guys. They want to stay on the tarmac because they will go a very, very, very long way if they put these things in the grass. It's going to be fascinating. It's still a little bit chilly out there this morning. You got tire temps are an issue. You're going to be seeing a lot of weaving, a lot of warming to get these things ready to go for that opening lap.
You just saw there Calvin Stewart, your pole sitter, doing some serious visualization inside that car, just trying to get into the rhythm early. And that really can help, get you in the zone even before you get out on the track, doesn't it?
Yeah, you definitely need to. You really got to have a good sense of where you want to go. You want to have a plan, and I think that's right now what Cal is doing. He's got his plan, visualizing the first couple of corners, probably thinking, how is the handling going to be the first time you turn the wheel at speed going into one, and how is that going to change over the course of a lap or 2 or 3 as heat really builds in these cars. A couple things to watch for. Hayward talked about the difference between the bike motor Suzuki 600s like Cal Stewart has versus the snowmobile power plant, this 593 HO motor that James Wida has, as well as a few others. And the difference is those two-stroke motors are going to take a little longer to come in sometimes because you got to get the heat right in the pipe to get that peak power. And that'll be what's interesting between them is can Wida, and as well as a few others like Keith Jocelyn, can they get off to that strong start with a cold motor up against Cal Stewart and Jason Martin, who are running in those bike motors?
One of the cool things, if you listen, obviously with the bike motors, it's exactly how you would expect the sound. If you haven't heard how they have to drive these two-stroke engines with the centrifugal clutch, you'll literally, as they're braking and getting into corners, you hear them blipping the throttle to keep that clutch spun up to the engagement point so that they can launch out of the corner with the same kind of acceleration as the bike motors, and it's a really fascinating thing to listen to.
It is. These bike motors are just absolute screamers down these long straightaways. And the two-strokes have a very unique sound, as Hayward talked about. It's got a very single-tone steady because of those clutches. It is a belt clutch system like a snowmobile would be, which means they also have really good torque coming off of some of the corners. And with the HO motors now, they finally have a lot of torque. That top end, though, Cal Stewart's Suzuki bike motor is such a screamer in a straight line, and he focuses on aero. That car is as slippery as anything in this field. Cal's got the trap speed. If he can get the run off the corners, he's going to be very tough to catch.
Yeah, it's going to be really crucial for somebody to get in front of him early here and maybe back him off coming out of these like Oak Tree in particular, onto that back straight. Let's take you through this field. 9 cars, and at the back of the field, and it's partly because he had an issue in qualifying, Jack Walbron making his 31st start in the runoffs out of St. Louis, Missouri, and St. Louis region in the Mitchell Racing Services Scorpion Suzuki, and he should be fun to watch coming through the back of the field here. Starting in the 8th spot, his 5th runoff start, the number 15 of Robert Gray out of Yorktown Heights, New York region in the GMR Corp and Mitchell Racing Services, Novacar Suzuki. Then starting in the 7th spot is the 86 of George Bugg, and he is out of Tony, Alabama in the TVR region, Tennessee Valley region. Another Mitchell Racing Services Novacar Suzuki. Starting in the 6th spot, 22nd runoff start for the 92 of Dave Lapham out of Commerce Township, Michigan, New York region, the Hoosier QRE Mitchell Racing Services Novacar. Starting in the 5th spot, 15th runoff start for the number 58 of Corey McLeod out of Charlotte, North Carolina, Central Carolina region in the Animal Health and Wellness of North Carolina. Red Devil, the lone Red Devil in the Aero Rotax powered car. Starting in the 4th spot, the number 55, 5th runoff start for Keith Jocelyn, you were talking about, Larry, out of Grand Island, New York, Western New York region in the ASI Signage Innovation Scorpion. That is one of the Rotax engines. Starting 3rd spot, the number 78, his 4th runoff start. Did not finish last year for Jason Martin after a good qualifying run. He's got unfinished business here. Jason Martin out of River Grove, Illinois, Chicago region in his Novacar Suzuki. Your front row outside, making his 15th runoff start. Last year's pole sitter, James Wida out of West Lafayette, Indiana region in the Wida Apartments Formula X1 Scorpion Rotax, and the pole we've talked about, his 13th runoff start, the 07 of Calvin Stewart out of Novi, Michigan, Detroit region in that Novacar J10 Suzuki. This is Calvin's 3rd Tire Rack Pole Award. He got the gold medal back in the 2015 race we had at Daytona, and in that one, you talked about trimmed out and everything up in the banking, and that's how he was able to put that one together. It's going to be interesting. I talk about guys that have some unfinished business. James Wida here was pole last year, right, and had a diffuser come loose in the wet and ended up with multiple spins out there. And so he wants a nice, clean run to show what he can really do. And as you can see, again, Calvin Stewart, a 3rd Tire Rack Pole Award.
Wida and Stewart both want to get this race in this sunshine because neither one of them enjoyed last year in that rain. They struggled. Stewart was on the wrong tire. You talked about Wida and his issues. These guys are saying this is what they want, a fair, straight-up fight. And I'm looking for Keith Jocelyn was very fast at at Watkins Glen this year at the Super Tour. For a moment, even had a track record. He didn't get the qualifying session he wanted. His engine builder has been back here this week working on him. Keep your eye out for Jocelyn in that 4th spot to maybe come to the front.
All right, we are queuing up here again, the run for the gold in Formula 600, and it is a 15-lapper. And here we go. Bringing him up is Calvin Stewart and James Weida on that front row, waiting for the green flag to fly. There is an acceleration zone. Once they get in there, that is when this race, and there it is, we're green. Stewart, what a leap he got, jumps into position, and a nice move. You talked about it, Jocelyn, from the outside. He may even be in a position, if he can ramp the outside here, to move up into that 2nd spot, and he's going to give it a go.
Yeah, not a great start for Weida in the 2nd spot. Look at 3 wide.
This is maybe the only class where they'll fit like that. And down we go. And Calvin Stewart is in the lead. And it is still the 78 of Jason Martin. Got a great start. And look at Calvin Stewart defending. He knew Martin got a run and has to move way over. And Martin going to try and ramp the outside here. He makes it work. He's into the lead. And we talked about it, Larry. Somebody needed to get in front of Calvin Stewart. Looks like there might be a little bit. No, it's not. I thought there was some damage in the back of Calvin's car. What a move by Jason Martin for 3rd.
Yeah, unbelievable. He's feeling comfortable on those cold tires. Cal Stewart's a little bit cautious, and maybe Cal knows he's got the better straight line speed, and he can do this. Now look at, though, again, I mentioned Jocelyn. He and Weida right there sitting in 3rd and 4th have the same builder, Mel Winnie, who works on both of these 2 cars. Both of them are going to have very equal power coming off of these corners, but they've got to watch out for the 2 bike motors, especially for Jason Martin, who just jumped out in front. Everybody said, I'm going to go right around the outside, entering the snake, and off he goes. Now watch the trap speed of Cal Stewart reel him in.
Yeah, it's watch this now and see what he's able to do. But I'll tell you what, Jason Martin got a nice run out of Oak Tree, and that might be a little bit too much ground for Calvin Stewart to be able to make up. You can see how much he closed up here, but it's not going to be enough. And here comes Weida, the number 22, down to the inside and makes the move, gets back around Keith Jocelyn and up into that 3rd spot. Jocelyn in 4th here, and down through the roller coaster we go. And again, a really solid run through the roller coaster by Jason Martin, and Weida all over the back of Calvin Stewart. Calvin, the little wide there down through that really crucial final hawk pin turn.
Yeah, really, Cal tentative this morning.
Yeah.
A little bit tentative through the opening couple of corners, and again, his first trip down the roller coaster, but look at the speed down that front straight as he just pulls away from Weida. And again, I'm waiting for Weida's motor to really come into its full song as this race gets going, but Cal knows it in the straight lines, his advantage. They also know this is going to be a long race. I think they all know that they're going to have a chance at this, and nobody really pushing much except for, of course, Jason Martin, who just said, I'm going to see how far out I can go before everybody else gets into their rhythm.
Yeah, Jason just ran a 2:05.4. Calvin Stewart, your pole sitter, at 2:06.8. That's almost a second quicker, and it's showing. And you watch Jason Martin, watching him break down into turn 1, that car was dancing. I mean, he is on the absolute edge. He wants to make a statement and get away here. And James Weida is right now Jason Martin's best friend because he is occupying Calvin Stewart. And Calvin is, you can see him looking in his mirrors constantly, and that's exactly what Jason Martin wants to have happen.
Yeah, 2 laps through turn 4 for Cal Stewart, both times super slow, and one time it cost him when Martin get around, the other time he's able to hold Weida behind him. But let's see if they get to the back straight. For Cal Stewart, though, in that opening lap, he was 142 miles an hour in the trap speed. No one else more than 136. 6 miles an hour is a massive difference in the straight line speed. Again, watch this to see if Cal gets up underneath. I don't know if he's got quite the run to catch up to Martin on this, but he's going to make up some pretty good ground as we get a good shot in the back there of Lapham and Corey McLeod.
And you can see Lapham back there in the 5th spot. Most everybody trying to stay as off the curbs as much as possible. And here comes Cal. Just not quite enough here. 143 miles per hour in that car. In these cars, that's just insanely fast. And he made up a lot of ground. But again, Jason Martin just dropping the hammer as soon as you get into the twisty bits where a little bit of downforce is going to help, and it's paying big dividends here. And here is Corey McLeod, Corey McLeod, and he is your Sunoco 260 Tuesday winner in that number 58. Fun promotion by Sunoco to promote their 260 racing fuel. In Tuesday's qualifying in each class, the driver whose time in qualifying after the dot was closest to 260 gets a nice bundle of fuel from the folks at at Sunoco. And again, you see Calvin make up a lot of ground down that straight, and then the minute they get into the braking area and now into the twisty bits, Jason Martin eases away. This time, no, not as much. So maybe Cal had you started with a little lower tire pressure, and it's just taking him a little time to get those tires to come in.
That's a great point. Yeah, he easily could be playing the long game with the car setup, knowing I need a car that's under me in lap 14 and 15. He's willing to give up some at the start with that tire pressure. Jason, on the other hand, may have gone more aggressive with it. We'll see if that plays out. And I'm still waiting for Wida to make his statement here. We saw this a couple years ago at Road America in 2020. I think he might have started on pole that week, and he faded way back at the end of the race. If that race that year was one more lap, he might have won that thing, because about halfway through, he just kicked it into a different gear, pun intended, because he has no different gears in that car. But he may be doing the same thing here, just biding his time. He knows he's only just about a second or so behind Jason. He might just be waiting for that and for Cal.
Ooh.
Yep.
Just going to say, Jason Martin there, a little bit too much speed maybe, and got up on that curbing and slowed up his run out of Oak Tree. And now Calvin very, very close. And with that top end, at this point, right about here, we should see him pop. He's going to go for it. Is he going to be able to outbrake Jason Martin? He's clear of Martin. Martin not going easily. Martin trying to out-deep him. He's got position side by side down through the roller coaster, still side by side. And now Martin giving Calvin Stewart just enough room, but Calvin not going to be able to make that pass, and that has brought Wida right into this. And again, Jason Martin down through Hogpen has enough of a move here to get going, but let's take a look at this right now. This is how close it is, and it might be this close down into turn one at this stage here, Larry.
Watch that lockup on that right front for Jason, and I think he knew. Well, here you go. Now the pass is going to be back to Cal down the front straight.
So Cal into the lead, and you can see Jason now, he likes a lot later turn in here and then be able to really roll speed. Back end snaps out. A great save by Jason Martin. And now this is going to be the game of chess begins.
Well, I was telling you, these cars have to be driven a little bit of slip angle. They are a solid
Look at
axle.
Martin.
Wow.
He got a great run, Larry, through three, dives into left hook, and then got it woe down. And look at Wida. There was a touch between he and Calvin.
Wow, Wida thought maybe there was going to be an opportunity for him, as Martin, I think, knows he's got the best handling car in the front three right now, and he's using that through all of the twisty bits. A little bit of slide in one, no problem. Goes through three, gets underneath Cal, knows he's going to be able to brake later and turn in later. Awesome stuff, and he knows he's going to be under pressure in a minute when they get to the back straight again, which means you're going to be seeing Jocelyn and Wida closing back up again, because look at that, with all this fighting, Keith Jocelyn has closed right in on the front three.
I'll tell you what, they're driving like there's 2 laps left, not 12. This has been spectacular here, and it's just fascinating to watch these guys. And this time, Calvin a lot closer, and again, Martin gets that snap out, and he may not even lift, but it does scrub just a little bit of speed.
Yeah.
And you can't let Calvin get any opportunity like that.
That might be a great opportunity for Calvin, because the last time by, he couldn't quite make the full pass, but that exit for Jason, a little bit rough. Cal, we know, has got the trap speed. Let's see if Jason tries to outbrake him or just concedes this time around. Looks like he's just going to concede, but pressure.
Yeah, and Calvin just had too much speed. Jason, look, and I thought he was going off track, and he just squared up down into the roller coaster, position on the outside. If he can stay here, he's got the inside again, but Calvin a little bit too much roll speed, and now Martin squares it up again, just trying to do anything he can, because he does not want to let Calvin build up a big enough lead where he can't get to him in the corners here. And look at Calvin just ease away.
Wow.
Every 100 feet or so, he gains about a car length here. But under braking, here comes Martin again.
Yeah, make a note of that when we get down to the last lap. If it's these kind of positions, how fast Calvin is in a straight line coming up a hog pen.
And look at Martin square up underneath him. He just has such great grip and roll speed. Calvin has position here, but watch Martin here. He's going to square up underneath, drop the hammer. Calvin's going to try and come over. Martin having none of it. There was barely room for a car to go through, and Martin took it. And these cars dicing, moving, slashing. Wida there. And right now, I think Keith Jocelyn is watching this going, I can't believe what I'm seeing in front of me right now.
He's loving it, because he's right in the mix as these guys keep fighting. And Jason Martin is so aggressive this morning. It is incredible. He's pressuring Cal. Cal historically has had the fast straight straight line speed. He's had the fast lap time. Sometimes they say he makes a mistake here and there. Cal doing a great job of knowing his strengths right now is the straightaways. And if Jason goes underneath him, he's giving him enough room, letting him have this moment. But then he knows he's got the back straight, and he knows as long as he's close coming down Hog Pen, he's got a shot to win at the stripe. So watch Cal. Be maybe a little bit of patient here. Let Jason be aggressive, but now look at Weeda.
Weeda is in Calvin's draft, but again, watch Calvin pull away. But everything that happened there, I don't know that this time Calvin's going to be close enough to do anything. At least he's going to try it. He'll show the nose, and maybe this time he said, yep, just not close enough. He's thinking about it. He goes for it, but wow, what a move by Calvin. But watch, this is where Martin squared up, and he does it again. Right up the outside, trying to round the corner. This time, gets it done even sooner, and that's going to give him a better line here down through Hog Pen. Ooh, a little bit of a slide there, but again, Martin on the hammer. But here comes Calvin, and Martin all over the track trying to not give opportunity, and Calvin is through. And again, Weeda is watching this unfold. And again, watch Calvin. He tends to turn in a little early here into one, and Martin dancing on the brakes, uses that more wide line, Larry, and see if he can dive down underneath again, and he does. But Calvin, good roll speed this time, and it looks like he's got position again.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Jason Martin is so confident in that car right now. He's moving in every single time Calvin hits the brakes. He knows he's got him, whether it's going to start a roller coaster, he's taking a wide entry so he can get that just awesome shot down the roller coaster. And every time they go in through 3, he's ducking inside before they get to 4. Jason is so confident under braking and turn in right now.
Just doing an incredible job. And
George
the
Bug.
86 George Bug.
Oh, and he's high-centered.
He is. He's not going to go anywhere. Oh, he's going to be beside himself right now because he kept it running. But this is going to be really sketchy. I would think he's on the track, so that's going to be a caution for sure. And for Keith Joslin, he'll be delighted with that because it's going to bring him right back into this. But wow, what a battle we are seeing here. And, you know, the one thing that would really help Jason Martin is when they get into those that turn 3-4 complex, if he can affect Calvin enough to let James Weeda dive underneath him somewhere, that would be great. But that's all going to be put on pause. It is now a full course caution. And you know what? I'm not so sure that Jason Martin's not going to be happy with that. Because that if he's pushing these tires hard, and this could give him a chance to cool those tires off and be in attack mode again.
This will be fascinating restart when we get to it. And this should be a pretty darn quick clear of this incident. But yeah, on a restart, now he gets to control where Cal was able to control the start of the race. It's going to be Jason's control, and he's going to already have the advantage going into 1. He thinks he will at least. And but I think it's still going to come down to how does he manage the top of the roller coaster as we get to the late laps in this race. See if everybody cools down. Tires get cooled a little bit. Motors, if you're in the 2-strokes, they're going to cool just a little bit. Those guys are going to have to work to kind of keep some power, maybe a little brake drag to keep these things warm before we restart this thing.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating as we are under full course caution here. We're going to take a moment, step away, and let you learn a little bit more about some of the phenomenal partners that you simply have to be able to put on a race of this significance. We'll be right back.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, on the way home after a day at the track. And say you have an accident. Ouch! But at least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Your standard insurance probably won't pay to replace your car. That's true whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or in the repair shop. If you want to be covered for the whole value of your race car, you need guaranteed value coverage from Hagerty. We agree on an accurate value up front, and in the event of a covered total loss anywhere off the track, we pay that amount. You'll be protected in storage, in transit, in the paddock, or a repair shop against collision, fire, theft, no matter what or where you race. All for less per year than you spend on a set of racing tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The three-row Mazda CX-90.
And welcome back, everybody, as we are under caution, continuing here in the run to the gold in Formula 600. Want to say a big, big thank you to Mazda and to Sport Durst Mazda in Durham, North Carolina, for providing these absolutely beautiful pace and safety vehicles that we have as this field under control. Wanted to quickly get to this because I think we're going to be going green pretty fast. We talked earlier about how Calvin looked really tentative on cold tires, that maybe he started with a little lower pressure, and Jason Martin was able to go right away. Now under this caution, those tires are going to cool, the pressures are going to drop. Could we see a repeat here?
Yeah, we definitely could, and I think Jason's going to want to try and really go fast through the first couple corners and see if he can put a little gap. But I'm sure Wida is aware of how Calvin was on those opening laps, and Wida's the one you got to watch for to be aggressive here, starting on this restart behind Calvin Stewart.
And here's the 55 again of Keith Joslin, and he gets a little bit of an opportunity. He lost touch with that lead group a bit. Now we'll see what he's going to be able to do. Dave Lapham there in the 5th spot, McLeod in 6th, Gray in 7th. Jack Walbron has just been not able to find the speed right now, and I know that's frustrating him. Keith Johnson, by the way, was our Hawk Performance Breakthrough winner, and what that means, it's a special award from the folks at Hawk Brake, and what it does is from Tuesday to Wednesday, it's presented on Wednesday, whoever makes the biggest gain in terms of position between those 2 days gets that Hawk Breakthrough Award, and it's taken a long time to get George Bugg off of that high side.
Yeah.
He was clearly pretty much embedded there.
I think it looks like he's still in the car and trying to just get it rolled back on the track so we can just get going again. Hopefully he does. You talked about Jack Walbron, his 31st runoff start. He is definitely the veteran of this class, but everyone in here is a veteran, as that looks like George right there going through 3. That's a good sign that maybe we'll be going again, going to green again. David Lappin, he's in his 22nd runoff start. He's been in this class for a while. I think he ran World Challenge back in the 90s, did Lappin?
Absolutely did.
That guy's been around trying everything. He's hoping to find his speed this week. You got Weeda's in his 15th start. Corey McLeod's in his 15th start. I mean, there's a lot of veterans here. No one a runoffs rookie this week. I don't think no one even an F600 rookie.
Yeah, absolutely agree, and we're getting word we might just be going green. It would be a late off on those lights, but everybody's instructed if the lights go out, we're going green. We'd sure love to see the racing we've had thus far, Larry. We want to see them get back to it because it has been, and we are lights out on the safety car as we are going to complete lap number 7 here. So lots of racing yet to go as this field comes down. And remember, when the green flag flies, the track is green. So no matter where you are, you can go racing. And here we go, leading him to the line, Jason Martin. And are we going to see a repeat of what we saw at the start here? We're green again. There we go. And Weeda immediately tried to get down. Calvin Stewart gets a nice launch here. And this is a really good restart for Calvin. And look at him drive right by. But again, Jason Martin goes, all right, I'm going to, and big wiggle under braking, but that doesn't slow him down. Look at the roll speed once again. Martin dives to the inside, but Calvin Stewart rounded it up beautifully that time and is going to lead, but watch this counter move here. Here he comes again. Calvin feints over, trying to dissuade him, and he's going to shallow it up right here. So immediately, look at that move by Jason Martin, trying to cover, and Calvin Stewart, he's obviously been paying attention, but look at this, a try in the move, and here comes Weeda up on the inside. Martin hadn't seen anybody come up inside. Weeda is through.
Yeah, Weeda, opportunity there as finally Calvin was taking notes on the opening laps and is starting to see the same moves from Jason Martin. He finally gets his front and keeps Martin behind him just enough for Weeda to come through and get by Martin. So now Martin shuffled back to 3rd for the first time really going through the S's that we've seen. Weeda maybe finally found his groove. I'll tell you what, Cal Stewart's not just a slippery car, that thing's got motor.
It really does. But look at Weeda up and around the outside. That's a roundup move, slices across, takes the lead, slows up Fish. Here comes Martin down to the inside. Calvin Stewart now slides into 3rd, and Keith Joslin with a potential opportunity because for the first time, Calvin was really off pace coming out of Oak Tree.
I wonder if that'd been a side-by-side move with Weeda. Got Calvin mixed up and actually was in the wrong gear. Remember, he's got a gearbox in that bike motor. He might have been in the wrong gear. So slow. Martin able to go around him. Now Jocelyn on his tail, and nothing for speed there for Cal Stewart, the pole sitter, on this time around. But Cal knows he's got the legs. He's got the horsepower. Let's see how close he can get down the front straight as Weeda leads for the first time.
Yeah, and I would think here we're going to see a pretty aggressive attempt by Jason Jason Martin. He doesn't want to slow them both up, but I think he knows he's a little quicker, or at least he believes he is.
I'm not so sure about that way to get to the speed. We have not seen the true speed of Weeda yet through this stuff because he's just sitting back and watching Cal Stewart and watching Jason Martin duke it out. Let's see what Weeda can do now on the inside going into one.
Yeah, and like I said, I think Martin thinks he's quicker and would like to lead and have Weeda as that buffer. But Weeda is going to, as you said, got his own thoughts on this and has just been brilliant on this restart lap here and leading Martin as they head into it. That is Lapham from the 5th spot has had an off, and he's sort of down in a little gully right there. And good deal, gets it, keeps it running, and able to get it back on track. But he's going to drop down the order here. But here we go, and these two guys right now, they are doing everything they can to try and make a break and not let Calvin Stewart get close enough. And there you see Martin popping, looking, hunting, and not able to do anything right now. And I think that's probably the better thing, because if they got side by side through those S's, they would have slowed up and let Calvin get a bit more of a run on him here.
Jason is so aggressive, but that was just a move to fill the mirror, just to show Weeda that he's here. But that car, it looks twitchy. I think it's what he likes. I think he's using the fast hands, sort of go-kart like. We talk about these things being in a way similar, that they both have that spinning pipe axle across the back, that you need a little bit of movement in these things to make them move around and make them drive. Jason's using that. He's just got that thing all twitched up, where you look at Weeda, much more stable looking.
And I was going to say, I thought Martin might make a little move even sooner than he might actually get a tow, because he doesn't want to give Calvin the opportunity to drive by. And that was almost as effective as a block as it was. And now, look at that. Man, he is absolutely on the edge. I think you're right. I think this guy's happy loose.
Yeah, he really is. Every single corner, every time he turns the wheel, you watch him break into one every time. We talk about maybe he's about to lose it. I think that's just the way the car's handling right now. And you talk about that smart move for him coming down the back straight, for Martin to get ahead of Weeda and put Weeda between Martin and Stewart. Knowing Stewart's coming, let's go ahead and put Weeda between us so I don't have to worry as much. Let Calvin go through Weeda to get to Jason. I think it's a smart move.
Very savvy move, and just fun to watch how Jason Martin not only has that loose car. I said he was happy loose, but he's also what I've called over the years fast loose.
Yeah.
And you can be quick with a car that that has a lot of rotation. And believe me, folks, we talked about it. On this short wheelbase, these things start with a lot of rotation, and he is just absolutely wheeling it here. And one of the things that I love about these cars, and for anybody who's watching this and seeing these cars for the first time, how quickly they change direction.
Yes, and you watch them, and they have moving suspension. You've got a actual control arm front suspension. You've got this multi-link sort of setup across the back, and they are controlled, or at least their rates and their amount they move by these small little pucks that are essentially their entire spring suspension. And you can run different durometers in them, so you can run a little softer to get more chassis movement, a little bit firmer to hold them together a little bit. Jason Martin's car looks like it's pretty soft right now. You watch that thing moving around and climbing. Reminds me a little bit of like how Clint McMahon was driving a couple years ago, dominated in this class. Used to climb curbs, and the car would kind of lift coming off the corners, and that's what he liked. He liked a car that he could really drive into the corner and get it moving around. That's what Jason Martin's got right now. But look at this run for Weeda off of Oak Tree.
Yeah, Martin that time did not get a great run into and through Oak Tree, and that's going to have Weeda right there. And again, Weeda's looking in his mirrors, and if Calvin comes up with a big head of steam, you can see it right there, Weeda moving over. And again, I think that was more that if Calvin really came, he was going to drift out more because he could say, no, I had a tow, that wasn't a block, or anything like that. And that's just savvy racecraft. And as we've talked about, right now, Weeda is Jason Martin's best buddy out there right now, because he's keeping Calvin Stewart behind him. But Weeda is now. It's like you talked about. That car is coming in right now. It looks fast.
Yes, it really is. But you watch Jason Martin, and he's going with the late apex everywhere. He's doing it into one. He's happy with the left side of the track, diving all the way around and trying to get the exit coming out of one. You watch. He's doing it down roller coaster. He's setting up very, very wide. And I'm wondering if that's the one come a last lap. He's going to leave himself potentially vulnerable. He's okay going side by side, but look at as I say it, he's loving the side by side stuff.
Yeah, and you're right. He is squaring up corners with late apex everywhere and getting great runs as a result. but it does open the door up to somebody who's close. You can see how late he turns in there, and Wida, even though he really wasn't close enough to do it, when you see somebody with that late turn in, sometimes just like, I just got to do something here, and away they go. And I'll tell you, these are fun through the climbing S's, but I like these cars even more in the Snake here because it's a lot tighter, and the change of direction, Larry, is exceptional.
Oh, it is amazing just watching them kind of just twitch back and forth as they go up the climbing S's, and they just sort of keep bouncing, and then you see the hands moving to try and catch it just a little bit as that axle wants to constantly move. Oh, this is just amazing stuff.
And Martin is fearless through South Bend. Turns 10.
Look at that.
Big wiggle there, and he saves it and gets on that hammer, bounces over those curbs. And, he is on the absolute edge. Sometimes, we talk about driving 10-10s. I think he's at 11 or 12
Yeah, watch his hands. Look at the hands as he comes into Oak Tree here. You see him catching it, pitching it, holding it, and still gets a good exit.
Just remarkable. And here we go again down a roller coaster. And somehow with all of that, Larry, he gets just enough of a run to be able to hold off Wida.
Yep, and then there's that late end. He wants to get that drive run down the roller coaster and get the speed before they get down towards Hog Pen. I tell you, 2 years ago we saw a duel between it was Ryan Mayfield and Sven DeVries in Indianapolis. Those two swap positions every single lap. That's kind of what's going on here. This is the excitement that this class is bringing in these cars that are very similar size and they race well. They just love to dice. They're small. They can occupy all sorts of track positions because they're so small. It is so much fun.
And here we're seeing David Lapham has got to the back, I think, of a Walbrand and trying to get a draft here, trying to make a move around, and just not quite close enough here. And this is for that 7th spot. And look at this. He's going to try the roundup here. Beautiful move by Lapham. And as I said, Jack Walbrand has just been struggling with speed this entire event. And we know his experience, but just not quite enough. Look at this. We have Wida has taken that lead away.
Yeah, but he did in the area of the track where Jason has been quicker than everybody. But I think we're going to catch a little bit of replay here and see how he did it.
Let's watch it right here.
Yeah, on that inside, going into NASCAR. And he did the position that Jason's been trying, but look at the exit. I'll bet you Wida blocks just a little bit. No, Martin just didn't quite get the exit. Interesting. Martin, for the first time, showing a little bit of patience.
Yeah. Yeah, he has. It's been just outright hustle for him thus far here as we are now working lap 12 of 15. And Wida, and he's actually got a little bit of a margin here. Now he spins. He spun. Look at how quick that thing snaps around. And he was hoping to do a snap spin and get on, but now he's in that grass. Oh, my goodness. Come on, buddy. Get it going just enough. But as he does that, is that Jocelyn who just went by?
I think it is, yep.
And so he's lost spot. Watch it again here, Larry.
Yeah, he turns out. I can't tell if he caught maybe a little bit of apex curve that starts him to go around, but he certainly gets around to that exit on the yellow and blue striping, and it just doesn't have the grip. And unfortunately, that's going to take one of those horses out of that 3-horse race and get us down to 2.
And, it's also part of that is, with that centrifugal clutch, when it engages, it just goes. And if you just miss that timing a little bit, that kind of thing can happen.
And so the new motors they've started running in about the last 2 years, it's a 593 HO. It's actually got a little bit more grunt, a little more torque than they ever had before, and that might be the point of where it shows. You get a little torque if you catch a curb, you catch that little slippery yellow curbing on the way out. That extra torque might have actually caused them. And now we've got this mono-e-mono of Jason Martin and Cal Stewart, and we know they have wildly different strengths. How do those two strengths play out? Is Cal just going to wait and play his cards at the end as we've got about 2 laps to go, or is he going to be as aggressive as he was early in the race?
It's interesting to watch Jason Martin that, he does the late apexes. Whoa, big slide there, but he was able to catch it, but he missed the apex just a little bit. But I tell you what, he is just fearless and everything. And I just wanted to mention to people that if you watch the runoffs, but you don't see a lot of other SCCA competition. This class did used to be called Formula 500 or F5, and really nothing's changed other than so many of the engines were now running near that 600 cc capacity. They just sort of said, well, let's just accept it. So that's why same thing. And same caliber of racing. And
so interesting as we watch this develop now. Look at all the movement that Martin, we've been talking about the whole race. I don't know how well his tires are holding up at this point. He's been doing this now, other than the 2 laps we did under yellow. He has been dancing that thing and just flinging it, and I'm starting to wonder if that's catching up to him. The sun's been out since about 7:15 this morning, and this track is getting warm, and I wonder if his tires are starting to see a little bit of grain on them. See if Cal can see that in the position he's at. He's got a good look at him right now.
Really good look at him. And right up there, but here, oh, and again, boy, his car control, he's playing pitch and catch out there right now. And, it's great when you can catch it, but sometimes that's a lot of risk here. And here's Keith Jocelyn, up into third here. Great run for him. Again, in only his 5th runoff, doing a nice job.
Yeah, and after having a really tough qualifying week, he's happy to be in the position. Look at the motor, and look at this. Before the stripe, Cal was ahead. Take a mental note of that one, because that's where you need to be when it comes to the checker.
And now Calvin, he turns in early here, and this is where Jason squares it up, gets to the throttle early, knifes down to the inside. This time Calvin Stewart, does he have position on the inside? Jason looks and says, yeah, he does. So I'm going to have to, but watch this. Jason's going to square it. Calvin is going to try and pitch down underneath, and Jason again says, nope, you gave me enough room for the kind of car he's driving, that Nova car, and a couple pieces of paper, and said that's enough.
Yeah, I said Jason knows he's planting better power coming off of corners, and he's driving it that way. And I talked about how soft the chassis looks, that he's using that to his advantage. Look at, he squares it up, plants, and goes. And Cal looked for a minute to block it. Oh, okay, I see the red card there. I'm just going to hold off and let him do his thing, because, again, Cal knows he's got the trap speed.
Yeah, and you brought up a really good point. Calvin Stewart led at the line.
Yep.
And that's going to be crucial. So Martin knows he has got to do something really spectacular in that next lap. Not this one. It would be good here too, but something spectacular through that roller coaster if he leads to the roller coaster.
And we've seen it a couple times. Even when they went down through roller coaster to hog pen side by side, Cal's got the grunt. That motor goes. So Jason's got to figure out some way to get Cal off his game so much where Cal maybe misses an apex so bad, or maybe slides out a little bit, maybe even try to pressure Cal into being in the wrong gear, something to throw him off, because Cal's got an advantage, and you can see the speed advantage pressuring Martin now coming to the top of the roller coaster.
Love hearing those downshifts with these bike engines, and Martin there a little wide of the apex. And this is as close as Cal has been as they've come down, and it was because Martin there just missed that apex a little bit, and now gasses it here. And we got somebody limping along here.
I think that's Wida.
Oh my goodness! After being so fast and competitive early, and here we go, and he did it again. There's the line. So he would lead as we now are on our final lap. Yeah. And what is Jason Martin going to be able to do to defend that outright top end? Yeah. He's going to have to pull some miracles off here, I think.
He is showing a lot of different hands, and trust me, I played a little poker last night. I know you got to be careful. You got to hold something. You got to hold something, and I don't know what he's still holding. He's going to try different moves, pressuring Calvin, but it's all going to come down to the end of the back straight. Yep. This is just for fun at this point.
Yeah, and now look at that move. He squared it up and right back in front. Calvin protected, which meant he was really slow into the left hook. And Martin saw it, went way wide, squared up underneath, and just blew by him. And now he has got to drive one of the finest laps he ever has and do it with some racecraft when he gets to the entry to the roller coaster, if he's leading there.
Yeah, maybe he was thinking he can get Cal off his game in the twisty bits. Not to be. Cal's right there as they go around South Bend. They are so fast, but even a twitch.
But look how quick he gets through South Bend and opens up an immediate 3-4 lengths on Calvin.
Right. Most critical point of the race.
You know what? He snapped sideways, and I think Cal checked up because he thought he might be going around, and that may be what he needs. Now, I was going to ask you on this long run, if he leads down here, is there some point maybe in the roller coaster he wants to overslow?
Maybe a little bit of check. Maybe going into hog pen, just a bit of extra check. Cal doesn't want to be there. Cal wants to lead down the roller coaster. And look at this.
Cal squeezes them. I don't know if they touched. If they didn't, I'm not sure how. Big rotation again. But this now is going to give Jason Martin that run that he wanted. And now he's got to really do something here through hog pen. It's all about this. Calvin Stewart a little wide. He got a little sideways. But look at the roll speed he has. Calvin Stewart, he's got the pace, and you can see Martin defending. Nothing he can do. Calvin Stewart comes up, and it's going to be Calvin Stewart in the drag race and getting another gold medal, his second in runoffs competition. But one of the finest drives I have seen in a long time out of Jason Martin to be able to fend him off that much. And Keith Jocelyn coming through into third. I'm downright winded.
Oh, my goodness, these guys. I mean, Jocelyn's got to be winded. I can't wait to hear from both these guys. They put on one heck of a show. They might have touched going into roller coaster that last lap.
I think they did.
But I tell you what, those two super respectful driving. That was as exciting a thing as I've seen all week.
That was absolutely phenomenal. Keith Jocelyn, this is going to be his best runoff finish. And Corey McLeod, his best runoff finish. So absolutely great for these guys. Robert Gray, and then David Lapham, who was up in that top 5 early and then had that spin and has fought his way back into 6th.
Yeah, you got to feel for Weta. Had that big spin there coming up an Oak Tree, and then the car looks like maybe something happened on it, probably maybe around that time of that spin. So it's tough for him as he had such a good run. Jason Martin put on the show, but it's Cal Stewart showing the patience and knowing his strengths and getting it done. Cal's got a motor. He's got that thing slippery. And I'll tell you what, nobody smiles more than Cal Stewart. If you've ever met him, you will know that guy is just all about the excitement and all about that. He's going to be so joyful. I can't wait to see his interview.
Yeah, me either. But I'll tell you what, for Jason Martin, I know he'll probably be crestfallen here.
Yeah.
But that was one of the finest drives I've seen, because that car car was loose.
Yeah, you're calling it a cart. He was driving.
Well, that's
like
how
what
he was
truly
driving
was.
it. Yeah, it was loose.
Yeah,
and the fast hands, the control that he had, it was absolutely exciting. And here is a little tire mark there, a little donut. So I think there was a little rub there. And wow, what a race! Just spectacular.
Oh, it was so much fun. Oh, that was. These are why I call these races. People are like, maybe Formula cars aren't. I'm telling you, these races are spectacular. They race so close together. They're just little cars, which means they can do all sorts of things across the width of the track. And they're so fast, 144 miles an hour for Cal Stewart in a trap speed. These things are screaming.
To drive these fast, not only do you have to have just massive car control and reflex, you have to have huge bravado.
Exactly.
That's the only way to put it here, because they are just unbelievable. And here comes Calvin Stewart down and takes that position. And Hayward Wagner is on the site right off. And there is that celebration you're talking about. Let's listen in.
Oh, my goodness. That was fun. Oh.
Calvin Stewart pulling the helmet off. This is a car you put on more than you get in. Calvin has, over the years, told us that he's turned things on and off in the middle of a race without meaning to.
Woo! Praise the Lord. Thank you, Jesus. That was fun. That was fun. That was fun.
We're going to let Calvin get the gold medal on, get the hat. We'll let him stand up for a second. Guys, did you get a time margin of victory on this one?
Right now it says .112.
Margin of victory .112. A national championship again for you, sir. How are you feeling?
Oh man, I couldn't be happier. Praise the Lord. It was an awesome race. Weta and Jason put up an awesome fight, and we ended up winning in the end, and I just couldn't be happier. Praise the Lord.
Talk about the guy who finished behind you. To us, it looked like he had pats of butter under the car, just sliding it all over the place. What was it like trying to follow him with that car moving around like that?
Well, he was sliding a lot, and I knew that if I could just hold on till he got through all the tight stuff, that I was a little quicker in all the fast stuff, all through South Bend and up to Esses. So it was fun. It was fun watching them. It was fun driving with them. They both were really hard competitors. I have to hand it to Jason and James Weta.
Well, congratulations to you, sir. You get one more lap. Anybody you need to thank before you go?
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, praise the Lord, from whom all blessings flow. I thank my wife, Ruth. I couldn't do it without her. My buddy Frank and Jim Frank. Hoosier Tires, thank you, Tim Gilvin. And Carbotech Brakes held up the whole race for us. I thank all the workers. Praise the Lord.
Congratulations to you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, a second gold from his third pole, and what an entertaining race! And just some of the moves that he was trying to cover from from Jason Martin, and he was able to do it, and he had that plan, Larry.
He had a plan. He knew where his strengths were. He knew he could do it. But I'm going to tell you, no one works harder than Cal Stewart.
Yep.
He just talked about his wife and his team guy there all week long. They've been working and tweaking and adjusting all the way through the nights, every night. No one works harder than Cal. He deserves all of this.
Absolutely, he does. But I'll tell you what, the guy who finished second, we're going to get down to Hayward here. Hayward, that could have been the drive of the event with that loose car and how he was able to make it fly.
Jason Martin, there was probably a dozen times in the media room where there was just this huge gasp because we were confident. We just knew that it had been too much slide this time. It was definitely going to go around. There's no way you're going to catch it. We've got incredible footage of you coming through Oak Tree, going to opposite lock, back and forth. Is that your style? Did this car go away from you? What happened?
That's just how the car is. It slides everywhere. It's a lot like a go-kart. You just hang the back end out and catch it, and yeah, it's just the fast way around with the car. So, yeah.
Talk about this battle with Calvin. That had to be a lot of fun.
Oh, it's a ton of fun. Yeah, I was trying everything. We had a really good race up at the Cat earlier this year, and it was the same thing. 3 of us back and forth, and I had him everywhere except that straightaway, and yeah, he took advantage of it, and he got his elbows out. But yeah, we tried hard. I'm happy to just finish, happy to get the podium. It's been 4 years of trying, so.
Well, congratulations on the silver. One of the best drives we've seen in this runoffs.
Thank you very much. Yeah, can I just say thanks to all my crew and thanks to my wife and my parents and everybody back who helps me with everything. Thank you.
You're very, very welcome. Congratulations. Keith, a great job. A great job of just driving your race, staying focused, and look where you ended up.
Yeah, it's been a long summer. My goal all year was to podium this year. I was 10th, and then I was 5th, and now I made the podium. I'm really happy. I'm really excited.
Well, guys, we've seen it a million times before. First is elated, second wishes they were first, and third is just so happy to be here. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Great. Love it. So sponsorship, oh my gosh, there's so many guys I'd love to thank. Carbotech Brakes, Hoosier Tires, Mel Winnie with his engines and clutching, Mitchell Racing Services, my wife and son for supporting me and putting up with me. It's been a great season. Looking forward to next year.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. And yeah, Jason Martin is 7th in Indy 2 years ago, was his previous best finish, and now he's 2nd. And here is Calvin Stewart out on that lap of honor. But here we go for the race here. And you can see Calvin right from the drop of the green was able to use that motor to build a little gap. But Jason Martin served notice pretty early that he was going to be really racing.
He just had all the lines all over the place, and he said it. If you drive it like a go-kart, it's fast, and that's what he was doing, going inside, going outside, like here, and going around 5. He says, bye, Cal, I'm good. And we saw him do that about 4 times during this race. So excited to see his aggression and his car control, which is beautiful.
I mean, look at this, how he squares up. He was confident he could put that thing anywhere he wanted and hang on to it. And it was spectacular back and forth racing. And then, Stewart, that engine and that lack of downforce would give him that lead. And then again, Martin would square up. And every time,
not a replay.
This was not a replay. He tried it again, and this let Weeda come up, and Weeda was into the battle for a while too. It was simply amazing stuff. And here's that run, and then Weeda we think a little bit too much aggression with that centrifugal clutch, and it snapped them around. And then it was down to a mano-a-mano battle, and here they came. We saw this rinse and repeat a few times. And down into the roller coaster they go. There's that little donut touch, and it was just that close. This was amazing, Larry.
Oh, it was so great. These guys, again, as these guys say, they do this every weekend at every track, and here they are on the big stage at the runoffs, and Cal just that nose ahead, that motor, that streamline, and that second championship.
As we said, a 1/10 of a second was the margin of victory. And Calvin Stewart enjoying the spoils of a second runoffs gold, and just really a fascinating battle from start to finish with a caution in there. It was, we hit the reset button and it didn't affect anything. And here is a look at the unofficial results. Your medalists, Stewart with the gold, Martin and Joslin. Corey McLeod, a great run up into 4th. David Lapham, a recovery drive into 5th. Jack Walbron, a never say die effort. He just didn't have the pace here this weekend, but still up into the 6th spot. Robert Gray, really sad to see what happened to James Weeda because he was going to be in that battle. And then George Bugg had that early problem, and lost a lot of laps as this one unfolded. So, Larry, what a way to get things rolling here for this final Hagerty Race Days here at the Runoffs.
Oh, that was so exciting. Every race could be like this. We want to do this every single weekend. But Cal Stewart, I'm telling you, he works hard. He deserves this. That whole crew is going to be elated. That is awesome.
Yep, absolutely phenomenal run. Absolutely phenomenal race for all of our competitors, and we congratulate them. When it's that fun to call, we can only imagine how much fun it was to be in, and it was that. So that wraps up our coverage here at the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs for the Run to the Gold in Formula 600. For Larry McLeod and for Hayward Wagner, I'm Greg Creamer. Thanks so much for joining us. We hope you enjoyed that one. We sure did enjoy bringing it to you.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
This weekend, Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combine to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, the SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs. It's the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA Road Racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called heaven on earth for the historic 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs. It's the last day of the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, and you could not ask for a more beautiful day. And thanks again to Mazda for presenting these broadcasts. Good morning, everybody. I'm John Phippen. Sitting alongside me is Tom O'Gorman, Hayward Wagner down in the pits. And we're about to bring you an exciting GT Lite finale for the weekend. And again, Chamber of Commerce weather here in Southern Virginia, right hard on the North Carolina state line. But it's a beautiful racetrack, and we're looking forward to some more great racing. We've been treated to some fantastic racing all weekend long. The weather so much better than it was a year ago when we raced through a hurricane the entire weekend. This weekend we've had fantastic weather, kind of cloudy in the mornings, but this morning the sun was up early, and we're going to put it to good use. As we mentioned, Hayward Wagner is down on the grid. Let's get an opening statement from him. Good morning, Hayward.
John, you're absolutely right. The weather is beautiful this morning, which it was not for a lot of qualifying. A lot of qualifying was overcast, particularly the cars that went out in the mornings. They ran in cooler temperatures, even some slightly damp tracks. So this is going to be a very different race surface than what these guys were last on. And oh, by the way, they were last on it on Thursday. These drivers and cars have been sitting for 2 full days waiting for their chance. Normally, that means that your drivers are pretty anxious. They're pretty ready to go. Not Peter Shadowin, your pole sitter. He had a significant incident on Thursday in qualifying in his prototype 1 car. Lost it in hog pin, went in backwards. I asked him if he was ready to go. He said he'd like to wait another day or two. He's sore, has some back pain, so keep an eye on him as we get through this race. Beyond that, these are just really cool cars. I'm going to let you guys take a look here at what we have on the grid. Shadowing, as I mentioned, this is a Honda CRX rear drive, aero bits, full-on GT race car. Right beside him, one of the prettiest cars in the paddock. Look at this Toyota Tercel with the gorgeous blue paint, the trademark TRD yellow, orange, red stripes down it. And then beside him, Mike Lewis, all the way from California in the Goodyear Clad RX-7. Mike is just looking for an itsy-bitsy teeny bit of good luck in this race. He has had a rough week running in multiple classes, and this is one he'd really like to get a good result from.
Thanks, Hayward. Great insight. Looking forward to this one for sure. Sitting alongside me, 7-time solo champion, Tom O'Gorman. Tomo, this is the bottom of the GT ladder, but these cars are so much fun.
Yeah, low horsepower, low weight, very nimble, very quick for what they are.
Yeah.
And it's maybe not the fastest cars we'll see around this lap of VIR, but they are really, really neat.
One guy that's a little different, but let's go through the track map and then we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Go ahead, Tomo, take us around.
Sure. Deep on the brakes down into turn one, a great passing opportunity. We've seen some excitement the last couple times we visited VIR here, specifically in GT Lite there in turn one. Then sweeping through NASCAR turn three, the lower S's starting at turn four. Very, very critical to get on the throttle early because they're going to be flat out through the upper S's at 7, 8, and 9, those iconic S's in the background. Then very, very fast. So there's good aero on these cars for the most part. We're going to be very quick through South Bend at turn 10, and then up through the blind entry into the Oak Tree corner at 12. Onto the back straight, long pull for these cars down towards the roller coaster at 14, and then hog pen at 16 and 17 onto that front straight. We've seen so many races determined by a tenth or less at VIR this year. That front straight coming out of hog pen is very important.
Want to talk about one driver in particular, Graham Fuller, who lines up on the outside of the front row. Graham has raced this race 4 times, and he's had a CRX every time. He's decided to make the change to a Tercel this weekend. Think he's got a better chance?
Well, he seems to think so. Obviously, he's qualified second. He's changed cars for whatever reason it may be. But you're right. He ran that CRX, a front drive CRX, in fact, for quite a number of years. There's another driver that's been here for a long time, but has been tweaking and working on some things. That's Jonathan Goodale. He's actually been tweaking the aero setup, trying no wing with a wing. He's trying a hard top, no hard top. We see it's actually back to the exact condition we're used to seeing it, no hard top with a wing. But that car's qualified a little further down the field than normal.
Let's run the starting grid for you. We've got 11 cars on the starting grid. Alone in row 6 is the 78 of Roger Welling from northern New Jersey and a Nissan 200SX. The only rookie in the field starts outside of row 5. That's the 41 of Kenneth Burdine. He is out of the Ohio Valley region, my home region, an MG Midget. Next to him, the 37 of David Blaine from the North Carolina region in a Miata. In row 4, the 03 of Chris Copley out of the New England region in a Mini Cooper. And the veteran Roy Lopshire, the number 98, out of the Kansas City region in a Toyota Tercel. Up into row 3, the 04 of Jonathan Goodale from the Colorado region in an MX5. And the 77 of Eric Vickerman from the Detroit region. He's in a Mazda MX-3. Moving forward to row 2 on the outside, car 9, James Gregorius from the Finger Lakes region in an RX-7. And then in his 44th runoff start, car number 32, Michael Lewis out of the Cal Club, a 10-time national champion, most recently in 2020 in GT3. Now for the front row, a couple cars we've been talking about. The 22 of Graham Fuller out of the DC region in his Toyota Tercel, new to him for this runoffs, and the pole sitter and multiple winner as well, 5-time champion and the defending champion of the class, the 72 of Peter Shadowin from the Florida region in his Honda CRX. Field working its way around behind the safety car. And again, we'd like to give thanks to Mazda for providing multiple safety cars here this weekend, and especially Sport Durst Mazda in Durham, North Carolina, which has helped us with the safety cars here at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. We have one driver eligible for the Super Sweep, and it is your second place starter, Graham Fuller. If he wins it, he will take the Super Sweep. The Super Sweep, one of the toughest awards to win in road racing competition. In the same class, the driver has to win one of the Hoosier Super Tour races. He has to win the Hoosier Super Tour National Points Championship, win a U.S. Majors Tour Conference Championship, and win the runoffs. Peter Shadowin, of course, winning the prestigious Tire Rack Pole Award, and that gives him the honor of starting on the front. He also gets a gift certificate for tire rack and some other nice tire rack swag. So congratulations for Peter for notching that tire rack pole award. As they come down the hill into Hog Pen, lights out on the safety car. It'll pull into the pit lane and turn the field over to Peter Shadowin and Graham Fuller. Right behind them, Michael Lewis, the 10-time national champion. Again, doing multiple classes here this weekend. The GT1 class not running, but Michael's had his hands full, no question. And the green is out. Green, green, we have it. And here they come. Shadowin gets the jump, and he'll go right into the lead as the rest of the field still side by side. It looks like Graham Fuller's going to hang on for second spot as they dive into turn one for the first time. Around the outside is Fuller. Mike Lewis jumps up into third spot. Going around the outside is the 9 of James Gregorius. And there's the 77 as well of Eric Vickerman. As they go through NASCAR, that long sweeping left-hander. And diving down the inside is the 04 of Jonathan Goodale in that midget. Go ahead.
Something happened to Peter Shadowin between turns 1 and 3. He's now in second place. It's going to be Fuller to the lead, and he looked like he was going to just start to drive away. Something interesting happening there at the number 72, and it looks to be still off pace a bit as he's kind of a cork in the bottle for the rest of the field. It looks like Lewis is going to pull alongside, potentially a power issue in the CRX, as that car's been the fastest in a straight line all week.
Yeah, he has been quick, as we mentioned. A 5-time champion and the defending champion. Maybe taking a little time to get that car up on song. He looks to be okay now through the climbing S's. And the 04 there of Jonathan Goodale in that Miata as they work their way up the hill and into turn 16. Not turn 16. It's turn 11, 10 and 11, sorry. As we're 11 and 12 into Oak Tree Bend. Michael Lewis getting a good run off of Oak Tree. That's the most important turn on this racetrack. And he is now side by side with the defending champ, Peter Shadowin. And Lewis might have the legs on Shadowin. I think you're right, Tomo. That CRX not as quick as we normally see it.
Yeah, it's something interesting happening there. And the other car that's really quick in a straight line right now, Gregorius, was able to come from behind Jonathan Goodale and pull up nearly alongside Shadowin until the end of the back straight. Looks like his top speeds, I'm talking about Shadowin, are okay, but his acceleration rate off the corner isn't there. I'm not sure if maybe he's lost a gear or something.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be a shifting problem for sure. Look at the flames coming out of that Mazda of Michael Lewis as he works his way onto the front straightaway. But Graham Fuller getting a jump. That shift to the Tercel is paying him good benefits here, at least in the early stages as we complete race lap number 1.
So Shadowin had the field covered pretty handily throughout most of qualifying. They got a little bit closer on the third day of qualifying, but the story has basically been that Shadowin has the trap speeds in that GT Lite car to beat everybody else, and it's usually to the tune of something closer to 5 to 10 miles per hour. If he's lost that advantage and he doesn't necessarily have the handling to make it up, he's definitely going to struggle as he's continuing to drop back from the top 2. Graham Fuller has checked out pretty well to about a second and a half, but now Michael Lewis, as he's getting that somewhat smoky RX-7 up on song, is closing in pretty quickly.
Yeah, one of his apex seals might be a little off the prime, but nonetheless, he's still doing a great job. As this battle for third, the final step on the podium is a dandy with Peter Shadowin, the pole sitter, and then right behind him, the 9 of Gregorius, and then the 09 of the 04, Jonathan Goodale. Sorry, I had a brain fart there for a moment.
Yeah, Goodale was able to kind of knife his way up through the field pretty nicely on the first lap between turns 1 and 4, but was a little slower on the back straight. Gregorius did a nice job to stay in touch and then pull alongside. That is some pretty heavy black smoke coming out of that RX-7 of Michael Lewis. So it would indicate there's not really a huge issue, maybe just getting itself cleaned out. They actually do an engine change on this car for GT3 and GT Lite, back and forth, does his crew. So that engine hasn't been in the car for a couple of days.
Got it.
Which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, that might be the explanation for it. It's running a little rich, perhaps. Who knows? But nonetheless, he's got good pace. But this battle for third is a dandy between Gregorius and Shadowin as they head up into the roller coaster. Down the hill they come. But the two-way battle at the front. Lewis definitely getting closer and closer to Graham Fuller. But Peter Shadowin hanging on. Peter Shadowin, the winner of the Sunoco 260 Tuesday Award. That's one of the contingency awards that these drivers are awarded. It's based on kind of a fun aspect to promote their Sunoco 260 fuel. The driver whose time in the first qualifying session after the decimal point comes closest to .260 wins the award. And Shadowin turned a 2:11.224. And that gets him 15 free gallons of Sunoco race fuel. As we watch this battle for the lead, as Graham Fuller got the jump from outside of row 1. And Mike Lewis, though, has been gradually reeling him in. And this is definitely going to be a nice battle at the front. Lewis locking him up just a little bit of brake smoke as he turns into the left hook, and then the right-hander leading into the lower S's called the Snake.
Lewis was the fastest car on the track last time by about a second over Graham Fuller. He was a second and a half the previous lap, now only a half second between the two. But they seem to be kind of stabilizing. I don't know if one car will have a better run than the other for the entirety of this race, as we're only on lap 3. And these GT cars do develop over time a little differently. The only real rule is the engine matches the bodywork of the car. That's the only indication of why you're running that bodywork, is the engine in the car. Otherwise, they're mostly tube-frame cars. You can do mostly whatever you want, except for David Blaine is running in the 8th position. That's a production-based chassis in this class.
Yeah, there is the ability to run both kinds of chassis, but the vast majority are tube frame for sure. So they're sort of silhouette cars in the sense that the bodywork looks like the road car, but the engine, you're right, does have to have its roots in the road car, but they're pretty heavily modified. That Cooper, for instance, is a rear-wheel drive Cooper, so it definitely is not the Mini Cooper you would see on the road.
Goodale trying to shake him, weaving down the back straight, but this is a great run from Chris Copley up the inside, takes a peek, trying to fill the mirrors. You would expect the Mini to be a really good handling car, but it looks like the MX5 has the handling, and the Mini a little bit faster in the straights. You take a peek through the window of that Mini, he sits in the back. His head's almost against the back window. It's really cool.
I know Joe Huffaker had one of those for many, many years, and Joe's a big, tall guy, and literally he sat in the back seat of that rear-wheel drive Mini. Multiple national champion in his own right. And yeah, this is a great, great battle with the 04 of Goodale trying to hold him off in that MX5.
Copley.
Copley getting a great run alongside. That Mini's got some good straight line speed, and he's able to get the job done. Let's see if he can hold it, as he didn't have the best entry line, but he looks like he's got it done. So Copley moving up into 5th spot, putting Goodale back 1 spot as they work their way through NASCAR.
This is the battle for the top 5 just up the road. Peter Shadowin is kind of clinging on to a pace that is almost 5 seconds slower than his qualifying, which is keeping James Gregorius right there. And that's kind of a heartbreak for him. Hayward mentioned the incident earlier in the week with the Prototype 1 car. He was really relying on this race to be his success of the week, and the car doesn't seem to have it in him.
Yeah, exactly right. Or maybe, he's feeling the effects of that off. It's hard to tell. Maybe he's just not, he said he'd like to have another day to recover, but, the car just not quite as sharp as we normally see it. But looking good through the climbing S's. He's able to put a little gap on the 9 of Gregorius through that section of the racetrack. But the RX-7 comes back at him on the straightaways, which is kind of unusual. I'm inclined to agree with you, Tomo. Something not quite right in the drivetrain of that CRX. It's normally just so quick, as we're seeing a yellow flag waving at the flag station, as I think we may have a slow-moving car out on track.
Yeah, up on driver's left. Off the track in a safe spot, Eric Vickerman in that MX3 with a mechanical issue. Already had safety responded to him, so we should stay green with that local yellow covering that car, but Eric Vickerman's race is going to come up about 5 laps short, or 10 laps short.
Battle a little deeper in the pack. Kenneth Burdine making his first start in the in runoffs competition in that number 41 MG Midget, and right behind him Roger Welling in the 78 Nissan 200SX. As we turn our attention back to the battle at the front, as Michael Lewis just gradually reeling in Graham Fuller, who jumped out to a big lead. Graham, I'm sure, getting more comfortable with the Tercel, as I said, running that front drive CRX for much of his career in this class. Now the Tercel looking strong. Lewis dives to the inside, trying to make the move, but Fuller holds him off as they round their way around turn number 1. Then a little feint to the right or to the left, should we say, at turn 2, and then the sweeping left called the NASCAR turn here on this 3¼ mile 17-turn circuit. Into the left hook. Again, that Mazda of 10-time champion Lewis showing a little smoke on decel especially, but the rotary engines in these RX-7s always spewing flames on deceleration. Always great fun to watch.
Always thought that was so cool. I always wanted to race a car that spit flames, but it looks like Graham Fuller's a little bit quicker in the low-speed stuff. The mechanical grip of the Tercel seemingly a bit better than Lewis. Lewis, though, either more committed or better in the high-speed corners. You see just kind of exchanging fastest sectors back and forth at a very stable half-second gap. But Lewis was quicker by a 10th last time through and holds the fast lap of the race.
Keeping an eye on this third-place battle as Shadowin's car seems to be coming to him a little bit as we get later in the race, as we're working race lap number 5. So just about a third of the way through this 15-lap or 40-minute finale. As Shadowin's car really doing well, handling very well, especially through the climbing S's. But take nothing away from that 0-3 of Chris Copley. He's been picked up after getting around Jonathan Goodale. He's beginning to make some ground up on this battle in front of him. So Gregorius, though, getting the run on the straightaway. And again, that's so unusual. You normally see Shadowin CRX just unassailable in a straight line. Goodale Gregorius able to motor around him and move himself up into one of the metal spots.
With this battle, that's going to bring Chris Copley and the Mini pretty close. If they continue to exchange positions, he's able to shake Jonathan Goodale, who also seems to just be a bit off the pace we'd expect. He's finished on the podium 3 times, 3 third-place finishes, and just kind of floundering in 6th a bit further back than we'd expect.
Yeah, exactly. As we watch the 9 of Gregorius now up into that 3rd spot, Shadowin dropping back, as he had led Gregorius for the early stages of this race, and Copley closing up as we turn our attention back to the lead battle. And it looks like Graham Fuller getting a little more comfortable in that Tercel as he's able to open up just a little bit of a gap on 10-time champ Michael Lewis.
And last time through, Graham Fuller reclaims the fast lap of the race. And this is the section of the track where we're speculating his car's a little bit better than Lewis, but Lewis tends to come back in the second sectors in the higher speed stuff.
This is Graham's 6th runoff start. His best finish a 2nd here at the first year of VIR back in 2019 in GT Lite. He raced, of course, here a year ago as well and didn't have the finish he had hoped for, and that really prompted his move to make the change from the CRX to the Tercel. And so far, it's paid good dividends, giving him exactly what he was hoping for, which was a chance to get to the sharp edge of the field. But Copley in that Mini continues to run down Peter Shadowin. Shadowin no longer challenging Gregorius, who's solidly up into 3rd. So a pair of RX-7s running 2nd and 3rd. Shadowin in the CRX, Copley in the Mini Cooper right behind. As we're working race lap number 6, let's step aside for just a moment and give thanks to some of the fine sponsors that make the racing possible here at the 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The 3-row Mazda CX-90.
It's Hagerty Race Days presented by Mazda, the final Hagerty Race Day for the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. We're racing GT Lite. I'm John Phippen alongside Tom O'Gorman as we are bringing you the call here. And once again, Peter Shadowin, who was the pole sitter and a 5-time champion of this class, having his issues today. Is that car not quite at the sharp edge as we normally would expect. And he is coming under serious pressure from Chris Copley for 4th spot now. As we look at Jonathan Goodale in the 04 yellow Mazda MX5, running just behind that battle. He's in 6th spot right at the moment. And here's that battle we were talking about between Shadowin and Copley. And Shadowin's car, like I say, just not quite on song for whatever reason. Chris Copley chasing him down as they make the long run, the long uphill run on Madison Avenue. Copley's best finish in the runoff so far was a 4th out at Sonoma in GT Lite. So looking for a chance to match that best runoffs finish, as they've already caught the back of the pack as Roger Welling going a lap down. Eric Vickerman, as we mentioned, in the MX3 had problems literally on the first lap of the race. Shadowin holding his own at the moment as Copley doing his best to chase him down. But Shadowin back in 4th, and it's not where I think any of us expected to see him, as he is some 13 seconds behind the lead of the race.
Yeah, and up in the lead, the Graham Fuller's continue to pull away by a couple tenths per lap over the last couple. It's up to 2 seconds gap back to Michael Lewis. As Copley now, you can see the straight line speed on the CRX just is not there at the end of the straights. Copley's going to look to the inside, deep on the brakes. Shallows up the entry a lot and goes to the apex. Shadowin going to try to do the over-under and gets it done.
Yeah. Shadowin's car still handling very, very well. The problem seems to be with horsepower or a transmission problem, something. The car's not quite as quick, but the car's still handling very, very well, and he's good through the twisty bits, and he stays side by side with Copley. Copley has to concede and falls back in single file as they make it through left hook. This right-hander here coming out of left hook has been an area of some contention throughout the course of the runoffs. We had several incidents there, but these guys handling it cleanly. Copley is right there, but I think we'll see Shadowin begin to eke it away as they come into the climbing essence, as that CRX really handling well. Riding the curbs. Right out to the edge at South Bend, as they make the run up the hill, and then the double apex right-hander at Oak Tree.
You see the weight on the side of the Mini as he goes by, 1,500 pounds. That's the minimum weight, so when they roll into tech, they know what the car has to weigh, but that thing's a featherweight down there at 1,500 pounds. More lap traffic up ahead, and we can see just the back of James Gregorius running in 3rd. He's finished 4th in the runoffs before in 4 appearances, but he's never been on the podium in that RX-7, so he's got to be pretty thrilled knowing that he's not got a lot of pressure from behind. There is some tension, though, in a GT Lite race at all times about the car making it to the end. These cars high-strung, and it's a little bit stressful. You're never done until the checkered flag is done.
I want to acknowledge another of the contingency awards, the Hawk Performance Breakthrough Award, and that goes to the rookie Kenneth Burdine, making his first runoff start. That award is given to the driver who makes up the most positions in qualifying between the first and second day of qualifying. We've talked about it throughout the course of the weekend, and Kenneth Burdine picked up 2 spots between Tuesday and Wednesday, and that gave him the Hawk Performance Breakthrough Performer. He gets a fresh set of Hawk brake pads, either for his race car or for his tow vehicle or his street car. As we turn our attention to our leader, is Graham Fuller really eking it away now, almost 2.5 seconds over Michael Lewis. And again, everybody keeping their fingers crossed that these cars will all make it to the finish. We used to talk about the production classes being cars that had 14-lap hand grenades under the hood, you know. And these GT Lite cars, not that far removed from that.
So Fuller acquiring this car after racing that CRX, we've talked about that, but this car actually has a national championship at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with Scott Toomey at the wheel 2 years ago in 2021. He had a great battle with Chris Bovis, one of the more exciting races that weekend of the 20 or so that we do, and looking like it's potentially on its way to another as he's continuing to pull out maybe a half second or more per lap on this car. Michael Lewis not quite able to sustain the pace that he had shown, although he does still have essentially the fastest lap of the race, both of them running very similar laps.
I chatted, as you know, Tom Ower. Yeah, we've got a slow motion shot of this Mazda. Look at the flames coming out of that car as it's working its way through Oak Tree once again. Very characteristic of the rotaries, showing the unburned fuel coming out of the exhaust pipe on D-cell. And not smoking nearly as much. As you said, Tombo, they put this motor in the car specifically for this race. Is that he uses the same chassis for GT3 and GT Lite. They just have to swap the motor. And so it's obviously fully warmed up at this point. There's the 9 car, James Gregorius, hanging on to the final step on the podium right now. Driver out of Livonia, New York, and he's got a pretty comfortable advantage over the Shadow and Copley battle for 4th and 5th as he powers across the line. Gregorius in his 5th runoff start, his best finish, a 4th here a year ago. So he's up 1 spot from his previous best, but this is the best battle on the track right now. The one between Shadowin and Chris Copley.
Copley had it once, but he's not been able to get back to the bumper after Shadowin executed the over-under. Shadowin's top speeds earlier, again, speculating some issue with the car. His best trap speed in this race is somewhere around 119 miles an hour, but in qualifying he was exceeding 130.
Wow.
So that's a significant amount of speed missing from the number 72 car. And behind these guys is Jonathan Goodale. Looks to have a little bit of bodywork dislodged, a bit of front tire smoke from that car, but otherwise just circulating kind of in a lonely 6th place.
Lonely is right, as he is, like I said, well back, about 11 seconds behind Chris Copley. Oh, we've got a car off the 37 of David Blaine. Has put it off, but he's able to get going, so good. That won't bring out a safety car.
Yeah, it looks like a self-spin at the top of the roller coaster. That's the only production-based fully production-based chassis, I should say, in the field.
Yeah, he just, I think, probably locked up the rears off of Madison Avenue into the roller coaster and then swapped ends on him. You can see these GT cars run a lot of tire. I mean, they've got big fat tires, small wheels, but big tires on these cars for the most part. As you're looking at 3rd, 4th, and 5th in your camera shot. Peter Shadow and the pole sitter just cresting the hill. Then it dips down and then another uphill run. Into the braking zone. The roller coaster, the track just drops away. Again, the camera does not do justice to just how steep and steeply downhill that section of racetrack is.
I'll tell you what, last time through, Michael Lewis was able to get back to that faster pace. He took nearly a little over a second out of the lead. But he only did it once, and Graham Fuller responded immediately and went a little bit quicker this time through. So the consistency between the two is not fully there, and I don't know if that's Fuller responding every time he sees the blue RX-7 getting a little bigger, or maybe Michael Lewis is having some handling issues or some sort of running issues that makes the lap times a little more inconsistent for that number 32. You see the hood is buckled under the air pressure across the nose of that car, but he doesn't have... trying to say it's not over yet. He's got some speed in that car. He just needs to find it consistently.
Yeah, trap speed of the front two, very similar. Mid 120s for both Fuller and Lewis. So it's strictly a matter of how the car is handling, and everybody knows Michael Lewis can wheel that car in his 44th runoff start with 10 gold medals, a total of 22 medals. He's certainly one of the most successful racers, long-term racers for a long time. Raced for GT1 for many, many years. And of course, GT1 not running here this year, but he's also running in GT3. As Mike giving chase to Graham Fuller. I started to say earlier on, I was talking to our friend Rusty Bell, who you know well, who races in GT Lite. Hi, Rusty. I'm sure you're listening. And Rusty opined, he wasn't absolutely sure, but he opined that that car of Graham Fuller might have been the car that Kyle Disk ran at one point. Kyle Disk, a very successful racer in GT Lite as well with the Toyota. So that may be in the distant provenance of that chassis.
Sure.
Out Out of hog pen and onto the front straightaway again, as we are working race lap number 12 when they cross the line. So 3 to go as of this moment. And again, slower traffic in front. That's David Blaine, who had that spin a lap ago. So they'll be putting him a lap down. So Roy Lopshire, the last car on the lead lap as it stands right now. Roy in another Tercel in the 7th spot.
Lewis faster by a 1/10 last time through. This is kind of we're just kind of sitting waiting for whether one of these drivers is going to really flip a switch. They seem to both be kind of pushing right at the same pace right now. It'd be really cool if Lewis could find a little bit more pace, or maybe hoping for a mistake out of Fuller. They've pulled away about 20 seconds from James Gregorius, running in 3rd still with no pressure from behind.
Yeah. Like I say, there's not a whole lot of traffic to contend with, but that's going to be a factor here as David Blaine about to be overhauled by our leader.
Yeah, that's a tricky spot to catch. There's not really anywhere to go in South Bend as Fuller able to peek to the inside. We'll question whether or not, yes, he's going to let him through. David Blaine doing a good job to stay to the left side of the track, right side of my screen. Sorry about that. And get out of the way. So neither of these drivers should be interfered with as they come through. Now Lewis is going to have an easy kind of pull past on Madison Avenue.
Yeah, exactly right. As once again, David Blaine doing a good job of pointing him by, so as not to be a factor in this lead battle. As this undulating long straightaway called Madison Avenue, leading into a very, very tricky braking zone. As the track falls away down the hill through turns 16A and B, and then into the hog pen turn. There's the 98 of Roy Lopshire. We haven't seen him on camera so far. Roy, a longtime competitor. He's in his 25th runoff start. His best finish, a 5th at Road Atlanta back in 1991 when it was still GT4. GT Lite was a conglomeration of GT4 and GT5 several years ago, and they put some restrictors on the GT4 cars to slow them down just a little bit so that they would still be competitive in this class. And Roy racing his Tercel in GT4 back in the day. But a journeyman racer, been doing it for a long time, a nice guy as well.
Snags the beginning of that curve. That's a big bump.
Yeah, exactly.
We've seen that actually break suspension on some other cars. Got to be a little careful with that. For the top spot, Lewis was 0.6 faster. The gap is almost under a second between Fuller, so he's got to keep it turned on to claim this championship for himself. He's not done yet.
Yeah, his best lap, Graham Fuller's best lap at 2:11.2. His last lap at 2:12 flat, so he's running about 0.8 off his best lap. So it could be that maybe tires going away, perhaps, as his pace down just a little bit, or he's relaxing a little too much.
Well, in a GT Lite car at VIR, we've talked about it's probably 70-80% just full throttle down this track. So there's not a lot of places to make up time in a car of this power at VIR. And it also makes the corners, specifically the exit at turn 4, the exit at what we're looking at now onto the back straight out of Oak Tree, and hog pen at the end of the lap, super important. The rest of the lap almost doesn't matter much because you're just kind of flat out going straight. Other than navigating turns 1 and 3, the rest of the track is almost a non-event. So you don't get a lot of chances to make up ground on somebody if you're running very similar pace, especially. Of course, the gap won't come down much, but Lewis might be kind of stuck with, he's maybe only faster in one corner, and that gap's going to come down in a small way. But he does just set the fastest Sector 2 time, which is all of the upper S's down about halfway down the back straight on this lap. So he's trying everything he's got.
And he's got 2 laps to get it done here as we're working race lap 13, about to complete it, and so 2 more laps to go. We'll see the white flag next time by the stand. As looking at trap speeds, Graham Fuller and Lewis identical trap speeds on that last lap.
Yeah, no kidding. Down to the 1,000th of a mile an hour.
Yeah, exactly. That's something you don't often see. But Lewis definitely closing. As I wonder if Fuller's car just not handling quite as sharply as it had earlier on. I'm sure it's an adjustment for Graham as well, to having driven that front-wheel drive CRX for most of his GT Lite career. You know, he's got to make some adjustments for this Tercel. I'm sure it handles obviously very, very differently than the car he's used to, so he's got to adapt his driving style to make that work.
Of course, and he qualified at a 210.4. He's been consistently lapping right around 211 to 212, let's say. So he's been very consistent in this race, and of course, kind of cranking the car up for qualifying, not literally, but kind of whipping out one fast lap. It's a little different than doing 15 of them in a row. So this just might be what that Tercel has right in it. But Michael Lewis taking another 0.3 out of the lead last time through. It's down to 0.8 of a second at the line. And his strongest sector looks to be the final sector. He's always closest through that final sector. This time, though, Fuller puts a half second on him just in sector 1 alone. So the 22, he may be feeling the pressure, but he is responding to it and managing it beautifully. Look at Lewis, though. He's pushing hard all the way out to the dirt out of Oak Tree.
Yeah, coming to the white flag this time by. So if Lewis has any tricks up his sleeve, and certainly he's got plenty of them with 44 runoff starts, we'll see if he's got anything for Graham Fuller, looking for his first gold medal and only his second medal in 7 tries.
Lewis is so close to the draft, which would absolutely exist in these cars, especially with that big wing on the back. Going to poke a pretty good hole. But he's not quite there. He's going to have to be a little closer than that.
Yeah, exactly right. So Graham Fuller has led virtually the entire race. He took the lead at the start as Shadowin's car just didn't fire off as I think we all expected. And Graham Fuller took the lead into turn 1 and has not relinquished it. But he will see the white flag indicating 1 lap to go as Graham Fuller going to do everything he can to keep Michael Lewis behind him. They've got the slower car of Kenneth Burdine up in front of them.
You see the difference in approach there at turn 1. Graham Fuller with a really sharp late turn in for turn 1, while Lewis is just rolling to the apex, a very soft, shallow entry, very different approaches, and Lewis is quick this lap. Look how much closer he is. He's closed up 5 car lengths in 1 corner.
Absolutely, and they're going to have to deal with that slower car up in front of them as they're working their way through left hook and then the right-hander into the snake.
I think they're just going to clear him down this straightaway. That's a great spot to get by this driver.
Yeah, just before they get to the climbing S's, and he's doing a good job of staying off to driver's left, giving him some room.
Yeah, really nicely done from Ken Burdine to notice the lead battle coming up. And this battle it's been a slow burn, but it's been getting hotter the entire time. This is as close as Lewis has been. He will get some draft at this point at that distance. Slings it through South Bend. Fuller just a little bit off the apex. Neither driver risking going off at that risky exit at South Bend.
Here we go into Oak Tree for the final time, and Michael Lewis is there, no question about it. So now, can he get a little toe from Graham Fuller? And I think he most likely can. As you said, he's close enough, and these cars do generate a good toe with that big wing on the back. Lewis is closing. Graham Fuller, I'm sure, has got big eyes in that rearview mirror, seeing that 10-time champion closing down on him. He needs to nail these next sequence of corners if he's going to notch his first gold medal, and Lewis would love to put the 11th one around his neck. As they come down the hill, that's Roy Lopshire in front of them, about to go a lap down, but I think they're going to clear it. Lewis doing a great job, gets a good run through Hogpen as they come onto the front straightaway for the final time. Lewis is coming. Has he got enough of a draft to pull out? We've had photo finishes literally throughout the course of the weekend, but Graham Fuller going to have just enough to get it done. And there's the checkered flag for Graham Fuller as he takes his first gold medal in runoffs competition. Michael Lewis really closing in the closing laps, but not quite enough. And let's say good things about James Gregorius in the other RX-7, the number 9 car coming down the hill, and he will get a medal. Gregorius's first medal in 5 runoff starts, so we've got 2 first-time medalists on this podium, joining the veteran Lewis, who will notch his 23rd medal in runoffs competition.
This is going to be extra special for James Gregorius, his first podium in 5 attempts, but was attempting to kind of make it a family affair. They had bought a car. His daughter was going to start racing and unfortunately got a shoulder injury. Unable to race the car. They're going to sell it, but it's going to be special to get the podium and at least be able to say I've medaled at the runoffs, even if we can't do it together, you know?
Exactly right. Peter Shadowin, I'm sure disappointed with that 4th place finish as the car just didn't fire off as he had hoped. Chris Copley coming home just behind him, about a second and some change in the 5th spot. Jonathan Goodale, who we just saw in the yellow MX5, takes 6th place honors. As Graham Fuller is saluting the corner workers as he makes his way around on his cool down lap. I know Graham pretty well. Be curious to hear what he has to say as they have a chance to talk to him. Hayward will talk to him as he gets down into the pit lane after his cool down lap. Michael Lewis waving to the corner workers as well. Here's your top 10. These are unofficial results, of course. Graham Fuller winning over Michael Lewis by just about 0.3 of a second. James Gregorius finishing in the 3rd spot. Peter Shadowin in 4th. Chris Copley in 5th. Jonathan Goodale finishing in 6th. Roy Lopshire just held on to finish on the lead lap in 7th spot. David Blaine and Kenneth Burdine still running at the end. Roger Welling in the 78. Did not make it to the finish in the number 78. He'll finish in 10th spot. GT Lite in the history books as we're into the final day of racing here at the 60th running of the Runoffs. We've still got a handful of races left to go, but Graham Fuller waving to the corner workers as he makes his way into the pit lane, taking his first gold medal. It's always a special time when a driver, gets his first gold after a few tries. This is a big deal. And glad to see Graham make it happen.
And winner take all, of course, at the runoffs. So it's one of those few places where this race is the only thing that matters at the end of the year for declaring a champion.
Absolutely right. And Graham Fuller also will win the Super Sweep. So he's got something else to celebrate here as well. After winning a Super Tour race, winning the National Points Championship in the Hoosier Super Tour. He won a U.S. Majors Tour Conference Championship and has taken the win in the runoffs. So Graham Fuller, not only a first-time gold medalist, but also a Super Sweep winner. And that's the hardest award to make in road racing for SCCA, and Graham has done them both here. So the car change has definitely been the medicine he's needed to get it done. Hayward Wagner is down there with our winner. Hayward, take it away.
Well, we're getting the medal and the hat on Graham, getting him a water. Got a big congratulations coming in. Graham, you've been close a few times. How does it feel to be a national champion?
It feels great. We've been at this a long time, and it feels wonderful, honestly.
Last couple of laps, it looked like Mike was starting to run you down a little bit. What was your experience like there?
Yeah, the track got a little slick there towards the end, and yeah, he was definitely coming. I was getting a little nervous. He's a hell of a driver.
Not only is this your first national championship, also a super sweep. I'm sure you have quite a few people to thank for this.
Yes. Carbotech brakes, Goodyear tires, my wife Amber, my family for coming out here and doing this crazy stuff. Jamie Hausman Transmissions, O-Star Motorsports, Summit Racing, and most of all SCCA.
Well, it was a great drive. You get one more lap. Enjoy your victory lap here at VIR.
Thanks.
Graham Fuller, I think a little shell-shocked, basically, to realize that he's got that first national championship at the Super Sweep as well. But he deserved it. Took the lead from the drop of the green flag and was never headed, and survived some pressure from a very experienced second-place finisher, Michael Lewis. And speaking of our second-place finishers, we've got second and third with Hayward Wagner.
We're hoping to get a little bit of luck at this one. It looked like you could use just a slight bit more.
Yeah, one more lap, and but we finished the race, which this week is quite an accomplishment for us. But yeah, well, I was finally close enough to her because I was killing him into one and braking and a couple other places. I was finally in position, but no more laps left. So, oh well, he ran a good race, didn't make mistakes, and like I said, the car ran well. Just needs a little more straight line.
Well, congratulations on the silver, another runoffs podium for you here at VIR.
Yeah, thank you.
And third place, we've got James here. A little handshake for the Mazda guys. per the usual, second place is a little bummed that they didn't win, and bronze is just happy to be here.
It is funny that, right? Everybody that hits third is just ecstatic, and the second guy's like, I should have had first. So it is what it is. We had a great run today. I've got to thank my wife, my daughter Shelby that couldn't come down, Tony and Louie that does all the motor stuff for us, and everything that Hoosier and Carbotech and Mazda does for us is just amazing.
Well, congratulations on the podium. Quite an achievement here in GT Lite.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Hayward. Happy podium finishers. Michael Lewis, obviously a little disappointed, was looking for just a little more race time. He thinks he might have had something for Graham Fuller if this had been a 16-lap race instead of a 15. As Fuller takes his victory lap with the checkered flag out the window, but here's the highlights. As Peter Shadowin got the early lead, and Graham Fuller followed him through turn number 1 and immediately was able to get around him as he does the over-under there at turn 2. Stays there on the outside and takes the lead right there and never gave it up after that. Michael Lewis slotting right into third. You see Jonathan Goodale in that 04 MX5 slotting up into the 4th spot. But immediately Fuller began to gap the field as Shadowin's car maybe being a little bit of a cork in the bottle. And there Michael Lewis pulls out to take over 2nd spot. Goodale doing a great battle with Gregorius for quite a while. Gregorius finally getting that job done and moving up into the 3rd position. Here he is going around Shadowin a couple laps later, and Chris Copley there in the Mini Cooper giving chase. And then the run to the line with Roy Lopshire just in front, about to go a lap down as he finishes on the lead lap. But first time gold medalist for Graham Fuller, and the super sweep as well. So a great way to finish the runoffs for Graham Fuller, as we're going to keep going for more racing this afternoon, as we are just about to the midway point of the final day of racing for the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Thanks for Tom O'Gorman and Hayward Wagner. I'm John Phippen. Thanks for being with us, and we'll see you down the road.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
This weekend, Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combine to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, the SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs. It's the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth for the historic 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs. Welcome to the beautiful Virginia International Raceway as we bring you the final day of competition for the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Thanks to Mazda for making these broadcasts possible. Look at this place. It is absolutely a showplace of North American road courses. Really an old school, old style natural terrain road course weaving its way through the hills of Southern Virginia right on the North Carolina line. And this is one of my favorite classes as the Formula F. We used to call it Formula Ford, and we'll talk a little bit about Ford here in a minute, but Formula F coming up, and small field but a mighty one. And down there right amongst them is Hayward Wagner, the third member of our broadcast team.
Yeah, guys, it is bright sunshine here on the grid for the Formula F race. These guys have not been in the cars since Thursday, and on Thursday it was a little more overcast, a little cool, so we're going to see these cars in a bit of a condition we haven't seen before. On the pole, Nolan Allard, that is a Ford-powered car. You mentioned already, John, that we'd be talking about Ford. This car was the last Ford power car to win FF at the runoffs. It was Road America 2011 with Nolan's uncle driving the car. So this is a lot of history in this car. And then, of course, as you look down the field, lots of drivers here that have lots of experience. This is going to be a drafting class. You guys are going to obviously talk about that throughout the broadcast. I was talking to Nolan's dad, Rob. I said, do you want to lead this race? He said, not on the last lap out of Oak Tree. And I said, what about out of Hog Pen? He said, that might not be good either. They really think that whoever comes out of Hog Pen second on the last lap is going to have the best shot at it. Last kind of developing story, it looks like Tim Katz is just now rolling into grid. So your fifth place qualifier getting here after the 3-minute board went up.
Thanks, Hayward. Appreciate that. As we are indeed got some stories to tell. Sitting alongside me is now 5-time Solo Nationals champion and the 2022 Driver of Eminence at the Solo Nationals, Larry McLeod. Larry, so good to have you with me once again, and some great stories at the sharp edge of this field for sure.
Yeah, there are. We talk a little bit about Nolan Aller and running in that Ford that he's going to be out there, and as well as the 4-time national champion. Going to be out there with them. Of course, that's Jonathan Kotek. But they've got to get around this beautiful VIR track, and they're going to have to go down into one, that kind of downhill braking, carousel-like turn where they're going to come off of 1, head to NASCAR 3, and left hook 4 where it tightens up. Kind of bend around turn 5. Hopefully they've got it straightened out as they go through the lower S's known as the snake. Then they start climbing the upper S's, 7, 8, and 9, where these cars will nearly flat, just flinging around turn 10. You're going to see them all sorts of sliding around 10 as they go down the little hill, back on up to brake for 11 and 12. Come off of Oak Tree, big drafting opportunity down the back straight. It's more of an up. It's a big hill. And they're going to get to the top of the roller coaster, 14, 15, 16. And then, as Hayward was talking about, 17 Hog Pen. Leading Hog Pen may not be where you want to be, but if you got a big enough margin, maybe it sticks. There's going to be a chess match that'll play out here to see.
Absolutely right. And again, looking forward to this one for sure. We've got a couple drivers that, it's mostly a young field or drivers that don't have a whole lot of runoff starts. Only 25 starts among the 9 drivers here, or 8 drivers, should we say, in the field. And the most is Robert Perona in the number 73. This is his 9th runoff start. Some success already for Nolan Aller. We'll talk a little bit about his journey back and forth across the Atlantic here this summer. But Nolan won the Formula Continental race earlier this weekend, and so he's looking to sweep the 2 classes that he's competed in. Finished in front of his dad for a 1-2 Aller finish in Formula Continental. Let's go ahead and introduce the starters. as on the outside of row number 4 is the 62 of Robert Gross out of Washington Township, Michigan in the Detroit region in a Piper DL7 Honda. Next to him is the number 14 of Matt Boyen out of the Southwest Louisiana region in another Piper Honda. We talked about Robert Perona with his 8 previous runoff starts. He'll start outside of row 3 in the 73 car. He's out of the Indianapolis region in a Piper Honda. Next to him, the 88 of Calvin Couts, who was late to the grid from Geneva, Illinois, in the Chicago region. He is also in a Piper Honda. In row 2 on the outside, car 27, Zachary Rivard out of the Ohio Valley region. He is in a Van Diemen RF99 Honda. Next to him, the 2 of William Ferguson from the San Francisco region. Long toe for William. He's in a Piper Honda. In his 7th runoff start is the 08 of Jonathan Kotick out of the Buccaneer region. He is a 4-time champion and the defending champion of the class. He is in the only Magala in the field, Honda powered. And then we talked about Nolan Aller in the out of Grosse Pointe, Michigan in the Detroit region in his Van Diemen RF00 Ford. The same car that his uncle Lewis Cooper won this class in, and he's the only Ford in the field, and it's been a long time since a Ford has won this race.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how well tuned that car is. I know he's got a great prep team working on it. Those are carbureted motors, so there is a little bit of tweaking you're doing right up into the end. With all the rest of the field, fuel-injected Honda Fit motors, those 1600s, that they'll all be running. It's kind of an easy set it and forget it package. The Kent motor that's in the Ford, a little bit more finicky. Also notice, take a look at this. You've got Aller way out in front, up behind that that pace car. Kotick kind of staying back from Nolan, just doing his own thing, scrubbing tires. Everyone's going to be out there probably on a fresh set. This is the warmest temperatures they have seen. They had overcast temps on their Tuesday and on Thursday. I don't even think anyone bothered going out on Wednesday, a little bit of misty conditions.
Yep.
So this is going to be interesting. Is the hottest temperatures that they've seen, how do they respond? What does that first lap look like, and how much heat can they get in the tires from the get-go?
These are the fastest cars of the non-wings and slicks Formula cars. As you notice, no wings, front or rear, as these Formula Fords are all about low drag, all about generating good mechanical grip.
Yeah.
And they look almost spindly compared to the sort of the modern day Formula cars that we're used to seeing.
Well, one of the other classes we saw is the F600s, and these often in the majors races, regional races, the F600s and the Formula Fs all run together. They end up with similar lap times, but the F600s are screamers in a straight line. These carry the speed, all that mechanical grip you were talking about. These things are incredibly well balanced, so much grip. The suspensions are very well developed on these things, but they're also very streamlined, very sleek. There's nearly no drag in this because they don't have a lot of power. Draft is very important for these drivers. You'll see it coming off of Oak Tree. You'll see it coming off of Hog Pen. It becomes a chess match as the race progresses, though.
Want to acknowledge Nolan Aller, of course, the winner of the prestigious Tire Rack Pole Award, given to all the pole sitters and the runoffs classes. The Tire Rack Pole Award entails a gift certificate for the Tire Rack as well as some other swag. Great for the Martini livery, the family always with that Martini livery, the Aller family. Nolan, a third-generation racer, spending a lot of time in cars just like this over in Great Britain. We'll talk more about that as the race wears on.
His dad, a 2-time national champion in FC as well, so there's a lot of success in that family that he's trying to continue.
Exactly right, as they'll begin to form up. Thanks to our Mazda for providing the safety cars for the weekend, and Sport Durst Mazda in Durham, North Carolina, helping us with the safety cars. Multiple safety cars around the field as they're getting lined up, and again, it looks like Kotick not quite wanting to be alongside Nolan Aller. Again, that's a little bit of a strategy move, perhaps. Aller accelerates, the green flag is away, and he's going to get a little bit of a jump side by side between Kotick and William Ferguson as they head down toward turn number 1, fanning out 3 wide into the first turn. Aller guarding that inside line because the 2-car of Ferguson trying to get inside of him but not able to get it done. Ferguson's going to take second place for the moment, but Kotick, the 4-time and defending champion, sweeps around the inside at NASCAR, and he's able to slot into second spot. Ferguson in third as they work their way into left hook for the first time. Oh, big brake lock up there for one of the cars as they work his way. That's the
That's the 73 of Perona.
Yeah, Rob Perona, sorry. Yeah, you're exactly right. As they work their way through the snake, but Aller out in front. And let's see how well tuned that Ford engine is. As you said, that's going to be critical. Ferguson all over Kotick as they work their way into the climbing S's for the first time.
Yeah, Ferguson, a Team USA scholarship winner. He's run rock carts, he's run F4, run a lot of different things. He's going to be one to contend with here. But as we talk about Kotick, kind of the specialist here. He's got 4 out of the last 5 championships in this class. He's always a contender. I talked to him this morning. He seemed to have a little confident. There's Rivard, a little bit of slide there at Oaktree. But for Kotick, very confident this morning. Look at him already now pulling up alongside Aller coming off Oaktree.
Yeah, gets a good exit coming off Oaktree, a very important turn. And Kotick with a nose ahead, and it looks like Ferguson's going to try to come with him as they work their way up the hill. Kotick in the Migala, Ferguson in the Piper, but Aller hanging strong on the outside. He's not going to give up easily, but he slots into second. A little wiggle as they're all on cold tires here, working their way down the hill from the roller coaster for the first time through 16A and B. Jonathan Kotick showing the way, the 4-time champion, looking to make it 5 if he can. But Nolan Aller looking for his 2nd championship of the weekend. He gets a great run off of Hogpen.
Yeah, showing some really good motor in that car, too, down that back straight. I thought by chance maybe a bit of a push draft that Kotick was going to get. Aller was able to hold with him, and you can see down the front straight, he uses that draft, pops out to the outside, and he's got a really good line going through 1.
Ferguson also with a lot of motor, as we saw on the start, as he was able to draft by Jonathan Kotick. But he has to settle for 3rd now as Kotick once again taking the lead out of turn number 1. Aller right there on his gearbox as they work their way through NASCAR and into the left hook.
Kotick, great positioning in 1. I thought maybe Aller was going to have a really good run. Kotick, just enough of a nose there to make Aller think about it, and that allowed him to get up under the inside to the subsequent corners, and now he's leading the train as they go through the lower S's. The snake there, Aller had it before. This time it's Kotick's turn to lead that train. Behind them, there's a great battle going on there as well between those next 3 with Perona, and I think might have Calvin Kautz in that group as well.
Yeah, Zachary Rivard at the front of that group, despite his little bobble there at Oaktree on the first lap. But Kotick and Aller glued together as they work their way through South Bend and now into the double apex right-hander at Oaktree.
A lot of this close racing experience pays off. When we talk about Kotick and his experience in these cars in particular at this run, at the club level, as well as a lot of other series. With Nolan Aller, a lot of experience this summer. He's been running the British Formula Fords. They run a spec tire that doesn't have this kind of grip that the Hoosiers have here, so he's having to come to grips, all puns intended on that one. And but he seems to be doing just fine as now they're again too wide going into the braking zone for roller coaster.
Kotick did his best to break the draft, weaving his way up Madison Avenue, but Aller and Ferguson able to take advantage of that double draft and have worked their way around into the lead.
It's a 6-car pack, though. Take a look right behind them. Zach Rivard has pulled up, and he's got Perona. He's got Calvin Kautz, the 2nd-generation driver. That Kautz car, that's Tim's, his father, former champion in this class. Calvin out there in that beautiful chrome and red, now in this 6-car train.
Ferguson's definitely got some motor in that car. As you saw, Jonathan Kotick was trying to pull alongside, take advantage of the draft, but Ferguson was able to power ahead and maintain that 2nd place. Now the question is, can either of them get inside of Nolan Aller as they come down into NASCAR? The last couple of laps, Aller's had to relinquish the lead at this point of the track, but this time he's gotten it working. I think that car's maybe handling a little better. He's got some temperature in the tires, and he's a little more comfortable putting some pressure on.
We haven't seen much out of Ferguson yet. It's been, the Aller, a little bit of curb there coming around 5, sliding the car out a bit. But we haven't seen much out of Ferguson. Now that he's in the 2nd spot, and see if he pressures onto the back of Aller, where Kotick now seems to be patient, even so much as that looks like Rivard trying to make a move going towards the uphill S's.
Indeed he is, yeah. Rivard put some pressure on Kotick. He's got to watch his mirrors as much as he's watching this battle up in front of him, as Rivard now makes it a 4-car breakaway at the front. Not that far back, Robert Perona in that red Piper, Calvin Kautz, Matt Boyan, and Robert Gross, the rest of the field, as we are working race lap number 3.
Ferguson at number 2, a Runoffs rookie, but as mentioned, he's got some credentials running a lot of other things and some other series around us, such as the F4 and others. So he's got tons of experience, even if it hasn't been here at the Runoffs. Now he's up against the other one with experience, and that's Nolan Aller. And look at the draft that Ferguson has going up that hill.
Indeed, and like I said, his car is shown to have some motor, and now it's going to be 3 wide as Kotick pulls to the outside of Aller, but then drops back into 3rd spot as they go single file into the roller coaster.
It's been interesting. No one's been able to draft and pass Aller on that back straight. Maybe that Kent motor's got a little something for these Hondas today.
Yeah, it could well be. Or Aller's not showing his hand just yet, as the lap he needs to lead is lap number 15.
Yep.
Leading lap number 3 doesn't mean much. Now here again, watch Kotick pull out, but Ferguson has enough motor to be able to keep him at bay as Kotick gets maybe alongside, but he can't draft by. But here comes a Rivard once again as he's going to try to follow Kotick through. Can't get it done, though.
Aller defensive on the inside. Really kind of wanted to hold that line through 1. Didn't want to give anything to Ferguson behind him. Kotick just sort of picking his spots. I worry about these guys doing these kind of moves where they start to go 3 wide and then come back together. They go 3 wide, come back together. That creates blind spots in these. They've got to really be careful to not duck back in, suddenly have somebody try to occupy the same space. But look at Rivard right up under the back of Kotick now. It is a solid nose-to-tail 4-car train.
Yeah, no kidding. And, you know, they got to be real careful not to interlock wheels because they could definitely go for a tumble if they make tire-to-tire contact here.
I'll tell you, the slipperiest car in the field right now might be Calvin Couts in that nice, beautiful, slippery, chrome-looking car. 138 miles an hour in the speed traps, the fastest we've seen all week by any of these Formula Fs.
One of the contingency awards that are offered throughout the course of the qualifying weekend is the Sunoco 260 award. It's kind of a fun award to promote their Sunoco 260 fuel. And the driver who on Tuesday, the first qualifying day, comes closest for the 3 digits after the decimal point, closest to 260, wins 15 gallons of Sunoco fuel, and Nolan Aller takes that honors with a 249. Once again, weaving back and forth. Here we go, 3 abreast once again as they approach the big end of the Madison Avenue straight, but Aller maintaining his line and is able to hang on to that spot.
Either he's much better on the brakes or Ferguson's not showing how late he can brake, because every single time Aller seems to be the one leading down roller coaster. Ferguson, just like Couts before, was willing to back off. Not doing a braking contest yet this early in the stages, but it's interesting to see again Aller with the nose ahead when they do go to those brakes. But someone at some point has to show something. Ferguson looks aggressive. He popped in front of Kotick before they went to the brakes. And look at him now, popping around and dancing around Aller as they go down towards 1. Is he going to try to move out and then back in, try to up and under him?
Yeah, rather than stay single file, they pop out 3 wide once again in the braking zone for turn 1. But Aller able to get it done as Ferguson slots into second. Kotick, the 4-time and defending champion, into the 3rd spot. Zachary Rivard dropping off that just a little bit, but a good battle behind him. We haven't talked much about that of Calvin Couts and Robert Perona.
Yeah, got a good shot of Calvin Couts there. Again, that's the chassis that his father drove. As I was told, his mother's listening or watching along at home. Hi, Mom. They've got the Halo on that car. So they're testing it out. They did a lot of engineering development to be able to put that Halo on the same exact chassis as Dad used to drive. You know, safety first. It's a really neat setup what they put in there. It's kind of hinged, so they kind of bolt it down to the front, hinge it in the back, make it a little easier to get in and out of the car. But you know what? These cars, that seems to be the future of these cars. It's really neat now in the Formula Fs to be able to outfit the car with that.
Yeah, we run into that in my championships as well, as I announced the US F4 championships. The first generation F4 car did not have the Halo, and we're introducing the 2nd generation car for next season, and it does have the Halo. So that's very much something that you're seeing, is Aller weaving just a bit, trying to break the draft, but Ferguson not taking the bait. He stays right there. And Kotick just taking the shortest distance between 2 points as these two weaving in front of him. But Aller just kind of imperious at the front, able to get it done. Look at the slip angle of Aller's car as he tucks it down into the roller coaster.
Yeah, that slip angle is tough on tires as the race progresses. Keep your eye on him. Again, this is the warmest temperatures we have seen all week long. The track temp is definitely up a lot. So the more you start sliding, the more those tires could start going away. So he's got to watch that. Looking at the body language of Kotick, he almost looks like he's just looking for visibility. He's just looking for a place to see. But in front of him, Ferguson keeps going left and right and left and right. And so Kotick's like, he's like just sort of in his vision.
Yeah.
And he just wants to see his next mark. He wants to keep an eye on where Aller is. But every time there's this orange thing in front of him, he has to kind of look around.
Exactly. Yeah, I saw a lap ago, Kotick making a hand gesture, I think, to Ferguson to say, hey, stay in line. Let's draft with this guy, and that way we can stay with him. But there is nothing in it between these three. Their lap times are virtually identical. Look at that, within a tenth, all. And Aller setting the fast lap of the race at 2 minutes, 0.807. Quickest lap so far.
Well, the track record holder around here is Kotick. Set that last year at the April event at 2 minute, 2 minute 0.77. They're currently at a 2 minute 0.80. They're 3/100ths away from track record. And in this train, that's pretty impressive how well they're holding this together and running these quick lap times.
Exactly right.
Shows you how strong that draft is in these cars. They're running about a half a second quicker than the Rivard, Perona, and Calvin Couts train behind them.
That Van Diemen chassis and that Nolan Aller is running is a RF00, meaning it was new in 2000s. It's had some massaging since to keep it more up to date. It's a 20-year-old chassis. Ralph Furman, of course, the designing wizard behind the Van Diemens of that era.
It's fascinating. Watching Kotick left to right, I don't know if he's trying to anticipate which way Aller's going or if he really is just trying to see. Or maybe he feels like he doesn't need the draft as much and he's not going to make a pass anyway, so may as well just kind of stay out of it a little bit. Just fascinating to watch them.
It's interesting to see these cars, in the Formula F cars, how much more upright the driving position is than the more contemporary cars, where the driver is literally laying back with his feet up on the they say it's like laying down in a tub with your feet up on the spigots. These drivers are sitting up much more upright. You can see how tall these cars are by comparison.
A little slow on the entry for Aller. Ferguson kind of jumps to the inside. It's the first time we've seen him really go side by side now in a couple laps. It's like, oh, there's something behind him.
Yeah, somebody went off, dropped some wheels off at turn 1. And that was Couts as he went wide, but he's able to keep it going and gets it back on track. But this lead trio disappears through left hook. And it looks like Robert Perona has moved around Zach Rivard to take over that 4th spot.
Yeah, remember, Rivard was right up with that front 3, lost pace with them. It shows you how fast that front 3 is running. But now it's Perona and Rivard battling for that that 5th spot, or sorry, the 4th spot now, with Couts having gone off and back on.
And look at that, Couts set fast lap of the race and maybe carried a little too much speed into turn 1 as Calvin Couts from 5th spot, or even lower than that now after that off course at turn 1. Set quickest lap of the race.
Well, he's got lap record by about, I don't know, it was about 9 thousandths or so over the prior record, but I don't know if that's going to stand. Again, look at this. Look at what Kotick is doing. He's just staying to the right. I don't know if he's just trying to get more air in his radiators, or he just doesn't want to be any part of whatever Ferguson might be up to. This is just fascinating to watch. So he's just going to sit back and let these two younger drivers figure this out.
We're approaching the halfway point of this race, and we want to step aside for just a brief moment and thank some of the fine sponsors that make the racing possible here at the 60th running of the SCCA Championship Runoffs.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, on the way home after a day at the track. And say you have an accident. Ouch! But at least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Your standard insurance probably won't pay to replace your car. That's true whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or in the repair shop. If you want to be covered for the whole value of your race car, you need guaranteed value coverage from Hagerty. We agree on an accurate value up front, and in the event of a covered total loss anywhere off the track, we pay that amount. You'll be protected in storage, in transit, in the paddock, or a repair shop against collision, fire, theft, no matter what or where you race. All for less per year than you spend on a set of racing tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Welcome back to this fantastic battle for Formula F as we continue our coverage of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. I'm John Phippen alongside Larry McLeod. Hayward Wagner down in the pits, and we've got a new second place runner, and now we have a new leader, Larry.
We do, as Kotick may have just been kind of cooling things for a charge to the front, and he's done exactly that while we were on break. He was able to get around Ferguson, and as we come back, he goes around Aller to take the lead here just past the halfway point. He might be thinking this is his time to control the race.
I want to thank the fine folks at Apex Broadcasting bringing us these fantastic pictures, and they've got a treat for us as we've got a replay that happened during the break of that pass for second. But look, here comes Aller coming back at him. That Kent has got some grunt, man.
And just make a note, he was ahead at the stripe, and just like Hayward said at the top, he who leads out of Hogpen may not be able to win this race, and that's how it just went. Let's see it. Keep our eye on that if they do that a few more times.
Coming down into NASCAR. Aller going to maintain that lead right now, but now he's got Kotick as his closest pursuer. That's the way it was early on. This was the alignment in the early laps of this race, and then Ferguson was able to get by Kotick and maintain that second spot for much of the middle stages, but we're working race lap 9 now as we're getting into the second half of this one. And Aller has still been able to stay out in front, at the line at least. But here comes Kotick. He's going to try to make a move into the climbing S's. But, oh, that was not the place to try to make that pass.
I don't know. I think he was just, again, trying to get under the skin of Nolan Allen. I think that's all there was. I don't think he ever had intent. He's too smart of a veteran to try something hectic right there at this stage of the race. I think that's just to tell Nolan, I can go faster here. I'm faster than you. I know I am, and I'm letting you lead. I think that's what he's trying to tell the younger Aller.
Aller's a pretty cool and calm character in his own, so he's mature beyond his years. Here comes Kotick pulling out to the driver's left as he's going to go side by side with Aller. This will be the true measure of who's got the most power under their right foot, as Aller able to maintain that advantage.
That Ford is strong.
Yeah, it is.
He's got the air push behind him from Ferguson as well. Getting a little bit aero push from the back can help you, and I'm wondering if it comes down to the end, if that's something Kotick's going to need. He might need Ferguson to help push him. That time Ferguson chose his horse as the white car out front and pushed Aller along.
Great battle just behind him. Robert Perona in that red Piper, the number 73, with Zach Rivard just behind him in the blue and yellow Van Diemen as they work their way down the hill. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle from Perona. That's going to open the door for Rivard to perhaps draft by him once again.
Perona, 9 starts. He's got 2 prior podiums. Rivard, only in his second start. He was 4th back in 19, so he got experience, kind of, again, more of that youth. And look at this, Ferguson now to the front.
And Kotick goes with him. Aller back to 3rd, I think, for the first time in this race. So now Ferguson taking the point. Kotick in 2nd. As Kotick, again, has also shown, of the Hondas at least, he seems to have the most motor, as we're going to get a replay of this as they dive down into turn number 1. Kotick having the inside line. Aller tries to ride around the outside, but can't quite do it.
He gets too wide. I think there's a little bit of debris, a little bit of rubber out there, a little clag on the outside that he might have gotten caught in, and that just that's a lesson learned for the later in the race here to not necessarily be that wide. He was within about a foot of the edge of the track. You probably need to be about a foot or so narrower. But he's learned his lesson, no harm, nothing there. But now, again, we're back to this train of 1, 2, 3. Let's see if Aller Motors buy them this time down the back straight, because we haven't seen him getting that double draft. Let's see if he can get all the way to the front coming off of Oak Tree.
Yeah, this is the first time he's been 3rd in this race, if memory serves, as they work their way through Oak Tree. He gets a good run, nice compliance suspension on that car. And now he's going to tuck right in behind 4-time champion Kotick as they work their way up the hill.
He didn't get a great run off of that. Aller didn't quite. You look at Kotick now. He's going to pop Honda versus Honda, but it looks like they're going to go 3 wide. Maybe Aller's looking for a space. It isn't there.
Yeah, he's going to try to follow Ferguson, feeling that he's maybe got a little better chance to get there. No change in the order. It looked to me that the Hondas maybe with a little more torque coming off the turn, because they're able to pull Aller coming off of Oak Tree, but then Aller at the top end seems to have maybe a little more.
Well, here we go. 1, 2, 3 with Aller in the Ford as the 3rd of the train. He's a little far back, I think, to get him at the line, but between the 2 Hondas, Kotick should be able to have a nose ahead again with about 5 laps to go. This is how this plays out. Little draft, you pop out, you take the lead. Again, going back to Hayward's comment, leading at Hog Pen may not be where you want to be unless maybe you're Nolan Aller.
Aller late on the brakes, and again taking advantage of that top end speed, I think, at the end of the straightaway.
Yeah, beautiful braking for Aller.
You betcha.
That was pretty.
Yeah, and he's going to have the inside line through NASCAR, and he's going to retake the lead. So 3rd to 1st for Nolan Aller in this that single sequence of turns. Kotick going to try to go back inside. He had to lock him up to avoid a collision as they go through the right-hander after left hook and now down into the snake.
Yeah. Well, I think if you're Aller, you're probably thinking you want to lead off Oak Tree on the last lap.
Yep.
I think if you are Kotick, you probably want to be in second. And I think Ferguson would love to be in second, maybe with a bit of a push from Kotick. I think those two Hondas may have to work together to hold Aller off on the last lap. They would love to see Aller third coming off a hog pen on that last lap. Now, I'm sure they're all going through scenarios right now. They're calculating. They're on the radio with their teams. They're learning all these things. Of course, with Aller, he's probably on the radio with his dad, part of that team as well. So let's see if they position themselves to be in those places coming off of that last corner the last time around coming off of Oak Tree. And flash back to this battle of Perona and Rivard. This is also a great battle here for 4th.
Yeah, they continue to duke it out as we see the top 3 staying single file at this point at least. Now Kotick pops to the inside. Ferguson goes with him, and he's going to give him a little arrow push perhaps. But Aller staying over to driver's left. He's going to have to relinquish the lead to Kotick there, as Kotick got that little extra push from Ferguson, and that put him into the front of this 3-car train.
Yeah, these cars don't push draft like a Spec Ford would. You can't really make contact with these, but you can certainly get a bit of a drag reduction by having somebody behind you. But look at the motor on the Ford for Nolan Aller. Look at him now. He gets a good exit here. Again, let's see if he can get past Kotick before the stripe.
He's going to be side by side. Let's see if he's got enough to get to the line first, and he does, barely. So that, remember that in about 4 laps, as we'll see how this shakes out.
He's coming down to it.
Once again, late on the brakes is Nolan Aller, and he's able to retake the lead. Kotick in second, Ferguson in third. Oh, Zach Rivard off.
Oh, wow.
As he left his braking just a little bit too late coming into turn 1, as he was going to try to make the move on Perona. Looks like he's killed the motor, going to try to get it refired.
Oh, no, if you're under the front 3, okay, well, he is still running. If that motor had stalled and he couldn't get it restarted, that front 3 might be racing for the win. But it looks like a good job for Zach keeping that thing running, getting that thing out of there with no yellows or anything. We are good. But he just came down the inside, and you just can't brake that tight.
Yep.
And wasn't able to get his low down. Perona, great job to avoid him. He continues. Rivard's going to drop back to 5th and probably going to have a Calvin Couch nearby, if I had to guess.
Yeah, he outbraked himself, unfortunately, down into turn 1. Perona said, thank you very much. I'll take that, as we turn our attention back to this lead battle coming into Oak Tree. Aller, Kotick, and Ferguson in that order. Here they come, right out to the edge of the track. Now they'll line up single file.
See if the two Hondas can work together just a little bit. I don't see any hand signals coming out of them yet. Again, a lot of times, like you mentioned, that little wave, that little forward-back wave, so let's stay in line. Not seeing any of that. But I tell you, now they both pop inside to see if they can get Nolan, leaving him on the outside.
Same thing we saw when they took the lead a lap ago. Nolan trying to stay strong, but lets Kotick get by him.
Well, make that note of that. Kotick was able to use that bit of arrow push to get past Aller on the back straight. Now let's watch again one more time. Who's got the guts to take hog pen and get to the stripe? Much better run this time for Kotick. Not as good for Aller as they had before. Aller was just a nose ahead the last time they did this. As they come across with 3 laps to go, look at this. He's going to try and break a little draft. He's testing to see, can he hold it before the stripe? But we are definitely suiting up here for a 2-way or 3-way photo finish.
This is what you call a dress rehearsal for the final lap of the race, as everybody's trying to figure out where they want to be on that final lap.
Look how tight the Kotick has to go. Kotick's going to go all the way to the inside, as Aller wasn't giving him anything middle or outside of track. So Kotick goes ahead. All right, fine, I'll take what I got. Ferguson's going to sit back and watch. Nobody playing the aggressor. Everybody playing the mature, patient driver. All right, well, they go through the snake again. So watch this replay here. There's a little puff of smoke that's coming out of the Ford of Aller. I think that might be pretty normal. There it is.
Yeah.
Possibly a bit of a missed upshift going down that hill, and sometimes a little extra fuel just kind of puffs out the back of that carbureted motor. But he doesn't look like he's lost any sort of pace, as all 3 of them are tucked in line.
Yeah, just glued together as they come through South Bend right out to the edge of the track. You want to go to the edge, but not an inch over. If you drop a wheel off into the dirt right there at the exit of South Bend, you're going for a ride. So here we go. The chess game once again being played as they climb the hill down Madison Avenue. Kotick popping out earlier this time.
Same order they were the last time. We know how that went. One could get by, but not two. And if you're Ferguson, you got to know that you need to be in second if you want to win this race, but they're going to go 3 wide.
Ferguson changing his allegiances there as he popped out from behind Kotick and thought, Aller's got a lot of motor. Maybe I better follow him through.
Yeah. I don't think you can win this race if you're third if you don't drive a Ford. I think Aller might be able to go third to first on the back straight. I don't think either of the Hondas can, and I know that those two drivers realize that. So there's a race for second going on for the next lap and a half.
Aller didn't quite get the run off of Hogpen that he would have liked, and so he's going to have not quite the momentum coming down the front straightaway. But Ferguson, who's got the best of the two Hondas motor-wise, still can't get by him by the line. But he's going to try to force Aller down to the inside and compromise his exit speed at turn 1. And Aller outbrakes himself for the first time. He goes a little too deep on the brakes into turn 1 as we are now working race lap 14, excuse me.
Yeah, big mistake there for Aller. Under brakes going in, he's got to be careful. He's going to have to go through there one more time when they get the white flag lap, but that was a big mistake where he gave up a lot of track position. The two Hondas are loving that. This is their test to see can they hold Aller off coming off of Oak Tree, because they're only going to get 2 more shots. You got this one and then a white flag lap. The two Hondas are strategizing now, and they almost have to work together. They have no choice. I know it's all, well, each one for himself, but the two Hondas got to know that there's a difference here between what Aller's got with that Ford and what each of the other two, Ferguson and Kotick, have in their Hondas.
Of course, they've been good teammates, if you will, Honda teammates up to this point, but on the last lap, I think that's all going to go out the window, and so the cooperation will be something that we may not see.
As we call it, co-opetition sometimes. And these two have been a little bit of cooperating, but the competition side of that's about to come out. Great run for Aller.
Yeah,
probably
no
the best
kidding.
we've seen in that with him in that Ford.
He's going to follow Kotick this time. Actually, he's going to be able to pick and choose. Right now, he's behind Kotick, but he can pop over and get behind Ferguson. He's going to go in second. Let's see.
Ferguson shoved that car back over. Did not want Aller. A little bit of blocking going on.
Yep. Yeah, just a little.
Yeah, that's what the two Hondas are going to have to do. They're going to have to do a little bit of positioning. Blocking may be a tough word. They're going to have to do strategic car positioning to hold that line. They know they have one more chance off that Oak Tree to do it. If we come around for the second to last time on Hog Pen, this is going to get dicey now. Now all bets are off. Everybody knows what position they need to be in. If you're Ferguson and if you're Kotick, you need to be second or leading coming off the last corner. You can't be in third.
Here comes Aller getting up into second spot. They've got a slower car in front of them. I believe that's the car of Perona. Or no, that's Robert Gross, excuse me, in the red Piper. Aller's going to slot into second here. He's a little more circumspect on his braking this time by.
He struggled on the brakes. I wonder if there's something going on there, a brake balance that he hasn't been able to adjust and get back. But either way, he's gotten his last time through turn 1. Doesn't have to worry about that corner anymore. He's got to worry about being second or in the lead, potentially coming off of Oak Tree on this lap. This is it. White flag is out. This is what they've been waiting for 14 times around. Now they know where they have to be. Can they all get to their respective positions? I can tell you, Ferguson is not happy being behind that Van Diemen of Aller right now. He would love to have his nose in front. I wonder if he'll make a bit of a risky move here going up the hill or around South Bend to get to that spot.
Final time through the climbing S is 3 wide as Ferguson does just that, and that was a mistake. He thought he was going to try a bold move there, and unfortunately it has come to tears.
All right,
They've got a pretty big gap over Perona. If he can get it turned around, he might still be able to salvage a medal. But here we go. It's now a two-horse battle coming to the line.
Oh, I tell you what, Kotick is A, happy that there's a car in front he can grab a draft, but B, he's unhappy he doesn't have the other one to help push him.
Yep.
Now that Ferguson's back, it's a mono-a-mono battle, and let's just see what Gross does. If he recognizes and sees the blue, he's going to try and get out of the way of this.
They go side by side as Aller pulls out using the top end of that Kent motor. I think he's got it done, but they're going to stay side by side, and the slower traffic is going to definitely play a factor here as Kotick had to check up to avoid getting into the back of Robert Gross.
Kotick's got a drafting partner now in the name of Robert Gross out in front of him. This is going to be interesting. Can Kotick use it to get to the stripe first?
Here they come. Aller is right on his tail, and I think he might have the advantage here. Let's see what happens. Kotick is going to try to avoid giving him the draft. Aller pulls alongside. Can he out-drag him at the line? Kotick trying to keep him away, but Aller's going to get it done by half a car length.
Wow.
What a great race. Holy moly.
I don't know if Kotick's going to be happy that Gross is there because it gave him opportunities and gave him the little bit of mixing up going into the roller coaster, or maybe worried that maybe that just hurt him a little bit. But what a finish for Nolan Aller. Just 51 thousandths ahead of Kotick at the stripe. Let's catch a replay of this. And look how both drivers trying to use the red car as a draft. They nearly interlock wheels right there. And Aller able to keep his foot in it and just motor ahead.
Yeah, I think Kotick was trying to squeeze him off as close to the edge of the track there as he possibly could. But Aller was having none of it, and he got it done. Man, what a fantastic finish. And in all that excitement, let's give a tip of the hat to Robert Perona, who with the problems for Ferguson with that spin, with that ill-advised attempt to make a pass there coming into the climbing S's, Perona able to take over third spot, and he'll have himself a medal.
Yeah, I want to say it's multiple podiums now for Perona.
Yeah, it's that'll be his third podium, all told, and his third place finish. He's got a pair of seconds, but this will be a bronze medal. And Nolan Aller shaking his fist, and doubled up here this weekend, taking the win in Continental, and now taking it in his uncle's car.
Yep, and in a Ford.
Absolutely.
For the first one since 2011, a Ford wins the runoffs.
12 years since that's happened.
He spent all summer long running British Formula Fords. I tell you, that experience is different tires and all, but the racecraft still comes in, and that's what that was. It's a whole, I know the motor looked like it was strong, but that's beautiful racecraft. Positioning, using the car in front, the run to the stripe, and beating Kotick, a 4-time national champion the last 5 years. That is two powerhouses there going heads up. Beautiful stuff. These guys ought to be proud for the show they just put on.
Yeah, Nolan Aller, mature beyond his years, and showing, like you said, that racecraft getting the job done as he's going to follow Robert Gross down into the pit lane. Here's
Fast
your
cool-down lap.
Yeah, you bet. Here's your unofficial finishing order. Nolan Aller taking his second gold medal of the runoffs. Jonathan Kotick by 62 thousandths of a second, finishing second. William Ferguson up into, Robert Perona up into third spot. The graphic is not quite right. Perona taking third spot. Calvin Kautz comes home in fourth. William Ferguson fading to fifth at the end. Zachary Rivard in sixth. Matt Boyan in seventh. And Robert Gross just stayed on the lead lap and came home in the 8th place.
So for our winner, two gold medals this week. And so now he's got one more than Dad. And so a little bit of bragging rights there in the Aller household.
Exactly.
Rob, I'm sure, hopefully he's in tears. I can't wait to see a proud papa here. He got to watch his son win right in front of him when they took 1-2 in FC yesterday. Now he gets to watch him from the outside. And look how happy.
Look at Nolan. He is just overwhelmed. That is so great to see. As he's going to take a minute to climb out of the car. Getting out of a single-seater is a little more involved. He's got to unplug the radio and get the steering wheel off, get the head restraints unhooked, as they are working their way to get himself loose, but he is still dazed and amazed, I am sure, as he climbs out of this machine to celebrate. The grid crew right there to put the gold medal around Nolan Aller for the second time, thanking his uncle's car. I'm sure he's got a lot of emotions here, not only for the race that he just ran, but the history of the car and the motor.
He had a chance to spend another week over in the UK running some special races. Wanted to be here at the runoffs, wanted to do this. He wanted to win golds at the runoffs. It was very important to him. It matters.
Let's go down to the third member of our broadcast team, Hayward Wagner, who's got a very happy winner.
All right, Nolan's getting all the gear off. We're going to give him the gold medal, his second gold medal of the weekend. Another national championship hat. Nolan, you looked pretty happy after the Continental race, but this one looks a little different. What makes this so special?
I mean, this is something that we've been thinking about all year. I mean, I'm sure you've heard that we were over in the UK racing Formula Ford, so shout out to Team Ammonite over there for everything I've learned this year. But we've had our eyes on this Formula Ford title all year. This is what I go to bed thinking about. I'm just so unbelievably thrilled. Polestar gave me an incredible car. Steve Knapp and Elite Engines gave me a monster motor. It was just such an incredible experience.
Talk about from the top of roller coaster to the flag on the last lap.
that was something else. Honestly, I might have blacked out a little bit. I don't even remember what happened, but I just knew that there was that car there that he was going to try and use as a pick. I just didn't know when he was going to do it, if he was going to try and use it on the straight or into roller coaster, hog pen, and he decided to let it wait to the line. And without that pick, I wouldn't have had a draft to get by him on the line. So that's just a moving game of chess. Is just absolutely incredible.
Well, congratulations to you. I'm guessing that you got a proud pop on the wall over here. Maybe some other folks you want to thank.
Yeah, of course, I'd like to thank my mom for coming out here to watch me. I'd like to thank Lockmore Promotions, Martini, Sean Don, Evan Williams for making it possible to be out here. I'd like to thank the Team Pelfrey team, Jeff Busher and Jessica, for teaching me everything I know about racing Formula Fords. I have a million people that I can thank, but I already think they know. I did. Thank you, though. My dad trying to tell me who to thank. But
The parenting never stops, does it?
No, it doesn't. No, he wants more TV time. Yeah.
Well, congratulations to you, sir. You will get more TV time on your victory lap. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Hayward. You can tell how much this means to Nolan as they've been plotting to make this one happen all season long. Racing on both sides of the Atlantic.
Yeah, just incredible. And he just was so precise. That battle he and Kotick put on out there was just incredible. William Ferguson was a part of that. Unfortunately, he had to make a move. He knew what he needed to do. It didn't pan out, but leaving this mano-a-mano battle right down to the wire, literally less than a tenth of a second between them. So much fun.
One of the best races we've had all weekend. We certainly got our money's worth on this one. Let's head back down to Hayward. He's got the rest of our podium.
Jonathan, a very impressive drive, a great race, but it looks like this one ended in frustration for you.
Oh, it's okay. We're winning first in class. I mean, I can't beat a $500,000 race car that his uncle has that's got 10 horsepower on the field. But the car was good. Got to thank Team Pelfrey, Carbotech, Hoosier Tires, Elite Engines, Mom and Dad, Jeff, Jessica, and everyone that supported me to get me to this point.
Well, congratulations on the silver, and we're going to bring Bob up and talk to him about the bronze.
Thank you.
Bob, this was you made an honest effort at the spin to win, but it comes in with a bronze. How was this race for you?
I mean, I'm happy to be third. Honestly, it's been a rough week, and I haven't done many laps. So, yeah, I mean, I lost track of these guys, Zachary and I racing, and once the draft was gone, you're kind of dead. So then I knew racing with Zachary, I figured that was the race for third because I didn't think that these three were going to make it. Because I was kind of had a good view of it in front of me. So I'm really happy to be on the podium. And we'll come back next year and try again, I guess.
Congratulations. We'll see you at where are we going next? Road America.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Jonathan Kotick obviously disappointed, feeling
disappointed, but it's a disappointing little frustration. And I'm sure his clear head will come back and he'll look back at it and say that was just a fun race.
Yeah, absolutely right. As we get the highlights here in the first run down to the first turn, Aller from the pole, and there's Ferguson and Kotick. Those three were going to be a factor all race long. As Aller getting a nice jump, Kotick moving by into second spot as the field lines up single file. Zach Rivard with the eventual third place finisher, Robert Perona right there. Rivard makes a little mistake on cold tires, lets Ferguson get by. Later in the race, once again, this was when Aller made that mistake late in the race, outbraked himself into turn one. That allowed Ferguson to take over the point. And then here was Ferguson making a last lap dive down into the inside as they entered the climbing S's. Just wasn't room for three cars there. And then with the lapped car of Robert Gross right in front, this duel into the roller coaster on the final lap. Kotick deep on the brakes, trying to get it done. But Aller sticks right on his gearbox. And as they come off the line, Aller, knowing he had a little advantage of the motor, pulls to the outside. Kotick trying to block, but he couldn't get it done. And by just that much, Nolan Aller takes his second gold medal. And like I say, they've been concentrating on this Formula F win, and they got the job done. What a great race.
That was a really good race. Very calculated. Nolan talked about it in the chess match, just playing out back and forth. And in the end, he's going to get his second gold medal of the weekend. Unbelievable.
We're going to break for lunch at this point. And for those of you on the stream, hang on because we'll have the Inside the SCCA halftime show with Brian Belansky, Greg Ginsburg, and Laura Brailer coming up during the lunch break. And we'll be back with you just a little past 1 o'clock Eastern time for STU as Greg Kramer and Tommy O'Gorman will be bringing that one to you. So until then, thanks so much for being with us for this coverage of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, the 60th running, and we'll see you down the road.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
It's Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires, our final show from this year's runoffs.
And I thought that, I might have a tear in my eye.
You're just tired and want to go to bed.
Yeah, exactly. Bags under the eyes, no tears at this point.
Lunchtime here on Sunday. We've got, three races, three national championship races left, and then one, I don't know if it's called an exhibition. It's not an exhibition because it counts for their series.
Their series, the Spec MX5 Challenge,
right.
They had their first race yesterday morning.
Right.
They have their final race, and believe me, for the racers, it is not just an exhibition.
Right.
$30,000
wow.
at play for the winner of their championship.
That might explain the schmozzle yesterday.
Quite possibly, yes.
Yeah. Yesterday's race, they had. They don't even think they completed their first racing lap, and had a big off, and it took too long to repair the tires and everything, so they didn't have a full race lap.
They theoretically they completed 7 laps,
right?
But the safety car was out before they completed lap number 1.
Right.
Yeah, and so Nathan Nicholson, who was the fastest driver in qualifying, he managed to hold the field. Well, we'll probably talk about that a little bit more before the show ends.
Well, they're the last race of the day today. But before that, we're going to crown 3 more national champions.
Yes, we are.
And the first of those is going to be in STU.
STU, exactly. Now, of course, we had the STL race with some of the same players.
Right.
This is for the engines above 2 liters.
Sure.
In Super Touring.
Hence the U.
And this is... We have very little to go by here, I think, for the 2023 runoffs,
right.
At least as far as last year's championship. Because, well, we just talked about about Spec MX5 Challenge
right.
having 3/4 of a race lap. Well, in STU, the championship race last year had 3 laps complete before it was ended under safety car conditions with an incredibly wet track and a completely oiled down track.
Right.
It was a very, very odd finish where we had Joe Moser take the national championship in his Honda CRX. I should also add, not the same Honda CRX that he races in Super Touring Lite. And for Moser, that was his 4th national championship last year. I think I talked earlier in the week, especially when we were talking about STL,
right.
about how many years he's been behind the wheel, piloting different Honda CRXs and how he does so well with that chassis. But I think the biggest story was Chip Herr,
right.
Who had issues all week long last year in his Audi A4, the same Audi that he raced in Pirelli World Challenge right at the turn of the century. That makes it sound incredibly old, but it was about 20 years ago. And
I'm so old.
Yeah, I know. Well, so is Chip now. I have photos of Chip accepting trophies at like 17 years old.
Wow.
So it's but. And not that I don't use those for blackmail much, but Chip started at the back of the field in a car that was loaned to him by Anthony Pacelli, who is, I believe, well, we saw that car earlier the week in Touring 3. Chip came from the back of the field in 3 laps, started I think 21st or 22nd, finished second. And I guarantee you that if there was at least one more lap under green, he would have been your national champion. It was an amazing drive for him in the wet in an all-wheel drive car. It was definitely the horse.
Yeah,
for
that
the
was
course.
the horse for that course.
Yeah, absolutely,
no question.
But maybe the biggest surprise was the driver that has the world record for the longest continuous drift. He did,
and that's a real thing, by the way, folks. It's a Guinness Book of World Records record for the world's longest drift. This guy is one of the coolest dudes out there.
We had him in the booth with us for the Super Tour, for the June sprints.
Right.
And he is absolutely amazing. He actually raced in a BMW at the June sprint.
Sure.
But he returns in the same car that he raced last year. This is the former E-production car of Kip Van Steenberg.
Okay.
And last year, Van Steenberg had just come off back surgery and couldn't race, and so Johan stepped into the car. Well, in the wet conditions, Johan made it 3 corners in the national championship race, and unfortunately, that is where that Porsche 944 ended up.
Right.
But he came back. I don't think Johan can have a chip on his shoulder.
No.
But put in some absolute flyers. Not on the first day of qualifying,
right?
But he was 1.2 seconds clear of Chip Herr, set his fastest qualifying lap on the second day of qualifying, where this group had very nice conditions. It was overcast, it was cool,
and
but
dry. Right,
exactly. Turned in a 2:03.89. Chip Herr was pretty consistent across all 3 days of qualifying in the Audi, which has been rock solid all week long. A 2:01.161. He made up about 4/10 over the course of the 3 days.
Right.
But he's still about 7-8 tenths off of the provisional pole time. Joe Moser in the Honda CRX, another 4/10 back from there. He set his fast lap like Schwartz on the second day of qualifying. And, I don't think we can ever count out the person who is scheduled to start on the outside of the front row.
Yep.
He was leading this race literally seconds before the full course caution came out, spun the car in that oil that had been put down. Mark Liller in his Dodge Neon SRT4, a forced induction Dodge Neon. It doesn't just say hi, it says get out of my way. And I think with him starting on the outside of the front row, he's going to make, and he's done it every year he's run at the runoffs. He's done it in the Super Tour as well. He has absolutely amazing starts with that car, and he's definitely the one to watch. He finished on the podium back in 2017 at Indianapolis in the Angry Sheep Motorsports car, and he was his ultimate pace a couple tenths off of the top 3, but I think that car can be there if he can keep the tires under him.
Right.
The Neon, certainly not the chassis handling-wise that the Porsche is, that the Audi is, although the Audi is going to have challenges with tires as well. That all-wheel drive car, not known for being easy on the rubber, but we've already talked about when we talked about STL with Joe Moser and a front-wheel drive chassis. Takes time to get the rear tires up, but you do work the fronts a lot. The Neon is going to work the fronts a lot more than the CRX is.
One thing to think about in this afternoon's races, the forecast for today is the hottest and sunniest day that we've had all week long. Very few of these drivers, when they come on the grid this weekend, or today, this afternoon, will have driven in this type of conditions.
Well, some of them saw this in the last day of qualifying, and it's interesting that so many drivers in this class set their fastest qualifying times on Thursday in very similar conditions because, we've talked to numerous drivers that found the track slower on that last day of qualifying because, it wasn't as hot as it's going to be this afternoon. No cloud cover, and in the afternoon, as the sun goes high and starts beating down on the track, this track surface, which was last repaved, I believe, in 2017, starts to get very, very greasy.
Yeah. So it's and there's a lot of people in this other thing part of it. There's a lot of people racing in this class who've raced already this weekend.
Yes.
So a lot of experience and a lot of folks who know their way around this racetrack. So it will be real interesting to see. And you've got to think that our national champion has a very good chance of coming out of those top 3 rows with Schwartz, her, and Moser. They're pretty stout when it comes to racing around here.
They are, and Chip Herr, we talked about the drive last year in the wet, but he put on an amazing race against some of the Krug Speed Lotus Elises at Indianapolis, and he's been I don't want to say he's been racing this chassis forever because there were many years
when he didn't own it,
when he did not own it, and he purchased it. Just 2 years ago, and also purchased the backup car. So he's got two of these.
He's got it all in there,
yeah. But he knows how to push an all-wheel drive car around a racetrack.
All right, let's take a look at our top 10 here for this last afternoon of racing here at the Runoffs. We have got, as we've said, Johann Schwartz and Chip Herr in the front row, and Joe Moser and Mark Liller in the second row. Haven't talked a whole lot about Darren Trakel.
Right. So Darren, for many years, was racing a Honda CRX, an 8th generation Honda CRX. I first started racing against Darren, actually, when he was an IT racer in an Acura Integra. Much like Mark Liller out of the Washington, D.C. region, called Summit Point his home track. He and Liller both under the Angry Sheep Motorsports banner, as opposed to the Angry Llama Angry Llama Racing banner. But Darren not
a lot of anger out there.
No. A lot of anger and a lot of sheep, apparently.
Exactly.
But Darren not racing in Neon. He is racing in the E46 BMW 325. So a very well-balanced car, maybe a little bit heavier, a little bit wider, very good on the brakes.
Right.
And Darren is a very patient racer. I would definitely look for him to contend for a medal this year. Jose Osiris Pena, scheduled to go out in his forced induction Toyota GT86. He had planned on bringing a Honda CRX to this gunfight, and had some challenges with that car in testing earlier in the week. Went to the backup car. Also, Anthony Garacci, I talked about the Lotus Exige, and I said Lotus Elise. It's a Lotus Exige, and he was the one in the battle in Indianapolis with Chip Herr. Garacci did not get testing in here over the weekend. He was down south at Sebring racing in a certain Pro Series.
Got it.
So he came out with qualifying, and he's been doing a little bit of catch up. Jorge Nazario in the Taxmania MX5. The cars looked okay, but he's still 6 seconds off provisional pole. And then finally, John Schmidt and David Fiorelli. Schmidt, another national championship holder. This will be his 25th start. He won STU at Daytona, but hasn't really been a factor in the last couple of years. And then finally, David Fiorelli in, I think the eyeball. I might also mention Schmidt in one of the bigger front-wheel drive cars, a Honda Accord.
Right.
That's a car he really has to look out for tire wear on. And then starting 10th, David Fiorelli in a Ford Mustang. And that car, it's going to be a challenge around here with the rear suspension on that car.
All right, there's your Super Touring starting grid top 10 here. That race begins at right around 1 o'clock Eastern, right after lunch. All right, we're here with Jay Chapman from Goodyear Racing Tires. Been with us along the way last year and this year with the podcast, and we, of course, appreciate all of that.
Yep. No, happy to be here, Brian.
So, it's SCCA. It's our big national championships.
Another year, another runoffs.
There's a lot of places you could be this weekend.
There is.
But you're here at VIR, and a lot of grassroots motorsports folks are happy to see you here.
No, we're happy to be here. You know, weather's much better this year.
Yeah.
Having a lot more fun. Watching good racing. A lot of tires being used, so everything's going well.
Exactly. Although not as many rain tires, so you're probably not making as much money this year as last year.
Yeah, we got a lot of good racing though, and that's awesome. Everybody's having a lot of fun.
Right.
Definitely been a competitive morning so far. So yeah, things are well.
So we got some big news.
We do.
Coming down. We've just been able to start talking about it, and there's a new contracted spec tire for B-Spec, and it is, of course, Goodyear.
No, we're extremely proud to be part of to grow inside of the SCCA community, to become the spec tire for the B-Spec class, something we've pursued for a while. Our first tire we introduced when we came back into the DOT line of tires was the 205 5015, in which the cars will be using, and really, really excited to be with such a great group of guys, drivers, teams, really pleased.
Yeah, the class has seen an absolute renaissance in the last couple of years. Much of that to Frank Schwartz and his band of merry men and women. And last year we had 25 or 30 cars on the grid. I don't even remember how many we've got this year, but it's a really good number. And to get the commitment out of a tire manufacturer, especially one with such huge roots in the United States as Goodyear, is a really big deal.
Yeah, no, we've watched the growth over the years. The cars are still very day-to-day drivers. You can relate to them. It's something you see on the showroom floor, as the Goodyear brand is as well. So there's a good connection there. Frank and the rest of the team has done a great job at growing the class, increasing participation, watching it go from just a few cars to where they are now. I believe they're 4th overall in participation, and that's something they should be extremely proud of. They've done a great job with that, so we're just happy to be connected with them.
Well, and if it weren't for that, you guys wouldn't be interested because you wouldn't have enough cars to sell tires to.
Yeah, and we've been pursuing this for like a really long time,
right?
But we saw that growth was going to happen. We know the passion that they have for the class,
right?
So no, we really wanted to be part of that growth.
So racers are racers, right? All they care about is how's this going to affect me.
Right.
And it affects them in two different ways. How's my car going to drive on your tires, and what's it going to cost? We'll talk about the second part in a second because I don't think that's quite hammered out yet. But how's it going to compare, let's say, to what they're used to with the present tire?
No, I think it's going to be really comparable.
Right.
I think we're going to have there's some positives and negatives, as change always has. So I think I think the longevity is going to be there. I think it's going to be. I think they're going to see some value in us being trackside at all the Super Tour events. I think that's a really strong aspect that they may not be used to.
Right.
They'll be able to talk to engineering, talk to the distributor, service people right there, to be able to pick tires up at every event, every Super Tour event. That's going to be a big change for them. But I think performance, is going to be strong. I think longevity, heat cycles is going to be comparable, if not better. So yeah, there's a lot of unknowns still, but we've done a lot of testing. We've had these on a lot of cars in the past. So no.
So performance from a speed and handling standpoint is one thing, but being a spec class, the longevity is really a big deal for these guys.
It is. I think they're going to get multiple heat cycles. I think there's going to be some things that some teams will learn about our tire, about ways to break them in, ways to maybe the first heat cycle may not be its best. It may be the second, third, fourth heat cycle. So it'll be really interesting, really nice to watch the team progress, get them on a lot, variety of cars, variety of driver skills. Right. So really excited.
So I've had a chance to get to know some of your engineering folks, and they're awesome.
They are.
And they obviously haven't been supporting B-Spec, and B-Spec drivers haven't had that level of engineering support. What can the drivers expect when they come and walk up to the trailer and look for one of your folks?
Not only is it on pit lane getting pressures and temperatures of the tires, when we get back to the paddocks, discussing tire temperature spread, discussing air pressure, discussing what's the tire is doing. Is this the best way to, is this reacting with your car in the way you expect it to? And helping the drivers become better, to tune the tire better to their car. One air pressure setting on one car might be different on another car. A heavy front wheel drive car might be different than a rear wheel drive. So there's things that they're going to have to, that the engineers being trackside can help the teams to get better.
So B-Spec is not your traditional spec class. You know, your traditional spec class, it's essentially the same platform.
Right.
Or maybe, you know, like Spec Miata, there's a couple of different Mazda models,
Right.
Miata models, but they're all essentially Miatas.
Right.
Here, you've got a different dynamic, because you've got all those different manufacturers. All the cars are dramatically different.
Yes.
How does that play into making a tire to work for all those cars?
I mean, we had to think about it and go back and want to test on multiple cars. So we wanted, when we introduced this, obviously we went to some local friends. We had a Honda Fit, a Spec Miata, and then an STL car that all came out, went to the same track, had the same tire, and put it on everything, and let's see how it reacts. And we were happy with the way it reacted across the board, the front-wheel drive Fit, the rear-wheel drive Miata. So we got some background at that, and really, we really set in on a good compound, a good carcass, a good overall product that I think the B-Spec community will be very proud to drive on.
So I know there's some details that aren't completely ironed out yet. So tell me what you can and don't tell me what you can't. Contingency, that's a big part of all of this. What do you think that's going to look like?
That's still to be determined. We've given a couple good options. I think the board's going to get together. We want to work with the board. We want to make sure we're all doing the right thing for the right reasons. Encourage participation, not only in B-Spec, but at big events,
Right.
runoffs, sprints. Continue to grow the class, possibly things at majors, regionals, but growth is the important thing. Growth of the class, growth of participation, growth inside of SCCA, and watching SCCA maybe see that B-Spec go to the second, third most popular class.
So does this open the door for this tire to be utilized in other classes or other sizes come out later to maybe help out in other classes?
Our DOT line and why we're going to continue to develop and make changes with the rest of the line. Yes, we carry multiple SKUs. We're really proud to say that Scotty White's sitting off pole in T2 on our tire. So obviously the performance is there.
Right.
But yeah, this tire, the 205 50/15, is going to be a great track day tire. I think it'll get picked up a lot in that community. I think they're going to cycle down into different places to get used. So no, I think it's a great tire. It's a good overall tire, good all around, lots of heat cycles. So and it will be a value price point. I think the price point is going to come down to make it work well for the B-Spec class, and really happy about that.
Well, you already took my last question, was price point. Also not set yet, but you're close to coming in on that.
Correct, yeah. Price point's not set yet, but a couple big things that we're really happy about is the commitment, the 3-year commitment of being trackside with SCCA. That's a big thing for the Goodyear brand.
Right.
We want to be, and we want to tell the community that we're here for the next 3 years. We'll be at the Super Tours. That confidence we really want to instill in the rest of the paddock, that we're going to be around and still developing and still building other products.
So I guess the next big question is, how soon can drivers get their hands on these tires and take them and run them to get a head start on being ready for Sebring Super Tour?
Plan right now is December 1st.
Okay.
That's looking like order date number 1. Couple little things to iron out with the class, which I think is great. It gives us time, gives the drivers time to utilize some of the stuff that they may have, do some regionals. I know Mid-Ohio has a regional coming up, so get out there, wear out your old stuff, and then that way, as we get to the new year, as we start headed down to Florida for the week of vacation, we're down there on Goodyear's and racing the Super Tour and the majors down there.
Yeah, there's always 2 ways to look at that. Want to use up the stuff you got, but also want to get some testing done on the stuff you're going to be on.
Right, 100%.
All right, Jay Chapman, Goodyear Racing Tires, thank you so much for
being
being part of this B-Spec program and, of course, being part of Inside the SCCA now for going on 2 years.
We're really proud to be part of the Inside SCCA. We all listen to it weekly. We're always there. It's great. You're doing a good product.
All right, appreciate it. All right, as it's probably been noticed, that interview with Jay Chapman I did yesterday because I was wearing a different shirt. So big thanks to him for coming in and chatting with us for a little bit. Real exciting news about B-Spec.
Very much
and their new tire going into next year for the next 3 years. And I know that the folks at Goodyear are real excited about that as well.
Yeah, and when we talked to Jay last year, he mentioned, of course, that I've always been big in prototype racing, big in the larger, heavier GT cars. They wanted to get into back into the touring car market, and I think given the popularity of B-Spec, this is a great entry, great gateway into that product segment.
Absolutely. All right, so let's get right back to it here. H Production, our last production race of the runoffs here is coming up, and this is a big field of cars.
It is. We had 25 drivers set qualifying times over the week. And, as we see a lot of times in H production, a little bit of, I don't want to say controversy, but travesty.
Yeah, well, but this is another class a lot like B-Spec, where it was kind of on life support for a little bit, and all of the groups have got together to have an H Production National Championship. They're doing a lot of that kind of stuff to revive the excitement around the class.
A lot of camaraderie in the class.
Huge amount of camaraderie.
Nationwide, and not just in little regional pockets.
Yeah, Jason Lamagna, part of that whole process as well, and it's just been really cool to see them do what they've done here.
Yeah, Jason Lamagna, Mike Kelly, who isn't racing this year, but he's here. He's here supporting his girlfriend Taylor Hyatt, whose birthday is today.
Oh well, that's great, and she is also in this race. So it's a good to see what's going on with H Production in this group with 25 cars.
All right, so let's take a look at where we stand. Again, 25 qualifiers here, and I think the big story is going to be whether or not Chris Schaafsma can repeat as national champion. He had an epic battle with Steve Sargis for the majority of last year's race in damp conditions. It wasn't pouring down rain, but the track was not optimal. But it gave Chris, and I think we'll hear this, we're going to be talking to Chris in a few moments. Chris, I think he alluded to the fact that the front-wheel drive Volkswagen Golf that he's driving gave him some advantages over a chassis like the Triumph Spitfire that Steve Sargis runs.
Right. And then right behind him has got Chris Albin, who is always strong in that Volkswagen Golf.
Another Golf, exactly. Always a very quick car. And here's I don't want to call him a dark horse because he's starting on the outside of the second row.
Right.
Mike Ogren out of Florida. He started off the Super Tour season in January, just absolutely decimating the H production field down there.
Sure.
Now, again, he has quite a bit of track knowledge down there, but we saw him again in the spring here at VIR for the Super Tour, where we had 1 day in the dry, 1 day in the damp, and he again was the class of the field both days. And I expect once we start racing here, and Mike is an employee of a certain tire manufacturer, knows his tires well, definitely knows how to manage the tires on his Volkswagen Scirocco.
Right.
He's somebody that I definitely would look for to get a podium here at VIR.
Yeah, we've also got some other really good cars in this race. Will Perry with that Honda CRX, he is starting 5th. That car is always been really well sorted out. And then you got Vesa Silgren.
Yeah. And actually, let's not gloss over right in the middle. So we've got Will Perry starting 5th. We've got Rick Benazik in a third-gen Honda Civic hatchback. So essentially the same chassis, a little bit longer wheelbase than the CRXs of Perry and Silgren. But Benazik has been driving the wheels off of that car. Saw him in an epic battle with Amber Stevenson at Watkins Glen for the Super Tour earlier this year.
Sure.
And Rick has had, I think, some health issues throughout the spring and early summer. So I'm very happy to see him here. And he has just been wheeling that Civic. You mentioned Vesa Silgren. Silgren was our 2019 national champion here at Virginia International Raceway in his Honda CRX. He also was your silver medalist last year here. And so a little bit of a surprise to see the CRX back. But, as we've talked a little bit during the week, there is definitely a difference between qualifying pace and race pace. And Vesa definitely turns it on once the green flag flies.
Yeah, so, we've got these 25 cars here, and is this a class where the national champion can come a little deeper in from the field?
Quite possibly. I think, it's not a running joke, but a running theme over the years in the production car classes is that, the engines are high-strung, the suspension, drivers do what they can to get the weight out of the cars. Now, of course, we've been running what's known as limited prep in production, and the majority of the cars in H production are these limited prep cars where you don't have incredibly high compression ratios on the motor. You're not running these hand grenades where things are just going left and right. But some drivers, I look back to Sargis, for example, back in 2019, where he had engine issues, and that's a part of racing
Right.
regardless. You may not see somebody who starts 15th in the field coming away with a medal,
Right.
but certainly anybody in the top 10 there. Jason Lamana in a rebuilt Volkswagen Rabbit, first-gen Rabbit, had some issues during the test day. One of the test days that the car stopped moving.
Right.
that's a problem.
Yeah, that is a problem.
But kind of what we're talking about here during the races, and he's getting that car ready to go. It always is going to be a question of attrition.
Right.
It's going to be a
Well,
question of reliability.
And a lot of these cars are former IT cars.
Yes.
That have moved into the production ranks so that they can go race for a national championship. Sure. You also have a couple of B-Spec cars, which when they cross over into H production. Frank Schwartz is out here in a Mini Cooper, and I see a Honda Fit here.
Well, in Ed Wary's case, in the Maximum Attack Motorsports Honda Fit, that is actually a car that's built to the H production rule
Right.
set. It is not a B-Spec car crossing over.
Right. So, but that door was opened by the B-Spec being there.
I think so.
So let's real quick. We're kind of running out of time here. Shorter show at lunch. Let's listen to the interview that we grabbed yesterday with Chris Schaafsma talking about qualifying and today's race. We're here at the 2023 Runoffs with the H Production pole sitter, Chris Schaafsma. So let's first talk about qualifying. How did that go?
It went, I think, pretty well all week. I mean, we never had problems with the car. I just had some issues finding some open track to get the laps that I knew I was capable of doing. And then, on Thursday, we got a big open space and we're able to just put together some laps really nicely together.
So some of our classes, drafting is important during qualifying. Not the case for you?
No, drafting is important. The current qualifying lap record is a 13.9 that Steve got last year, drafting behind me. Came up and shook my hand at impound after that session. And so I was pretty intent on not repeating that this year, and that's why I just wanted to find my own space on track.
Got it. Going into the race, what are your thoughts on what's going to play out there?
I mean, qualifying is completely different than the race. I expect that, Steve is going to be right there with me the whole time, and both of us are going to need to run, a clean, precise, but fast race. And one of us will probably end up making a mistake at some point, and that'll be the decider.
Just want to make sure you're in the right spot to take advantage of that mistake, right?
Exactly.
So, do you think that there's any weather considerations that you're going to have to deal with race day?
I mean, right now the weather guessers say that it's going to be nice. If it ends up being wet or turning wet during the race, that seems to be an advantage for me, so I'll be fine with that.
All right, that's Chris Schaafsma, your H Production pole sitter here at the 2023 Runoffs. All right, so two things. I'm not sure how he gets in and out of a Volkswagen Golf.
Well, I think, and as he was talking about, he doesn't want to get into a drafting battle. The Golf is a very large car with a lot of headroom.
I suppose so.
That's how he does it.
I also like his referring to the weather forecasters as weather guessers.
Yes.
As I've said for a long time, baseball players and weather people are the only people who can be right 33% of the time and get into the Hall of Fame. So, but yeah, and here it has felt like, this week in particular, weather guessing is what we've been doing.
Yes.
Not so much during race days, but definitely during qualifying. There's a lot of guessing going on there.
Yeah.
So
and last year during the national championship races, it was the same thing.
for some of the classes, there were some classes where there was no guessing involved. It was all on rain tires.
Well, in H production, it certainly was.
Right.
So he's got some experience with that, but he wants to be in a position where, as he mentioned, he wants to be able to get away from the rest of the field. Golf drivers do not want to get into drafting battles,
right?
Because that is going to be the easiest car in the field to get a whiff of a draft from.
Yeah, I definitely feel like he's one of those drivers out there who's going to be doing a rain dance, but is not going to be given his dream come true in that regard today. So. All right, so here's your starting lineup for H Production here. This is how they're going to roll off the line. Chris Schaafsma is your pole sitter. Next to him will be Steve Sargis. Then we've got Chris Albin and Mike Ogren on the second row, followed by Will Perry and Rick Benazik.
Benazik.
And then Vesa Silgren is going to be next to him, or on the inside of row number 4. With Jason Lamagna, and then William Traynor and Greg Greg Gopper.
And I should add that if there's going to be one driver doing a rain dance, Greg Gopper, who had the most amazing drive to win a national championship in 2011 at Road America in the wet. It was absolutely masterful. And if there is one driver who can come from further back in the field, if for some reason we once again have rain come down without any clouds on our radar, Greg Gopper is my man.
There you go. All right, that is your starting order for H Production. This class scheduled to roll off at 2 o'clock Eastern Time right here on the YouTube channel. Do not tune away because this is going to be a fun one.
It is.
And we're back here at the 60th SCCA Runoffs, and this is the Inside the SCCA presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. Greg, the time has come.
We're almost there, Brian.
Our final race of the weekend to talk about, and it is going to be a good one for sure.
Oh, it is.
And this, of course, is Touring 2, and we should take a look and talk about how the qualifying to get here and what we think we're going to happen in this race.
Yeah, so let's get right to it here, Brian. Last national championship race of the weekend. And this is one where we had drivers setting fast laps all throughout the week.
Right.
And there was a cream of the crop. I think there weren't many changes in the overall order throughout the week, but some drivers actually did find a decent amount of time as they went from Tuesday to Thursday. The class of the field, the cream of the crop.
Yes.
Reigning national champion, defending national champion, Kurt Resitano in the Phoenix Performance Ford Mustang, and he came right out of the gate running a high 1 minute 59 point. It was a high 59.
Right.
Let's call it that. And he managed to knock about a half second off of that throughout the week. Actually set his fastest lap time on Wednesday, on the second day of qualifying, but even on day number 3, and he only put in 2 flying laps on the last day.
Sure.
Realized pretty quickly that the track was not as fast as it was on Wednesday, and and conserve the equipment, conserve the tires. But when I say, he realized that it wasn't nearly as fast, well, he was only 1,500ths off of what his best time was the day before. That's how fine we see the Phoenix guys sometimes putting things. Now, Scotty B. White found over a second from Tuesday to Thursday. Set his fastest lap time on the final day of qualifying, and he's, we saw in a previous class where he was, I think, much further out of that top few rows. Matter of fact, I think sitting outside the top 10 than he wanted to be. Here, he's definitely in the mix with his Night Transport Dodge Viper SRT 10, only 0.4 of a second off of provisional pole, he and somebody who has had the same number of race starts coming into this weekend are going to be really, I think, battling for the win with Resitano. That is Mark Bowden. Now, both of these drivers come into this event this weekend, and both drivers have been scheduled to run in multiple races over the course of the weekend, but they had come into this event having started 38 races at the National Championship Runoffs.
Each of them
had started 38. Difference, Mark Bowden has 4 national championships. Scotty B. White still looking for his first. He finished second at Laguna Seca back in 2014. But I think this is probably one of his best chances to take a championship. That Dodge has looked very strong this week.
Definitely. How many championships does Resitano have?
Resitano, 4. And so he is looking for number 5.
I'm doing some math. There are 23 national championships in this race.
That is correct.
And you know why? Because the 4th place car.
Well, let me just say that the next driver we're going to talk about hasn't had nearly the number of starts of Mark Bowden or Scotty B. White.
In this class?
Well, in general. Only has come in with 37
runoff
race starts instead of the 38. But when you – and now I'm not going to do the math.
No.
But almost – almost a win for every other race start. We've got John Heinersey here, and John – who started his program in a brand new car, a Cadillac CT4 Blackwing, gobs and gobs of horsepower, twin turbo V6 engine, 4-door sedan. You know, he sits back there. He's got the arm on the armrest, and he looks very relaxed. He debuted the car at Sebring to begin the season, and the car was definitely off pace early on. But the Phoenix Performance folks and John have really worked on the development, and he is going to be starting on row number 2, right next to Mark Bowden, and with a qualifying time of 2:01 flat, we'll call it a 2:01.1.
Right.
I mean, he's right in there with these top drivers. Now that Cadillac, it's got a little bit longer wheelbase than some of the other cars in the class. But it is also, I think, a little bit wider track than some of the other cars in the class, and has shown to be a very good fit. And of course, you've got a 16-time national champion behind the wheel, and it's a big change, from the T4 car that he had been running last year to move back into this bigger GM product.
So yeah, I spoke with John. He was my preview guest on the Inside the SCCA broadcast last week. He has a quiet confidence in him about this particular car. I think there's still probably development left to go in this car, but he was really happy with what they'd done coming into this year, and to be ready for this runoff. So I certainly wouldn't discount him at all in this conversation.
No, certainly not. And I don't want to call him a dark horse. He's starting 5th. I've seen him race many times this year, both on the Super Tour, also regional races in what is called the Northeast Spec Corvette Series, made specifically for C5 Corvettes. David Sanders, but in another Phoenix Performance prepared car, he has been very strong. He's pretty much run the table in that Spec Corvette Series, and he also is sitting right in that 2:01 range, right near what Heinrichs he put down in that brand new Cadillac. And I think David Sanders, certainly, if not to win, has a good opportunity to put himself on a podium here at VIR. But then, we talk about the fall line posse. We talked about Mark Bowden there, qualified on the inside of row number 2, but he's got his whole cast of characters. He's got Alan Kosoff. He's got his son Joe Bowden, who has finished on the podium at the runoffs before. He's got Aaron Kaplan here as well. Lots and lots of drivers that are capable of putting some very quick equipment, very well-prepared equipment on the podium.
And a lot of these drivers we talked about during the Super Tour this year, so they've been going up against the best drivers in the country all year long, and they're going to put themselves into a position here, hopefully, to make themselves known and part of the discussion when they get into the late part of this race. So, anyone else deeper in the field that we should keep an eye on?
I think certainly, as we mentioned, a lot of the fall line guys. I think Joe Bowden, not where he wants to be here. He is starting on the outside of row number 4, and he is, like a good portion of the field, he is driving a Porsche Carrera, Porsche 911.
Sure.
And I'm sure he would prefer to be at least one more row up, and I think it's going to be very tight up at the front. But I think, and we're going to hear from Kurt Resitano in a second here. He talked a little bit about his strategy, and he considers himself to be down on power from a lot of these other machines. And I think we should, if we listen to what he says, I think he's going to actually spell out how this race is going to work out.
We're here at the 2023 SCCA Runoffs with our T2 pole sitter, Kurt Resitano.
Yep.
How are we doing?
We're doing really good. Feeling pretty good.
So tell us a little bit about qualifying.
Qualifying was kind of a progressive step up every day. Had to go a little bit quicker every day. First day we had a decent gap, and then, Scotty and Mark Bowden got a little closer. Then yesterday, Scotty White got even closer than that. So I think everybody was doing what they were supposed to do. They just kept going quicker all week.
Was it faster for you on Tuesday, or did you actually pick up more time on Thursday?
Tuesday was quicker. The track, I don't think, quite had it on Thursday. So, yeah, Wednesday was the fastest actually qualifying for us. Yep.
All right, race is coming up. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking I need to stay in front of all that high horsepower stuff behind me. That's the biggest thing. All I have is handling on them. So if I can get out in front, in the first couple sectors and get away before the back straight, I should be in decent shape. If not, then it'll be a fight.
All right, so how's Daddy going to do? I believe that's a win. That's a win. Kurt Resitano, thank you very much. Our T2 pole sitter for the 2023 SCCA Runoffs. All right, let's take a look at our full top 10 here. This is how they're going to start in this final race of the runoffs.
All right, so we've got Kurt Rosatano, who just heard from, our pole sitter in his Phoenix Performance Ford Mustang GT, with Scotty B. Wright in the Dodge Viper starting to his left. We should be looking for the torque and the power from that V10. I think one of Scotty's best advantages is going to be on the start. Mark Bowden in his Fall Line Motorsports Porsche 911 starting on the inside of row number 2 with John Heinrich's Phoenix Cadillac Blackwing right next to him. I think Heinrich going to have the torque advantage again off the line. David Sanders in his C5 Corvette starting on the inside of row number 3 with Alan Kossoff in his Porsche 911 right next to him. Then Brian LaCroix in a C6 Corvette. He'll be starting 7th with Joe Bowden in his Porsche starting to his left in 8th. Row number 5, it's going to be Matt O'Toole and Aaron Kaplan, the two teammates there. Both we've got O'Toole in the Porsche 911, Aaron Kaplan in a BMW M2 Club Sport.
All right, so this is our last show here at the Runoffs, Greg. And first of all, I want to thank you for being here with me the whole way.
Thank you so much, Brian.
We had a blast doing it, but there's a whole bunch of other people I got to thank, and I don't have a lot of time to do it here. So, of course, Goodyear Racing Tires for being our presenting sponsor. Racekeeper, the official in-car camera of Inside the SCCA. The Women on Track program and the SCCA Foundation for sponsoring our awards. Also, Racing for Heroes and Cruise Associates for sponsoring our award there as well. Want to thank all the course workers, the corner workers, the grid workers, people in tech, all of the SCCA volunteers.
We don't mean to skip a bunch of them, but
I'm running out of time. So
Right.
we love all of you. We couldn't do this without you, and thank you so much. Mike Cobb with the SCCA has always been a warm and welcoming person with our podcast, and we can't thank him anymore. Eric Pearl and Deanna Flanagan for helping us with all of the major logistics that happens with bringing us here, and I just they've been a big part of this. Dan Dennehy Rodriguez, who helps in so many different ways, and was the first one to suggest that I come and do this last year. It was his pushing that got us here this last year, and we were able to come back again this year. The Scotts, Schmidt and Dobler for carrying around some of my gear and getting it to the different events this year and the runoffs as well. Also, all of the marketing, PR, and web staff for the SCCA who have been helping us get on the air, and the folks who run the big broadcast here for putting us on at lunch and at noon.
Yeah.
That is going to be it for all of us here at Inside the SCCA. For Greg Ginsberg, for Brian Belansky, for Lauren Brallier. You guys have yourself a great year, and we'll be back doing podcasts again next week. Find us on the YouTube and on the podcast channel.
This weekend, Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combined to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes will do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs, the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth, for the historic 60th annual SCCA Runoffs. It is an absolutely beautiful afternoon that greets all the competitors and all the members of the Sports Car Club of America for the final afternoon of racing at the 60th annual running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs here at Virginia International Raceway. From the beautiful villas overlooking the climbing S's to the fans stacked on the hillsides, they know something special will be happening this afternoon with the final 4 races coming up, and the next one is going to be the Run for the Gold in Super Touring Under. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Tom O'Gorman, and Hayward Wagner is down in pit lane. And Hayward, you know, you think about variety and diversity. How about in this field of 13, 12 different types of cars?
Yeah, Greg, we were just walking up and down the grid line looking at the diversity. It's just kind of ridiculous, if I'm honest. This was a class that was intended for people who had purchased former pro racing cars to be able to come and go club racing, the Super Touring class. And this car right here, Chip Herr's Audi, is a classic example of this. This is a car that ran in the Speed World Challenge Touring Car Series, still boasting that livery there on the car, a classic Audi look, carbon hood. This is an all-wheel drive car, second on the grid. Third on the grid, this is going to be a familiar car for the folks that have been tuned in all week. This, of course, is Joe Moser in the King Motorsports CRX. This is a B20 powered car. I mentioned this class started as a place for old pro racing cars to end up. Of course, SCCA members take a look at those rules and figure out, I bet I could build a car that would do pretty well in that class. I wanted to point out, this is our pole sitter. This is Johan Swartz and Kip Van Steenberg's 944. One of the most beautiful cars on the grid. But going back to, this is club racing, this is amateur racing. His window decal right here, this is 3 layers of good old-fashioned racer's tape with some vinyl laid on top of it. And by the way, if these guys look tired, it's because they towed 9 hours each way since Thursday to take the car to Florida to have a new transaxle put in it. They're here on pole.
They are on pole, and that happened early too, Tom O'Gorman, because Johan had to leave for an event he had a conflict with and had to leave here, didn't get back until late last night. So it's been one heck of a journey for that team. And now let's take a look at the journey that everybody on this grid is going to have to deal with for the next 15 laps. That is the amazingly beautiful and very challenging Virginia International Raceway. Time for a Mazda track map. This place is special.
It is, and it's the variety on the grid that's going to make it even more interesting as cars have different strengths and weaknesses. But down into turn 1, a great passing opportunity, of course. Into turns 2 and 3. 3 is that sweeping NASCAR bend into the lower S's at turn 4. This is where you need the car to be light on its feet, nimble, mechanical grip is king. Then high-speed stability and a little bit of top end come into play at the beginning of Sector 2 through the uphill S's through South Bend. We need aero there, but then you also need a good power down. That all-wheel drive Audi will certainly be good for the exit of Oak Tree. Then a long back straightaway into the roller coaster at 13, 14, and 15, and also a long pull to the start-finish line out of Hog Pen, leaving turn 16 and 17.
And that turn 10 is South Bend, and man, it is a diabolical corner. It is brilliant, and we're looking forward to this one. There's no question. And you know, this is a neat one for me because we are talking about old pro race cars that are here. Well, I'm an old pro announcer, and I've announced a number of these drivers in some of those races. Johan Swartz, of course, was running in World Challenge when you were, and Chip Herr, back in the glory days of World Challenge in the touring car class in its heyday, was an absolute monster in that very Audi. So this one's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm going to get to the starting lineup so we can really set the field just a little bit. Starting in the 13th spot in his 21st runoff start, the 17 of Whitfield Gregg, all the way from Bellevue, Washington, but running out of New York region, and the flat-out racing Mazda Miata. Starting in the 12th spot, his second runoff start, the 69 of Michael Reese out of Brooklyn, New York, also New York region, in his Honda S2000. Starting in the 11th spot, his third runoff start, the 75 of James Slechta from Moab, Utah, running out of the Colorado region. In the Alien Force Racing, I love that name, Niso and Carbotech Nissan 300ZX. Starting in the 10th spot, his fourth runoff start, the number 190 of David Fiorelli out of Coppell, Texas, out of Texas region in his Ford Mustang. Starting in the 9th spot, his 25th start at the runoffs, the 92 of John Schmidt out of Sunbury, Ohio, runs the Ohio Valley region, the Hoosier Redline Oil and Doc Smith Honda Accord. Starting in the 8th spot, the 11th runoff start for the 165 of Jorge Nazario out of San Juan, Puerto Rico in the Taxmania Mazda MX5. Starting in the 7th spot, his 10th runoff start for the 72 of Anthony Girazzi. He was third and made the medal last year here out of Glen Head, New York region, the Krug Speed Lotus Exige. Starting in the 6th spot outside row 3, a 4th start for the 199 of Jose Osiris Pena, and he already had a race here earlier this weekend out of Miami, Florida on the Toyota GT86. Then we move to the 5th starting spot, 9th runoff start for the number 70 of Darren Treacle out of Marshall, Virginia, Washington, D.C. region. This is a home race for him in the Treacle Insurance Agency, BMW. Then starting outside of row number 2, 4th spot, 5th runoff start for the 19 of Mark Liller, who was in that championship run last year out of Bowie, Maryland, Washington, D.C. region in the Angry Sheep Motorsports Hoosier Carbotech Dodge Neon SRT4. Starting in the 3rd spot, in his 14th runoff appearance, and the defending champion, the 36, Joe Mosier, qualified second last year out of Dallas, Texas, Detroit region, the Honda CRX SI, and then your front row on the outside, that beautiful Audi of Chip Herr, who was making his third runoff start, finished second last year, the number 18 out of Lillits, Pennsylvania, the Susquehanna region, the Warwick Auto Park Carwotech Hoosier Audi A4, and on pole, as we've talked to you, after an amazing journey just to get here and grabbing that Tire Rack Pole Award, it is the number 4 of Johann Schwartz, only his second runoffs appearance out of Huntersville, North Carolina, in the North Carolina region, but he did put it on pole last year, so this is his second straight Tire Rack Pole Award, Tomo, in that Van Stieber Performance Porsche 944, and that car, not only does that model of Porsche just look cool, but that VPS instead of JPS, but everything about it as identical. Talk about one of those evocative graphics packages.
Yeah, that's just an obscenely beautiful car. I love seeing that car on a racetrack. But we've talked about the variety a bit. There is no other class that has all 3 drive lines represented in the first 3 rows. The only class I can think of that might have anything close to this level of variety is GT2, and those are all kind of packaged together into one class. These cars all prep to the same rule set, all production chassis. That Van Steenberg car, formerly an E-production car, switched over, which is no engine changes, no aero. Now it's engine changes and aero. So a very different thought process here in the Super Touring category.
Absolutely. And then that beautiful yellow, the number 72, the Lotus Exige. In and amongst all these front wheel or front engine cars, you have a mid-engine little pocket rocket out there that Anthony wheels incredibly well. So here we go, 15 laps in the run for the gold in STU, Super Touring Under, and Johann Schwartz leads them up into the acceleration zone, and that is when, at some point in that acceleration zone, we will set this run for the national championship underway, and this one should be a beauty. There's your starter. Looking for it. We're green. 15 laps for Super Touring. A monster start from Mike Liller in that Dodge Neon for Mark here, trying to round everybody up. He had a great head of steam.
Yeah, that boost buggy out around the outside. He did the same thing last year in the wet and led that race up until about 30 seconds before the checkered was thrown early. But Herr, with a big all-wheel drive rotation, gets up underneath the inside of Joe Moser. That becomes the outside, and they're side-by-side for the lead. Herr maybe to the lead, but loses the back.
Too quick. He's trying to save it. He's might be able to get that one going again, but for Chip, man, he was giving it everything. He's going to try and hustle it back on track, but now that leaves Johann Schwartz, Mosier, and Liller, your top 3. Looks like Darren Treacle in that blue BMW right up there. And looks like Chip may have got away with it. He popped a mirror out. But watch it here, Tomo.
And he must have had that car set up so loose for the long run and just couldn't keep the back end underneath it. Of course, all-wheel drive cars and Audi specifically, known for how front-heavy they are. They can become pushy, and a pro driver like her knows he's got to set it up for that long run to make it turn. It was just too much of a handful.
So he's going to try and gather it up and try and get back under it and see what he can make out of this one. But right now, as you would expect, Joe Mosier immediately attacking on Johan.
And look how much work he was doing on the wheel coming into Oak Tree there for the first time, losing maybe a little bit of residual fuel out the back of that bumper.
Too, yeah.
And Lillard keeping the pressure on these top two as well. Look at the power out of the SRT4. It just chugs almost up alongside by the end of this straightaway.
Yeah, when it gets up into the turbo there, and look at this, big lunge, diving down to the inside of Mosier here, and that's going to quickly become the outside, and at that point, smart move there, as Lillard just decides, all right, I'm going to back off to live another day here, but how about it, 144 miles an hour for Lillard on the opening lap.
Just flying. He will deal with a little bit of temperature issues over the race. We'd expect that to kind of creep down slowly at that top speed, but throughout qualifying, we kind of saw it takes the 944 a couple of laps to get really going, but Moser is in a similar situation. He wasn't super thrilled with the handling on that car through the weekend. He doesn't have the straight line speed either. Lillard blows by him again right at the very end, and now it's a duel on the brakes.
And Moser, that lightweight CRX, is going to get that one done usually. Look at Lillard squaring up underneath, trying to see if he can't do something. Now, this is what caught out Chip Herr, and he's going to be careful this time. He's a lot more correct through that line, didn't run wide. Mosier going to think about it here, can't quite get it done. And these three up front dueling is keeping Darren Treacle right in this.
Yeah, he is, and it's still a three-car breakaway. Kind of surprised that Johan wasn't able to pull away any more than he did with the change of position. And again, we were saying that Moser wasn't thrilled with the handling on that car. He had a huge understeer trying to get power down off turn one. That car has not come in yet.
It has not. There you can see Anthony Girazzi. Great start for Anthony, up from 7th into the top 5. Obviously helped by Chip Herzog. But Johan, you talk about it takes a little while for that Porsche to fire its tires. And, when the pressures and the temps aren't right, you want to be gentle because you're going to hurt a tire if you don't wait for it to come in, yeah?
Yeah, but Schwartz is a professional. He knows how to manage that and bring it up. Lillard, though, is impressing me quite a bit. He is keeping the pressure on as more fuel dumping out of the CRX on that left rear corner, but Lillard is going to be able to chug right up alongside as a little incident behind.
Yeah, it's the 155, the 165, I think, of Jose Nazario, and I didn't catch the number of the yellow car there. Looks like both of them might well be able to continue. Maybe one spun and the other just went in avoidance. And I'll tell you what, Mosier got dropped there with these two cars up front. He's lost a big chunk of time all the way down that long back straight called Madison Avenue. There he is.
And that's a little further back than he's that's starting to lose touch, really. I don't know if he's going to be able to put in fast enough laps to pull back in towards this battle for the lead. The SRT4 from 4th on the grid, putting pressure on Johann Schwartz in the black 944. Real quick on the incident, the other two cars involved were David Fiorelli and John Schmidt in the Mustang and the Accord.
Schmidt and Fiorelli, okay, thank you. And here we go. Big look to the outside by Lillard, but obviously that's the long way around. Yes, that all-wheel drive helps here, but Johan just gets a better drive as a result. And as we talked about, Johan, the Tire Rack Pole Award winner, that's a pretty prestigious achievement here. And he also got the Hawk Performance. That's the Breakthrough Award as well. And that's the biggest improvement from Tuesday first qualifying to Wednesday second qualifying. And he needed to get it done on Wednesday because he was leaving Wednesday night. We weren't going to see him until this morning. So he got it done when he needed to.
Well, Mosier's making a liar out of me. He's already pulled back into this battle for the lead. And you mentioned the SRT4, actually a front-wheel drive car, so it's got a lot going on.
Yeah,
and a former World Challenge car in addition to the one we saw Chip Herr driving just doesn't have the livery it used to run. So that car's got some pedigree, and it's working well.
Yeah, it sure is. And obviously with a front-drive car, and especially when you got a turbo, you're asking those front tires to do everything. And with the torque of that turbo, if you're not gentle, it can roof those tires.
Yeah, that car would trend towards understeer unless it's set up well like a race car should be, and Lillard seems to have it set really well. He's got the straight line speed. I think he's going to be able to go for the lead down this time.
Yeah, absolutely he does. We've been watching those speeds, and he's way clear of everybody else. Pops to the outside. Now there's some debris on the track. Johan going, well, if I avoid the debris, I lose the lead, but he lost it anyway. And Liller now up front, little wide there into roller coaster, but was able to hang on to it. But Johan will be putting that little moment in his back pocket.
Yeah, this is fascinating. We did not expect this at all. As 2 seconds spread the top 2 cars in qualifying. Schwartz, meaning, was 2 seconds faster than the SRT4 in qualifying, but something about today doesn't have the same sort of speed. And the only thing I can speculate is it is well hotter than it has been all week. Maybe missed on either the setup or the tire pressure, something in the 944, because he should be kind of walking away, and he's not.
Yeah, I mean 76 degrees, so it's relative. But we had days where it was, in the low 60s in the mornings in particular. Have been really chilly here. And Johan right now, as we're watching Lillard start to ease away just a little bit, he's got his eyeballs full right now of Joe Mosier. Mosier dives to the inside at left hook early in the race. He gives Johan a little room, and Johan finally has to give it up here. So. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Johan may, all wondering here, is this car yet going to come alive, or is this what he's got? Because this is an interesting story here.
Yeah, just it's looking to be getting a little bit weaker. Maybe some other issues that we will find out about later in that car. But Darren Treacle's also done a great job to cling on to this top 3. He's in the blue BMW in the background, another former World Challenge car. This class definitely built to accommodate that style, and that's another beautiful blue car, a former pro racing car from James Safronis, GMG car.
Yep, the GMG BMW there, as you can see on the side. I'm wondering for Johan, they had to go replace that transaxle in the driveline, and other than maybe a hardship lap, they haven't been able to run this car since that happened. So, you wonder if he's maybe still dealing with some sort of after effect from that, maybe.
Yeah, maybe just a different differential, maybe an open differential, even the car not handling the way he wants. But he's 3 seconds off the pace that he set in qualifying. He's looking like he's going to be able to cling onto the back of Mosier, but Liller is the top performer right now, literally and figuratively. I'm just so blown away by the strength of that car at the beginning of this race.
And just to let everybody know, Chip Herr has worked his way up from last to 7th in that Audi. He is absolutely flying out there. The only guy who's been quicker than Chip has been Mark Liller up front once he got out in this nice clean air and is opening that margin up a little bit. But Chip, again, sets the fastest second sector by a bunch. And he is coming. He's going to need some help because right now he's 10 seconds off the lead. But he is absolutely getting after you. Mosier a little wide down in 1. And is that possibly, that front drive car, as you said, they tend to be a little pushy, and just opening that wheel up, letting it have its head is the better way to go.
Yeah, they'll naturally be a little pushier, and certainly an SRT4 would be a very naturally pushy front wheel drive car specifically. But I think it's mostly, like you said, just keep the wheel opened up, let the car get its forward acceleration as much as possible, as little scrub as possible, and try to keep the load off the front tire, but also just get that powerful car pointed in the right direction.
And that's the key, isn't it? Eliminate the scrub in a front drive car because it can hurt the tires, and you've just got to be absolutely on top of that. And look at Darren Treacle has sort of lit the fuse here a little bit. Set a personal best on that last lap in that beautiful blue BMW of a 2-minute 3.7, and he is glued to the back of Johann Schwartz. The margin from Mosier to Schwartz right now is just about a second. Liller up the road by a second and a half at this stage. And there you can see that's your top 4. Then a bit of a gap now of 5 seconds back to Anthony Girazzi in the Lotus Exige.
Yeah, who was also missed at least one day of qualifying, came in from a different race, took a day off, skipped a qualifying day, and then came a day late in that car. So he's got a little bit less time on it this week than everybody else. But the car we'd expect to have the best long run of the top 2, the better long run, I should say, is the CRX. It's going to be a much lighter car. Even though Joe said he's not super happy with the handling, we would expect that car to be a little bit easier on its tires and keep it together longer. So Liller is going to have to accommodate that disadvantage that he has by driving around the weaknesses that the more powerful and heavier car would tend to have.
Yeah, and then you talked about the potential heat issues in that turbo and how that can, you gently just lose a little bit of power here. It's not like it's a 90-degree day, but as you said, a lot warmer than we've had here previously. And Treacle getting a run, thinking about a move on Johann Schwartz, just not quite close enough for that final podium spot here. And for Johann, yeah, this is just a huge surprise, because now he's behind Mosier to the tune of about 2.5 seconds, Tom.
Yeah, these two cars on camera lapping about a second slower than the cars ahead. Treacle looks to the inside. He's going to be a little better on the brakes, but thinks the better of it.
Ooh, was that Johann locking up, or did they touch? You saw that little puff of smoke. I think it was just Johann locking up there as he was unloaded on that left front, turning in really hard.
I don't know about you, but I heard a lot of misfiring out of what sounded like a Porsche straight six just there. So I think that car has some just straight up engine issues. It sounds like it's missing pretty badly.
Let's see if we can hear anything. I think we'll hear it clearly up in Oak Tree.
There, just there. You hear a little bit of a stumble. Maybe once he gets it back to full throttle, it clears itself out, but it's sounding like through power down or at lower RPMs. Yeah, that Porsche just doesn't sound healthy.
No.
Johann doing his best with what he's got. Still has a bronze medal right here, but he's definitely at a disadvantage to the BMW just behind him.
Yeah, you can hear that little burble, and the problem is you're trying to get that run out of Oak Tree, and when it takes a little bit for that burble to clear, you're just slow out of that turn and all the way down that straight. As Mark Liller continuing, really impressively, the consistency that he's running. He did uncork a 202 earlier, but he's just been lapping comfortably in the low 203s. Mosier's matching him, but not able to do anything with it. Then Johann about 1.5 seconds off of their pace. And once again, now Chip Herr up into the 6th spot as he continues to run a couple seconds a lap faster than everybody in front of him here. So the run for the gold in STU has taken on some interesting developments here. It's Liller, the Neon, over Mosier, the CRX, and Schwartz, the Porsche, here at VIR.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The 3-row Mazda CX-90.
A huge thanks to all of those wonderful partners that make it possible to have a race and an event at this level here. And, of course, our broadcast presented by Mazda. Tom, while we were in the break, though, you were doing some quick math, and you think Chip Herr has a shot to maybe get to 3rd yet in this one.
Yeah, the fastest car on track is indeed the Audi of Chip Herr, running in 6th, and he's not faster enough than the leaders to get to them, but he is faster enough than Johann Schwartz, Treacle, and Gerasi to get back towards the podium if he can repeat that lap time and they repeat their lap times, if that made sense.
It does. It does. A look there at that beautiful Nissan Z of Michael Schlechte. That is the car that won the Sunoco the 260 award, and it's a promotion to help promote that fuel, and it really is kind of fun. On Tuesday qualifying, after the dot in your time, the closest to 260 gets the award and a bunch of great fuel, and Schlechte put together a pretty good one there and ended up at a 269, so only 9 thousandths off of nailing it. I wonder if you got a little bonus for being closest that we've seen so far this weekend. But Johann Schwartz continuing here to struggle just a little bit, isn't he?
Yeah, we're speculating an engine issue in that car. You can hear it breaking up just under my voice there a little little bit, and Mosier is the car that has responded the quickest so far. We've talked about how that car should survive the long run a little bit better. This is the battle for the lead. Mark Liller in the silver SRT4 leading Joe Mosier in the B20 power swapped CRX. Has started to gain into the lead by quite a bit this last 2 laps.
Well, you talked about it, Tomo, that car lightweight for Mosier, easy on tires, and Lillard driving beautifully, but that's a heavy car with a lot of power. And he had a little bobble, it looked like, coming out of Oak Tree.
That's the first sign I've seen that the front tire is starting to go away on the SRT4 just a little bit, as he was in a bit of an understeer, couldn't get to power, and you could see Mosier just almost got into the back of him, expecting to carry more momentum than he could, as these guys going around Whit Gregg, triple dipping into Spec Miata STL and STU with the same car just for fun.
Yeah, he's a busy gent. There's no question about that. Chip Herr, by the way, on that charge back, now up into 5th. And he's 14 seconds off the lead, but more importantly, he's, 8 seconds off of Treacle in that battle with Johann Schwartz for that podium spot. But we are now watching Joe Mosier, as he's had a pretty good runoffs already, and is looking to back that up here. And as you said, closing in a straight line, you're always going to see Liller ease away. But once they get to those twisty bits, that is when Mosier now, and look at this, under braking, he is just eating them up.
Yeah, in case you missed it, put it on your to-do list to go back and watch the STL race. It was a fabulous battle between Joe Mosier in a similar-looking but different CRX and Danny Stain. So after this race day is done, you can put that one on the watch list. But Mosier wants to make a 2 for 2 with his 2 entries.
And just for fun, check out Spec Miata, where we had the first ever dead heated co-champions in SCCA Runoffs history. So some great stuff has unfolded here. And look at this, Mosier now all over the back of Miller. That light, agile, CRX SI is right there. And Treacle has been absolutely relentless on the tail of Johann Schwartz. Now watch, there's Chip. And look at him slinging that Audi around. He is a man on a mission.
Yeah, that thing has a dirt track setup on it, like you like to talk about, or a nice racing setup. It's still sideways. Think back, he had the car pretty loose and lost the back end of it on the beginning of this race, and he's going to be tired of driving through the field at the runoffs. He did it at the back to the front last year. He did it again this year.
Oh, and overshoot Lillard just pushed wide, and that was that. Mosier's through. Now, can Lillard... That's a big gap now for him to have to spool that turbo up and be able to get through. Boy, you can hear Johann's car missing worse and worse now, and Treacle might just be able to get by him here as they go up. They're going to be alongside, but no, Lillard could not get to Mosier, and now Mosier has an opportunity to open that gap up.
I think if Mosier can lead into turn 1 or out of turn 1, more importantly, he'll be okay. He's much faster in sector 1, but he's going to have the problem of Lillard trying to outpower him and outbrake him down into turn 1.
Yeah, and that's going to be the key. Boy, that miss is getting worse and worse for Johann, just hanging on right now. And there comes Chip. He is absolutely flying right now. You can see him as he winds down that hill, as these two, Schwartz and Treacle, onto the front straight. Up front, I can't tell if Mosier was able to hang on to that lead. The margin was 0.6, and Mosier did hang on to it. So that's how close it is. Here we go. Is Treacle going to be able to get to Schwartz under braking down here? He's going to go straight to the apex. But Johann, even with the miss, roll speed through a corner, Johann's awfully good at mid-corner roll speed here. But then he goes to the hammer to try and get out of there. That engine lays down on him, and Treacle is through to third.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think he stood a chance. He put up a really, really good fight. But it's going to be Treacle to the third spot, that bronze medal position. Chip Herr is coming quick. There he is, just in the back of the frame. Look at this thing pivot through the apex of 4. See if he gets the back end out through 5 and 5B into 6. This is where we saw him flick it last time.
Pounding the curb, just bounding over it, using every ounce of grip that all-wheel drive is going to offer up here. And here we go. Mosier, I'll tell you what, we know Lillard's tires have gone off. It's pretty obvious. And yet he's doing pretty decent sticking with Joe.
I can't believe how close he was to Joe. Yeah. I wonder if the lapped S2000 had something to do with that. Mosier, huge slide, big front-wheel drive drift, catches it, but that's going to put Lillard within striking distance. Whoa. think Mosier still didn't know where center was on the steering wheel just yet. Then he figures it out, gets her going. But look at this SRT4 power coming back.
Well, that shows you how hard Joe was driving because he knew he needed to roll exit speed here and then got it wrong like that, and Lillard goes by. So Mosier is going to have to do this all over again, as we will be completing 2/3 distance when these guys come by start finish the next time. And right now, Chip Herr is, well, we're going to wait here because he is really, really close at this stage to Johann Schwartz after Treacle went through. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But down to the bottom, Lillard running a little wide. That pounded that curve a little bit. Mosier actually got a nice run here. And he's not going to have the speed to be able to stay there. But do you think is he close enough to do a deep brake move down into 1?
I don't think so. It's going to just exponentially expand. This gap is going to get bigger all the way to the brake zone. Very similar braking point. He's going to get up under the bumper, but not fully. And now here comes Chip Herr on Johann.
All right, wasn't quite close enough. Johann is going to lead into 1 in that 4th spot, but Chip Herr is there. It is inevitable, yeah.
Just a flat slide through the entire apex for Herr. He had just set his personal best lap time almost 2 laps in a row, but a big, big slide again for that Audi.
Oh, you can just hear Johann every time. You can look at Chip. Decisive, locking that right front up. Nonetheless, gets it slowed down enough and is gone. And now his deficit up into Treacle is about 3 seconds. And Chip has been really flogging some laps out there. So,
and with this battle at the top,
yeah.
They've closed in. 3rd and 4th have closed in over 3 seconds towards Mark Lillard and Joe Mosier.
Look at that. Just a decisive attack move by Chip. And that bit of lockup, you always worry about a flat spot, but it was pretty unloaded, so I would think maybe it didn't get too bad. And from that off, he's doing this all with a little bit of damage to that splitter too.
Yeah. Don't forget, this car was in a tire wall less than 25 minutes ago.
Exactly.
So you see a little bit of damage. That's all fresh from this race. He's on a mission from the Blues Brothers. He's on a mission from God right now to get to the top of this.
He is gassing it right now, and looking to see what Chip's top speed is down that back straight right now. And here's the moment for Chip that caused that little bit of damage.
Kind of surprised he didn't just go full throttle and pull it out with the all-wheel drive. Obviously, not pull it out of the spin,
right?
But pull it out of the full grass ride.
Yeah, absolutely. Chip Herr, 138 miles an hour. Schwartz at 109. And then Treacle's at 134.5. So Chip's got some straight line there too, but just the way he's flogging this around. Let's see what the margin is officially here as they all come through. Well, and there you can see visually just how close it is, and it is 3 seconds to Treacle.
Lillard finding a couple of tenths on Mosier that time through. He was faster in the SRT4, so he's back in the lead by the mistake from Mosier, but he's really got the pace for it. He's not there by accident.
And, in a front drive car where you've got the tires going off, especially one that's really torquey, is there sort of a drive around? Can you approach a turn a little bit differently to get you squared up and out quicker?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you kind of soften up your hands a little bit. You just try to get it. Again, it's all about forward acceleration. If you can accommodate the front end by doing as little as possible, and you can see the back end just pivoting around the front of the car as that shot coming straight at us. The thing is basically steering itself. The less steering angle you can use, and the more you can kind of get that weight to put the back end around with momentum, the better off you're going to be.
Oh, and again, Mosier looking really wide there. I think he was just trying to diamond the corner to get a little bit better run off. But the thing that's impressing me, I would think Lillard through those uphill S's, that's pretty much flat chat, in these cars. But through turn 10, through South Bend, I really would have thought that's where Mosier would eat up a lot of ground on him with those tires going off. And Lillard didn't give up a tenth even.
No, he was showing signs of weakness with those tires a little bit earlier, but he's fixed it. He's completely figured out how to drive that car with the way they are in condition right now. And again, we've talked to Moser a couple times through the week. He wasn't happy with the handling on this car. He said it's pushy all the time, but right here in hog pen, it goes loose if he's not in the power enough. It does basically between gears and third and fourth. He's either got to downshift and pull it out of the slide, or risk a giant slide out of the power band in fourth. So it's just he knows he's not super thrilled with the car. It's just run out of time on what to do with it. He's got to race it now.
Well, and that's the thing, isn't it? At a certain point, it's all right, here's what I got. Let's see what I can do with it here. And he sure is doing a absolutely great job right now. But I'll tell you, just seeing more of those black streaks coming off of that, the front tires of that Neon. And once those tires start to go, if you don't have a big enough lead where you can back it off just a little bit, they just continue to lose efficiency.
Yeah, this is where Moser has his problem. He's faster in this section of the track, but he has nowhere to go with it. And it's really difficult to make any passes in this first sector once you've cleared turn one. He's right up on the bumper, and then that horsepower kicks in. I was going to say also, Liller, you notice he's using less track. He's getting the car pointed straight earlier, and he's relying on the power with less effort through those front tires than Moser is, because he can't.
And meanwhile, Chip Herr, as he closes on Derek Treacle, just a tick under a second and a half off, so he was about 3 off in a couple of laps back. So Chip is coming. His last lap was, a second and a half, so that's absolutely right, faster than Darren Treacle. And so that battle is going to be a pretty intriguing one here. Here's Darren, and he's really driving beautifully. Darren is, and he's, you've got a guy who is an absolute front runner in World Challenge Touring Car a number of years ago. And every once in a while, he would climb behind the wheel of Tom Oates' big, absolutely tiger stripe, thundering Corvette in GT. It was a front runner in that as well. So Chip, he's for real for sure. And Trickle doing a beautiful job here. And I'll tell you, for Moser, he's got speed. Now, this is an opportunity, maybe, if Liller runs up and gets trapped a little bit behind Schlechter as they come out. But Schlechter's going to lead, have enough of a margin here that he's not really shouldn't back up Miller a little bit, but boy, Moser that time did get a great run out of hog pen.
Yeah, this is a perfect spot to get by lap traffic. I believe, I'm speculating, but I believe Moser lost time in lap traffic, so I'm sure he's wishing that upon Liller as well, but that wasn't his chance. Back to Treacle, who's got all the pressure in the world on him right now. 8 starts at the runoffs, never a podium. He's going to want to fight for this one tooth and nail.
You bet he is, and he's certainly, wherever he ends up, he has been putting on an absolutely superb drive here. But right now, that last lap by Chip, about 9/10 quicker than Darren. But, there's the old adage, isn't it? Catching him's one thing. But if Treacle drives really, really good lines, he might be able to defend here. And Moser in full attack mode now as we have 2 laps to go.
Well, to reference STL again, Moser led the second half of that race with pressure from Danny Stain in a way that he had to be perfect, literally perfect. Now the tables have turned. Mark Liller has to be perfect or Joe Moser is going to easily go by. And it's only got call it a lap and a half left of perfection needed to take this championship.
And Liller a little bit wide here in that final right-hander coming through the climbing S's. So Moser a little bit closer than he has been now. Chip Herr. Oh! And Liller goes off, and I don't know if there was a little bit of contact or whether Liller just lost it coming in, and Moser had to go wide to avoid. But huge change here as now Moser into the lead, Liller off the track. That is going to promote Treacle into second, and Chip Herr, who's got a lot of speed in that Audi, as Treacle tries to defend, and Chip all-wheel drive. He said, if I got to put a couple in the grass, I'll do it. And he's going to come by now. And so Moser, Herr, and Treacle, after what had been an absolutely superlative drive by Mark Liller.
Whoa, another big slide for Herr, and there was a thought in the back of my head about 5 laps ago that there's an alternate reality that Chip Herr can still win this race. And now it's reality. He's right on the lead for Joe Moser. Jaron Treacle is still putting the pressure on as well. This is incredible.
It's unbelievable. And what it really comes down to now is Herr had to have absolutely, completely abused those tires in this charge. He's got good straight line speed, but Moser has a car that's a little bit lighter, a little bit more agile, and probably has better tire. And Chip trying to get down underneath. He's got overlap, and he's through. Chip Herr, what a story from second to dead last to the lead here as we start our final lap in the run for the gold in STU. incredible story here.
I'm almost speechless.
I am.
That is so cool. That car was literally in a tire wall 29 and a half minutes ago, and he's back in the lead. I'm looking for damage on the front of Joe Moser's car, just in the off chance that we missed contact with Liller off camera. I don't see any.
I didn't either.
But
yeah.
I mean, it would have been the smallest kiss. Maybe he went up the inside. I don't want to speculate that they did hit, but there would be a weird place for a front wheel drive car to spin.
Oh! And I think Treacle may have tapped the back of Mosier there.
Absolutely did.
Yeah, and so now Mosier sent sideways. Treacle damage to the front of that car. Mosier is dead stick. And did Liller not be able to get that car turned around and going? Right now, Mosier, now he's finally got it started. So technically, if he gets this going, Mosier would still be second in this absolutely topsy-turvy. Wow, what a race with machinations galore as he gathers it up. Meanwhile, Chip Herr has got to be looking in his mirror, and I'm sure his crew has just said, you got now, believe it or not, a massive lead here. Take it easy. You've got this one. Unbelievable what we're seeing here. And Chip Herr doing what he does in this Audi. He has pulled off some absolutely spectacular stuff in World Challenge over the years. And this one, what a story out of Hog Pen, the final time. And as I said, second to last to the win, and a gold medal with damage at the front of that car, damage at the back for Chip Herr, and earning his first gold medal. What a story as this unfolds here. Here's Mosier, and I just saw Liller going by. So Liller could still end up second in this one.
Yeah, and it looks like Mosier's just going to limp it back. I don't know if he's done or the car's done, whatever. He's just getting back to the start-finish line. An unbelievable performance for this car and this driver. The number 19, Mark Liller, blew me away with this race. Led almost all of it until an off at Oak Tree 2 laps ago. Will still come home a silver medalist.
Yeah, and I mean, up from the fifth starting spot, and he was third in 2017 at Indy, so this is his best finish. Mosier doesn't even complete it. He just moves into the pits. So I don't know. Can you take the checkered flag in pit lane? This is going to be interesting here.
I assume you can, but if you can't, that should put Jose Osiris Pena up into third, a driver we almost never saw on camera, but it's the number 199 first generation Toyota GT86. There he is in the background, the black and yellow. I don't know if he's even racing Mosier to the line. This is a little bit of a mystery, but this is potentially, he beat him to the line. That's your third place finisher.
What? This race has got everything in it here, including Pena ending up on the podium after Mosier just pulled into the pits. And wow, Darren Treacle, he's still stopped, I think. And I'm with you for Liller because when we saw that front of the car starting to go off, he did something to make an adjustment, and that speed just came right back to him. Just a superb job. David Fiorelli is going to end up in fourth. What a story. And James Slechta could well end up in the top 5 here after starting in the 11th spot. Wow. What a race, Tomo.
Yeah, there are a number of cars that dropped out that we may have missed at certain points. So John Schmidt, maybe a timing and scoring issue, but Jorge Nazario looks to have dropped out of the race. Johan Schwartz called it quits at 10 laps. Anthony Gerasi also pulled off at 12 laps. So a bunch of cars were raised up through the ranks, including James Slechta, who should end up in the top 5 once they cross start-finish. Chip Herr taking a very well-deserved cool-down lap after it's got to be one of the drives of his life, right?
I think so. This was just spectacular. And for James Slechta, he might well be the guy who gets the Sunoco Hard Charger Award because he started back in the 11th spot. Yes, he got help from attrition, but the thing of it is, to get any kind of award, you got to finish. And he did exactly that and just kept it going here. So, wow, what a story. Now, the question would be, if he's down a lap, maybe Mosier, as a result, having a lap up, might still get that 5th spot. We'll let that all suss out here as Chip Herr makes that slight right-hand bend into pit lane. And I think he is going to be as stunned and overwhelmed as anybody here, including us, with what he just did. Unbelievable drive, Tom.
Unbelievable. And 2 years coming, because he came from the back of the pack last year in a borrowed car, not even prepped for this category in the rain, and again was basically prepared to pass for the lead when the full course came out, ended up ending that race. I don't know if Hayward could catch all of what just happened in that 30-minute time window, but Her knows, and he is stoked.
Well, I just did some quick math, and over the last 2 years, Chip passed 32 cars then.
Yeah.
And that is, look at Chip. And as you said, Tomo, in the barriers, gets it out, damage to the front, the splitter, damage a little bit to the back. Don't think that affected things much. And then just put the drive of his life in and ends up national champion for the diminutive Rocket. Wow. And watch when he takes his helmet off, because, like I said, I announced him in World Challenge, 15, 20 years ago? He takes his helmet off. He doesn't look a day different. Really annoys me. So he is, the energy down there's got to be unbelievable. Hayward, we're just going to listen in with you. Enjoy it.
Yeah, I've not seen much like it. Chip's pretty much good at everything except for turn 2 on the first lap and taking off his helmet. So just asked, is this for real? It's starting to set in a little bit. We've come out of celebration and in disbelief. A lot of hugs. We're not sure if we're going to get a chance to talk to him, if I'm honest with you.
Well, remind him that by my math, he went by 32 cars in the last 2 years to do this.
So Greg Kramer's telling me in the last 2 years, you've passed 32 cars in the STU race.
Yeah, but I only run like 14 laps total. Like 2 a day. Oh, my God.
What did you feel? What were you thinking when you got into that tire wall? Did you think you were done?
I did, but I picked Hoosier R7s. I knew this was going to be hot. I knew the car was going to be a little sketchy to start. I got a great inside line. I could put the power down, but I was sliding. My mistake, I don't think anybody hit me. I just didn't have the bite out of the corner, and it's on me. I had nothing to lose. I've said this before. I put my head down and literally just kept clocking laps and just saying, what's my gap? So
Two laps to go. You're coming up the hill S's. You can see Moser. You can see them, and you see them go off into Oak Tree. What did you think?
Game on, baby. Oh, my God. I didn't know what color it was going to be. But, oh, my gosh. The Carb-Protect brakes were literally perfect with the way I was pounding on them. I freaking hit a tire wall. And the car is a tank. It's the same car I won my first touring car race in Mid-Ohio. So special to me, and I hope my daughters one day can drive these cars. And oh my God, I'm just like, I'm that guy. I'm Jared Odrick, I'm Danny Riches, and my boys, and Rich Ronan. God, they were all in my ear. I even got the BK underwear on for. Oh my gosh. Oh, we did it. We did it.
I'm just gonna let him talk. This is too good.
I'm good. I'm taking too much time. Oh my God.
Congratulations here from Jose. Jose, you finished third. Did you have any idea you were in the contention for the podium of this race?
At the last lap, I did. My guy told me on the radio, "Come on, hit it up, hit it up." They crash or whatever. I didn't know. I have ABS problems since the beginning of the race, and the car when the ABS connect, the brakes is all over the place. So I keep it up. I keep the pace inside, and look, I'm in the podium again. So,
2 podiums here at the Runoffs. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for
All right, guys, we're gonna get Chip on this victory lap, and we'll come back for second.
All right, what a story. And that's the first time, and I've done an awful lot of runoffs, I've heard the winner say thank you to the people that make his underwear. That's some serious emotion unfolding
and
right
I bet
there.
the last. And I bet the last.
Yeah, exactly. Well, man, I mean, again, here's a guy who's won pro races, has had a lot of success, and look at the emotion from winning the gold at SCCA's Runoffs. This has just been extraordinary. Let's get right back down to Hayward.
Mark, it was a elbows out race most of the way for you. Our cameras actually missed what happened in Oak Tree with a couple of laps to go. Can you tell us from your perspective what happened?
Well, I was driving my normal line, got hit by Moser. I don't know what to tell you. Thought it was going to be nice and clean. We were running nice and tight, no contact the whole time, and then that. So, I mean, I was leading for most of the race. He got around me a little bit when I made an error up in Oak Tree, but I guess that's how it ends up.
Well, obviously a frustrating finish for you, but a great race, a great performance. Congratulations on the silver.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I want to thank my wife, supporting me, friends and family. Hoosier, they just make the best tires. Carb-Protect's the best brakes. Chris Childs with Anchor Sheep Motorsports. Just happy to be here. Thanks.
Congratulations to you. Guys, before we go away, we're kind of looking at Chip's car here. There's some scuffs on it, but this is a very straight race car, and I was on the start stand for that first lap. It was a big hit. I'm really impressed with Chip and the car.
Yeah, I mean, Audi makes a sturdy car, and you just get on the wheel here. So here we go, some highlights here. And there you see Liller with that absolute rocket start, 3 abreast heading down into turn 1, chasing pole sitter Johann Schwartz. And it didn't take long as Johann apparently started to develop that little burble early. And Mosier down to the inside, Liller just sweeping the outside. But Tomo, you can see Chip right there, big rotation, and it was about to get worse.
Yeah, that was his first warning, and he didn't quite heat it enough. He goes off into the tire wall, bounces it, loses an end plate, I noticed, but the rest of the car seemed pretty okay. There it goes, and then this is the battle for the lead. Johann Schwartz floundering with engine issues, only able to complete 10 laps in the end, but Liller goes to the top spot, and eventually Mosier will join him up there for a fiery battle. And this is the pass for second on Mosier.
And Mosier gets through on Schwartz. And, the thing with Liller is as he came under attack initially from Mosier, he really overdrove those tires, found a workaround, went back to the front comfortably. We now find out there was a touch there. And suddenly, Chip Herr, who had augured his way up into that 4th spot, it becomes 3rd, then it's 2nd when he gets around Treacle. And right here, gets to the inside, accelerates through. Chip Herr from dead last after the off, and then right here, Treacle just way too much entry speed, gets the back of Mosier, spins Mosier, Treacle brakes.
Yeah, I think something broke on Mosier's car. You see how it rapidly decelerated, and then he went for a ride. But it's Chip Herr taking the win in what has just become the most dramatic race of the runoffs, in my opinion, and we had a tie. That says a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, an absolute dead heat, and now this one is even more compelling. That's pretty crazy. And so you think that Mosier, something broke for him, and that's why Treacle got into him, not Treacle just overshot.
On second look, I think so.
Well, I mean, obviously that's going to be, very, very, comfortable for Treacle, not thinking that he got into him. But man, Liller, Jose Pena, a surprise podium for him, and just some great stuff unfolding. But for this guy, Chip Herr, in that beautiful Audi A4, as he said, it's the car he won his first touring car race in World Challenge at Mid-Ohio. And a couple of decades later comes back and wins the national championship in Super Touring Under and does it from 2nd on the grid into the barriers, last all the way through the field, and grabs the gold medal. It doesn't get any more fascinating, compelling, and downright exciting than this. Hollywood would look at the script and go, yeah, not a shot. That's so unreal. And it happened here, folks, at SCCA's 60th running of the National Championship Runoffs. This has been a mega race. Thank you so much for joining us. For Tom O'Gorman and for Hayward Wagner down in the pits, I'm Greg Creamer. This one has been absolutely incredible, and you saw it here with us, folks. Enjoy this moment. It'll be archived if you want to go back and watch it about, 8-10 times just to see if what you just saw here really happened. More to come from the runoffs, and we'll be back with it.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
weekend, Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combined to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes will do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs, the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth, for the historic 60th annual SCCA Runoffs. Again, for the second straight year and the third time in its history, the SCCA's National Championship Runoffs, in its 60th anniversary year, returns to Virginia International Raceway on the Virginia-North Carolina border, and it is a glorious afternoon to go racing. Temperatures in the high 70s, and we are going after a national championship in one of the older classes in SCCA competition, H Production. Hi, everybody, and welcome. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Larry McLeod, and covering the action as we do the run for the gold in H Production down in the pit lane is Hayward Wagner. And Hayward, this one was an eventful and absolutely a thrilling race last year. We expect the same this year. Welcome to the broadcast.
Boy, H-Prod never fails to deliver, does it? These are high-strung four-cylinder engines. Used to be all the LBCs, the little British cars, but over the last couple of years, the tin tops have come into at least comfort, if not dominance. We're going to take a look at a couple of them. Griff Shaftsma, your defending national champion, he spent his winter learning carbon fiber. This is all carbon here. This is all carbon. He's got carbon flares around the fenders. Just a beautiful car, but it's still a prod car. We know this because if you look in the back of it, the ballast is a bunch of brake rotors bolted to the bottom of the car. Low-tech, high-tech coming together. Of course, this is the venerable Steve Sargis and his Spitfire. Generally speaking, when Steve's made it to the end of the race, he has won, but this car is probably the most temperamental of the bunch. And then we have to end here with Chris Albin's Volkswagen. This car has seen a thing or two in its time. It famously took flight at Howard a couple of years ago. You see there's still some dents in the roof. If this car comes to the runoffs next year and the color is listed as anything but patina, I'm going to call him out on it.
Absolutely. Look at that. That car has been, what's the word when they, antiqued over the years. But third, amazing qualifying run for Chris Albin here. Just a superb job. And, of course, we have 15 laps ahead of us on one of the great challenges, as well as just a beautiful venue here, Virginia International Raceway. Let's take a look at our Mazda track map. And I'll tell you what, Larry, this is three very different sectors here, and it's a setup nightmare.
It is. In fact, it's kind of built for H-Prod because of the different cars. And I'll tell you what, Sector 1, it's all about the long sweepies, the twisties. You got that horseshoe of 1, you get the NASCAR at 3, the left hook at 4. Then they start all the transitions. It's the lower S's or the snake. And then finally the climbing S's, where we had an epic battle a year ago with Sargis and Shaftsma down around turn 10, that great flick they have to do around the South Bend. And then they all have to start the launching point. Turn 12, Oak Tree. The Oak Tree is not there anymore. Son of Oak Tree is off to the side, but the corner is still the most important on the track. And this is where horsepower plays, and not everybody has it. All the way to the top of the roller coaster, they'll be drafting. They'll get to the roller coaster, and we might see a couple times 2 wide, who knows, maybe 3, as they go down the roller coaster into Hog Pen. This class puts on a wonderful show. These are drivers that build these cars for life, and this is going to be an absolute blast to watch them. It's like this track was built for this class.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see right there just a minute ago that final turn, Hog Pen, so crucial as well, and so tricky and difficult to deal with here as this field is getting on its way here. Sweepies and twisties. I love it when you get technical. I'm going to borrow that. All right, it's a big field. Let's go through it here for H Production. His first ever tire rack pole position for the number 1 of Chris Shaftsma out of Wheaton, Illinois, Chicago region in that VW. Starting second, the number 18, 9-time gold medalist, 21 medals, total for the 18 of Steve Sargis out of Hartford, Wisconsin, Blackhawk Valley region, the Hoosier Carbotech Triumph Spitfire. In that third spot, we talked about Chris Albin out of Maryland Heights, Missouri, in the over-the-limit racing Hoosier VW Golf. Starting in the fourth spot, the 199, Mike Ogren from Central Florida region. He's out of Dunedin, Florida, in the MO Motorsports ProTech Racing Scirocco. Starting in the fifth spot, the number 36, Will Perry, making his fourth runoff start out of Sale Creek, Tennessee, the Rivergate 5-speed Honda CRX. Starting in the sixth spot, his sixth runoff start for the 11 of Enrique Benazik out of Farmingdale, New York, the New York region in that Honda Civic. Starting in the seventh spot, his eighth runoff start for number 60, Vesa Silvergren, second last year, and he had a gold in this category at VIR back in 19. He's always quick here in his Honda CRX. Starting in the eighth spot, his fourth runoff start, the 00 of Jason LaManna out of Rochester, New York, in his Rabbit. Starting in the ninth spot, 11th runoff start for the 7 of William Trainer in the Rabbit. Starting in the 10th spot, another former gold medalist in 2011 at Road America, the number 15 of Greg Gopper, his 20th start here at the runoff. Starting in the 11th spot, his fourth runoff start for the 42 of Angus Chrome. Starting in the 12th spot, a fourth runoff start for the 38 of Scott Heilman. Starting in the 13th spot, his sixth runoff start for the 80 of Kendall Jones. 14th spot, the 08 making his fifth runoff start is Matthew Benazik. Starting in the 15th spot, the 06 will be making his 16th start. That's Joe Camilleri. Starting in the 16th spot, 14th runoff start for the 98 of Michael Miller. Then in the 17th spot, second runoff start for the number 5 of Charlie Guest. In the 18th spot, eighth runoff start for 19 Frank Schwartz. He already has a race under his belt here this weekend. 19th spot, 11th runoff start for Vincent LeMond in the number 84. Starting in the 20th spot, his 11th runoff start for the 75 of Jack Schultz. And then in the 21st spot, the 25, another venerable driver, the 81 of Jerry Olison out of Aurora, Colorado. Starting in the 22nd spot, fifth runoff start for the 53 of Edward Wary. And then in the 23rd spot, the number 90, 14th start for Tom Broering. And in the 24th spot, fifth start for John Fine in the number 69. And rounding out the field, a rookie, Taylor Hyatt out of Fayetteville, Pennsylvania, driving the number 131, starting in that 25th spot. Last year's hard charger was Jack Schultz, going from 20th to 11th. He's in 20th again. Maybe he can grab himself another Sunoco hard charger. Again. The stars might align.
You mentioned that number 131, Taylor Hyatt. Well, today is her 31st birthday running in that number 131. Her and her dad both entered here in this runoffs. Great to see her in this field. We'll see what kind of hard charger effort she can put in today.
It'll be great to see. Lots of opportunities to earn some specific awards here. Of course, as I said, it was Chris Schaafsma, the number 1. There is the number 131, the birthday girl for Taylor. But Chris Schaafsma getting that coveted Tire Rack Pole Award as that field now heading down here. As you said, such a variety of cars, different drivetrains, all kinds of different approaches. What are you expecting to see here in this first lap, and more importantly, that first long turn one?
Defending champ Chris Schaafsma and the two-time, 9 overall, the previous two to that, Steve Sargis, those two put on an epic battle. They were swapping positions side by side through the uphill S's. It was amazing. They are right now class in the field. If you look at qualifying, they're both in the low 214s. Almost 2 seconds to Chris Albin, Mike Ogren, Will Perry, and on back. It is a big gap, but that means that if these two have any issues, the race behind them is going to be epic. I'm telling you, the Scirocco that's right there is an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. That's Mike Ogren. The Hondas of Will Perry, as well as Vesa Silvergren, are very strong. Vesa won this race in 2019. This is going to be a good one, a great barn burner top to bottom.
Yeah, and this is Sargis, I didn't mention it, 39th start at the runoffs, one of the real legends and veterans here. And on to the front straight we go. Big thanks once again to the folks at Mazda and Durst Mazda in Durham, North Carolina, for providing all of our pace and safety vehicles. And here we go. The run for the gold in H Production coming up for the start. And watching with you here, we're green. H Production is underway, and Schaafsma getting a nice start. And as a matter of fact, Albin might be able to get up and underneath Sargis. And look at that big move. That is Will Perry, that red Honda, diving to the inside. Sargis has to be really careful here because some of them might not have seen him. Oh, he was so close to the edge of the track. Kept it together, but he's going to go from second to fourth unless he's got a great line in here. He does, gets underneath Albin. And now, look at that move underneath Perry. Sargis, he just flows speed and he's got position now. He might be back in second, but bad news for everybody else is Shaftsman suddenly got a margin.
Yeah, he's got that strong motor. The car is slippery. You saw the carbon work that he's done over the winter. That car got a great start. Sargis, we've seen this before. The LBCs, Little British cars, don't get great launches on these start. He got rushed a little bit by the Hondas and the other Volkswagen, but as soon as he gets to those long sweepers, Sargis picks up his liquid speed and off he goes. Now he can try and chase down Chris Shaftsman out in front. But watch for Albin. That car was on full jacks at about 9 o'clock last night. The suspension that was on it had a blown shock. It was no good. Chris Shaftsma gives him his spare suspension for Chris Albin. So the two Chris's swapping parts last night. The team gets the car together. So Albin, first time he goes in and at speed, is on a brand new suspension.
All right, keeping an eye here. Oop, the Honda Fit having a rough ride up and over the curbs there. Gathered it up again, but pretty rough ride there. That was Edward Wary, the number 53, and was able to straight line it and get it back on track. But look at the margin now that Shaftsman has. But now that Steve Sargis, he's got a little room. And he can start to get some heat in those tires. And you said liquid speed, and I've always loved that term because you watch him. There's no slides. There's nothing. He just flows speed through the corners, and he's so easy on tires that at the end of the race, he's usually easily the quickest car out there.
I would love to get a heart rate monitor on him during the course of a race because I've talked to him a bunch. He is the coolest cat you will ever meet. Nothing I don't think could ever shake him. So a start like this where he goes from second to fifth for a moment, and all of a sudden he just casually says, guys, I'm coming through, makes a move, nothing dramatic, nothing out of place, and now I'm sure he's not nervous. He's like, okay, I'll reel him back in. We'll get there. It's a long race. That's just the way he is, and we're going to watch that. Will Perry might be a little bit more anxious to get up there and make this push.
And Perry started in fifth. He's already up into third here. He qualified third last year, and in 2019 here, he ended up second, so he's gotten awfully close to that medal. So Perry is going to be hungry and getting after it early here. And watching here, Chris Albin has seemed to have, or maybe not, I guess, this is the 199 here of Ogren. And Ogren qualified in that fourth spot, was third last year, but he had a problematic start, dropped back a little bit. There's Albin.
He did, but as I mentioned, that thing's a rocket ship in a straight line. He's got the field covered when it comes to trap speed already, about 5 miles an hour faster the first time they went down the back straight. Let's see what he can do this time. I think that's Vesa Seligren in front of him, the 2019 champ in this class. Now, Vesa was involved in a pretty serious wreck in 21 in Indianapolis. All new shell. This thing had to get rebuilt, so it's taken him a year or so. We'll see if Vesa's got the speed back he showed here in 19.
And it's really cool for me, I've got to say this, watching Perry, watching Vesa out here dueling for medals here at the Runoffs, because my first experience with them was at the ARC that would run at Road Atlanta, and they were driving IT cars, which is a regional-only class, but were dominators there. And, in that class, the guys that run up front are good, and they have just simply shown that here by being remarkable at the Runoffs, and now in full majors competition, they're always there.
Well, this is where IT cars landed. You come into a Runoffs eligible classes here in H production. It's part of the limited prep rules. So it's great to see those cars and those drivers coming out. And that's part of the massive popularity. I mean, look at the size of this field, 25 cars taking the green flag here. It really shows you this is what people want to race. They want to race these cars that are economical and fun. The parts are out there. You can make them run. They all share parts, like I was talking about with Shaftsman and Albin there. Everybody loves to keep each other running. This is a great big family field, and it's a ton of fun.
Well, it is. And, this, class, when it was strictly for, the old roadsters and stuff, getting harder to get parts and the cost to get parts and everything, the class started to wane. And when they came up with the limited prep concept, so the full-on H-Prod cars can still run, but then you get these cars, a lot less prep, but they're more modern, so just, everything works a little bit better. And they've got the balance right here, because you got a Sargis that is, qualifying second to that VW Golf, and it's two vastly different generations of cars, and it works.
Yeah, it really does. They come together in different places. That's why I said this track almost feels like it's built for them, because everyone's got their different strengths. Sargis here in Sector 1, he's probably going to be faster, although Shaftsman is showing that doesn't necessarily have to be the case, as he's faster in all three sectors right now. But Sargis can be. That car floats around. It uses that nice low-slung grip that the car has. But you get to the back straight, and it's those Scirocco's, whether it be the Scirocco of Ogren or William Traynor. They both have crazy power down the straight line speed. And then you've got the other Volkswagens like this one here at Shaftsma that kind of do everything pretty well. They're not necessarily fastest in a straight line, not necessarily the most balanced, but they make it work. And Shaftsma's just driving the wheels off of it right now, trying to pull away from that little Spitfire behind him. But Sarge isn't going anywhere.
No, Steve's not going to go anywhere. He's just relentless, and his speed just doesn't change much. But it just gets a little quicker relative to everybody else here. Good little scrap here. That's the 60 of Vesa Sillergren running in that 6th spot right now, chasing the 11 of Enric Benazik, but he's got Ogren that is coming up on his 6 pretty quickly. And Jason LaManna doing a nice job there in that 00 Rabbit out of Rochester, New York, sitting in that 8th spot.
Yeah, LaManna, one of the drivers I believe out here on the Goodyear, so we'll see how that plays out over the course of a long run. And but you look at Rick Benazik up there, so he just goes by Rick, and that he's got his son in this field as well. So you got the two Benaziks. They're not yet together on track yet. Matt Benazik down in 11th right now, but great. He's out there racing with his son. I mentioned how everybody acts like a family. In some cases, they really are. Yeah,
and you love that, don't you? Because this is a family sport. SCCA is all about family. And we had that shot there, the 00 of Jason LaManna. He is our Sunoco 260 Tuesday winner, and it's a fun promotional award come up with by Sunoco to promote their 260 fuel, and it's in Tuesday qualifying. Whatever driver in each class that gets closest after the dot in their times to 260 gets a rather significant allotment of racing fuel, and I'm sure some nice swag and everything as well from the folks at Sunoco. And there we go. But look at this. Albin had dropped behind Will Perry, and Chris Albin just turned a lap at a 2:17.5, Perry at 2:18.8, and Albin able to get through back into medal contention.
He's liking that suspension that Shaftsman was able to loan him, so it's working for Albin. We saw him qualify third on what was a dead suspension, and here he is back to running third. Very, very strong for the veteran.
Yeah, and when you find that kind of speed, when you've got a dead shock, and then you get it replaced and you come out and that car now seems truly lively, like it's supposed to, he has to have a grin underneath that helmet that is just ear to ear right now.
Yeah, he's like, oh, this is why Shaftsman is so fast. I get it now. So the confidence builds lap after lap after lap, as now you got more passes. That Silvergren going around the Scirocco there of Ogren.
Got through, and now Ogren going to try and get back. They've been swapping spots here a couple of times. And Ogren, here we go through South Bend, and you can see that Silvergren just lets it have a little bit more head. But look at this now. Jason LaManna thinks about an outside move. That's going to pinch Ogren just a little bit. He can't get quite the arc into the turn that he wanted, and we'll see now whether that benefits LaManna on this long run down the straights here. Fastest trap speed we've seen is about 120 miles an hour, but I don't know who set it. So we'll keep eyeballing stuff here and see. You think it's Trainer?
Yep.
Yep.
Trainer there is one.
Yep, there you
that
go.
Scirocco, that silver Scirocco is between Ogren and Trainer. They've got great straight line speed. Trainer this time didn't get the best run, and he's worried a little bit behind him with LaManna. Or sorry, Ogren didn't get the best exit there. Now look at a little bit of lockup going down roller coaster.
These guys obviously pushing hard here. This is the national championship. And even though, it's the winner takes all in terms of the national championship, you do have medals for the 3 podium spots, but you also have the satisfaction of having driven a hard race, didn't leave anything on the track in the national championship runoffs. And that's an award in and of itself. Going a little bit deeper in the field, here's some of this great scrapping as well. That is the 84 of that's Vincent LaManna, and under some pretty good pressure here for the number 98 of Michael Miller, and this train behind the driver of that B-Spec car. Normally, if it would have been running in pure stock, that Honda Fit right in the mix. Who had that early off, but is coming back up through the pack as well.
Yeah, great recovery there for him.
That is Edward Wary, and and like I said, this is one of the cool things. No matter where you are in the field here, you find somebody to race, and then you just have absolutely great. And you see that mini coupe. I think that's what they're calling it nowadays. And that's Frank Schwartz, and he has a race under his belt and another version of that car already, right to the edge there. And on Wednesday, they have an award called the Hawk Performance Breakthrough Award, and it's for the driver who has the biggest gain in position from Tuesday to Wednesday qualifying, and that went to him. So pretty eventful weekend. And what's cool too is, obviously all kinds of opportunity here to earn some pretty significant awards and really benefit from them here. And here we go. This is Enric Benezik, and that number 11. Little bit of margin over Silvergren, but boy, it evaporates up in Oak Creek.
Yeah, Rick's got a pretty good motor in that thing. He was talking about between he and his son Matt. Matt's a little jealous that his dad Rick has a better engine and pulls down these straights. And right now, I think Vesa Silvergren there in the number 60, seeing exactly how strong that what should be very similar Hondas, same generations of the CRX and Civic. You would think they'd be similar. Finally, it looks like Vesa's close enough to get a draft. Let's see if he can make the pass.
And the thing is, you go to that side, you can make it. Boy, did he. I thought it was going to be contested a little bit more. But I was going to say, you go to that side, you've got to clear early. And he did exactly that. So that's going to put Vesa now up into that top 5. And Enric Benezik sitting now in the 6th spot. I love your thing about Matthew saying he's unhappy. Yeah. And my only question would be, who pays for the builds and who does the builds? If that's Dad, Dad gets the best
That
engine.
may have been part of the conversation over there, was who does pay for this stuff. But you know what? We were talking all about sharing data between the father and the son. They're going to start doing a lot more of that going forward, and that's part of what this is. They end up becoming teammates as much as father-son, and I think that's great. Coming from a situation like that, I just feel that's great. It's a great way to bond with your son. Long after they're old enough to be on their own, you can still go to the racetrack just like they were when you were throwing the ball with them in the backyard.
Yeah, and that's really cool, isn't it? Very special indeed. Shaftsma up the road by a little over 4 seconds to Sargis. Sargis has about 7 seconds to Albin. Then things get a little bit more snug. Perry's still there. Then this great battle for 5th. Silvergren, Benezik, Ogren, Lamana, all in this scrap. Oh, and Ogren, just a second there, and he got ramped around the outside. But Benezik in a big off here by the number 38, and that is Scott Heilman. Yeah, in that VW Scirocco. And looked like he may have knocked a piece of that splitter off up in the front, but he's back at it.
A little wiggle the wheel to see if it's all connected. We're going to get a shot of him coming down into 1. Downhill braking. He's the lead car here. Just a lot lock up in that right front.
Yep.
Just doesn't quite get it wound down right in front of. I think that might be Matt Benezik that he just went right around him.
I think you're right. And you wonder in those scenarios, in the 75, Jack Schultz having an off here in the midget, one of the, the original prod cars. Yeah, that is a nasty spot. But when you see an off like that, when somebody's pressuring you, you wonder that last glance into the mirror, and then you look down and you realize you just missed your braking point.
Yep, didn't quite get it wound down enough. But that downhill braking from a very, very fast front straightaway is a tough braking zone. We've seen that happen all weekend. People locking up that right front. And, unfortunately for him, he's going to have to gather back up. I'm hoping they get that car cleared down there. Because right there, it was coming off a hog pen. That is a very tough spot to have a car sit. So hopefully he's gotten out of the way. I'm sure we'll soon find out as the crowd is coming that way.
Yeah, here we come right now. And tell you what, at this stage, Benezik in the 11 and Ogren in the 199, the guys in front and the guys in back are just sort of there. And these two, though, are absolutely hammer and tong for position right now. And they've swapped it a few times here. That black number 11, Benezik, has that spot right now in 6th. And it looks like that car gets either it's just a better drive, that Civic, out of hog pen, or it's got a little bit of leg.
It definitely does. He's got a lot. And that's saying something because, again, the Scirocco's generally are really good in a straight line. Could be better gearing for that Honda, or maybe it's just getting a better run so he gets started earlier and the Scirocco take an extra second. Is that a little puff of smoke?
A little bit of smoke from the back of Ogren. Yeah, we were just looking at that. And, some of these cars, you see that on occasion. And, the thing is, does it get worse? And that's what we're going to be keeping a close eye on, obviously, here as they turn into left hook. And sets you off in the 131.
That's Taylor.
The birthday girl is out. And
that's terrible.
That's such a shame. Report is a possible engine blow up. And a great job by Taylor. She got that car into a safe area behind the barriers and allows the rest of the race to go. Oh, yeah, big plume of smoke there.
Yep, but out of the way enough that we can keep going on full green. That's a good thing. And I'm sure Taylor will be back next year ready to fight.
Oh, you know that. And speaking of fighting, how about this? You can see Perry all by his lonesome right now in that 4th spot. And then here we go, Ogren and Benezik side by each. And just surprising Ogren completely as he was trying to figure out what to do with Benezik. up the inside, slices the 00 Jason LaManna. That was an opportunistic pass.
That's a great move. I think a couple times before we had seen him where he looked like he wanted to go alongside somebody and didn't quite have the window. That time he sort of made the window and was able to get that move done. Now he's going to try and see what he can do behind Benazik as they're both still chasing Vesa. Vesa's setting a pretty good pace. They want to catch that other red CRX, Will Perry, for fourth up ahead, so they better watch how much they fight or they'll never get there.
I wonder if LaManna maybe had been just laying back watching this and saving a little tire, and now feels, all right, I might be able to do something here. And he is attacking now already on the 11 of Benazik as they come down through the hill and the roller coaster down to the bottom here onto the front straight out of Hogpen. You can see a little wider line there by Sillergren, and let's see what LaManna has. And Ogren actually gets a huge run, pops to the outside, and Ogren is he going to take this spot back from LaManna? Let's see here. No, not quite enough. Tucks back in. So this battle for the fifth spot settles just a smidge. And as I say that, Benazik late on the brakes. Sillergren turns in. Benazik keeps that nose pin there, trying to get a little overlap. Squares up the drive out of the turn. They are side by side here. And it looks like Sillergren has the position, comes back through, and hangs on to that fifth spot. But Benazik looking everywhere, and LaManna gets a monster run. And now LaManna get a straight line to the apex and realizes that door just shut, checks out of it. And now you would think through the snake, they're going to go line astern here for just a little bit. So as this settles down just a little bit, we want to say a big thank you to some of the partners that make an event like this possible.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, on the way home after a day at the track. And say you have an accident. Ouch! But at least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Your standard insurance probably won't pay to replace your car. That's true whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or in the repair shop. If you want to be covered for the whole value of your race car, you need guaranteed value coverage from Hagerty. We agree on an accurate value up front, and in event of a covered total loss anywhere off the track, we pay that amount. You'll be protected in storage, in transit, in the paddock, or a repair shop against collision, fire, theft, no matter what or where you race. All for less per year than you spend on a set of racing tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The three-row Mazda CX-90.
We are back. Chris Schaafsma in this beautiful orange and white VW Golf that has support for him from Hoosier Racekeeper, G-Lock Brakes, and NGP. Continues to lead from the tire rack pole. And the interesting thing here, we've been talking about Larry Sargis maybe as the race gets a little deeper in. He is so smooth. He's so easy on tire. That car is easy on tire that he might start to close up. While we were in break, he turned a lap that was a bit quicker than Schaafsma. And right before we came back, you pointed to the timing monitor and said, Schaafsma got the memo.
Yes, he did. He responded and did his own lap in the mid-15s to Sargis' mid-16s. So went right back out to that nearly 5-second gap. Schaafsma knows how to manage this race. So doing a wonderful job of getting this car to the finish on that top step. And this battle hasn't changed a lick in the whole 2 minutes we were gone.
Yeah, they are just at it here. The proverbial blanket covering the number 11 of Benazik. And, whoa, and a spin there by Jerry Olison. He's one of our real veteran competitors, has been doing this for a long time. This is his 25th start. And let's see what happened here.
Oh, he just kind of turned in and just sort of snap steered on him. Just as he kind of released the brake, like maybe a little bit too much trail brake in that little car. And Frank Schwartz, the next one through, kind of says, okay, I'll just avoid you, go to the inside. Let's hope he gets that thing moving.
The way that thing just snapped, I almost wonder if he mistimed the blip of the heel and toe on the downshift. But nonetheless, these guys just continuing this battle. And Silligren, last time by, but Benazik was up there, and Silligren has gone through. So, these four, it's just hammer and tong here. And this is for that last spot in the top 5. And if you can't be on the podium here, you want a top 5. That's one of those markers, if you will. And you see on the back of Shaftsmakar, folks, I just wanted to mention, it says thanks workers on that rear deck. And that is the essence of SCCA. It's a members club. And this is their runoffs, too. And there are workers out in the corner, Larry. They do pit, they do grid, they do tech, they do scoring. And the drivers understand that they can't come out here and do this if they don't have a large cadre of workers to make everything unfold. And make no mistake, folks, the workers are every bit as passionate about this sport as these drivers are. They just may not have the wherewithal financially. They may not have the skill. They may not have the time. But they're here because they love it, too.
Or even the desire to drive. A lot of these workers just want to come out and be a part of this thing.
They just love watching.
And they are good partiers all week long. They have some really good worker parties. They'll be hanging out in paddock late at night because they don't have to get up and drive the next day. They just have to go stand in the corner and stand in the hot sun all day long, or the rain or the snow or whatever else is out there, and get drained out. But they love every bit of it, and it's awesome. It's a good mixture of workers and drivers. One big club.
It is. Well, that's it, isn't it? And, during the season, you spend a lot of time racing in your division. There's 115 regions that are broken in now, I think, to 9 divisions, I think it is now.
Something like that.
And so you've got these divisional championships and everything. But once a year, you go to the runoffs, and you talk to a lot of people, and, another engine issue.
The other Lamana.
Oh, no, that is such a shame. You can see it here offline, hopefully. I'm not seeing any kind of trail of oil right now, and there's just nowhere for him to go down now. He jukes it off here and is going to tuck it over past pit out, and that is a great job, but a real shame for Vince Lamana here in that Hoosier Key Systems racekeeper VW Rabbit. But just to finish my thought real quick, is once a year you come here and you talk to a lot of the workers, and the phrase they use the most is, "This is our family reunion."
Yeah, they get to come out here because the flaggers and workers that are on the West Coast and the ones that are on the East Coast never get to see each other. They go to the runoffs. They all get to come together, get the best specialists all here together. And this is exactly it. It is a big family reunion. So look at this little group in here. I think that's Greg Galper, Angus Chrome, Will Trainer. And a Honda and a couple of Volkswagens doing the thing. Look at this. We made up with a 3 wide here on the back straight.
Yeah, absolutely. And Galper, a former gold medalist in this category, came a number of years ago, 2011 at Road America.
Spin.
Oh, and a spin there.
Kendall Jones.
Oh, what a shame. Obviously, late in the race, you hate to see this stuff happen. But, this is when tires are starting to go away. And if you've been really wheeling it here, you're pushing really hard. William Trainer right there, Galper in the middle here. And then the number 42 of Angus Chrome, as you talked about here. So these guys are swapping positions left and right for this 9th spot.
Yeah, they are. They're having their own great battle again. This is that 9, 10, 11 battle, just as strong as the 4, 5, 6, 7 battle. And, it just happens up and down. They found themselves a really great race.
It looked like Trainer was going into the pits there.
Dust off to the right, but this is Will Perry has been caught by Vesa Silligren and the rest of the gang, the Rick Benazik, Jason Lamont, Mike Ogren. It is now a 5-car train for 4th place.
Yeah, Perry's last lap was a 2:20.2. Silligren et al. Were in the low 2:18, so they're making up some time. Oh, and that's going to be maybe contact. How did they avoid that? Enrique Benazik, clipped a curb and looked like he was going to slam right over into the side of Ogren, and somehow they avoided contact. But something's gone off on Perry's car, or did he get some traffic?
I wonder if he's got a gearbox issue, because the way he came out of Snake there, like he just couldn't find the shift, and the whole field suddenly almost went around him, because now he's fine, right?
Yeah.
Let's see how he comes off Oak Tree, because now you're back into, he's got to get the downshifts done, right? He's got to get this run off here. Can he get the shifts done? Again, mid-corner, look how slow he is. I think he's having trouble getting that thing into gear.
Yeah, floated wide on him as well, missed the apex, and Silligren and Perry have raced each other in IT over the years, and same story. They're just back doing what they love to do. Yeah, and Perry's got an issue because he's just struggling. And you're right, maybe it's just problem shifting.
Because he seems to have the speed okay, although there's a touch of smoke coming out of that thing. So maybe there's something else that. But look at he's drag racing everybody. He's going to have to slip in behind Ogren there in this train. But what all of this does is put Vesa Silligren, who was on the podium a year ago, he won this race in 19. Now he's up to 4th.
And he's hauled Benazik, Lamana, Ogren with him here at this stage. And look at just the battling these guys are doing is spectacular at this point.
And Benazik's got motor. We've watched him do this over and over again. The two Hondas will pull away. Lamana in the white Rabbit there can't really do much about it. But watch these Hondas just pull and pull. Now you got the Scirocco, who's got a little bit more top end maybe than Lamana. Doesn't close up entirely. But you see that gap? And they just start to roll on through. And Lamana seems to be better on turn in and that initial sweep. So watch Lamana be right under the back of a Benazik all the way here through 1.
Absolutely. And you talked about it looked like the 11 of Benazik has pace. On the last lap, he went 116 miles an hour down that back straight, which matched what Shaftsma was doing on that lap. So, yeah, Benazik has straight line speed. So if he can be close here, a big lunge. And as a result, double lockup and the 0 of Lamana. He locked up and slid in as Benazik realized he was coming and tried to lock up and get out of the way. And contact for those two cars, damage to the front of Lamana's car. We haven't really seen yet how bad the damage might be to Benazik and whether he'll be able to continue.
Oh, Lamana, that's an aggressive move that unfortunately when it locked up, they both became passengers sliding along. If he didn't lock up, maybe he makes a stick, but that's an aggressive move. So you see him come around NASCAR here. Benazik goes to the normal exit line. Look at Lamana. He'll just go inside saying, I can do this. But as soon as he locks up, right there, it's done. There's nothing he can do. Can't turn in, and off they go and contact.
And the problem there, too, for Benazik was as Lamana locked up, but Benazik locked up, too, on that outer line, and he couldn't release it. Wow.
Something's up with Shaftsma. As all of a sudden, Shaftsma slowed up a bunch here on this last sector. I don't know if he had a shifting issue there as well because his back straight isn't where he was. And now look at that, Steve. Is that Sargis? Is that Broering?
That's Broering, I think.
That scared us a little bit. That is Broering, the other Spitfire in the field.
For a second there, that caught us out. But what I was saying with Benazik, if we look at that replay again at some point, he locked up too, and as soon as he locked up, he couldn't open the wheel up or anything and hold control. But I don't think it was going to make a lot of difference because Lamana was already going to clock him.
Yeah, Tom Broering getting mistaken for Steve Sargis. Probably not the first time. Tom's just happy his race last year didn't go as his plan was, so he's happy to be out there. That is Steve Sargis there in the number 18.
And I'm not sure, especially in those colors, I'm not sure there's a prettier car in the racetrack here. It is just gorgeous. And he is something of a perfectionist, and in his driving, in his prep, and in his presentation. And he's just a joy to watch. Just so fast, so smooth, and so good on tires. But for this one, he just doesn't have that straight line pace that he needs.
Yeah, he doesn't have that. I'm telling you, Shaftsman has it everywhere. In fact, Shaftsman's right now got all 3 sectors covered with fastest sector time. He's got fastest lap of the race at a 14.7. The record coming in was Ron Bartel back in 19, ran a 15.0. So new track record for Shaftsman. Right now, he's just thinking, counting laps. I got to get around this place 2.5 more times. Just do what I do. Now, that is Tom Broering there in that number 90. Again, easy mistake, the black Spitfire. He's happy to run it. He and his wife, of course, both racers. A big slide there for Sargis. Unusual. I wondered again if he was having issues getting pop the clutch there on the way in because it just sort of slapped a little bit on the way in. But we'll go back to this other battle. That's the 42's Anga Chrome, and that's Craig Galper in the 15.
Yeah, and they've obviously with the off by Benazik and the like, everybody advances here. But trying to see because there was another driver who was involved in this battle for a while.
They had Lamana, of course, that was involved with Rick Benazik.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. So that was the issue, and so these two right now duking it out for the 7th spot. And, keeping an eye here, Will Perry, that last lap, ran a 2:21, so he's still a little bit quicker than Galper and Chrome. And, right now sits in that 6th spot. But Silligren, how far off of Albin is he? A ways at this stage, about 9 seconds back. So unless Chris Albin has some sort of an issue, as we are now starting, we have 2 laps to go at this stage here. And here is Will Perry, who had such a solid run going in that 4th spot, and then something has developed on that car.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. There's John Fine there in that number 69 Honda Civic. It looks like he's also gotten around Will. And Will, like he said, he was running in 3rd for quite a bit, then had a good, strong running in 4th. And And now here he is, but he looks at times like he's got the pace, and other times he just doesn't. The other red CRX course, that's Vesa, who is up into that 4th spot.
Sits in 4th right now, and Ogren right there behind him at this stage. Close enough to be in striking distance, but not quite close enough to strike into turn 1.
Yeah.
And it's going to be interesting to see what Ogren can do here in these last couple of laps.
Yeah, for Vesa, he's got great straight line speed, and he's very smooth corner exit as well. The cars, I think on corner entry, the Mono was a little quicker before, but the CRX doing a fantastic job in a lot of areas to make a good lap. And you can look at the movement in the Scirocco there of Ogren. He's struggling a little bit sometimes at peak loading of that car. It just sort of has a hop, a bit of a bounce to it. You can see it there across the curbs coming through 5. It's got the straight line speed, but needs a little bit of a tweak on the handling for that car to be a contender.
I'm watching here. We just saw that shot of the 69 of John Fine. And that car, I'm not sure if it's the same one, but a long time ago at the Arc, for 2 years, I ran a couple of Enduros with his brother Mike in a Honda Civic. I don't know if it's the same car, but sure brings back some fun memories. And, a reason that we just love SCCA is that as well. Nothing better than bench racing, right?
Yeah.
Talking stories about way back when, and absolutely loving it here. But boy, Shaftsma coming around looking for that white flag, and has just continued to stretch that margin. Sargis consistently about a second off. Shaftsma stretching that margin by about a second a lap, and the white flag out one more time, and he's going to head around at the front of this and could end up being one of the guys, and it's super special to win one. It's even better to defend, and boy, he's going to do it with speed.
Yeah, you'd think on lap 14 he'd be putting in cruise control. Chris Shaftsma just reset fastest lap of the race. I was watching this, but he was right on top of Sector 1 again in Sector 2, but I thought, there's no way he's going to set one in Sector 3. He'll break early, he'll do something. Oh, no, he goes and set fastest full-on time in Sector 3, which includes the 2 straightaways, for a 2:14.6. He's reset fastest lap of the race and lap record one more time, and now he's got the traffic in front of him. He might just sort of back off a little bit instead of getting involved with whatever race these guys might be in.
Well, that's one of the nice things when you've got pace to build up a nice lead, is when you catch traffic, now you can be a bit patient. Pick your spots, take no risk at this stage. So if Sargis was right on his 6, you have to get aggressive. You got to get through, and that's when things can go, pineapple shape. So, now just nice and patient, and you see the cars, the workers doing a great job. Those corner workers getting those blue flags out there, which technically, folks, everybody calls it the passing flag, but it means check your mirrors.
Yep.
And those workers do a great job, and if the drivers are paying attention, they look in the mirror, see a guy, they know who's fast in this class when they're looking at the timesheets, and they just drive their line, let somebody get through here. So Shaftsma, last time down Madison Avenue.
I think it was Joe Camilleri there in that Scirocco that sees that flag. This is check your mirrors, and he does exactly that. So good job for Joe recognizing and giving that full-on inside line to race leader Chris Shaftsma. And Shaftsma has just been smooth this entire race, really never under a threat from the time they sorted things out going left hook on lap 1, and has just been flying around here. Unbelievable. A year ago, he said they had the transmission out of that car about 6 times between clutch and transmission issues. This year, it came out the other night after qualifying just to check the clutch, put it back together. It was good to go. He has had one heck of a week. He's going to cap it off with back-to-back.
Back-to-back, and unless somebody does something magical on this last lap, 2 fast laps in a row, a track record. What a weekend for Chris Shaftsma as he comes up and defends for the gold in the National Championship in H production. And here comes the man in this class. Steve Sargis is going to earn a 22nd medal total here in the runoffs for Steve Sargis as he comes through. And here comes Chris Albin. This is an absolutely wonderful story.
It really is, because Chris been at this a long time. We talked about that car has gone into the trees, and it's been everywhere. It's been out. It was up on jacks, getting new parts on it this week thanks to Chris Shaftsma and Chris Albin to bring that thing home on the podium. That is incredible. He is a deeply rooted SCCA guy, top to bottom. His daughter's part of SCCA. She's here at track, I'm sure, going nuts, jumping up and down. Andy's going crazy. Chris did a great job bringing that home on the podium. And wow, we got a runner down going into Hog Bend.
Yeah, Jerry Olison just got away from him coming down the roller coaster here. and he had a spin earlier. It's been a rough race for the very experienced driver. But Vesa Sillegren and then Mike Ogren, then Will Perry just missing on the top 5. And then here comes these two guys have been going at it for most of the race. And Angers Chrome is going to hang on that number 42 with the lime green numbers. Or is he over Gauper? Gauper got a great run out of Hogpen. He's in the toe. He's going to try and pop. Can he make anything happen here? The former gold medalist not going to be able to get it done. Still in all, up into the top 10 with an 8th place finisher. Gauper, a 7th place finish for Chrome.
Yep, and waiting for that 9th and 10th battle to come through because the Benezics, father and son, are in that position. But this guy right here, Chris Shaftsma, absolute class of the field, a classy guy. I tell you, he deserves every bit of this. He worked super hard with them to even make what was already a fast car an even faster one, and he's just an awesome driver to get this done.
You bet. Just a solid race here. And he's shown he can get it done in any kind of weather condition as well. And that's a big deal. Okay, you're fast in the wet, but sometimes the car maybe isn't quite as good in the dry or whatever. It's a beauty, and he's driven it incredibly well for 2 straight years.
Oh, yeah. It's 2 awesome years. Had a great one-on-one battle with Sargis. And this is still going 2 wildly different cars.
I was going to say, it's the 98 of Michael Miller and the 53 of Edward Wary. And look at the difference in size of these cars. And they finished door to door on the track after 15 laps of racing. That's the magic of this new era, if you will, of the production classes. With the old cars, the full prod, and then the limited builds. And really cool. But, Shaftsma, and, the work at the top of the show, we're talking about all the work he's done on that car to lighten it up and really get it to work. Well, it sure dialed up and has been very, very effective. And again, 2nd year in a row, Chris Shaftsma, your national champion. Steve Sargis, another medal. Chris Albin in 3rd spot for the bronze. Sillegren up to 4th. Ogren 5th. Then Perry, Chrome, Gauper, and Rick Benezic and Scott Heilman. That's how it finished at the end. Is Heilman got Matthew Benezic on the last lap and just ticked him out of that top 10.
Yep, Chris Shaftsman. Last year his car number was 20. This year he came in, knew the bullseye was on his back, ran the number 1, and backed it up.
And that is special indeed. As we said, it's tough enough to win one of these. To back it up is really remarkable. And that has been what a guy named Chris Shaftsma, as he makes his way in. Look at that. Helmet off already. Look at the grin. And we're going to get it down to Hayward right now. This is a special one, Hayward.
We're getting Chris all the champion accoutrement here. The gold medal, the hat, the Hoosier neckband. Chris, last year you had to work pretty darn hard on the track for this one. How much of this one was doing the work between last year and now?
I think that's really the story. My team that helps me, just volunteering their time, did such a great job helping us find a little bit more in every part of the car. Made it much easier for me to drive than it has been in years past. And I knew that if we could just have a clean race, I could really compete. So I'm super happy, super proud of my team. Chuck Mathis, Andy Whittle, Steve Scheifler, Tim Garner, Jeff Mathis. There's others I'm forgetting right now, I'm sure, but they worked so hard all year, and the car was a dream to drive.
I'm looking at your onboard right here. You see that your best time was a 2:14.6. Does that mean anything to you?
Well, I mean, that's a new track record. So
yes, sir, it is.
Yep. I kind of wanted to try to get that this year. I saw I had it early, but the track kind of opened up near the end. I figured I'd push one more time and see what came out of it, and it was a nice lap.
Well, congratulations to you, sir, winning in dominating fashion. Enjoy your victory lap.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, what a drive. And how about Hayward throwing in a little French? Yeah, wrapping this up here in the final day with some aplomb. Well done. But, Shaftsma, just today on rails was absolutely untouchable. And just a great job. And, it's really, really special on this cool-down lap when it becomes that victory lap and you get to wave at those workers and everybody here in the stands as well. Let's get back down to Hayward for the rest of our podium.
Steve, I'm sure you'd rather have the gold, but how does the 22nd Runoffs podium of your career feel?
Well, I'm glad you guys are keeping count because I don't count those, but it feels pretty good. I've had some bad luck at Virginia. I love the track, but it hasn't been kind to me, so I'm glad it stayed together and everything went pretty well. I just lost this draft at the beginning. The other two, the Honda and the Volkswagen, got ahead of me, and I tried to get around him as quick as I could to stay with this draft, but he was already out of draft range, so I knew I was pretty much in trouble then. So.
Well, congratulations to you, sir. Another impressive performance.
Thank you very much.
And while we're here, we've got Chris Albin. Chris taking the third podium spot. We got to sit in the media center with your daughter. What do you think her demeanor was like during that race?
Probably something. Very good. I'm happy to be here.
So you got basically first couple of laps there was some elbows out, but from there on it was put your head down and go?
Well, it was from then on it was don't screw up. That's what it was. So it's all good.
Sometimes the best strategies are the simplest strategies. Congratulations on the bronze.
Thank you. Appreciate it. It's awesome.
Qualified third, finished third, and got the job done, as he said. Just don't make any mistakes, and he didn't. Wheeled it beautifully, and put it together. And it just because a car gets used up a little bit doesn't mean it doesn't have performance in it. Take a look at some highlights here, and it didn't take long for Shaftsman to get to the front. Here's what Sargis was talking about as Will Perry down underneath, Albin underneath, and got him out a little bit wide, froze him there. And it took him just a little bit right there. He had a thought about getting by Perry and finally was able to get it done there. But by then, Shaftsman already had about a 10-car length lead, and that's just going to be tough to make up.
Yeah, that was enough. Nick, here's the fit going for the wild ride and ended up having a good finish once he got it all back together.
And then this big moment here is just a little bit of an overshoot by the 38 of Scott Heilman. And did this big slide off the track, but fought his way back up into 10th.
And this group of four had a wonderful battle. Benazik, Lamana, Ogren, and of course Vasicilla Grinch swapping spots all along. It was a really great battle.
It was a great battle until this moment when Lamana made a really aggressive move, locked up. Right there you see Benazik lock up, and it didn't allow him to open that wheel up just a little bit. But he was going to get ticked anyway. And I'll tell you, just an amazing drive as Shaftsma comes through with a margin of victory of 16.3 seconds. And at the runoffs, that is domination.
It really is. But yeah, looking at this, get the whole crew, the guys that helped to make that car faster, along for the ride.
And the whole crew, wants to pile on board. There's only room for so many, and they're getting that great ride. Chris Shaftsma defending in the run for the gold in H production here in this 2023 version of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Its 60th inaugural running, or 60th anniversary running. Just a remarkable performance. And just want to say here a huge thank you to everybody that has tuned in. For Larry McLeod and, of course, for Hayward Wagner down in pit lane. I'm Greg Creamer. An absolutely great job here. And a big shout-out, too, for the Apex production crew. Everybody out in the sun, out on the cameras, everybody in the truck, just doing an absolutely superb job and a fabulous job, of course, by all the volunteers. The corner work is out on track, and everybody else that makes this happen. What a treat. And watching Chris Shaftsma on that lap of honor here at Virginia International Raceway. And folks, that's going to wrap up my stint here. It is going to be John Phippen taking you through the end. Once again, it has been an absolute honor as well as a serious pleasure to be part of the broadcast team here and bring you the coverage of these wonderful races at the runoffs here at Virginia International Raceway. It's an absolute delight. I am done, but I just wanted to say thanks for everybody, and I'm heading down to grab me a Buzz Frap from Buzz's Coffee, the best coffee in a racetrack anywhere, and watch some race cars for a while. Folks, it's just a treat for me, one of my absolute favorite events, and thank you once again, one and all, for listening and for the opportunity.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
This weekend, Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combine to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, the SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs. It's the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called heaven on earth for the historic 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs. And then there was one as we're getting ready to crown our final champion for the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Again, thanks to Mazda for providing the broadcast for us. As I'm John Fittman alongside Larry McLeod, and down in the pit lane is Hayward Wagner, and we are about to go T2 racing. And I mean, this is a field that is top heavy with experience. And Hayward, you've got a good view of them in your view. How are you, my friend?
It is warm down here, guys. These drivers have been waiting for 2.5 days to get back on the racetrack. Their last qualifying session was Thursday afternoon, which was largely an overcast and cool day. So this is kind of a new situation, new condition for these T2 drivers. You mentioned heavy, and there are some heavyweights in this field, both in experience but also just in overall vehicle girth. That starts with our pole sitter, Kurt Resitano, trucking around this track with 3,500 pounds of Mustang. Next to him, another behemoth, Scotty White, out of Washington State. This is Scotty's best qualifying effort in a couple of years. He's running on the Goodyear here. He did some testing with that tire in a race earlier this weekend, and he's feeling real good about how that tire feels. Someone who didn't seem to be feeling quite so good is Mark Bowden. Mark is kind of looking around going, hey, how come all these other guys have torque? I'm not really sure how to play this game. And then, of course, if we're going to talk about weight in this field, there's two weights to be discussed. One is the 3,800 pounds of John Heinrich's Cadillac Blackwing here, and the other is the weight of the 16 national championship gold medals that hang around that neck. So we have got all the weight you could ever want, and we've been waiting for it for 2.5 days.
Well put, well put, well put, Hayward Wagner. I appreciate that. Lefty, it's so great to have you with me for the final championship race. We got one more after this, but this is the final championship race of the weekend. And, man, there is just a cast of heroes at the front of this field.
And the heavy hitters of heavy hitters when it comes to two of them in here come in with 4 gold medals. Another one, of course, is Hayward mentioned the 16 gold medals of Heinrich. It is stacked, a lot of experience that don't yet have gold medals, so it's going to be a lot of fun, and they're going to get to go around this beautiful VIR. Let's check out how they're going to do it. They're going to go down into one. Heavy cars don't like to brake on downhill into one, but they're going to have to find a way. Around that horseshoe in one, they'll go roaring down towards turn 3, right in front of that beautiful pagoda tower there, and then they'll funnel, hopefully get together again to a single file in turn 4, the left hook. They'll come bounding curbs through the lower S's, the snake. They'll go bounding more curbs through the upper S's, the climbing S's there, 7, 8, 9. And then they're going to have to use a little bit of brake to go around South Bend because they've got probably more horsepower than grip. They're going to get around toward Oak Tree, down to the south end, and then we'll see the real strength, the power of these cars up that hill on that back straight. And then they're back to tiptoe mode down the roller coaster, 14 through 16, and then Hog Pen. And you're putting 3,800 pounds around Hog Pen. That is a lot of car that needs a lot of tire, but then they get to go use their horsepower again.
Exactly right. So this is going to be kind of a dance between managing the tires and getting to the finish. And I'm looking forward to this one. This one should be great fun. You know, as I look at, I'm a numbers kind of guy. This is a 13-car field. 168 starts among these 13 winners. 24 gold medals among these 13 drivers. And it's just hard to believe how experienced this field is. So no one is going to lack for experience. It's all about who's going to go fastest. Let's introduce these starters to you. Starting alone in row 7 on the outside is car number 34, Tom O'Toole, out of Willamette, Illinois, in the Chicago region, in a BMW M2 CS Cup car. The only rookie in the field starts outside of row 6, the 146 of Alan Phillips from Glassboro, Hillsborough, New Jersey, and the South Jersey region in a Ford Mustang GT. Next to him in row 6 is car 14, Scott Sewell, out of the Texas region in a Porsche Cayman GTS. In row 5 on the outside, car 18, Aaron Kaplan, out of the Chicago region in another BMW M2. Next to him is the number 3 of Matthew O'Toole, out of the Glenville, Illinois, the Chicago region, as we've got 2 O'Tooles in the field, and he's in another Porsche, the 911 997. Moving forward to row 4 on the outside, Joe Bowden in the number 45, out of the Chicago region in the Fall Line Porsche Carrera S. Next to Joe is the 12 of Brian LaCroix, out of the New England region in his Chevy Corvette C6. In row 3 on the outside, the 23 of Alan Kossoff, out of the Chicago region in another Porsche 911 996. Next to him, car 73, David Sanders, out of the Philadelphia region in a Phoenix Performance Chevy C5. Now we get into the heavy hitters. As we go into the outside of row 2, in his 38th runoff start, the legend himself, car number 35, John Heinrichsey, out of Clarkston, Michigan in the Detroit region, a 16-time gold medalist. But he most recently won this 2 years ago, winning T4 2 years ago was his last gold medal. Of course, Hoosier Mobile Hawk, his longtime sponsors, and he's in this brand new 2022 Cadillac CT4V Blackwing. Next to him, his 40th runoff start in car number 46, Mark Bowden, out of the Chicago region, Fall Line Motorsports, a Porsche 911 997. He has 4 championships, most recently this class in 2020. Moving forward to the front row, in his 41st runoff start, car 0, Scotty B. White, out of Auburn, Washington in the Northwest region in his Dodge Viper SRT10. Can Scotty finally get his first gold medal after 41 starts in the runoffs? And the man who has dominated this class for the last several years, the 37 of Kurt Resitano, as your tire rack pole sitter, out of Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, in the Philadelphia region, the Phoenix Performance Ford Mustang GT. He is the 4-time and defending champion of this class. All of his championships have come from T2, including the last 2 in a row. So those are the guys that are going to duke it out here for this final medal round for the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs for 2023.
Yeah, I think what you're going to see here is Resitano was a fast starter. In qualifying, he would basically run 1 lap, sometimes 2, and then he would park it. He can do it right off the bat. The other guys are going to be a little bit slower to catch up to him, and that's going to be fun to watch, that bit of cat and mouse. Can they keep him from getting away and then maybe pressure him into running those tires down?
And again, just to reiterate, Kurt Resitano, as all of our pole winners here this weekend, the recipient of the Tire Rack Pole Award. We thank Tire Rack for making that possible for these pole winners. They have a big party on Thursday night after the last qualifying round, and acknowledge all of the pole sitters for all of the classes here. And Kurt Resitano, the last one of this edition of the runoffs, taking that prestigious Tire Rack Pole Award.
Wait till you see the trap speed on that open top Viper and Scotty White. I tell you what, that thing motors down the straightaway. He may not have the same power coming off some of the corners like you'd expect a Viper to. The Mustangs really get off the corners well, but if they get to the end of the straightaway, that Viper has got legs.
And it makes a beautiful noise too. That V10 just really is a nice thing to listen to as well. And Mark Bowden right behind him. And then the unknown quantity in this race is John Heinrichsey in that Cadillac. He's done a lot of development with that car and admits that he doesn't know if he's got everything it needs, but they've been working hard on it. And this could be, he's kind of the dark, I won't say the dark horse, but he could be a surprise here as first time out with this car. John, of course, with a long history with GM products, and this is the latest one that he's going to put under his very capable hands. We wait for the green, and there it is, Resitano and Scotty B. White in a drag race down to the first turn, and there's the horsepower of that big V10 Viper. Scotty B goes to the front, but he has to be a little defensive, and Resitano is going to try to roll it around the outside. There's Heinrichsey and Bowden right there, and then the Corvette, the number 73 of David Sanders, sticking his nose in as well. They're still side by side. Resitano is going to get a nose ahead, but Scotty B is not going to let him get away too quite easily. A little wiggle as they're all on cold tires. White, remember, on Goodyears, everybody else on Hoosiers, as he works his way through the left hook, in the right-hander, and into the snake. Mark Bowden right there behind him as they work their way through. As Heinrichsey's dropped back a spot, in the early running here. Heinrichs with the heaviest car in the field. You can see how big it is compared to the other machines. Let's just see how that Cadillac Blackwing can get it done. He's going to go side by side with Sanders on the run into the climbing S's, and he gets that pass done. So take nothing away. Heinrichs can wheel that machine, no question about it. The 23 of Alan Kossoff in that gray Porsche right behind Sanders in the 6th spot.
Yeah, a beautiful start there. I thought for Scotty White had a great run down to the first corner, but then he had to woe that car up, and it's a lot of weight to do it. As Resitano got by, he tried to go back at him, couldn't quite do it. Then Resitano had a bit of a check up there in the middle of NASCAR, put it sideways. Scotty had to back up, and all of a sudden now Resitano able to kind of use that to pull away a little bit. Lots of battles going on in the back of the field, though.
Indeed, as we got cars going side by side as they're still sorting themselves out on this first lap, including the number 3 of Matthew O'Toole, and then the 18 of Aaron Kaplan going after it. Right behind it, the Corvette, the number 12 of Brian LaCroix, who's dropped back a couple spots in this first lap. As you can see, a little oil dry down after a car dropped some fluid on the track from an earlier race, but it's so far not creating a problem for any of these guys. And speaking of the number 3 of Matthew O'Toole, he's the winner of the Sunoco 260 Tuesday Award. It's kind of a fun award that Sunoco makes available for the drivers on the first day of qualifying whose time after the decimal point is closest to 260. And Matthew O'Toole made that one happen. And his time was a 204.136. The closest anybody got to 260 in this one. He gets 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for his effort. A nice intramural Porsche battle here between the 23 and the 45, Alan Kossoff and Joe Bowden in his blue Carrera S as they work their way through the left hook.
Joe Bowden there, the younger of the Bowdens there, the son of Mark Bowden, who's currently running up in 3rd, having a really good battle with Kossoff. And I know those guys probably know each other as they're both out of that Chicago area in those Porsches, so a lot of familiarity between them. Interesting to see is Heinrichs early on, great trap speed, nearly as fast as the Viper, so there are definitely some legs on that Cadillac. Despite being a little girthy, it's definitely got some legs underneath.
Mark Bowden dropped a wheel off there in the climbing S's, as again, I'm sure these cars still getting the tires up to temperature as we're only working race lap number 2. So once they get settled in, let's see what happens as this battle continues, as the 12 of Brian LaCroix in that Corvette tried to make a move on the 18 of Aaron Kaplan, and they touch, and both of them go around. As right behind him, the 14 of Scott Sewell goes around as well. I think he may have checked up, seeing the dust,
yeah, I think so.
And the rear end got away from him, but I think they're all going to be able to continue, so that's a good note.
So
good
LaCroix,
sign.
LaCroix and the Corvette got a little slow and not quite a clean exit coming around the South Bend, and I think then the BMW M2 Cup car with Kaplan was able to get alongside of them, and he just sort of stayed there, and I think they just kind of misjudged how they were proximity to each other. We'll get a replay as we're going to see this kind of build as they come up the hill.
You can see that cloud of dust there, which would create a little visibility issue.
Yep.
But here they come into the climbing S's, and the Corvette gets a little squirrely.
But watch as they come around South Bend. You'll see the clean exit of the 18, thinking there's an opportunity as he goes to the driver's left, and they come in there, and I don't know that LaCroix thought he was going to stay up there, or maybe there's an initial touch on the way in.
Little wiggle from the 18 of Kaplan.
And LaCroix never backs out and stays underneath there. Probably shoved his nose in a little bit too deep. Ends up both of them spinning out.
But everybody able to continue, but they've got an uphill struggle now as Brian LaCroix at the back of the pack with the 12 or the Corvette at the back of the pack. As we turn our attention a little further forward, the 146 is Alan Phillips in the Mustang, and he's got the 34 of Tom O'Toole in the other BMW M2 right behind him. That's the battle for 9th and 10th, with those drivers spinning out just in front of them. And now we turn our attention back to the front of the field. You just saw the Viper and Mark Bowden in the Porsche disappear, and here's a good look at that Cadillac Blackwing that John Heinrichs been developing.
Yeah, he just sort of chucked that to enter the climbing S as the back end kicks, and he just stayed with it all the way up them. He is manhandling a 3,800-pound Cadillac. Bowden, though, he's definitely got some pace for Bowden. These two have more experience than almost anybody else here at the Runoffs. Both of them making their 40th start.
Yep.
Watch the Viper with its legs. Bowden always in some sort of a Porsche. sometimes a BMW, and here he's back in the Porsche. Won this class just 2 years ago, but look, he wishes he had the power. He wishes he had the legs. He's going to have to find a different way past Scotty if he's going to want to take that second spot.
Yeah, Bowden will probably find that the Porsche's maybe got a little better top end, but he doesn't have near the torque coming off the turn. And so Scotty B is going to be able to pull him coming off that very important oak tree turn.
Bowden, even with a draft, still a mile an hour slower than Scotty B. White was on the same straightaway. That just shows you Scotty, with an open top, still cracking 150.1 miles an hour down the back straight in his convertible.
That is hauling the mail, isn't it? As this is the battle for second spot. Resitano has already stretched his advantage. As you can see, he's just disappearing from view at the bottom of the frame. And Scotty B. White, a little squirrely under the brakes. The Porsche should have the advantage in the braking department for sure,
well,
if nothing else, just because of the layout of the car.
Unless there's a black Viper in his way, which is exactly what Scotty White's trying to do, is to not give Mark a place to brake and a place to turn in. And look at this now, because you got the 73 of Sanders, and of course Heinrichs going side by side in a couple of spots here. The big car against the much lighter Corvette.
That's the C5 Corvette. We've got a C6 deeper in the back. Aaron Kaplan, or excuse me, Brian LaCroix in the C6. This is a C5.
Yeah, these guys, of course, out of the same stable, both in Phoenix Performance with the C5 Corvette. That, by the way, I think Heinrich was a part of the development at his days at GM of that C5 Z06.
No question.
Now he's up against one of his own teammates in a car he developed as he's up there in Blackwing, and that's the 14 of Sewell.
Going around again, this time without any help. He had that spin earlier as Kaplan and LaCroix got together, but he spun it one more time. But Resitano doing what Resitano does in this class, beginning to get away at the front. At the line last time, it was just over 3 seconds, and looks like it's going to be a little bit bigger now. The best battle in the top 5 is that one between Heinrichs and David Sanders in the Cadillac and the Corvette.
Resitano very smooth as he went through Oak Tree. You see the car beautifully placed, rotates nicely, smooth on the power, no drama. He's got the tires are staying under him because he is just so smooth moving the weight around.
Exactly right. And Resitano, as we mentioned, a 4-time gold medalist in 11 starts, a total of 7 medals. And he's certainly hoping to add to that total here. As we watch Scotty B. White in that big Viper, Mark Bowden right behind him in the Porsche. And a little further up the road, almost 3 seconds now, back to the fourth place battle between Heinrichs and Sanders. Scotty B under the line. There's Mark Bowden in the Fall Line. Mark, of course, one of the principals of the Fall Line stable and knows that group of folks well, and they do a lot of great development, not only in Porsches, but BMWs and other things as well. Mark's been affiliated with that group since its inception. As we watch the battle now between Heinrichs and Sanders once again.
Sanders closes up under braking and then some of the longer sustained sweepers. You'd expect that with the lighter Corvette rather than that heavy Blackwing Cadillac. And as soon as Heinrichs gets this thing turned through 5, he's able to get that torque of that twin-turbo V6 spooled up, he is gone. And all Sanders can do is just kind of tuck underneath and hopefully go for a ride along with him, a little bit of draft.
David Sanders, of course, the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performer. That's an award given by Hawk Brakes for the Wednesday qualifier, who has made up the most positions between Tuesday and Wednesday's qualifying session. Sanders picked up 1 spot, and that was enough for that Hawk Breakthrough Performance Award.
Yeah, just watching Heinrichs kick a little dirt into the face of Sanders behind him. Just gotta say, here, have a little bit of dirt on your windshield. This ought to be fun. In a Cadillac that still has a leather armrest. It is a big slide for Heinrichs going around Oak Tree. But yeah, you peek inside the cockpit of this thing, and it's still got leather. Well, he may have a little bit of dirt on his leather as he keeps dropping tires.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's still getting the grips with this, as Heinrichs is, a septuagenarian, just as I am, and he's certainly got a lot of experience wheeling this car. And of course, Heinrichs, if you don't know, shame on you, but he's been was a GM engineer for many years and has always raced GM products. And like I said, with 16 championships, he is second only to the late great Jerry Hansen for the number of championships.
Heinrichs really just trying to use the right amount of track space to keep Sanders behind him. And by the way, all of our viewers are looking up septuagenarian to see what does that mean? Is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? What is that?
Yeah, gray hair. Yeah, look it up.
Well, I got that.
Yeah. But nonetheless, Heinrichs across the line as he's back in that 4th spot, and that's right where he qualified. So, yeah, running pretty much true to form as the cars, Resitano, White, and Bowden are running in the same order they qualified. Sanders was right behind John Heinrichsey in the qualifying order, and he is really keeping Heinrichsey honest here.
Yeah, this is the veteran Heinrichsey showing why he has 16 gold medals as well as all sorts of other podiums, and he's been doing this a long time. He knows exactly how to position that car to prevent the much lighter Corvette behind him from getting any sort of advantage, because once he gets stuck behind the Corvette, it's going to be difficult to get back around.
Yep.
So he's using the size of that Cadillac to just position and prevent the Corvette from getting any run.
And we've had a swap in the Porsche battle just behind him as Joe Bowden has gotten around Alan Kossoff. So Bowden now up into 6th spot in that number 45 Porsche, and then the gray 23 of Alan Kossoff dropping back to 7th. As Heinrichsey taking it right out to the edge through the very daunting South Bend and into the double right-hander. That is Oak Tree Bend. The Oak Tree used to be right there, but it is no more. Heinrichsey goes wide again, gets both rear wheels off the track, and that's going to cost him a position.
Yeah, I saw as he turned into Oak Tree, he was very, very tight. Sanders taking the more traditional sweepy wide line out to the curb, and I wonder if Heinrichsey thought maybe he could just sort of go tentative tiptoe and then launch on it. Well, he never got the line pushed out in the dirt. Now he's lost that position. If you're Sanders, you got to now make sure that that Cadillac is well behind you as you get through the next set of twisty bits down the roller coaster.
As we're coming into the second 2/3 of this race, let's take just a moment for the final time this weekend to thank all of the folks that make the racing possible here at the 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Welcome back to Touring 2, the final medal race of the 60th running of the Runoffs. I'm John Phippen alongside Larry McLeod, and we come back to a full course yellow. We understand an issue at turn 14, which is right at the tail end of the climbing S's, and we'll get a replay of that brought out this yellow flag as the field slowing down, and they'll stack up behind the safety car. By the way, we'd like to thank Mazda and Sport Durst Mazda in Durham, North Carolina, for providing the Mazda safety cars. We have multiple safety cars stationed around the track, and we appreciate Mazda and Sport Durst for making those available to us throughout the course of the week. Kurt Resitano is not happy to see this double yellow flag. He had built up almost a 7-second lead over Scotty B. White. He's going to have to do it all over again.
Yeah, not all is lost for Kurt, though. He was still laying down 2-minute, 1-second lap times where Scotty was doing the 2-minute 2. Now, I talked early on, Scotty's on the Goodyears, which should be a really good tire for a long run. Resitano on the more traditional A7s, a lot of these cars are running on, so maybe they could start going away, but he's so soft on his tires, so gentle on them, he's still able to turn great lap times. But anytime you lose your lead like that, it makes you a bit nervous.
Just as we were going to break, we saw John Heinrichsey go wide there at the Oak Tree once again, and that opened the door for David Sanders to take over 4th spot in that C5 Corvette, number 73, and you can see he has done just that.
Starting to wonder if maybe it was Tom O'Toole that's the one that may have brought out this full course yellow as per timing. I don't think he's crossed over the timing stripe now in about 2 laps.
See the battle we've been following just behind Heinrichsey, Joe Bowden and Alan Kossoff. Kossoff had the point of that duet for most of the early stages of the race, but just before we went to break, Joe Bowden was able to get that pass done up to 6th, Kossoff 7th. Matthew O'Toole in the number 3 Porsche. We believe in the 8th spot. Brian LaCroix in the black Corvette C6 in 9th. Aaron Kaplan in one of 2 BMW M2s in the field in the 10th spot.
If I'm Joe Bowden, I've got to actually think this may be a good thing for me because they've got the lighter Porsche right up underneath the very heavy Blackwing Cadillac of John Heinrichsey, and thinking maybe at this stage of the race, halfway through, Heinrichsey's car might get a little bit hot. The Porsches also tend to get a little bit warm, but the Porsches might be a little bit better on their tires. So this could be interesting to see if Joe Bowden's got anything to make a push and make a pass on Heinrichsey and get 2 Bowdens into the top 5.
Yeah, exactly right. As you can see, the yellow Corvette of David Sanders weaving a little bit, trying to keep the debris off the tires. And I believe...
I think that is Tom O'Toole in the BMW M2 Cup car.
Also fall line prepared. Tom, as you can see, out of the car under his own power, and he's going to get a complimentary ride to the medical center just for a checkup after a contact like that. And we'll need just a little time to get that car extracted from the gravel trap. Yeah, here comes the Mustang of Alan Phillips running 11th, and Scott Sewell should be at the tail end in the red Porsche Cayman. There he is. So that's
been on camera shot a couple of times today.
So by process of elimination, it is Tom O'Toole in the BMW M2 that brought out this full course yellow, as we are working race lap number 8. So we're at the halfway point of this 15-lap race. 15 laps are 40 minutes, whichever comes first. We've still got 23 minutes left. So unless this is a extended yellow flag, we should have plenty of time to get all the laps.
Fingers are crossed. Around this place, sometimes if there is a hard impact, tends to move the tire barriers around a little bit. It takes that banding material and has been tending to break them a little bit. So the VIR crew has been working endlessly, tirelessly to repair those tire walls as quickly as they can. They've had to, unfortunately, do it a couple of times this week, and we'll see if maybe, well, they've had the practice, see how quickly they can get in there and get that done. Hopefully it's not too much damage. We can get back underway as we're now just past the halfway point.
Fortunately, most of that was on Friday, our first race day, and we had a pretty clean day yesterday, and today's been pretty good as well. The weather has been absolutely phenomenal. You know, compared to last year when we had all 3 days in the hurricane. This one, Friday and Saturday, both dawned kind of overcast, but no participation in the forecast, and then bright sunshine, just like you're seeing now in the afternoon in both days. Today we woke up to bright sunshine, and it has been beautiful. Chamber of Commerce weather. We've worn that phrase out throughout the course of this week, as folks down here in near Milton, North Carolina, and Danville, Virginia, Alton, Virginia, actually the official post office home of this racetrack.
78 degrees in a beautiful October day. It doesn't really get any better than this.
Yeah, the only thing that would be better is if we were a little further north and the trees had begun to change. But
now you're getting picky.
Yeah. Well, you know, just not to be too picky, but assuming that we're all back next year, we'll get that chance.
We
next
just
year.
might.
Yes, we're going to be a little further north next
Central
year.
Wisconsin's pretty nice this time of year when it comes to colors of trees.
Yes, it is. But pack your sweaters, because it will be a little chilly in the evening once that sun goes down. And again, we're alluding to the fact that if you don't know, it's already been announced, our next 2 years of the runoffs will be at Road America. Arguably one of the top road courses in the country. I'm partial to my home track, which of course is the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. And hopefully we'll see the runoffs there again before it's too much longer. But right at the moment, we know we're going to Road America for the next 2 years, and I can't wait. But take nothing away from this beautiful racetrack. Connie Nyholm and her staff have just done a magnificent job with this place. Not only the track itself and all the accoutrements that go with it, but the villas and where you guys are staying, and the restaurant here is great. It's just fantastic. And yeah, unfortunately, it does look like we're going to have to do a little rebuild work on the tire barriers, so that will extend this yellow flag just a little bit. But it doesn't look like it's extensive, so I think we should be able to get this done pretty quickly.
Fingers are crossed. They are doing, like I said, they've had to do this a couple times this week. They know exactly what they're doing out here. And I tell you what I love about VIR is this atmosphere. This paddock is great. It just has this like classic, club track sort of feel. But then again, this is a big time track. This is their speed here. You need skill here. I think it's great. And this event still brings out people's just good size. It's so many great parties. The B-Spec party, hanging out with Greg and me all week. He's actually been in here bugging us sometimes this week. Hi, Greg. We've had some really good times. Last night I got to go hang out in one of the villas that you can see from the uphill climbing S's. That's actually where this camera is shooting from, is right next to all of those villas. It's just a great facility. I've been staying in the Lodge, which is, of course, the hotel just off the side of the Snake there. There's just some really cool things about this place that I've enjoyed the last 2 years coming here, and I'll miss a little bit. Maybe I may come back here and come to a club race, maybe come to the Super Tour. Maybe I'll even bring my car back and do a time trial here at some point. It's been a lot of fun.
And we'll continue the commercial for the Sports Car Club of America. I mean, it's 65,000 strong.
Yeah.
And, we talk about all the drivers coming here for a chance to get a gold medal and notch a championship in these winner-take-all finals. But all of the workers, the corner workers, the timing and scoring, stewards of the meeting, everybody who volunteers to come here come from all over the country, just as the drivers and the teams do. So this is the annual family reunion for the Sports Car Club of America. And for those of you within the sound of our voices that are not members of this club, we urge you to do so. Even if you're not a driver or don't aspire to be a driver, there's plenty of things you can do to get close to the racing. And like I say, the motto of the club is fun with cars.
Yeah,
and
come on out. Yeah,
and
go
we
to
do
your
it in a
local
big
track.
way.
Yeah, volunteer to help work at a local track. Take your daily driver out and run an autocross or a rally cross. There's a lot of different ways you can get involved. You don't necessarily you'll say, I don't have the money to become a driver. I can't afford an M2 Cup car. Well, okay, that's fine. Not everybody can, but you know what? If you've got your daily driver name, insert car name here, you can go ahead and jump into this and do what you want to do, whether it be some of the popular cars. Of course, the Toyota and the Subaru Twins are real popular. Miatas, obviously. Mazda has got a great program. I have a Mazda that I get to drive on the street and on the track sometimes. Corvettes, Mustangs, doesn't matter. Come on out and just have a good time. It is fun with cars, and it's a lot of fun. It's a good group to get involved with.
Yeah, exactly right. And, of course, solo competition. You and Tomo, of course, legendary in solo ranks.
Go with that for.
Well, Larry, 5 consecutive solo national wins. Tomo is a 5-time solo nationals champion as well as a 2-time pro solo champion. Oh, he's got a couple World Challenge championships as well.
Things.
Yeah, but we don't want to make Tomo's head too big, but still, these guys that sit next to Greg and I on these race calls certainly know what they're doing. So, there's solo competition, there's road rally, there's rally cross. There's just so many different ways that you can have fun with cars. As the 34 of Tom O'Toole is on the hook, so hopefully that means we'll be able to get back to racing here very quickly.
Unfortunately,
we're not going to be able to do it this lap, so we'll go around one more time.
Tom O'Toole's fun with cars lasted about 5.5 laps, unfortunately for him.
And now not so much fun.
Yeah, unfortunately. But, he'll get the thing straightened back up again, just like this tire wall. We'll get it straightened back up again, and we'll get going hopefully soon. Yeah,
this guy with the backhoe has been doing a lot of work rearranging these tires, and he's really good at it. Yeah. He's done several of these repair jobs over the course. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, absolutely. They want to make sure that these are all in the right position, because if one car has gone off there, another can. And safety is the primary concern. Obviously, we want to keep everybody safe, and those tire barriers are there for a reason, to avoid a hard impact into an immovable barrier or a less movable barrier.
So just a quick recap then, right? We're working lap 10, so there'll be 5 laps left. If we were to go green, 5 laps to green at about 2 minutes-ish per. Get you about 10 minutes. The clock's got 15 left. So we've got enough time to get this race in. If we were to go green here next time around, that's a good thing. I think if you're Resitano, you're trying to amp yourself back up to try and check out and keep Scotty White, Mark Bowden further and further back. Mark Bowden might think this could be a good opportunity to get up alongside Scotty White on a restart and see if there's something there. I think Joe Bowden could do the same thing to John Heinrichs between Joe's Porsche and Heinrichs' Cadillac. I think Alan Kosoff might be thinking maybe he could make a move on even Joe Bowden. So you could see a couple people think this is an opportunity to make a jump on a restart. We just got to get to that restart point and then see if we end up with a 4 or 5 lap sprint to the finish.
Right, exactly right. You saw one of the stewards there with a camera taking a shot of the tire barrier. I'm sure they're in consultation with race control to make sure that the tire barrier is where they want it to be before we release these cars. So they're going to take a little extra time to make that determination before they give them a clear course to get this race back underway. So we've still got time, like we said, just now passing 15 minutes remaining in this one. The other question mark, with the Goodyear tires on Scotty B. White's car, how do they respond differently from the Hoosiers after this heat cycle? These tires will have cooled down quite a bit. Will they fire back just as quickly as the Hoosiers, or will he be at a disadvantage or perhaps at an advantage? I don't know that he's got the pace to run with Kurt Resitano, but anything is possible. We've had some. Let's see, Star Wars.
As deadly as stormtroopers right now, and taking a drill gun, apparently just as accurate as a stormtrooper is shooting their guns. And for Star Wars fans, that's a pretty funny reference.
The word we're getting from race control is that the cleanup's about finished and they're going to head out. So you can see the spare tires, no pun intended. That trailer's been busy this weekend. We've had to replace a lot of tire bundles. And again, tip of the hat to all of the VIR course workers. Yeah. They are not necessarily SCCA members. They work for the racetrack, and they have done yeoman service this weekend when we've had these kind of incidents. And you can see the Mazda safety car has slowed down because race control is saying, hey, take your time, because if these guys can get clear, we'll go this time, as they're climbing the hill here, approaching the roller coaster.
I don't see the Cadillac doing a whole lot of weaving to warm tires. I'm thinking he might be thinking those tires are plenty hot. He might be dragging the brakes just enough to keep the heat in the brakes, because he knows that the 3,800-pound car needs to stop when he goes down into turn 1 the next time. So let's see how this goes. It sounds like we might be getting green flag next time by.
That is the confirmation we're getting. And now Mr. Heinrichs begins to weave a bit to get the debris off the tires, if nothing else, and get the surface a little warmer.
We saw those lights go out. He's like, okay, now it's go time. Let's double check, make sure the car feels good, and let's try to have a bit of a drag race, which I'm sure the car loves, and then a braking challenge going into one with his buddy Sanders in front of him.
The cool thing about that Blackwing is with the, if you follow Formula One, the whole deal with the Andretti Global team perhaps being the 11th team to be added to the Formula One circus, and Cadillac has already signed on as their sponsor. So this could be a harbinger of a big push for Cadillac's awareness level of their road racing campaign. As we get ready to roll here, this is a single file restart. Resitano can determine where he accelerates once he passes that start line. You can just see it back there. He has already dropped the hammer. The green is out, and as soon as the green flag flies, they're free to go. And Scotty B. White picked his acceleration point just perfectly, and he's going to take the lead here. Now, can he hold it is the question. Resitano was able to roll around the outside on the opening lap. Now he's going to try the over-under and get on the outside of NASCAR as they work their way through. Bowden is right there trying to pick who to follow as they work their way through NASCAR, but Scotty B still has the lead as they head down into left hook. Resitano dives down to the inside, forces Scotty B wide, and he retakes the lead. Bowden there to pick up the spots. Should there be a little bobble between those two? Right behind him, Sanders in that yellow Corvette. Then the 16-time champion, Heinrichs, as again, somebody's shortcutted the chicane and kicked a whole lot of dust up in the air. You can tell we haven't had rain here in a while, as that dust is really, really dry. As once again, side-by-side racing a little deeper in the pack, as Brian LaCroix in that Corvette and Aaron Kaplan in the blue and green BMW going side by side.
Big slide for Scotty coming around South Bend. I thought for a minute that car was going to be wide enough to hold Resitano behind, but Kurt, very patient to find his moment. Just the side-by-side through 4 allowed him, because he carried a little bit more speed with the lower weight, and now look at him pulling away already. Now it's Mark Bowden's turn to take the attack to Scotty White there in that second spot.
And Alan Kossoff got around Joe Bowden, and now he's glued right to the back of the Cadillac of Heinrichs. But Heinrichs getting a good run here on Sanders, and he's going to try to take that pass and get that position back. Sanders had gotten around him up into 4th. Now Heinrichs up to 4th, maybe. Sanders deep as they go into the roller coaster, but Heinrichs able to make it happen. And then right behind Sanders now is Alan Kossoff in that number 23 Porsche.
Yeah, Kossoff seeing the opportunity happening in front of him. It was a bit of a double checkup. He thought, okay, I can get a good run down there, my little skinny Porsche. Unfortunately, not enough room to quite get around Sanders, but good job for Heinrichs, knowing that car's got legs to get out in front, and with the nice warm brakes, he was able to get that thing rode down at the top of the hill, and then forcing Sanders to back up a little bit and get back. We'll see if Sanders is able to come back up. Look at Scotty, back under braking, going into 1. He's right there.
Yeah, absolutely right. We've got working race lap 12, so 3 to go as we're in the final stages here. And as we look at the clock, we'll have plenty of time. We've got 10 minutes to go, unless we have another full course yellow. we certainly don't want that to happen, as we want to see this race stay green right to the end.
Yeah, look at Scotty, though. I think he's now going, okay, I got a car under me. These tires are at perfect temp. Let me continue to pressure and pressure. Maybe force Resitano to cook his tires a little bit, which he was not able to do in the first half of this race. Maybe he can now. Look at the dirt across the track in the snake, as that was brought up once they went green. A couple of cars are just clipping that left first apex there at the snake, and that dirt makes things just a little bit dusty through there visibility-wise, as well as you dirty up your tires a little bit. Hopefully it's gone by the time you get to this as they start to climb the S's.
That Porsche of Kossoff was right on the rear bumper of David Sanders just a lap or so ago, but Heinrichs and Sanders have been able to pull away from that Porsche. And Sanders and Heinrichs are staying right with Mark Bowden here as they come through. In fact, getting a good run, and there goes Kossoff going a little wide, two wheels off. That should open the door for Joe Bowden to try to retake that position.
Yep.
But he's a little too far back. He'll certainly have a better run all the way up Madison Avenue here.
Watch Heinrichs.
Heinrichs is all over Mark Bowden. He has been playing possum here, ladies and gentlemen. I think that Cadillac's been biding his time to get to the end here, and Heinrichs has decided it's go time. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, these two veterans here, they've both been around a very long time, and this cagey little match is going to be fun, because maybe Heinrichs may have been thinking, oh, I can't quite catch him, he's too far in front, but with the yellow period coming out, now he's on his tail, short little sprint. It's going to end up being a total of 5 laps after yellow. He might be thinking this car's got something in it, and clearly the legs are there on the Cadillac. He didn't make the pass on Bowden that time. Doesn't mean it's going to be a last chance for him.
In Street Tune, that is a very powerful car. That Blackwing variant of the CT4V has got plenty of horsepower, as he has had no trouble getting the thing up to top end. But like I say, it is so heavy, he loses a little momentum, certainly to the Porsche, through this first segment, which has a lot of turns and twists in it. Resitano holding his own right now, but Scotty B is not letting him get away.
He's definitely not. He's pushing and pushing hard. Look at him. He's going to be using the curbs there as he comes around 5, enters into the snake. He's going to use curbs here. He'll grab a little more on the left side of the car, a little more on the right, a little more on the left, just keep dancing, and then he'll go triple digits up the uphill S's to try and stick with that little blue Mustang out in front of him.
You can see the ground that Heinrichs loses to Bowden in that opening segment. Same thing with David Sanders in that yellow Corvette. He's able to stay right with him, but once he gets to this part of the racetrack, Heinrichs has really got this guy flowing beautifully through the climbing S's, and he's able to close right back down on Bowden. And of course, the run up the hill, he has got much more torque coming off of Oak Tree and the uphill climb on Madison Avenue. And that's where he's able to make up some ground on Mark Bowden just in front of him.
Well, the Cadillac should have really good torque initially on the straightaways, but the Porsche seems to be not too shabby once it gets spooled up a little bit. But let's see if the Blackwing can reel him in. And if he can, does he bother to go by, or does he just hold back a little bit? Again, these two veterans they've been around a racetrack or two in their days.
Indeed they have. Between them about 80 starts.
That's just at the runoffs.
Yeah, just at the runoffs, yeah.
I don't even want to know how many laps these two in their careers have turned. It might be the most of anybody here at the facility.
Yeah, and Heinrichs on the GM testing grounds, proving grounds, I can't imagine how many laps he's got.
And Bowden with Fall Line, I mean, he practically lives at a racetrack, so I'm sure thousands and thousands between them.
Yeah.
Sanders not going anywhere, though. He's right there in that yellow C5.
You know, a great John Heinrichs story was told to me many, many years ago that, you know, he likes to tell folks that, you know, you talk about the seat of the pants feel that a driver has. And, you know, John says that his has been emery boarded off to the point where it is, you know, glassy smooth. And he's got a very well-tuned seat of his pants to just about any kind of car that he drives. But Scotty B. White, again, hard to believe, with all of his 41 runoff starts, has never had a gold medal. And he's come up short before. He's had 2 silver medals, 4 bronze medals, but never has been on top step of the podium. Could this be the year that he breaks through? If Resitano has just the littlest bobble, Scotty's going to be there.
He's going to have to make a run here quick. With about a lap and a half to go, they'll be coming around here to Oak Tree for the second to last time. He'll have to use the legs of that Viper to try and close up. He seems to be pretty good when the 2 back-to-back straights come together. He's close at 1, and then you just watch Resitano as they go through 4 and then through the lower S's. That's where he starts to pull away. Scotty's got to find a way to get closer sooner.
Exactly right. Again, we'll be coming to the white flag this time by as we're working lap 14. Bowden once again able to stretch it just a bit. I think Heinrich's challenge may have been blunted, as I don't know that he's got the legs to catch up to that Porsche.
Yeah, and I think if you're Sanders, you're wondering if John maybe got that car about as hot as he can get it. Maybe now the C5 has a chance in the next 1.1 laps to go on by. Let's see if he makes a push. Look how much speed he carries to the apex for the 73 Sanders.
Sure, yeah, much more nimble than the Cadillac, as you would expect. It's probably half the weight.
Yeah.
Maybe not half, but certainly a lot less. Yeah.
A few hundred pounds.
Yes, indeed. As they come out of hog pen and approach the start stand, the starter with the white flag in hand. We are on the final lap of the final race of the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Down into turn 1 goes Mark Bowden. There's your leader, Kurt Resitano, as he has dominated this class. 4 wins already, the last 2 in a row, looking to make it a hat trick. As he gives a little tap to the brakes to make sure the pads are seated. As they go through left hook and then the right-hander right after it.
This is where this car's strengths really come out at this stage of the race. Just a kind of a sprint, just rolling across curves and pulling away as it transitions, and moving the much less weight back and forth becomes a much easier task for him than the 3,600 plus pound Viper that Scotty White's got underneath him. Scotty loves the straightaways, but suddenly you get into this stuff and it's just not quite as easy to stick. Look at that, almost up on 2 for the Mustang going through the top of the S's.
Yeah, you know, these Phoenix-tuned Mustangs are just so dominant. You know, we saw Aqualante do that, you know, earlier this weekend. In his T1 car, just absolutely flowing through those climbing S's. And this one is doing much the same thing. As on the way to the checkered flag is Kurt Resitano, just a handful of turns left to notch his 5th gold medal.
Oh, things have tightened up here, though. Sanders is up under the back of Heinrich, and they're both right on the tail of Bowden. I don't know if Heinrich maybe was holding back for one last push, and this is it. What kind of legs does he have? Was he holding back the last 2 trips?
Anything is possible. He's a wily guy, no question, and he is right on the back. Now he's going to try to send a dummy, perhaps, to Mark Bowden, but Mark is not going to be fooled by that. Bowden as late as he can be on the brakes. Heinrich not quite as late. Look at Sanders close up as they plunge down the hill for the final time on the way to the checkered flag. Sanders is going to try something here. But look, Heinrich's as close as he's been at this stage of the racetrack, but I don't think he's got enough. But take nothing away from Kurt Resitano, gold medal number 5, as he takes it across the line. Second to Scotty B. White again. And look at this trio coming to the line, nose to tail, but Mark Bowden holds off the late race challenge from the 16-time medalist John Heinrich. David Sanders, a well-deserved 5th spot. And then behind them, Alan Kossoff in the gray Porsche, as he is just now going under the line. And then right behind him, we've got the number 3 of Matthew O'Toole, just in front of Aaron Kaplan on the final lap. As he moves up into 9th spot, Kaplan takes the final step in the top 10. In front of them, Brian LaCroix in that black C6 Corvette in 8th position.
Yeah, great race for Resitano, showing that just pure talent that he has. Running away from the field, yellow comes out, and then he's able to kind of do it again, even with Scotty jumping him a bit on the start, on that restart, getting in front of him. Kurt just says, okay, I can find my moment, sees that he's got better, ultimately, apex speed in the Mustang than Scotty had in the Viper, and then Kurt just says, okay, I'm going to lay it down. He went out and ran a series of high 201 lap times, pulled away, 3 in a row, 5 total for Resitano. That's dominating in this class.
Absolutely, and you know, he never put a wheel wrong. No. I mean, that car was hooked up the entire way. So
those Phoenix guys know how to set up a car.
Oh man, do they ever. And they get some good wheelmen behind the wheels as well. So take nothing away from Kurt Resitano. It's
and those guys are the same guys.
Yeah,
the wheelman and the mechanics. Resitano is a mechanic as well as a wheelman. We know, of course, Aqualante, Marshall, all those guys are the mechanics and the drivers.
Aqualante family the same way. Here's your top 10. These are unofficial results, of course, but Kurt Resitano taking the win pretty comfortably, almost 3 seconds over Scotty B. White. Yet another second place. Mark Bowden holds on to a big challenge at the end over John Heinrich. David Sanders taking 5th place honors. Alan Kossoff, Joe Bowden, Brian LaCroix, Matthew O'Toole, and Aaron Kaplan, your top 10. Scott Sewell and Alan Phillips, the last 2 cars running. Tom O'Toole bringing out the yellow flag with that unfortunate crash with his BMW M2. Here are the highlights of this one. And once again, as we had at both starts, Scotty B. White using the superior torque of that big V10 Viper to get out in front. But just look how well that...
Just can't get a load down and hold the grip like the Mustang can. In
Yeah,
this case,
exactly.
Yeah, the first green, you see here, Resitano able to get to the inside, the advantage line. Watch the slide, Resitano here, forcing Scotty to check up right there. That may have actually helped Resitano pull away the first time.
Yeah, exactly right. As he's able to maintain the advantage. Mark Bowden thinking about having a look on Scotty White, but couldn't quite get close enough as the field very much single file the first time through as they worked their way through the snake and the field just being set up. Then we saw this battle, and this came to tears, unfortunately, as these two came together. The 12 of Brian LaCroix in the black Corvette, and then Aaron Kaplan in the BMW. And then a little later on, this is on the restart, as once again, Bowden giving chase to Scotty White, who got to the front. But once again, Resitano just able to round him up. The superior handling and the torque of that Mustang, unassailable, and he wins comfortably, almost a 3-second margin in a short run to the flag. The final member of our broadcast team, of course, is Haywood Wagner, and he's got the best job of all of us because he gets a chance to bask in the glory of these celebrations at the end of the race, as Kurt Resitano, with a big smile on his face, and advisedly so. There's the gold medal going around the neck, and he'll get his cap on, and let's go down to Haywood Wagner for our final podium of the weekend. Hey, Hayward.
Kurt getting a big drink of water. You made it look easy. I bet it wasn't.
No, that Viper's bad fast. That's what I told them on the radio at the end. I said those were straight qual laps at the end of it. I was happy with where we were until the caution, and then restart. I knew I was in trouble on the starts. He was going to pass me no matter what. So just tried to. I didn't warm the tires back up at all. I just let them cool down, and hopefully I could keep it on the road the rest of the race.
How important did it feel to you after the restart to lead through the uphill S's?
That's my sector. I got to get him there. I got to get him from turn 5 on, because on the back and the front straight, he's just got so much speed on me. I was a sitting duck, so just had to get a little bit of separation, and that was all it took.
Well, congratulations to you. Another championship for you and the Phoenix team. You've got folks loading up here that are looking for a ride, so enjoy it.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thanks, Hayward. Great job. As we hear from Kurt Resitano, who didn't make it to it. In fact, there's Andrea Aquilano congratulating him, another of the Phoenix drivers who has been dominant in his own class for sure. But Resitano, what more could you say?
Honestly, very much like how Andrew runs a race, dominant, inch perfect, uses the curb, throws it around. Both these guys are just superior drivers, and it's showing here how Kurt can just dominate the field, knew exactly where his strength was, pulled out, and takes that victory.
As we're just getting settled in for the balance of our podium, we've still got second and third place to have a chat with. But Kurt Resitano loading up the entire Phoenix crew, and they are about to head out on their lap of honor with the checkered flag hanging out the window. As, again, this is our final gold medal of the runoffs for this year. And, again, thanks to all the fine folks at Virginia International Raceway for making this race possible for 2 years in a row now. Let's head down to Hayward for the balance of our podium. Go ahead, Hayward.
Scotty, how many restarts would you have liked to have in this race?
I would like to have one with only one lap. that would have been better for sure. Yeah.
It looked like this was just a whole lot of fun to wrestle this race car around the track, and I know you were giving Kurt all you had. What was it like for you?
It was cool. It was a big girl. Kurt is, Kurt is Kurt's. He's Kurt. He's good. The Phoenix crew guys, hats off to them. I mean, at least I think maybe we kept him honest. We got him wagging the tail a little bit and kicking up some dirt. But that as heavy as this thing is, this couple of school buses, these Goodyears hung on to it. It was really cool. I was like, all right, Jay told me it's going to work, man. I'm leaning on him hard. We were coming down through 17 and. There was a bunch of G's in this car.
Well, Scotty, you're never a boring interview, but I want to point out you got the daughters' names embroidered on each side of the shoulders here. Pretty cool. Congratulations, Pops.
All right, thanks, Hayward.
And we got Mark Bowden right here. We're just going to turn right over. Mark, welcome back to the podium. This is old hat for you, a bronze. Yeah. Not the one you wanted most, but another one.
You know, just proud to be up here with these guys. It's such a competitive field, and they're such great drivers. Congrats to both Scotty and Kurt. They drove great. It just seemed that everybody, after the restart, everybody recovered much better than my car did, or wherever it was. The Hoosiers were great, but the little Porsche didn't recover quite as good as everybody else, and kind of fell back, but hung on to it.
And you and Heinrich see just a couple of veterans in your luxury cars out for a cruise, right?
Absolutely, yeah. He was coming. Another great, just to be in a field of these names is great. Big thanks to SCCA and all the workers and everything that goes into the event, and Hoosier and Fall Line. Thanks much.
Well, congratulations to you. Enjoy the bronze.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hayward. Thanks again for everything you do for us. And as we said, this is the final medal ceremony for this year's edition of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. I would like to give a thanks to Larry McLeod and Tom O'Gorman, my co-announcers, if you will, throughout the course of this weekend. It's been my pleasure and my honor to have this opportunity to bring these races to you. I hope you've enjoyed the races, and I also would like to give a special thanks to Clark and the entire crew from Apex Broadcast. These images have been absolutely flawless throughout the course of the weekend. Thanks to all the camera people, the guys in the truck, and Clark himself, who puts this whole thing together. There is no better crew in the country, and they do a fantastic job of it, and it's been my pleasure to have the opportunity to work with them once again. So with that, we will say our goodbyes. And on behalf of Larry McLeod and Hayward Wagner, I'm John Phippen. We hope to see you next year at Road America. Until then, be careful, have fun with cars, and we'll see you down the road.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Welcome to Virginia International Raceway for bonus coverage, as we have just wrapped up coverage of the SCCA Championship Runoffs, and we are introducing you this weekend to a class that will be part of the National Runoffs menu, shall we say, going forward, and that is Spec MX5, SMX it's going to be called, and these are basically NC Miatas that are developed just maybe one step short of the MX5 Cup races that we've been enjoying for many, many years. But the NC Miata is going to be the next wave of spec racers of the Miata stable, and we're looking forward to this one. And giving us a little heads up on what we can expect in this second of two races this weekend for these drivers is Hayward Wagner down on the pit lane.
Hey guys, what we're hoping for is to see some actual racing. Unfortunately, the race yesterday morning got full course caution pretty early for a big impact on the back straightaway, and took a little while to get walls repaired. So these guys signed up for a pair of races, but really haven't gotten the first one yet. But as you mentioned, this is the NC chassis of the Mazda MX-5, the third generation of the Miata, if you will. And we've got about 20 of them here on the grid, all spec cars, evenly matched, 2,500 pounds apiece. They're all running the 2-liter motor, and this is, as you mentioned, this is the likely future of production-based spec racing in SCCA. SMX will be a national class next year. It will be at the runoffs next year. This is the Pro Series, and they're going to give us a great scrap here to round out our weekend at VIR.
Thanks, Hayward. Appreciate that heads up. And Tom O'Gorman sitting here next to me. Tomo certainly no stranger to spec racing, as well as your career. And we're going to go through a track map of this beautiful facility here at VIR. It's hosted us at the runoffs for 3 years, the last 2 in a row. And for those unfamiliar, take them around this 3.25 mile circuit.
Yeah, there's a lot of relevancy to this race, so I'm excited to talk about it and watch it. But here at VIR, the story for this class is going to be very similar to a lot of our other spec classes, and that's going to be drafting. It's going to be very difficult to break away because of these long straightaways, but it kicks off at the start-finish line down into turn 1. You can make the front, the inside and outside work there, but oftentimes you want to be ahead or on the left side going into turn 3 as you sweep through NASCAR Bend into left hook at the lower S's through the snake, and that finishes off kind of our handling section. The most nimble car wins through there. Then we get into what becomes essentially a long quote-unquote straightaway, or a flat-out run from turns 4 all the way through the upper S's to turn 10. That's South Bend, where we have a big flick left over a blind crest. No arrow on these cars. This is going to be a big float through South Bend into Oak Tree at turn 12. Very important to get an exit because our next long straightaway is down to 13, 14, and 15. That's the roller coaster into Hog Pen at 16 and 17. Hog Pen also leads you onto an incredibly long straightaway that bends slightly to the right. So all of those long straightaways are going to be what makes or breaks this races for a driver.
Exactly right. And again, that we had scheduled for 2 races for this weekend. This is kind of a unique playoff opportunity. You can see the points. These drivers had their points total from the regular season, which has already concluded, basically wiped away. The top 10 were given a handful of bonus points to get things started. And then between these 2 races, which count double points to what they normally get throughout the course of the season, are going to determine who's going to go home with the $30,000 scholarship for the first place champion. Second gets $20,000, third gets $15,000. And the man who came into this with the most bonus points, Nathan Nicholson, is going to start this one on the pole. There you can see his red number 95, and already some scars on these cars because, again, we had a couple drivers who unfortunately are not going to take the start today. Will Robusto in the 22 and Nathan Saxon in the 16 involved in an incident on the very first lap, right at the top of the hill, just before the roller coaster. Got into the tire barrier, and there was a lengthy repair for the tire barrier, and we ran out of time to get back racing. So we sort of had predicted to us, Tomo, that this race was going to be sort of all gloves off anyway, because these guys are racing for a pretty substantial purse. It's going to be even more so since they didn't have a chance to do much wheel-to-wheel racing in the first one.
Correct. Yeah, this is the only race at the runoffs weekend that pays any money. Every other race counts for a national championship.
Of course.
This is a little bit of a different thing, but it's the only one that pays money, and that's a heck of a lot lot of money. So $30,000, $20,000, $10,000, $7,000, and $5,000 all on the line for this race. And the format for this playoff is essentially that any driver can win. They get double points for this race. Everybody is still mathematically capable of winning, but the driver that has been at the top of the board the entire time is basically Nathan Nicholson, and he controlled yesterday's start of the race beautifully. He had started to break away before the full course caution. He was the highest scoring driver in the regular season. It's all very, very much leaning towards him being the favorite, but there's a lot of drivers that are, everybody starting this race is mathematically capable of winning. There's still a couple of drivers that are, I would say, kind of second. We've got Alex Bertagnoli, Noah Harmon, Weston Workman. Those are second, third, and fourth. They're the closest to being able to kind of pip Nathan Nicholson.
I've done sort of an unofficial points possibilities chart. If Nathan Nicholson finishes second or above, he clinches, but that's the only clinch scenario. Everybody below has an opportunity, just as Tomo said, to make this happen. Let's introduce the drivers quickly for you. Adam Gonzalez is in the number 87. The 79 is Spencer Bogar. Ethan Jacobs in the 199. The 195 is Rocco Pasquarella. The 75 is Donald Squirick. The 5 is Adrian Comstock. The 55 is Cam Eben. He's the son of Cliff Eben. The 19 is Nathan Saxon, or the 16, excuse me, Nathan Saxon. He will not be in the race. He was involved in that incident yesterday, as was Will Robusto in the 22. Then we move forward to Austin Hill in the number 8. The 86 is Jarrett Jones. The 9 is Reed Sweeney. The 113 is Weston Workman. The 77 is Nico Gratz. The 54 is Chase Jones. The 115 is Noah Harmon. And then we've got the 4 of Alex Bertagnoli and your pole sitter, the number 95 of Nathan Nicholson. They get, because it's double points, they get basically 50 points for a win, 42 for second, 36 for third, and then it goes down by 2-point increments all the way down to 16, 36 for third, 34 for fourth, 32 for fifth, 30 for sixth, all the way down to the last one would be 10 points for 16th place.
We'll try to squeeze this in because we're hoping for a very action-packed full race that we may not get to talk about it, but Hayward alluded to this being a very high potential for the future of spec racing. You know, the answer is always Miata, of course, but if you think about the NA and NB Miatas and Spec Miata, those are getting to be pretty old cars. They're no longer having parts produced in certain parts of those cars. Obviously, the production side, the aftermarket is healthy, but this class is becoming a national class for next year's SCCA road racing program. So it will be a runoffs championship next year, but it also will give drivers a place to bring in a newer piece of equipment, not to replace Spec Miata necessarily, but to give another option. And the coolest part is these cars are very, very healthy and utilized in other forms of SCCA competition. So we have the autocross program, which already has a spec class with the FRS BRZ. When that came out, it's called Solo Spec Coupe. The NC Miata is highly likely to have its own spec class introduced using the same style of suspension parts and everything as Spec MX5, and then we're introducing that at both the autocross and time trial levels if that all goes kind of accordingly to plan. So you would be able to buy an NC Miata, put the same suspension package and prep package on it for your autocross, then take it to road race, to club racing and time trials, all in the same sort of prep. So that's a really universal package that I think it will make a really healthy program for all SCCA grassroots racing.
Exactly right, and the package that Mazda's come up with makes these cars, you know, pretty easy to develop on your own because the parts are all standard, and it's also easy to tech. For the club racing tech squad. So looking forward to this one, and hold your breath, because I have a feeling we're going to see a Donnybrook here as these drivers are slowly approaching the start-finish line. There's the green flag, and we are away. That red number 95 of Nicholson, and then right behind him the 115 of Noah Harmon.
Nicholson taking the chance to start rolling a little bit before the green flag, and that's going to give him nice control into turn one. Everybody trying to get to the inside. It's the number 4 of Alex Bertagnoli that's going to try to loop the outside, but I think it's the 115 that sliced across his nose, yes, and the 77 is now side by side. So a good start for Noah Harmon in the 115. Ooh, little wiggle though.
Yeah, a little wiggle from the 115 of Noah Harmon, but he was able to gather it up. But Nathan Nicholson in that red number 95, the man at the point, as we're going 2x2 through the right-hander. Oh, the 77 gets wide, 2 wheels off in the dirt, but he's able to save it. Now he's going to probably jump the chicane, and that's going to kick up a big cloud of dust. making visibility a problem for the rest of the field as they go through the snake. But now they're approaching the climbing S's, and you can see these cars too wide heading into the climbing S's. Everybody looking to find a spot. Getting a replay of this first lap as they make their way through turn 5.
See, pitches it sideways, or pitches it back to the left, or to the right, excuse me, my left, his right, and then loses the back end just a little bit. But everybody spread out because of the visibility being lost. Number 4, 115, Harmon trying to make a move up into Oak Tree. Last time we made it this far in the race, Nathan Nicholson was clear by like 10 car lengths. He was gone, and at this point, he's got a lot of pressure from Harmon, Bertagnoli. Chase Jones should be the next car in line. As Nico Bratz dropped back just a bit.
Yeah, and this is where we had the problem last time, just at the braking zone for the roller coaster. We had a couple cars dicing for position come together, and they spun off into the tire barrier, and there was extensive damage to the tire barrier that needed some repairing. As there's the 54 of Chase Jones, and right behind him now is the 9 of Reed Sweeney as he slots into that position as they work their way down the hill. So we got farther already than we got yesterday, and that's a good thing. As Nathan Nicholson drifting it right out to the edge with Noah Harmon and Alex Bertagnoli giving chase. Chase Jones, Nico Bratz in the 77 dropping back. He was the one who dropped the tires off there just past the left hook on the first lap. And drafting, of course, is going to be all important, as you would expect. Now popping out is the 115 of Harmon as they come down into turn 1 for the second time. Sweeping around the outside, the 55 of Cam Eben. Just inside of him is Weston Workman in the 113.
Yeah, I think I caught the 115 pushing the number 4, Bertagnoli, getting a big bump out of turn 1, almost sideways from Noah Harmon pushing on his back bumper.
Weston Workman diving down to the inside of Cam Eben, and it looks like he's gotten it done. So Weston Workman up into 6th spot. Then there's Cam Eben, then there's the 77 of Nico Bratz trying to recover from that little off-course or half-off-course that he had on the first lap.
Very common in this spec racing style. If the car in front gets a little bit loose or gets a little bit slow, you just keep your foot in it and you help them get back up to speed because it helps you and it helps them. And if you both lift, you both lose time. You're seeing that a couple different times as drivers just basically driving through the rear bumper of the car in front through the apex to keep them moving.
This is a 15-lap or 40-minute race, just as our gold medal races were for the SCCA Runoffs that just concluded. There's the 55 of Cam Eben side by side with the 77 of Nico Bratz as they're battling for 6th position as the field staying. We've got a kind of a breakaway down through the 75 car of Donald Squiring, so the top 10 breaking away just a bit from the back half of the field, but Nathan Nicholson doing what he needs to do as he's going to try to get one hand on that $30,000 scholarship. But right behind him, Alex Bertagnoli, who is 2nd in the points coming into this finale, certainly hoping to deny him that opportunity.
Kind of have a kind of 3, kind of 6 car breakaway, but it is the top 10 that have separated themselves entirely from the rest of the pack. As Nathan Nicholson is controlling the race nicely, we don't see a huge effective draft on these cars down the back straightaway in the last couple of laps, so they might be a little more resistant to that than we see out of some of the other spec classes, or there's just a little bit of patience being displayed here on lap number 2 as we're starting lap 3 finally across the start-finish line.
Weston Workman coming under some pressure from Reed Sweeney. That's the battle for 5th spot. Sweeney in that number 9, just behind Workman in the 113. And just in front of them is Chase Jones in the 54. But back to the front now, as it is Nathan Nicholson with maybe a car length over the great battle between Bertagnoli in the 4 and Noah Harmon in the 115. And then just a little gap back to the Weston Workman battle that we've been following. Looks like Chase Jones got in front of him as we got the 8 car dropping a wheel off. That's Austin Hill. Austin, a youngster who has mostly open wheel experience, but doing very well in this championship. And he's looking to get himself up into the battle. Austin races with us at the Formula Regional Americas Championship. He's a 2-time FRP Atlantic champion as they work their way through the climbing S's.
So the second car in line we're taking a look at right there, Alex Bertignoli. If he wins and our leader, Nathan Nicholson, finishes third, he will win. But as long as Nathan Nicholson stays in the top 2, he'll clinch this $30,000 prize and the playoffs, I guess the championship round for Spec MX5. Noah Harmon has to work a little bit harder yet as he sits third. Only 43 points coming into this race.
If he takes the win, he would have 93 points, and that would mean Nicholson would have to finish 5th or below for him. Again, these points intervals that I'm giving you are absolutely unofficial. I did the math myself last night, but that's what I believe to be the situation. And of course, there could be post-race penalties applied as well, although there weren't any after the race on Saturday morning.
And if I'm Nathan Nicholson, that I'm seeing in my mirrors, I've got kind of a 5-car breakaway for me, but it's really just the top 3 that seem to be able to stick together. And as long as they kind of stay in this formation for a couple more laps, he's almost guaranteed to be able to fight his way into the top 2. But he doesn't have to work that hard as this field spreads out more and more. It's going to become easier and easier for him to maintain that top spot, and it's going to become harder and harder, almost impossible for Harmon to win it all.
And once again, Bertignoli literally right on the back bumper of Nathan Nicholson, and he's just biding his time. I think he's staying right with Nicholson and letting him know that he's there. Just a little tap on the bumper as we got a battle for between the 77 of Nico Bratz and Reed Sweeney as they go side by side through NASCAR. Sweeney trying to take over that position, or hold on to that position, I should say, as Bratz not quite able to close that pass.
And that's the car that went off at this section of the track on the first lap, so he's on a kind of a comeback drive. Whatever game plan he had is out the window, and he's just got to get scrappy and try to fight his way forward as he's still sitting in that 8th spot. Worked an over-under a couple different times on the back of Reed Sweeney, but wasn't able to make it work for him as they're finally flashing through the camera there.
Chase Jones and Weston Workman nose to tail. That's the battle for 4th and 5th. That's the 2 cars you see just behind the lead 3, and then a little gap back to Cam Eben in the 6th place. The 77 of Bratz. And now side by side coming into Oak Tree. The 113 of Workman trying to get around Chase Jones, and I think he's gotten it done. 3 abreast for the lead as the 3rd place runner, Noah Harmon, decides he's going to go for it. And I believe he's gotten to the front. Now Nathan Nicholson is in the 2nd spot. He can afford to stay there, but he can't go any lower than that, especially if Bertignoli can get around him and take over the lead. But look, he's hooked up in the draft, and Nicholson getting pushed back to the front as Bertignoli in that 4 car has been his best buddy, drafting-wise at least. But a new 3rd place runner is Noah Harmon. Or excuse me, Weston Workman now up into that 3rd spot. Noah Harmon drops back to 4th. Chase Jones at the tail end of now this 5-car lead draft.
That was a really close call for Nathan Nicholson, and it was all on his own. He made a mistake, ran a little bit wide coming in to Oak Tree, and actually the other guys around him were super heads up to not have any contact or push him even further off the track. Everybody left space for everybody. I'm surprised, but I'm impressed that stayed as clean as it did. Now the 113, Weston Workman is going to get himself all the way up to 2nd, maybe a big bump draft from the 115 behind. Harmon pushes him into 2nd place.
Indeed, Weston Workman, the man on the move right now, is just a lap ago he was back in 5th, and now he is in 2nd spot as they run right now. Just behind him is Noah Harmon. Alex Bertignoli shuffled back into 3rd position.
Oh, and he's going to go up the inside. He gets a little bit underneath the 95 and makes it go. And if he can maintain that inside spot, he's not going to be able to do it in 4. That was going to be a really close call, and it's going to bring the number 4 up on his right side, which will be good. 3 wide for a moment in the snake. That's almost unheard of as the Bertignoli car tries to get back in there.
Yeah, Bertignoli in the 115 made it 3 wide as they went through the snake. It looks like Workman has been able to slot back into 2nd spot. Then it's Bertignoli. Then it's the 4 of it's Harmon, then Bertignoli. There we go. And then right behind him is Chase Jones.
Really well raced from Weston Workman to work his way into 2nd spot and not lose positions as he gets racy. There's a little flick for Nathan Nicholson across the apex of South Bend, and this is turning back into about an 11 to 10 car race. Packs of 5 and 5 after that mistake from Nathan Nicholson really pivoted this race. We thought it was going one direction into a 3-horse race, and now it's just all 10 cars again.
Yeah, and again, you know, such a contrast to what we saw in the early running yesterday, where, as you mentioned, Tomo, Nicholson had a 10-car length advantage after one lap, and we thought he was going to run away with it. Not the case here, as everybody's right on his bumper. And look at Weston Workman giving him a push up the hill, and then a little gap back to the 115 of Noah Harmon.
Cam Evan going for a move on the 54 of Chase Jones. They're going to swap positions. And now the 55 car up into the top 5. A little bit of contact behind for the 77. Nico Bratz gets a little bit doored from Donald Squirick, I think, in the 75. Yes, indeed.
And Jarrett Jones right there to pick up the pieces if these two come together.
That's going to kind of separate that 10-car train now down to 7. This is very frequent in Spec Miata, the older version of these cars. We'll see a big train of 10 cars, and then it'll go to 7, then it'll go to 6, then it might go to 4. You know, they just kind of whittle it down as both drivers waving to each other, sorry about that, and we're going to work back together. 75 pushing 77, but Weston Workman is racy right now.
Yeah, in fact, he's forcing Nicholson to go a little bit defensive. Nicholson not taking the prime entry line into turn number 1 because he's guarding Weston Workman from diving down to the inside and taking away his opportunity. So he's driving a little bit defensively, and that's playing right into the hands of Weston Workman in the 113.
Then right behind Harmon and Bertagnoli still latched onto the back. Then it's a little bit of a gap to Cam Evan. That happened because they passed for that 5th position a couple of corners ago. You lose touch every single time you make a move like that. So you have to be so calculated in spec racing to when you make the move, what are the consequences of this move? And if it doesn't work, how much longer is it going to take for me to get back to momentum? As you can see that 4-car train breaking away.
Weston Workman showing a fender to our leader, Nathan Nicholson, as they head for the climbing S's one more time. As we are approaching or working race lap number 6, and as we're about halfway through, let's give one final opportunity for you to hear from a couple of the partners that make the racing possible here for this bonus coverage for the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer on the way home after a day at the track. And say you have an accident. Ouch! But at least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Your standard insurance probably won't pay to replace your car. That's true whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or in the repair shop. If you want to be covered for the whole value of your race car, you need guaranteed value coverage from Hagerty. We agree on an accurate value up front, and in event of a covered total loss anywhere off the track, we pay that amount. You'll be protected in storage, in transit, in the paddock, or a repair shop against collision, fire, theft, no matter what or where you race. All for less per year than you spend on a set of racing tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Welcome back as we're working race lap number 7 of the finale of the season for the SMX Championship. This is just kind of a way to whet your appetite for what's going to happen, as this will be a runoffs class next year. These do not count for gold medals, but these drivers are working their way around to potentially a $30,000 scholarship to move up to MX5 Cup next season. As these drivers working their way through the climbing S's, the red car in front is the points leader. He has to finish in the lead or in second to clinch that $30,000 scholarship. But he's got some very hungry drivers behind him. I think I've been most impressed with the run of Weston Workman, who started this race back in 6th position, and he's been picking his way forward and now is running a very solid 2nd spot.
These drivers only got one qualifying session and about a 7/10 of a lap yesterday.
Yeah.
So the qualifying order and the fastest laps that we have on our grid here may not be fully indicative of what the capabilities are, as we see the two cars in the front kind of working together. Workman pushing Nathan Nicholson away, who is your leader. Then Noah Harmon, who had a big moment over the curbs at the top of the S's, getting pushed by Alex Bertagnoli. Here's the 54 on the inside, now the outside of the 75. very close stuff into roller coaster.
Chase Jones and Donald Squirick in those two, just in front of them, the 77 of Nico Bratz, as they were side by side all the way down Madison Avenue, or up Madison Avenue, I should say, as they worked their way down through the hog pin turn. Right at the tail end with the white with sort of the maroon two-tone. That's Jarrett Jones at the tail end of the top 10. Good run for the 75 of Donald Squirick as he's able to get back around Chase Jones. 3 wide into the braking zone for this battle, and we've got contact and a spin once again from Nico Bratz. He was forced wide on the very first lap, dropping 2 wheels off at the right-hander just past the left hook, and he fell well back, and he's going to do it all over again.
Yeah, gets the short end of the stick twice this race, and that was just an overly optimistic move from the 54 of Chase Jones. Goes to the inside now, late on the brakes, surprised even late on the brakes. On the 75, it gets doored there, and it's the 77 that had no chance to see any of it coming that gets the really short end of the stick. But it started with, again, the 54 Chase Jones getting into the side of the 75 Donald Squirick. We'll just check and see if there's any sort of residual suspension damage or just door and fender panels that need massaging.
And I think Reed Sweeney was the benefactor of that. He was able to duck inside all of them and move up into 6th spot, but we'll sort that as they come back into our view. But this 3-car breakaway at the front, Nathan Nicholson, he was the regular season points winner. Weston Workman right behind him, then the 115 of Noah Harmon, then the gray car, and then that's Alex Bertignolli, who came into this race second in the points in the number 4. Then kind of a big gap back to Cam Evan running all by himself in the 5th spot, and then behind him is that little squabble that we just saw, and I believe that's Reed Sweeney up at the front of that 4-car battle. But here come our leaders down the little dip and then climb once again up to the little jink to the left before they drive off the edge of the earth and down the roller coaster.
So we haven't seen these drivers race much this weekend because of that incident yesterday, but these drivers have raced each other all year.
Yeah.
So they know what the ebb and flow of this race series and what these cars can do. We haven't seen them sampling much, but I think that's because they know the last lap is really the last chance, and I bet it's going to change between Hogpen and the start-finish line. It will definitely change positions down the back straight if there are cars close together. You can see Workman continually pushing Nathan Nicholson down the front straight, and I say that because in other races at the championship runoffs, we've seen drivers kind of trying and sampling things, testing the waters. These drivers are so much more dialed to exactly what's happening, basically the same level as Spec Miata, and I don't think any other class really has that coordination. So that's why we're seeing them really what we call co-opetition, right? You're kind of working with the cars around you until it's time to race. At least at the front.
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
here.
And it was Reed Sweeney, or Jarrett Jones, excuse me, in that that number 66 car that got up into, or 86, that got up into 6th spot. That's Reed Sweeney right behind him, then Chase Jones. And Squirick, Austin Hill, Ethan Jacobs, your top 11. Every one of these drivers that compete in this championship weekend will get at least $2,000. So they are all going to get some cash payout no matter where they finish. But it's the top 5 that get the big payouts. There's also there's a kind of a hard charger award for both of the weekend races, as well as a couple awards for the teams. But these guys are battling for their best possible finish, setting the stage for perhaps, and then there goes the 9 of Reed Sweeney, all 4 wheels off at the exit of South Bend, and I don't think he ever lifted.
No, it's a very uncomfortable ride. That's 2 times this lap. The number 9 has been off the track, and he's going to almost do it again coming off of Oak Tree. So Reed Sweeney's a little frantic right now. You really have to trust the float of these cars, and you see it grips up just a moment. He's got his hands centered, which means the car goes over to the right off the track, and he's basically got to hang on. And honestly, he didn't lift, because if he did, he was going to go for a bigger ride than that.
Yeah, absolutely right. Here we go, a challenge for the lead as Weston Workman taking a nose ahead at roller coaster, and he's got that pass made. Now the question is, can Nathan Nicholson retake that top spot? He's safe where he is right now. If he were to finish in this position, he would still clinch the championship. But if he loses another spot, he runs the risk of losing that championship to Bertignolli.
Now we're going to see for real what these cars have down this front straightaway. Nathan Nicholson needs to be in the top 2, which means he wants to stay in the front. I'm surprised he didn't go for a move here. He pushed Workman into the braking zone rather than try to get back to the top spot, and now he's under threat from that the next car on track, the 115, and Noah Harmon looks up the inside. The outside momentum is going to pay off still, but I think Nathan Nicholson is in a risky position, although he knows that Weston Workman isn't really a threat in the points. He can finish behind Weston Workman and one other car as long as that other car is not winning the race.
Yeah, if Weston Workman were to take the win, Nathan Nicholson would have to finish, by my unofficial math, would have to finish 6th or above in order to clinch the championship. So the car that he's most at risk to is Alex Bertignoli, who is right now 4th in this train. So each car that goes further down the order is less of a challenge to him. If Weston Workman were to win, he could finish at the tail end of these 4 cars and still clinch the championship. Here's the battle with Chase Jones, Jarrett Jones right behind him, and then the 75 of Donald Squirick diving to the inside just as they approach the South Bend.
It's like a mechanical failure there for the 86. Pulled off to the side, realized that he had a problem.
Jarrett Jones, yeah.
No drive in that car.
It's the 9 of Reed Sweeney. Right in front, or right behind, should we say, Donald Squirick. And then in front of them is now Chase Jones. Jarrett Jones going slowly. He will probably pull off in the South Pits here. As we turn our attention back to the front, and Weston Workman getting away just a little bit at the front of this one.
Yeah, and look at the 115. Noah Harmon got by. If Harmon can get to the front, that's really starting to put Nathan Nicholson in a risky position. That red car is the car that is leading the points championship for this championship round of Spec MX5. Oh, and he gets a big slide, hooks the curb through the Ogpen corner, and has to catch the car. But it looks like he got a decent run still. It was actually Noah Harmon that got a poor run. And it's going to be the 95 of Nicholson that pops to the outside, going the long way around. All of this is letting Weston Workman get away. Look at the big gap he's got now.
Yeah, Weston Workman, if he does take the win, that would mean that Nathan Nicholson would have to finish 6th or above to clinch the championship. So at the moment, Nicholson is still pretty secure with the way the field is running right now. All that he needs to have happen is some kind of incident that takes him out of the top 6, and then he's in trouble.
Well, and the other car he's got to worry about, really, the closest car he's got to worry about, I should say, is the number 4, which is still behind him.
Yep.
The number 115 getting a little behind in the lower S is going to hold them up even further. And at this point, they're out of the draft. They're going to need to start working together and pushing each other back towards the front of Weston Workman. But it's impossible to communicate to each other other than with hand motions that they're going to try. It looks like Nicholson is believing that they can as he tucks into the back and pushes Harmon up the hill.
Noah Harmon in 2nd spot, Nicholson 3rd, Alex Bertignoli 4th, then Cam Evan in the 55 in that 5th spot. And then this great battle just behind them, the 54 Chase Jones. And there's the 75 of Donald Squirick. And at the tail end of that, the car that had the rough ride, Reed Sweeney in the 9, as they come into Oak Tree.
Big slide for the 54 coming into Oak Tree, but it was actually perfect rotation. Gets a decent drive off of Oak Tree. And I was going to call out the fastest car on the track last time through was Cam Evan up in 5th. You can see him catching this pack of cars as they've had a couple of exchanges for position. He may find himself within striking distance of a podium if they have 1 or 2 more of those.
You can see going side by side, Squirick and Chase Jones. And Squirick, I think, got that pass done as he moves up. Back up into 6th. He had dropped back to 7th, but then he was able to repass Chase Jones in the 54 as they tumble down the hill. This is the battle for 6th and 7th as we are working race lap number 11. We're just about to finish it. In fact, have just finished it. So working race lap 12 for our leaders. These guys battling about 4 or 5 seconds back of the lead.
Pass for second, 95. The Nathan Nicholson car goes up the inside of the 115 of Noah Harmon, and they're still door to door. This is guaranteeing even more that Weston Workman is going to get away in the top spot, but we're running out of time. 4 laps to go. Big knife underneath. The 115 responds, leaves him room, and loses it in the dirt.
goes just a little bit wide, and now that's going to let Bertignolli get right on the back of Nathan Nicholson. Meanwhile, Weston Workman motoring away at the front. He had a second at the stripe, and it's certainly more than that now as these three are squabbling.
We wondered if they were going to work together. I think that's out the window at this point. They do still have 3 laps to reorganize themselves, but it looks like it's a 3-car race for second with Weston Workman coming up from 6th on the grid. Don't forget that. An impressive drive for the 113.
Yeah, no question.
You can see these cars moving on the surface. They really are driver's cars. I've had the chance to drive one. They move a lot more on the surface than a Spec Miata in a little bit of a different way, a classic Spec Miata, I should say, and it creates this really cool understanding of weight transfer, weight dynamics, and momentum that will make you a good driver in any style car. And it's even cooler to hear a bit of tire squeal in the background, but really cool to hear that that's going to be incorporated across an autocross class, time trial class, most likely, that you could literally do the entire ladder into that Mazda ladder from a parking lot.
And the NCs are a little heavier than the NAs and NBs, right?
Yeah, they're actually the heaviest Miata ever produced.
Because the NDs went back to being lighter again.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I mean, a heavy Miata is an oxymoron.
Perfectly well said. Little love tap there between the 115 of Harmon and the 4 of Bertignolli. As Weston Workman looking for the win here. And Nathan Nicholson perfectly happy to let him have it as long as he finishes in second.
Whatever Nicholson is doing to manipulate that car into hog pen, it gets a big rotation through the apex every single time. And he predicts it, and he carries it through the apex every lap. Now the number 4, Alex Bertignolli, up to 3rd, into a podium position, pushes the 95 of Nicholson into the braking zone, but the 115 is going to try to go around the outside. This momentum has worked a number of times, and it's going to work again by the looks of it.
Yeah, the 115 of Harmon looks like he's got that position done as Bertignolli drops back to 4th now. But Nicholson, the steady presence in the 2nd spot. Again, hand signals indicating, hey, get in line. Let's draft and catch this guy. As they're not afraid to use the curbs at all in these cars as they're jumping them through the snake, the lower S's, if you will, then a little straight shot under the bridge where our commentary position is. And then they hit the climbing S's. Cam Eben there in that.
This is further back in the pack, a big spin, a self-spin for the 79.
Spencer Bogar.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a ride, and it's really easy to lose the passenger side of the car coming down the roller coaster like that, especially with a car in front to focus on.
Reed Sweeney at the tail end of this 4-car draft. And again, dropping a wheel off is the 75 of Donald Squirick. And now here comes the 8 of Austin Hill.
Just chucks it up the inside at Oak Tree and is going to be second place. The 75 car, who was off at South Bend, is going to get a bit of a gift of a gap. You see the mirror folded on the passenger side of that car. He's had one of the more exciting races for sure. That's Donald Squirick. Then Austin Hill, Chase Jones, Reed Sweeney in that order, running 5th through 8th.
You can see the you see the overall leaders disappearing down the roller coaster. Battle between Austin Hill and Chase Jones at the top of the hill. With Reed Sweeney right at the tail end.
54 with a little kiss on the back bumper of the of the 8. And kind of backs up the number 9. The 9 is behind. It reads Sweeney through Hogpen. Going to lose touch just a little bit. Runs wide.
Austin Hill drops 2 wheels off. That's going to wreck his momentum. He's not able to get back in line. Up in front, the 75 of Squirick now. Moving up into that 6th spot as these guys continue to squabble with Hill and Reed Sweeney going side by side. Hill does the over-under. Now he's on the outside as they approach NASCAR. But I think Sweeney's going to have the better line. But Hill hanging strong. Not quite able to close it. He might be able to duck to the inside and left hook. Nope, he's going to stay single file. This is for 7th, 8th, and 9th. As we are working race lap 14. White flag next time by.
at the front, the second place pack was able to catch Weston Workman just a little bit as they agreed to not race each other too hard last lap. But coming to the last lap, I can assume that that will not be the case.
So those bets are all off when that happens, I'm sure. It'll be every man for himself as they work their way through South Bend. Chase Jones carrying great momentum up into Oak Tree. But Austin Hill is impressive here. He's done a good job. So has Reed Sweeney. Both of them have been right on it.
Just taking a peek at your unofficial calculations. In this layout where we sit right now, there is no scenario where Nathan Nicholson doesn't win as long as he stays in the top 4. So I can guarantee if he's being smart about it, I should say, he will not race too hard. As long as he finishes in that top group, he's got $30,000 for a scholarship to move up to Spec or Global MX5. But in the heat of the moment, everything is about trying to finish as far up as possible. As he still runs second, but again, he can finish 4th, and they've got a pretty big gap back to 5th. Cam Eben kind of in no man's land, 3 seconds behind them.
And again, I want to reinforce our points predictions are absolutely unofficial. We are just doing the math to try to keep you apprised of what is at stake here as we understand it.
Oh, the 115 Harmon trying hard to get around the outside, and the 95 of Nicholson is not having it. The red car keeping the inside and taking the shorter distance to maintain second place, protects on the inside of NASCAR. The 115 maybe going to try the over-under, goes for the momentum through the corner. The 95 predicts it and blocks it, and he's going to have the better track position coming into turn 4. But he runs it wide. He's behind. He's got to get it gathered up.
Yeah, Nathan Nicholson, really busy hands through that section. And he gets tapped. This is exactly what he does not want to happen.
I can't believe he let that happen. He needs to stay in 4th. If he gets the clutch dumped fast enough, I think he's down to 5th. But the number 55 of Cam Eben dove off the track to avoid him. He did get through, so that's going to put Nicholson to 5th. And here's another look at it. This is a different look.
Yeah, this is the final lap as Austin Hill gets 4 wheels off. There's this huge cloud of dust, so here comes Nathan Nicholson. Let's see where he lands. Weston Workman, again, came into this race in 4th position. If he wins, he'll have 89 points. And in order to have 90 or more, Nathan Nicholson has to finish 6th or above. So that's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 4th, 5th. So at the moment, I think he's safe.
He's safe.
But he may not be if he lets Donald Squirick get around him.
If Alex Bertagnoli can get to 2nd place, he will be in the best position, and I guarantee he knows that. They have to know every scenario. He's going for the move. He's on the preferred side for the moment, and he makes the move happen. He's to 2nd place, and again, unofficially, we believe that would put him in enough points to take the win in this championship.
Absolutely.
But they have one more critical straightaway, and Noah Harmon's going to come back at it. I think Noah Harmon is not quite as fortunate. No, he is. He would be able to get there too. This is the race for the championship between these 2 cars. The 4 has it right now. Bertagnoli racing to 2nd place. Workman at the front.
Here they come. Workman's going to take the checkered flag, but it may not be enough for the championship as they come across the line. I think Bertagnoli did it, and by my unofficial calculation, I believe he is the champion. As here comes a very, I'm sure, disappointed Nathan Nicholson, as he is going to come across the line in 6th position, and that'll give him 90 points, but Bertagnoli finishing 2nd has 98.
Nathan Nicholson dropped to 8th place. That would be enough for Weston Workman, we believe. I mean, we're going off of a spreadsheet we made ourselves, but this is the moment where it all fell apart. For some reason, the 95 of Nicholson probably saw that the 115 dove up the inside, still raced for that position, got himself turned, and it all crumbled.
So Bertagnoli finishing 2nd gives him 90 points. Weston Workman with the win gives him 89 by my math.
Okay.
So that still gives Bertagnoli the best opportunity for the win. Noah Harmon started this in 3rd. He finished in 3rd spot. That would give him 79 points, so that wouldn't be enough. So we think, unofficially at least, that Alex Bertagnoli did not win the race, but he may well have won the championship once everybody sorts out the official points rather than our unofficial reckoning.
That was a great race from Weston Workman. He got racy at the right moments. He didn't take the biggest risks in the world because he was able to recover from those attacks very, very well. That number 113, the white and purple, or silver and purple, from 6th to 1st. Burton Yoli 2nd, Noah Harmon 3rd, Cam Eben with a very lonely race ends up just off the podium in 4th, and Donald Squarick in the 75 had an eventful race, as boring as Cam Evans may have been. The 75s was super exciting. He ends up with a top 5 for it all.
Cam Eben is certainly in the frame for the Hard Charger Award. He started back in 12th position, and a run up into 4th may put him right in the frame for that Hard Charger Award, as our top 3 working their way down the hill on their cool-down lap. Weston Workman. Weston Workman taking the overall win in this final round, but I don't think it was enough to get him to the top spot and to win that championship. And he's still certainly going to be in play for either the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th place championships as he comes down the hill. And the 3rd member of our broadcast team will be there to chat him up. Pretty exciting stuff, Tomo.
Yeah, this is super promising. I can't wait for next year's Runoffs race.
Oh yeah,
if
absolutely.
That's a hint of what we're going to see. See Weston Workman with the win, about a 2nd over Burton Yoli and Harmon, who came across pushing each other. Harmon popped at the last second, but didn't have enough momentum off of Oak Tree, and then the rest of the top 10 there.
Cam Eben, Donald Squirick, Reed Sweeney, Austin Hill, Nathan Nicholson, Chase Jones, and Ethan Jacobs, the unofficial finishing order. But the Spec MX5 Cup stewards will make the final analysis. As Hayward Wagner has our winner, as Weston Workman getting himself unbuckled. Take him a minute to get his belts unbuckled, get the window netting down, and he'll climb out, get the helmet off, and Hayward will have a chance to talk to him as he celebrates the victory.
Getting congratulations here for Weston. We're going to pull the helmet off. Weston Workman started, I think, 5th on the grid. Does that sound right? 6th place on the grid. Didn't give you quite enough credit, and drove it all the way to the front. It looked like from the time they dropped the green, you were just on a mission.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, I knew I had to get to the front after starting P6. We had a pretty bad qualifying. We were having trouble with the right front suspension, and we didn't get the lap we wanted. And it's impossible to know if I would have won yesterday, but I think if we would have got a race yesterday, I would have challenged pretty hard for that win there. So, yeah, I'd like to thank Formidable Racing, my parents, Fast Cooling, everybody on the car. I mean, everybody who helped me get to this point winning this race.
Well, congratulations to you. One fantastic drive. I think we're going to get you a victory lap. Enjoy that one.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations to Weston Workman. Just as he said, what a great drive after starting outside of row 3. And he just kept chipping away at it and finally made the pass. Once he did, uncharacteristically in a spec class, he was able to drive away from that pack of cars right behind him. So good job for Weston Workman. He's certainly got a bright future, no question about it. All of these youngsters looking to move up into Global MX5 Cup and perhaps beyond. But the cool thing is that we'll get to see these cars racing in the runoffs next season and beyond. Let's go back down to Haywood with the balance of our podium and perhaps our championship winner.
Alex, we're speculating you may have won this championship. There's some numbers that still need to be crunched. Of course, everybody's going to go through impound and all those things. You knew what you had to do and you did it. How did it feel?
Oh, it feels good. I don't want to get my hopes up yet because, you don't want to celebrate and then, have it not go your way. But I was hanging on for dear life. Didn't quite have the pace that I wanted there in that race. But, all the hard work that my team has put in this year has given me a great car to hang on there right at the end and, move up positions when it counted. So it feels good.
Now, obviously, SCCA is bringing this car to national level competition next year. Give folks a little preview. What's it like to drive one of these cars?
Well, I will say it is some of the most fun I've had in racing. These cars race fantastic. We've had such a competitive field all year long. And, like I said before, this is some of the best racing I've had. And I can't wait for it to become a national class. It's going to bring a lot of opportunity.
Well, congratulations to you on second. We're going to bring Noah up here next. Noah, you were in the thick of it from the start of this one. Talk about your race.
Yeah, it was really good. The top four of us kind of broke away for a bit there. It was really tight racing. We were switching a lot. Me and Weston were trying to get ahead of Nathan, and he eventually got away a bit, and we tried to hunt him down, but we didn't quite get there at the end.
Well, congratulations on a podium here at the Runoffs.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hayward. Thanks for all your work all weekend long as we have the highlights of this finale for the Spec MX5 Cup. And the points leader, Weston Workman, getting off to a good start. But he had company all race long. Right behind him, Noah Harmon, just on this first lap as they're working their way two abreast down through NASCAR. There's the four of Alex Bertignoli, who we think may have clinched the championship with a strong drive. Side-by-side racing all the way throughout. The 77 had an eventful day. Nico Bratz with a couple off-course excursions, and then this wild ride for Reed Sweeney. Man, oh man, a bucking bronco, I'll tell you. And Sweeney still managed to salvage a sixth-place finish. Here is the pass for the win of this race for Weston Workman as he ran down our, at that time, leader, Nathan Nicholson, who led virtually every lap of this race but the last one. This is the final lap is the 115 of Noah Harmon. Went a little wide, and they threw the left hook, and this is where it all went pear-shaped as Harmon with a little bit of a love tap, and the leader went spinning and also went spinning his chances for the championship. Battling all through the field, all the way down the order as Reed Sweeney and the 54 of Chase Jones going after it as they got by Nathan Nicholson in the run to the flag. And that puts Nicholson even further down the points table. But hey, a great job for Weston Workman. He deserved it. He is, like I said, starting sixth, picked his way to the front, and then pretty much put some distance on the field. So with that, a great bit of bonus coverage for you, giving you just a taste of what we're going to see next year. Tomo, I'm looking forward to this as part of the Runoffs regime next year.
Yeah, this will be a really cool class. And again, with it being integrated in a number of ways throughout the club, this will be a nationals class next year. We'll award a national championship at Road America for the very first time in Spec MX5. The very similar prep kit, we understand, will also be applied to a new solo spec class and time trial spec class. So if you thought that looked like fun, the plan, the idea, the pitch is you can go buy that kit from Tire Rack and you can build your car from an autocross car to a time trials car to a road race car. You can do all three potentially. Yep. I mean, who was it? It was the 9 Reed Sweeney, I think, or Austin Hill, one of the two, showed us maybe it can be good for rallycross too. Well, a couple of them did that, I think.
Yeah, exactly right. So something to look forward to for next season, sort of the next generation of Spec Miata. On behalf of our entire broadcast crew, once again, Tom O'Gorman and Hayward Wagner, I'm John Phippen. Thank you for being with us for this bonus coverage, just getting a taste of what we can look forward to next season for Spec MX5. Thanks for being with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
And we're back to wrap up the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs here at Virginia International Raceway. Back-to-back years in 22 and 23, and we have had some fantastic racing. Thank you, Gumby, for introducing us. And we start out the day with Formula 600, Calvin Stewart, taking his second national championship, and the guy in front of him, the 78, put on a fantastic show of a very loose race car. But Cal Stewart had the horsepower to make this pass on the run to the flag. and take his second national championship.
That was such a good race. And then in B-Spec, we had a really, really good one, but it started a little bit sloppy. We had a couple cars head off the track. We had a brief full course caution, especially the defending champion falling off, but congrats to Rich Roman on winning that one.
Formula F, Nolan Aller once again taking the top spot after a fantastic battle between these three guys. Aller finally squeaking it out at the end over Andy Kotick as they made the run to the line. Here comes Aller as they're going side by side with a lapped car just in front of him. Aller taking his second gold medal of the runoffs.
And then my race of the day, STU,
no question,
saw the winner, Chip Purr, drive from the front row to the tire wall back to the win before this H Production battle.
H Production also great fun. You know, a great mix of slightly more contemporary front wheel drive cars and the little British cars sort of at the tail end. But then we had the final gold medal race of the day for Touring 2. Kurt Residano continues his domination with Scotty B. White, once again the bridesmaid.
Then F Production, this is rewinding back a couple days. This was a very exciting race before another great one. We had so many good races. T4 also, the 95, there just could not find a way around Devin Anderson in that number 11 car, and he took the championship.
Exactly, and then we go back to A Sedan. There's Clark Camburn in that number 78 Challenger, who almost got it done, but finished on the box.
Big hit in E Production, a self-spin for Jeff Young, and then a couple cars collected in that one, but it was Cliff Ira that took the win, or Greg Ira that took the win there.
Then we got into STL, and a big battle there with the eventual podium sitter. We also had a great Spec Racer Ford race.
See a little mistake out of Wade Turner, and it's going to allow Dave Ogburn to knife underneath, but it was Frank Futrell that took the win there.
Frank Futrell getting that job done, as he was right in the thick of it earlier on. And then a family affair in Formula Continental as Nolan Aller taking the win, his dad finishing in second.
First podium finish for Travis Boishet and the GTI, knifing over and under Rob Hines, but it was Jason Ott that took the win. Steve Ott that took the win in T3. Just
a little bit of a flavor of what we've enjoyed all weekend long. I want to thank my co-announcer, Tom O'Gorman. Great working with you, Tomo. We also had Larry McLeod, of course, Hayward Wagner down in the pit lane, and my good friend Greg Kramer and I sharing the play-by-play. It's been great fun. I so enjoy doing these weekends, and yeah, let's do a quick run around the track with all the camera operators that braved it.
Turning the cameras back on themselves after operating for 3 days. The Apex Productions team just doing such a great job capturing all of these. You have to understand racing, but you have to understand the technology side. You have to predict and chase these cars around. It's been absolutely fantastic and mind-blowing the way that they can be prepared for just about anything out there while these races are being shot.
I can't say enough good things about the whole Apex broadcast crew. There's a good look of the truck. You can see Clark, the major domo of Apex Broadcast, who makes this all possible. These guys do it better than anybody else in the country, and it's just an honor to have an opportunity to call these races with such great imagery.
I'm glad they didn't put a camera in here.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
All right, that's going to wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. Safe journey home wherever you're headed. Some of you got a long tow ahead, but we hope to see you in 1 year's time. And guess what? It's all at Road America, America's National Park of Speed. Can't wait. We'll see you next year. Have fun, everybody.